In a simple yet elegant single apartment, a young woman lay on the bed. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as porcelain-like as a doll, and her long, seaweed-like black hair cascaded around her, evoking a dreamlike aura. However, at that moment, she was drenched in sweat. Her expression was one of profound anguish, as if she were enduring immense torment. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, clutching the blanket and gasping for breath. Large beads of sweat trickled down her porcelain-white cheeks, cascading down her slender neck and disappearing into her collar. After a prolonged moment of heavy breathing, Su Nian's gaze finally shifted, bewildered by her surroundings. Where is she? Had someone saved her? But who would come to her aid? Who could possibly rescue her? The acid rain had arrived unexpectedly, pouring down like a torrential downpour. Not only she, but everyone exposed to the elements was corroded by the acid rain, with no chance to escape. Even if someone had truly rescued her, where in this apocalyptic world could one find such a clean and tidy room? The blanket she held emanated the warmth of sunlight, a scent of comfort. Wait! Sun Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings. Wasn't this the very apartment she had inhabited before the apocalypse? Realizing this, her heart began to race, threatening to leap from her throat. She threw off the blanket and searched the bed, finally locating her phone beneath her pillow. The screen clearly displayed the date, May 20th, 20XX. As she beheld this date, tears streamed down her face. She had returned. She had truly returned. After struggling for a decade in the apocalypse, ultimately meeting a tragic fate, she had inexplicably gone back to 3 months before the world fell apart. Sun Yin, disregarding the tears on her face, hurriedly used her thumb to unlock her phone and opened her banking app. Upon seeing the staggering balance of 2 billion, she let out a sigh of relief. In her previous life, the apocalypse had come without warning. By the time everyone realized something was amiss, money had lost all its value. Although she had amassed considerable wealth, it could not procure any supplies. All that wealth had turned into mere numbers. This time, she vowed not to let her money go to waste. She would spend it all, transforming it entirely into resources. Yet, where would she store such an abundance of supplies? If only I had a space. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she recalled something. When she was young, her mother had gifted her a jade necklace, urging her to wear it close to her heart. The jade was an emerald, square-shaped and devoid of any intricate design, yet her mother claimed it was a family heirloom. In her previous life, she had worn that necklace until circumstances grew dire, prompting her to keep it hidden for fear of attracting attention. Eventually, it was lost, causing her great sorrow, as it was the only memento from her mother. But now, that necklace was still snugly around her neck. With that thought in mind, Sun Yin removed the necklace and gazed at the jade in her palm, a bold idea forming in her mind. Novels often depict heirlooms as possessing hidden spaces. I wonder if my heirloom holds such a secret. Speaking aloud, Sun Yin descended from the bed, slipped on her slippers, and made her way to the kitchen. Grabbing a fruit knife, she hesitated not for a moment and made a cut on her fingertip. The slender, delicate digit was swiftly pierced, blood oozing forth. Yet Sun Yin did not flinch. She placed the jade directly upon the wound. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. Upon contact with the jade, the blood was absorbed. The jade's color deepened, transitioning rapidly from a vibrant green to a dark red. When the jade finally became a blood-red hue, a flash of crimson light enveloped her vision, and the jade vanished, taking the wound with it. Had it not been for the bloodstains on the fruit knife, Sun Yin might have believed the entire episode to be a mere figment of her imagination. At that moment, an image materialized in her mind. It was a dim, gray space, utterly devoid of objects. Although she could not enter it, she sensed the dimensions in every nook within. The space towered 10 meters high and spanned approximately the size of 10 football fields. Glancing at the fruit knife in her hand, she silently commanded it to vanish, and it promptly disappeared. In the corner of the space, however, lay the knife, undisturbed. Overwhelmed with joy, she repeated the process, mentally invoking its return, and the knife reappeared in her grasp. After numerous trials, she gradually regained her composure. Her mother had not deceived her. This was indeed a family heirloom. The novels had not lied. Her heirloom truly contained a hidden space. Previously, she had worried about where to store the supplies she purchased. But now her only concern was whether her wealth could procure enough provisions to fill this newfound space. Setting the fruit knife aside, she approached the refrigerator and opened its double doors, revealing it brimming with an array of ingredients: fruits, vegetables, bread, yogurt, and eggs. The freezer below housed various meats. Nian reached in, gathering bread, yogurt, and fruits, cradling them in her arms. With her elbow, she closed the refrigerator door and settled on the living room carpet, placing her bounty before her. One by one, she unwrapped the items and devoured them hungrily. After a decade of hardship in the apocalypse, even the simplest fare had been a luxury. Over the years, Nian had gnawed on tree bark, consumed roots, and even ingested dirt to survive. Now, as she savored the soft bread, rich yogurt, and sweet, crunchy fruits, tears of joy threatened to spill. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her emotions. She could not afford to cry. There were still many tasks ahead of her. She had to eat quickly, wasting not a single moment. Only when she felt overly full did she finally pause. Gazing at the nearly depleted yogurt container, an idea struck her. She decided to store it in the hidden space. She needed to test whether this space had preservation capabilities, which would help her determine what supplies to stockpile. Of course, Nian was not idle. Having filled her stomach, she returned to her bedroom and switched on her computer. Opening a blank document, she began to outline her shopping list for supplies. The date was May 20th, and summer had yet to officially commence, the temperature remaining pleasantly mild. However, from this day forward, the weather would gradually warm. Initially, the rising temperatures drew no attention, as summer was expected to heat up day by day. It was only by the end of August, when temperatures soared to 45 degrees, that people began to sense something amiss. By then, many realized it had been nearly a month without rain. The absence of rain, coupled with the relentless heat, stirred a sense of unease, prompting a frantic rush to hoard supplies, and it was then that the discourse of the apocalypse began to emerge. Chapter 2. Acquiring 1 billion worth of supplies to fill the space in her previous life. Nian also participated in the frantic scramble for supplies. However, at that time, the small vendors clung tightly to their stock, with few willing to part with their goods. Large supermarkets and shopping malls continued their operations. Yet everyone was in a rush to purchase, leaving her with little to acquire. Moreover, due to her status as a solitary young woman, she attracted the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, Nian had trained in martial arts since childhood, spending her early years as a lay disciple at the Shaolin Temple, making her skills superior to the average person, which ultimately safeguarded her. Reflecting on this, Nian inscribed 2 words at the top of her document: weapons. Weapons are of utmost importance. While Nian considered her combat abilities formidable, the distinction between being unarmed and wielding a reliable weapon is significant. Beyond weaponry, she also needed to meticulously arrange her essentials for living. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as the document filled with words. Once she had nearly completed her list, she printed the document in its entirety. She intended to follow the records meticulously to avoid overlooking anything. Dressed in comfortable sports attire, with her long hair tied into a bun, Nian grabbed her keys and wallet and promptly exited her residence. Taking the elevator down to the underground parking, she pressed the key fob, following the sound to locate her vehicle. Having forgotten the exact location of her parking spot after many years, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. Nian's parents had built their fortune from scratch, showcasing remarkable business acumen, and within a decade, they had amassed a vast estate, ultimately welcoming Nian into the world. After Nian was kidnapped at the tender age of 3 and later rescued, her parents sent her to the Shaolin Temple to strengthen her through martial arts training. To ensure she did not fall behind academically, they even hired tutors in various subjects to reside with her at the temple. During those years, Nian worked tirelessly, balancing her martial studies with a broad spectrum of knowledge, an exhausting endeavor indeed. Yet, amidst the apocalyptic reality, she felt immense gratitude toward her parents. Had they not equipped her with martial skills, surviving in a world where humanity turned on itself would have been insurmountable for a solitary young woman. Tragically, her parents perished in a plane crash the previous year. Both were only children, and their parents had also passed away in the preceding years. Following the death of her father and mother, Nian found herself alone. After attending to their funeral arrangements, she sold the family business. Unlike her parents, she lacked a business instinct. They had previously discussed the matter, suggesting that if they were no longer around and Nian did not wish to manage the company, she should sell it. The proceeds would suffice to ensure her comfort for life. Nian sold the company for $1 billion, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. That sum would indeed secure her future. However, the onset of the apocalypse shattered those plans. Nian pondered how her parents would feel seeing her previous life of hardship. It would surely break their hearts. Yet in this lifetime, she vowed to prepare herself as best as she could to thrive and endure in the impending chaos. Despite her exquisite beauty, Nian's character was forged by her martial training, rendering her resolute, with tastes that diverged from those of typical young women. She had no fondness for flashy sports cars. Instead, she favored off-road vehicles, currently driving a Hummer. With its spacious seating for 5 and an expansive trunk, it was perfect for her forthcoming endeavors. Her first stop was a hair salon, where she opted to cut her waist-length hair, naturally curly and never dyed. Her hair was in pristine condition, yet she felt no remorse in shortening it to neck length. Long hair was cumbersome to maintain and overly conspicuous in a world on the brink of collapse. With her new short hairstyle and a cap, even after washing it, she would remain unrecognizable. Exiting the salon, Nian bypassed supermarkets and directly headed to the largest wholesale market. The market offered a vast array of goods at reasonable prices, especially with bulk purchases. Even with $1 billion in her possession, Nian was determined to be frugal and deliberate with her spending. Upon arriving near the wholesale market, she parked her vehicle and first rented a secluded warehouse for 3 months. After securing the warehouse and confirming there were no surveillance cameras, she locked the door and proceeded to the market. Her first order of business was to arrange for a large quantity of shelving. Each shelf measured 2 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 50 centimeters in width, retailing at $250 each. However, after placing an order for 1,000 units, the owner was delighted and offered her a discount, charging her $240 each, totaling $240,000. Nian paid a $100,000 deposit and provided her phone number and the warehouse address, requesting the owner to call her when delivering the goods the following day. She intended to assemble these shelves to resemble those in supermarkets, categorizing items for easier access. After leaving that store, she made her way to a grain shop. The shop was bustling, and she had to wait a moment before the owner could attend to her. "What would you like to purchase, young lady?" While waiting, Nian meticulously surveyed the store's offerings, noting its vast selection. Upon hearing the owner's inquiry, she spoke slowly. "I would like 1,000 bags of wuchang rice, 1,000 bags of pearl rice, and 1,000 bags of long-grain fragrant rice. Additionally, I require 1,000 bags each of all-purpose flour, high-gluten flour, medium gluten flour, and low-gluten flour. For glutinous rice, sticky rice, millet, barley, black rice, and purple rice, I would like 2,000 Jing of each. For red beans, green beans, kidney beans, yellow beans, black beans, cowpeas, and peas, I also require 2,000 Jing each. As for cornmeal, bean flour, sweet potato flour, sorghum flour, mung bean flour, and buckwheat flour, please provide me with 2,000 Jing of each. How many types of starch do you carry? I would like 500 Jing of each." Having finished her extensive list, Nian noticed the owner staring at her in disbelief. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Is there a problem?" The owner, regaining his composure, scrutinized her and replied, "Young lady, you must be joking, right?" Nian frowned. "Why would I joke? I am planning to open a large supermarket. I am here to stock up." The owner's expression was one of incredulity, clearly still skeptical. Seeing his doubt, Nian decisively said, "Please calculate the total for these items. I will pay you half the deposit. That should convince you." Recognizing her earnestness, the owner, albeit reluctantly, picked up a calculator and began to tally the amounts. 10 minutes later, he presented her with a bill. Nian skimmed past the individual prices and directly examined the total. The entire order amounted to just over 180,000. Surprised that it was less than 200,000, she remained silent, prompting the owner to retract the bill, convinced she was merely toying with him. Who opens a supermarket and shops at a wholesale market. Just then, a delicate, porcelain-like hand pressed down on the bill. "What is your account number? I will transfer the funds immediately." Chapter 3. Another day of grand procurement. The boss stared at Nian in astonishment. "Are you really going to buy all this?" Nian nodded with a sense of certainty. "Of course. I've already informed my family that I intend to embark on my own entrepreneurial journey. They will be utterly amazed." Upon hearing Nian's words, the boss instinctively nodded in agreement. With such a vast quantity of grain purchased, who wouldn't he be taken aback? Though he pondered this internally, he quickly provided his account details. A fool does not seize an opportunity, he thought, disregarding whether Nian could turn a profit. His priority was to secure her payment. Nian transferred half of the deposit and arranged for the goods to be delivered to the warehouse in 3 days, instructing them to call her when it was ready before she left the store. Having secured the grain, her next destination was an oil shop. At the oil store, she ordered 100 barrels each of rapeseed oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, sunflower oil, and sesame oil. Additionally, she requested 500 bottles each of hemp oil, corn oil, olive oil, camellia oil, palm oil, grapeseed oil, and walnut oil. The sheer volume of oil was staggering. Nian mused that not even in her next life would she consume it all. Yet, haunted by the memories of hunger from her past life, she was undeterred by the question of whether she could finish it. Her singular focus was on acquiring more. Whatever she possessed was her own, granting her a sense of security. Next, she ventured to a wholesale store for condiments. Knowing salt was indispensable, not only for personal consumption, but also as a valuable currency in the post-apocalyptic world, facilitating trade. She purchased 1,000 boxes of salt, each containing 50 bags. Alongside the salt, she acquired sugar, another essential commodity for survival. This included 1,000 pounds of white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, and various fruit-flavored candies, each in 500-pound quantities. She also stocked up on soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, and other flavoring agents, ordering 500 bottles of each. For spices, she acquired 100 boxes of chicken essence, MSG, 5-spice powder, and more. Various grilling and hot pot seasonings were also included in her extensive list, with each type ordered in considerable quantities. Nian did not neglect sauces either. She ordered boxes of mushroom sauce, chili sauce, and many others, acquiring 200 boxes of each. Given the substantial amounts requested, delivery would not be possible until the following day. As noon approached, Nian left the wholesale market and drove to a restaurant. After years without dining out, the sight of a beautifully presented meal made her mouth water, and she eagerly began to eat. This restaurant, one she frequented in the past, specialized in home-style dishes, all delectably prepared. The thought that she might not enjoy such meals in the apocalypse filled her with a tinge of regret. Determined, she resolved to place a substantial order. After satisfying her hunger, she approached the owner under the pretext of ordering lunch for work, requesting 10 portions of every dish on the menu to collect daily for a month. This was merely the beginning. Nian intended to visit her other favorite establishments to secure similar arrangements. Thus, even in the post-apocalyptic world, she could savor the flavors of her past. The entire afternoon was spent traversing from one restaurant to another, ensuring she ordered all her beloved dishes. As the sun began to set, she made her way to a street filled with street food stalls. The array of delectable treats was irresistible. Cold noodles, stinky tofu, grilled skewers. Each item elicited fond memories. She savored each bite while purchasing, leaving the street with her hands laden with food. Were it not for the crowds and surveillance, she would have stored everything in her space immediately. Once seated in her car, she finally stored all her snacks in her designated space. As twilight approached, she checked her supplies. The remnants of her yogurt remained in pristine condition, just as she had placed them. This space preserved everything perfectly. Whatever was stored in it remained unchanged upon retrieval. With this knowledge, Nian felt liberated, wholly embracing her shopping spree. Upon returning home and taking a shower, she didn't tease sleep right away. Instead, she opened an online shopping platform. Some items could be procured at the wholesale market, while others were best bought online, such as her favorite snacks. She ordered spicy chicken feet, various chips, and dried seafood, sending them directly to her rented warehouse due to the large quantities. After placing her orders, Sun Yin checked off items on her printed list, feeling a sense of satisfaction before finally retiring for the night. However, her slumber was restless, filled with dreams of struggling for survival in a harsh world. When dawn broke, she opened her eyes, confirming she was still in her apartment. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thankfully, it had only been a dream. In this lifetime, she vowed to live better than before. For breakfast, Sun Yin prepared sausages and eggs, complemented by millet porridge and soup dumplings she had bought the previous day. After a hearty meal, she set out once more. Today marked another day of extensive procurement. The previous day's purchases focused on food and drink, and today she turned her attention to daily necessities. She bought laundry detergent, soap, shampoo, conditioner, toothbrushes, and other essentials, each in bulk, 200 boxes of each item. Toilet paper, wet wipes, and sanitary napkins were procured in quantities sufficient to last a lifetime. For skincare and facial cleansers, she had already placed orders for her preferred brands in large quantities. After some contemplation, she also decided to buy several boxes of affordable hand cream and moisturizer. Once her hygiene items were secured, she moved on to disposable containers, chopsticks, cling film, and aluminum foil. These were all consumables that would not be produced again until the 10th year of the apocalypse. Thus, she stocked up generously on each. Water, too, was of utmost importance. The first year of the apocalypse would be scorching with no rain, making water a vital resource for survival. Sun Yin contacted a manufacturer and ordered 1,000 water barrels and 1,000 water tanks, each capable of holding 5 tons of water, equipped with faucets for easy access. The barrels were intended for filtered drinking water. Chapter 4. She lacks not for wealth, only for value in the apartment where Sun Yin resided. The most advanced water filtration system had been installed, yielding water of exceptional quality. Within 3 months, Sun Yin managed to fill all her water barrels and tanks. Additionally, she procured a substantial quantity of bottled mineral water along with an assortment of her favored beverages, including yogurt and milk. Convenience foods were also essential. She bought hundreds of boxes of instant noodles, small breads, compressed biscuits, packaged rice noodles, Chongqing noodles, snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, and self-heating pots. Furthermore, she stocked energy bars, chocolates, and the highly advertised Snickers, acquiring dozens of boxes of each. In a post-apocalyptic world, tobacco, alcohol, and tea had become hard currencies. Although Sun Yin had no personal need for them, she still purchased a selection to store for future use. After completing her shopping in the morning, she headed to the warehouse in the afternoon to prepare for the incoming goods. The first delivery consisted of shelves, all unassembled, if left to her own devices. Assembling them would take an interminable amount of time. Thus, Sun Yin negotiated with the unloading workers, offering them extra money to assist with the assembly, generously compensating them. The workers readily accepted her proposal. With their collective effort, they assembled all the shelves within 3 hours. While they worked, Sun Yin withdrew cash and settled their wages in cash upon completion. As night fell, she turned off the warehouse lights, stored the assembled shelves in her space, and locked the door before departing. To avoid suspicion, she resolved to rent a truck the following day, feigning transportation of goods to the warehouse twice daily. Upon returning home, she dined while contacting various factories. For clothing, Sun Yin intended to source directly from manufacturers, ensuring both variety and reduced costs. She ordered dozens of each type of quilt: cotton, down, silk, cashmere blankets, and wool blankets. Although Sun Yin had a good collection of her own clothes, they would not suffice in the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic scenario. She planned to stock up on some protective gear, windbreakers, and winter clothing in greater quantities. For summer attire, she selected simple yet elegant styles, ordering several hundred pieces of each. For undergarments, she chose numerous styles, purchasing over 1,000 sets of each. Following a year of extreme heat, the chilling cold would soon follow, with temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, necessitating adequate winter wear. Sun Yin prioritized practicality over fashion, acquiring 100 ultra-thick ankle-length black down jackets. She also purchased 100 units each of thermal clothing, thermal pants, cashmere trousers, and cashmere coats. When ordering non-fitted clothing, she opted for larger sizes to accommodate layering. The colors were predominantly deep shades of black and gray, focusing on utility rather than aesthetics. Although the green military overcoat lacked aesthetic appeal, it was indeed thick and warm, prompting Sun Yin to buy 100 units. In contrast to the diverse styles of clothing, the selection of footwear was straightforward. Sports shoes, hiking boots, snow boots, and house slippers. Sun Yin paid no heed to high heels, having long since banished such frivolities from her life. During the ensuing days, she was either receiving shipments or placing orders for various pest control products, including insecticides, mosquito coils, insect powder, floral water, anti-itch ointments, and frostbite creams, all acquired in bulk from factories, ensuring discretion. Moreover, a variety of pharmaceuticals needed to be procured. However, the quantities available at pharmacies were insufficient. After some contemplation, Sun Yin reached out to a former acquaintance of her father, a pharmaceutical representative with connections in the field. Upon receiving Sun Yin's call and hearing her requests, he readily agreed. After all, she sought merely common medications, antipyretics, cold remedies, cough suppressants, anti-inflammatory drugs, as well as treatments for stomach issues and diarrhea. Additionally, she required supplies for external injuries, including powders, sprays, disinfectants, alcohol wipes, iodine, gauze, bandages, and adhesive bandages. Although the variety was limited, the quantities were significant, prompting him to inquire about her intentions. Sun Yin had already prepared her response, stating it was for donation to mountainous regions, wishing to do something within her means. This was not entirely a fabrication, as she indeed donated a small portion of the supplies received. The remainder, however, would be ample for her needs. Grateful for his assistance, she anonymously sent a bulk order of food and drink supplies to his home. Whether in the apocalypse or rebirth, Sun Yin had no intention of disclosing her circumstances. Accusations of being cold-hearted or unfeeling were irrelevant. She had once faced death. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, her sole desire was to live well. With the pharmaceutical matters resolved, the goods Sun Yin ordered gradually arrived in her space. After securing the final batch, she locked the warehouse door and drove away. Through extensive inquiries, she finally uncovered leads regarding weapons. An enthusiast of arms operated a cold weapon collection shop, which, while ostensibly selling collectibles, also housed genuine items. After a visit, Sun Yin purchased 2 Tang swords, a long dagger, and a short dagger, spending 2 million in total without a hint of regret. She lacked not for money, only for value. A month had elapsed since Sun Yin's rebirth. After collecting the prepared delicacies from various stores, she rented a large truck and ventured out of the city. While she had secured ample grains, the acquisition of vegetables and fruits remained, and she intended to drive to the countryside or farms for the freshest produce. For meat, chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and lamb, she aimed to procure freshly slaughtered options, which also allowed her to obtain fresh blood from pigs and ducks. Additionally, canned goods were essential, leading her to a canning factory where she purchased a considerable quantity. In the following month, Sun Yin traversed nearby cities, gathering every conceivable item she could think of. Each time she passed a gas station, she refueled. After leaving the station, she would find a discreet spot without surveillance to siphon gasoline into pre-purchased barrels. Though this method was cumbersome and tedious, it prioritized safety. By the end of the month, Sun Yin had amassed several tons of gasoline and diesel. While not an excessive amount, it was sufficient for her needs. Chapter 5. Has the heat wave arrived early? After a month of constant travel, Sun Yin returned to her apartment, sinking into the sofa, utterly exhausted. Yet, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. The sight of her space brimming with supplies provided her with a profound sense of security. She pulled out her printed checklist once more, meticulously checking for any omissions. With less than a month remaining until the apocalypse, she needed to ensure she had procured everything necessary. Upon reviewing her list, Sun Yin realized she had indeed overlooked several crucial items: a diesel generator, a gasoline generator, solar panels, solar-powered lights, solar charging banks, flashlights, batteries, candles, fans, air conditioning fans, portable heaters, and hand warmers. All must be arranged without delay. Moreover, one essential item remained: seeds. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the climate would become extreme, rendering outdoor conditions unsuitable for crop growth, making cultivation impossible and life increasingly arduous. Although Sun Yin lacked agricultural skills, acquiring seeds now might prove beneficial in the future. To ensure absolute preparedness, Sun Yin ventured to a seed store to purchase various seeds and also collected heirloom seeds from local farmers. These farmers, unable to preserve their seeds during the sweltering heat, would rather sell them to her than watch them spoil. Sun Yin was not devoid of compassion, observing the earnest farmers. She offered a gentle reminder. My friend works at the meteorological station and has warned of prolonged high temperatures. You should stock up on food and water. Such advice was given without concern for leaving traces that might lead to her. She likely would not encounter these individuals again. Furthermore, she had donned makeup to disguise her appearance, rendering her unrecognizable should they meet once more. After securing the seeds, Sun Yin proceeded to acquire fuel. She purchased 20 tons of coal and, upon reflection, decided to add gas canisters, at least 1,000 of those, along with several hundred boxes of portable gas canisters. Additionally, she acquired 10 diesel tricycles, 10 pedal tricycles, and 10 bicycles, along with an abundance of vehicle parts. In the post-apocalyptic world, those capable of driving cars would be a rarity, and possessing a diesel tricycle would be a status symbol. Most would rely on pedal tricycles or bicycles. During her travels to other cities, Sun Yin seized every opportunity to gather delectable food. Her space now housed an impressive array of prepared dishes, filling 10 shelves. To accommodate even more culinary delights, she purchased smaller shelving units to stack atop the larger ones, maximizing every inch of space. Adjacent to the stock shelves stood 10 empty ones, reserved for her homemade meals. From this point forward, Sun Yin resolved to refrain from venturing outside, opting instead to prepare her own meals for every occasion. She would cook larger portions, storing leftovers in disposable containers to be retrieved conveniently during times when cooking was impractical. Over the past 2 months, Sun Yin had been preoccupied with gathering supplies, losing track of time. Now, with a moment of respite, she realized it was already mid-August. She specifically searched online for updates and found the internet to be remarkably normal, devoid of any apocalyptic discussions. However, Sun Yin understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, not likely to last long. In the days that followed, Sun Yin ventured out only occasionally to procure small items that came to mind. The majority of her time was spent in her apartment, cooking. Her culinary skills, though somewhat rusty after a decade of neglect, quickly returned to her as she delighted in preparing a variety of dishes, the aromas wafting far and wide. In fact, she noticed inquiries in her community group regarding who was responsible for the enticing meals, causing cravings that even stirred hunger in the middle of the night. Sun Yin merely smiled at the comments. She was far more intrigued by online discussions. As August drew to a close, temperatures not only failed to drop, but continued to rise alarmingly. Daily accounts on social media reported individuals succumbing to the heat, with concerned citizens calling for help. Initially, such news evoked sentiments of humanity's kindness, but as time progressed, an unsettling realization began to dawn on some. One morning, as Sun Yin habitually ate breakfast while scrolling through her phone, a post caught her full attention. The weather had become increasingly abnormal. The temperature had already soared to 40 degrees by morning, with warnings predicting a peak of 45 degrees later in the day. The author of the post pointed out an alarming trend. Have you noticed that reports of high temperatures have been rampant nationwide? And it has been over a month without rain? As the elders say, when things deviate from the norm, there is something amiss. It would be wise to stock up on food and water at home. Better safe than sorry. Sun Yin felt inclined to endorse the post with a like, but ultimately refrained. It had already garnered considerable attention, inciting a flurry of responses, some agreeing with the author, while others dismissed the concerns as mere overreactions. It's just the heat. It happens every year. What is all the fuss about? A smirk of irony flickered across Sun Yin's face at such comments. Soon enough, they would learn whether the author was indeed alarmist. Recalling her previous life, Sun Yin remembered that temperatures had reached 50 degrees by September 1st. Such extreme heat was no longer conducive to human survival. Businesses had closed, shifting to remote work. And even supermarkets and shops operated only at night. With only 3 days remaining until September 1st, Sun Yin decided to step outside. However, As soon as she exited her apartment building, a palpable unease gripped her. The oppressive heat enveloped her, devoid of any breeze. The air felt warped under the relentless sun. Upon stepping into the sunlight, she quickly retreated to the shade, yet even the exposed skin on her arm reddened, stinging painfully. Frowning, she turned back, entering the building and ascending in the elevator. Once in her room, she retrieved an outdoor thermometer and extended it out the window. The numbers climbed steadily, finally stabilizing at a staggering 51 degrees. Nian gazed at the thermometer, her brow furrowed. Had the heat wave arrived prematurely? Though unexpected, it was not entirely surprising upon deeper reflection. If she could be reborn, then the timing of events shifting slightly was hardly inconceivable. Yet, the rapid escalation of temperatures left little room for adaptation, and many would likely find themselves unprepared. Chapter 6. The Ice Maker, as if echoing Nian's thoughts. The temperature soared abruptly, leaving many who ventured outside to succumb to the sweltering heat. Those fortunate enough to be seen received assistance in calling for an ambulance, while others perished unnoticed. The elderly, particularly fond of morning strolls that extended to midday grocery shopping, were especially vulnerable. Though the young, with their robust constitutions, struggled to withstand the sudden heat, the elderly fared even worse. Throughout the day, the wailing of ambulances filled the air incessantly. The upscale community where Nian resided boasted both apartment and residential buildings, housing a considerable number of inhabitants. Many succumbed to the heat, and ambulances traversed the area repeatedly. Online, posts regarding the extreme temperatures proliferated like snowflakes. Initially, Nian perused these updates, but soon she turned off her phone, realizing that this was merely the beginning of a more arduous period ahead. Only when darkness fell did the temperature begin to relent. After a day of unsettling quiet, the community erupted into noise as night descended. After changing into fresh attire, Nian ventured downstairs. Upon exiting her building, a wave of heat assailed her. Even under the cover of night, the temperature remained above 30 degrees. Not far into her walk, she found herself sticky with perspiration. Yet, despite the discomfort, she had no intention of returning home. The relentless heat would only escalate in the days to come, and she needed to acclimatize her body to the current conditions to enhance her chances of survival in the impending apocalypse. Upon leaving the community, Nian observed various shops open for business and street vendors displaying their wares. As she strolled, she purchased numerous small items. Over the past 3 months, she had diligently gathered supplies, spending 18 billion of her 21 billion, filling 9/10 of her storage space. She retained only a few million in cash, converting the remainder into gold bars, which she stashed away in her storage. Nian pondered whether she could exhaust this cash before it lost its value. As she continued her shopping, she bought whatever caught her fancy, regardless of its utility. After 2 hours of browsing, she returned home, where her first order of business was a refreshing shower. Once finished, she approached the ice maker, extracting the ice and transferring it into a large container for storage. After returning from the neighboring city, she had ordered 2 ice makers for her home, ensuring a continuous supply of ice around the clock. She filled pre-purchased containers with the ice and stored them away. Taking advantage of the remaining electricity, Nian resolved to produce as much ice as possible, knowing that when the power eventually failed, she could still use the ice to cool down, even without a generator. After acquiring the ice makers, she had driven her Hummer to several cold storage facilities, purchasing truckloads of ice pops and the necessary ingredients to make them. During her free time, she prepared some for freezing, placing them into her storage once solidified. Like a little hamster, she diligently filled her space to the brim. The storage area within her space was well organized. Although she could not physically enter it, she could retrieve any item she desired as long as she knew its location. Before retiring for the night, she checked her supplies, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she closed her eyes. 3 months into her rebirth, Nian had ceased to experience nightmares. Upon awakening, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at her phone. Only 4:30 in the morning. Not only was the weather growing hotter, but dawn also arrived earlier. Fortunately, the sun had yet to rise, and the early morning still afforded a hint of coolness. Nian switched off the air conditioning and opened the window, inviting the outside air to circulate within. Determined to stay indoors during the day, she opted to acclimate to the external temperature through this method. After freshening up, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She retrieved a large pot for porridge, adding pre-soaked mung beans and a touch of rock sugar, then turned on the heat to allow it to simmer slowly. Next, she took flour from her storage to knead dough, planning to make scallion pancakes. Each freshly cooked pancake was promptly stored away, preserving its warmth and flavor. Time stood still within her storage, ensuring that odors would not mingle, alleviating any concerns about food spoiling. Nian kneaded a substantial amount of dough, skillfully preparing over 100 pancakes. Years of martial arts training endowed her with greater strength than the average person. Otherwise, the physical exertion of kneading and rolling dough would have left her exhausted. Although she was cooking, Nian reasoned that it served as a form of physical exercise. The prepared mung bean soup was not immediately stored. Instead, she allowed it to cool to room temperature before placing it in the freezer. After a few hours, it transformed into a refreshing mung bean ice dessert, which she portioned into disposable containers for her storage. On a sweltering summer day, indulging in a bowl of icy mung bean dessert brought a delightful coolness that refreshed her from within. Engrossed in her tasks, Nian remained unaware of the online buzz. By the time she finished and showered, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Carrying half a chilled watermelon, she entered the living room and placed it on the small table, settling cross-legged on the carpet. The sweet, icy watermelon provided a soothing reprieve from her busy morning, invigorating her weary spirit. After relishing a few bites, she finally opened her phone. The weather forecast announced a staggering high of 55 degrees Celsius, prompting schools of all sizes to close for the day to prevent sunburn. Companies capable of remote work transitioned to home offices, while those unable to do so either shifted to evening shifts or declared a full day off. Nian closed Weibo and opened Baidu Tieba, where discussions regarding the apocalypse had surged since the previous day. Many urged others to stockpile food and water, while some bold individuals showcased their hoarded supplies online. In her past life, Nian had encountered similar posts, paying them little heed until she later learned of those who had been robbed for their revealed resources. This incident served as a cautionary tale, instilling in her the importance of discretion and the wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed. In her community WeChat group, the message count had long exceeded 999, yet new notifications continued to emerge. Glancing through, she found most messages lamenting the unbearable heat, while others expressed intentions to purchase additional supplies. Some members voiced concerns that sustained high temperatures could lead to increased electricity consumption, potentially resulting in power outages. Chapter 7. Soaring prices. Power outages are an undeniable reality. Not only will there be interruptions in electricity supply, but also in water supply. Nian recalls that in her previous life, restrictions on electricity and water began in mid-September. During the day, power would only be available for 4 hours of the hottest time, while water supply was limited to 2 hours each in the morning and evening. This situation was somewhat alleviated in their relatively upscale community, where the wiring had recently been replaced. In contrast, many older neighborhoods suffered from frequent fires and transformer explosions due to deteriorating infrastructure. There were also incidents of fires caused by extreme heat, resulting in significant casualties. However, Nian chose not to voice these grim realities, understanding that her words could not alter the circumstances. The issues with the electrical grid were beyond her influence. She could only hope that those in authority would soon recognize the problem and take preemptive measures. With the suspension of classes, the students were undoubtedly the most delighted. They relished the freedom to eat, drink, and play at home without a hint of pressure. Their only grievance was the oppressive heat during the day, which kept them indoors. As night fell, the community came alive with the sounds of children laughing and playing, a joyful noise that even reached Nian on the 18th floor. Rather than find it bothersome, she cherished these sounds, for they signified that the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Although people in Appo's lives were affected, there was still order amidst the chaos. Yet, Nian was acutely aware that this state of affairs could not last much longer. With a deep sigh, Nian drove to the shopping mall. The mall was bustling with people, drawn by the allure of its air conditioning. a welcome reprieve from the sweltering heat. Pushing her shopping cart, she bypassed the grain and oil section, opting instead for the snack aisle, where she filled her cart with an array of her favorite treats, nuts, and dried fruits. While these items would not sustain her, purchasing them in abundance did not equate to hoarding other survival resources. Once her cart was brimming, she made her way to the checkout. Nearby, a freezer displayed a tempting assortment of ice creams. Nian selected 2 of her preferred flavors and completed her purchase. As she exited, she overheard an older woman commenting on the state of young girls today, lamenting their slender figures and penchant for snacks over proper meals. Nian merely smiled at the remark, knowing that appearances could be deceiving. Despite her slender arms, she possessed strength that could easily break a stick. Days passed, and the heat intensified. With large windows that provided little insulation, the homes became unbearably hot during the day, making restful sleep impossible. Consequently, some residents began installing thermal curtains. Nian had already prepared her own, but hesitated to be the first to take action. However, upon witnessing several neighbors installing theirs, she followed suit, adding solar panels to her windows as well. If her memory served her correctly, scheduled power restrictions would soon commence, and she wanted to be prepared. Although Nian adapted to the rising temperatures, she had no intention of enduring them relentlessly. She had amassed supplies to ensure a comfortable existence during the impending apocalypse, not to suffer in the abundance of resources she had collected. Shortly after she installed the solar panels, their community experienced a power outage, following similar incidents in neighboring areas. In the community group chat, some rejoiced, but it was only a matter of days before it was their turn. The outage struck at noon, with temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius outside. Even with thick thermal curtains, the room felt like a sauna after just 10 minutes without power. Nian connected her solar panels, bringing an extension cord into her bedroom, and retrieved her air cooler. The cooler featured an ice storage compartment. She filled it with ice cubes, and once powered, it released a refreshing breeze. Realizing that one cooler would not suffice, she fetched 2 more, positioning them strategically to blow cool air toward her bed. Sitting on her bed, adorned with an ice mat, she felt a welcome relief from the heat. Beside her bed was a portable table, upon which her iPad played a drama. She took a spoonful of chilled watermelon, freshly harvested from the farm. Its sweetness and juiciness a delight. Nian had an abundance of such watermelons in her storage, over 10,000 to be precise. As she savored another bite, she closed her eyes in bliss. In her previous life, her apartment had been a stifling oven, and even in minimal clothing, she had struggled to find comfort. Compared to that existence, her current situation felt like a paradise. Nian had purchased numerous iPads, each filled to the brim with a variety of shows, literature, music, and films. Additionally, several contained single-player games to entertain her during moments of boredom. She had also amassed a collection of physical books, ranging from renowned literary works to novels and professional texts. Regardless of whether she would read them, she simply intended to stock her space. After a while, Nian reopened the community chat. The messages were overwhelmingly filled with complaints about the outage, with heat appearing in nearly every post. Reading through them, she remained silent. Acknowledging her limitations, she could not assist others but could strive to ensure her own survival. The power remained out until 8 p.m., at which point notifications about scheduled electricity supply were issued. Many voiced their grievances, but to no avail. Resourceful individuals had already begun seeking contacts to purchase generators or solar panels. With the new restrictions, those who could previously work from home were rendered unable to do so. The loss of income posed a challenge, particularly for those living paycheck to paycheck. As expenses soared, the rising temperatures coupled with the absence of rain intensified the discourse surrounding the apocalypse, and the prices of essential goods skyrocketed. What once cost Nian over 1,000 for a cart of snacks had now surged to 2,000. This was merely for snacks. The prices of rice, flour, oils, fruits, vegetables, ice creams, and beverages had tripled or even quadrupled. Chapter 8. Daytime hibernation and nighttime ventures. Every evening, Nian made a pilgrimage to the supermarket. To avoid appearing too eccentric, she would purchase various items alongside her snacks. During her initial stockpiling, she had amassed a considerable supply of rice and flour, as well as instant noodles, but had neglected to acquire any dry noodles. Now, she had managed to stockpile some of those as well. Although the texture of dry noodles was not particularly appealing, their longevity was an advantage, allowing her to present them in social settings in the future. The city in which Su Nian resided was not far from the capital, and it was indeed a first-tier city, with countless malls and supermarkets scattered throughout. She varied her shopping locations each night, selecting different items on each occasion. Once in her car, she would conceal most of her purchases in her storage space, carrying only a select few items home, which raised no suspicions. After all, in these times, many people like Su Nian were regularly acquiring supplies for their homes. As mid-September had arrived, autumn attire had typically begun to make its debut in previous years, with winter clothing poised to follow. However, this year, even those clad in short sleeves and shorts found the heat stifling. While out one evening, Su Nian noticed numerous stores holding massive sales on autumn and winter apparel. Though she had already accumulated a substantial wardrobe for herself, she found herself drawn to the various styles on display. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped inside. In her previous life, Su Nian had struggled to survive alone in a post-apocalyptic world. While she had attracted the attention of men, their intentions were often far from genuine. She was no fool and avoided entanglements with such individuals, resulting in her solitude persisting even a decade into the apocalypse. In this life, she was uncertain if she would also live alone forever, but she believed in the adage that it is better to be prepared. Since she was already presented with the opportunity, she decided to purchase some clothing for future contingencies. Should the need arise, she would be ready. And if not, how could she possibly not need them? She could always wear them herself. Embracing this mindset, Su Nian purchased a considerable amount of men and oppos as clothing, all in sizes 185 and above. She considered herself quite discerning when it came to men. Anyone who could not fit into a size 185 garment could never be her partner. After completing her transactions, she made several trips with the store clerks to load her car with bags of clothing, shoes, and socks. Fortunately, her vehicle had ample space, or else it would have been quite a challenge to fit everything. Upon returning to the underground parking of her apartment complex, Su Nian parked her car and entered the elevator with a bag of food. The clothing had already been stored away in her space. When the elevator reached the ground floor, the doors opened to reveal two elderly women, both laden with heavy bags, their faces flushed and glistening with perspiration. As they settled inside, they engaged in casual conversation. "We must hurry and fill all the containers at home. They're implementing scheduled water supply restrictions starting tomorrow," one exclaimed. "In this heat, how can we manage without water? Indeed, my little grandson would spend all day in the water if he could. What a predicament it is. First limited electricity, and now limited water. Is life regressing?" The other responded, "I've heard many people online discussing the impending apocalypse. I don't understand all that talk, but it never hurts to stock up on food and water." Su Nian stood quietly behind them, listening intently to their exchange. Before long, the ladies reached their floor and exited the elevator, leaving Su Nian alone. She had been so consumed with her shopping that she had neglected to check the community group messages and was unaware of the impending water restrictions. Once home, she closed the door behind her and immediately stowed her food in the storage space, retrieving her phone to access the community owners group. As soon as she opened it, an announcement popped up confirming the news of the scheduled water and electricity restrictions. After reading the message, Su Nian let out a slow breath and turned off her phone. Taking advantage of the remaining water, she quickly took a shower and returned to her bedroom to turn on a cooling fan. With the evening temperature still hovering around 30 degrees, she typically relied on just the fan. After filling her previously purchased 1,000 water tanks and buckets, Su Nian had ordered an additional 200 of each. By now, all had been filled, and with the knowledge of the water restrictions, she felt reassured. Though Su Nian had no shortage of water, she was determined not to waste it. The water used for washing clothes and rinsing rice and vegetables was repurposed for flushing toilets, achieving a dual purpose. She believed that many others would adopt similar practices once the scheduled water supply began. After all, without frugality, life would inevitably compel one to embrace it. However, Su Nian recognized that such measures could only be temporary. As resources dwindled, the time would come when even drinking water became scarce. rendering the luxury of flushing toilets an unattainable extravagance. In such dire circumstances, even a simple flush would attract unwanted attention from those living below. In her previous life, the scarcity of water had led many to avoid using their home toilets altogether, opting instead for public facilities and eventually resorting to finding secluded corners. Some lacked any sense of public decency, relieving themselves indiscriminately. The thought of accidentally stepping into a hidden landmine during nighttime excursions was a memory Nian preferred not to revisit. In a bid to avoid such humiliations, she had taken the initiative to research solutions. To her delight, she discovered an ingenious invention: cat litter. Having never owned a cat, she had been unaware of its existence. But upon learning more, she marveled at its brilliance. Nian reached out to 2 large cat litter manufacturers, placing an order for a staggering 50 tons of litter. Now, boxes upon boxes of cat litter were stacked high in one corner of her storage space, providing her with a profound sense of security. This was the magic of her storage space. It allowed her to stack items together up to the ceiling without risk of collapse, maximizing every inch of available space. As she lay in bed, the cool breeze from the fan lulled her into thought, and before long, she drifted off to sleep. When Nian awoke again, the clock read 6 in the evening. The sun still blazed fiercely in the sky. She pulled back the curtains just a crack to peek outside, only to be blinded by the sunlight, instinctively closing her eyes. By now, everyone had grown accustomed to the rhythm of daytime hibernation and nighttime excursions, sleeping when dawn broke and rising just as the sun began to set. Chapter 9. The Man Who Sells Weapons in Order to Accommodate the Rhythms of Daily Life. Even the electricity supply was adjusted to the evening hours, providing power from 8 in the evening until midnight. Water was supplied daily from 4 to 6 in the morning and from 6 to 8 in the evening. The timing of Nian and Appo's awakening perfectly aligned with this schedule, allowing her to take a shower before commencing dinner preparations. Although the populace had grown accustomed to nocturnal activities and operating businesses at night, there were virtually no restaurants. This scarcity was not due to a lack of interest, but rather the oppressive heat and absence of electricity made it nearly impossible to store various ingredients, particularly meat. In such sweltering conditions, fresh meat would spoil within a mere 2 hours without refrigeration. Under these circumstances, who would dare to open a restaurant? The threat of causing foodborne illness, coupled with the burden of medical expenses, would only exacerbate the already precarious financial situations of families. Nian possessed a solar-powered battery, enabling her household appliances to function, allowing her to indulge in the luxury of meat. In fact, her refrigerator had long since lost power, and all its contents had been transferred into her storage space. This space served as the finest of safes, rendering the refrigerator's electricity consumption redundant. Though the refrigerator itself was off, the ice maker remained operational. Each day, Nian produced a considerable amount of ice, as her 3 air conditioning fans consumed a substantial quantity of ice cubes. On the rare occasions she made smoothies or icy desserts, she would connect the refrigerator to electricity. However, today, Nian intended to prepare a meat stew. Given the deteriorating conditions ahead, the opportunities to braise meat would become increasingly scarce. Thus, she resolved to seize the moment and prepare a generous portion. She expertly cut the premium pork belly into large cubes, blanching them to remove blood and impurities before retrieving them. The blanched pork belly was placed in a pressure cooker, where she added soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, rock sugar, and salt. Next, she introduced scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, bay leaves, and fennel. Finally, she poured in enough water to submerge the meat, secured the lid, brought it to a boil, and then simmered it gently. Nian had deliberately purchased the largest household pot available, capable of stewing dozens of pounds of pork belly in one go. Given the robust flavor of the pork, she took the opportunity to simultaneously prepare a pot of beef stew, a pot of yam and pork rib soup, and a pot of corn and pork rib soup. With numerous pots, gas canisters, and a gas stove, she efficiently managed multiple dishes without wasting any time. The aroma of various meats soon filled her apartment, permeating the air despite her tightly closed doors and windows. Before long, Sun Yin noticed inquiries in her community group about the source of the delightful meat aroma. Yet no one responded. A month prior, indulging in meat was a commonplace occurrence. However, now, enjoying a meat dish was a rare luxury, and Sun Yin wished to keep her culinary endeavors discreet, fearing unwanted attention and potential troubles. 2 hours later, the meat was fully cooked. Sun Yin ladled out some braised pork, served a bowl of yam and pork rib soup, and stored the remainder in her space on the shelves. After a month of diligent effort, 7 of the 10 shelves initially reserved for her homemade dishes were now filled. Sun Yin took a small bowl of rice and a bowl of stir-fried water spinach. On the bedroom floor, she had laid out a large straw mat, upon which rested a round table where she would dine daily. At that moment, the table bore a small bowl of braised pork, a bowl of yam and pork rib soup, a bowl of stir-fried water spinach, and a small bowl of rice. Not in a hurry to eat, Sun Yin retrieved her tablet and resumed watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a sitcom she had seen countless times, to the point of memorizing its lines. Nevertheless, she found it to be an exquisite companion for her meals. The lively banter from the show made her feel less solitary as she dined alone. After her meal, she cleaned the dishes, changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, slipped on her sneakers, and stepped outside. With no specific purchases in mind, she chose to stroll leisurely. As she walked, Sun Yin soon discovered a bustling scene ahead. Upon approaching, she realized it was a street market. A bedsheet spread across the ground displayed an array of designer bags. 2 young women were energetically promoting their wares, claiming they were all genuine products. Now, on a heartfelt clearance sale, they lamented their company and Oppo's indefinite closure, resulting in a loss of income, leaving them unable to afford even basic meals. Hearing their plight, Sun Yin felt a pang of sympathy. She understood that many women held a fondness for bags, often believing that a bag could cure all woes. Meals could be skipped, but purchasing a bag was a necessity. Sun Yin, however, did not share this affinity for designer bags. Practicality was her priority. After her rebirth, she had acquired a few bags, primarily durable hiking backpacks. After observing for a while, she turned away. These bags held no value for her, and even with ample money, she would not spend it at such a time. To do so would cast her as a foolish spendthrift in the eyes of others, offering her no advantage. Continuing her walk, she soon encountered another cluster of vendors. The stallholders varied in age and gender, selling a plethora of ostentatious items: designer handbags, high-end jewelry, clothing, shoes, and limited edition figurines. The diversity and variety left Sun Yin in awe. Eventually, as she approached a quieter stall, her interest was piqued by the items displayed. The ground was sparsely adorned with an assortment of weapons: long swords, daggers, and even rare 3-edged spikes. This was clearly the domain of a cold weapon enthusiast. Curiosity stirred within her as she glanced at the stall owner seated in the corner. Unlike other stalls positioned beneath streetlights, his was set farther away from illumination. Bathed in the dim light, Sun Yin discerned that he was a strikingly handsome man. The faint glow highlighted his chiseled nose and defined jawline, while his elongated brows and moderately full lips conveyed a sense of contemplation, as if he were troubled. Observing his neglected stall, Sun Yin surmised the nature of his distress: a lack of customers. Given that life had become more challenging than a month ago, people were less inclined to purchase weapons, preoccupied instead with selling their possessions for cash. Sun Yin crouched down and casually drew a dagger from its sheath. However, the moment the blade was exposed, she was taken aback by its dazzling cold gleam and resonant hum. Quickly retracting the dagger, she turned to the man, astonished that such a fine weapon was available for sale. Chapter 10: A lovely fairy like you, with beauty and kindness. The man raised his gaze, and in the dim light, his eyes sparkled like stars. Do you wish to purchase? His voice was cool and detached, akin to a mountain spring. Sun Yin shivered slightly. He was indeed a person of aloof demeanor. How much for this dagger? She inquired directly. This dagger, while not quite matching the quality of the one she had previously acquired, was still of commendable craftsmanship, since fate had brought them together. She did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Sun Yin's inquiry about the price, the man's eyes gleamed even brighter, and his speech quickened slightly. 50,000 for one, take your pick. 50,000. Is that excessive? What about 30,000? Sun Yin's expression turned incredulous. She abruptly dropped the dagger she was holding, standing up in alarm, her gaze cautiously fixed on the man. She was no novice when it came to prices. A dagger of such quality would start from at least 500,000 at the antique shop where she had previously shopped. Yet now, this man was asking for merely 50,000. Instead of perceiving this as a bargain, Sun Yin's instinct screamed the scam. She glanced around warily before hastily departing. I can't afford it. What if I pay and then someone follows me to rob me? In a corner, Jing Mo watched Sun Yin's hurried departure, letting out a disappointed sigh, his long fingers rubbing his stomach. He was starving, so hungry that he lacked the strength to speak. He could only express his frustration in brief phrases. After expending considerable energy to utter so many words, he had yet to complete a single transaction. Who could have imagined that this renowned interstellar arms dealer would find himself in such dire straits? He had inexplicably fallen into this world during a time-traveling incident, and it was a world on the brink of an apocalyptic era. Yet it was just on the verge, not fully engulfed in chaos. Order still reigned, and laws remained intact. Despite his considerable skills, he found no place to wield them effectively. His space was designated for weapons, rendering it unable to hold anything else. And the star coins and cards he possessed were useless here. Jing Mo had spent the day in a corner, enduring hunger. Finally, when night fell, he hoped to emulate the street vendors and earn some money for food. However, after waiting for 2 to 3 hours, not a single person approached to inquire about prices. Just when a young girl finally appeared, she was scared off by the pricing. Jing Mo shook his head helplessly, gathered the weapons from the ground into his arms, and departed. The prospect of making money through street vending was not viable. He needed to devise another plan. After Sun Yin hastily exited, she slowed her pace, strolling through the community. Yet, her mind could not help but wander back to the man she had just encountered and the weapons he had offered. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. With the apocalypse still in the distance, why would someone so brazenly set up a stall selling weapons at this time? Was the stall merely a facade to probe the conditions of their community? Though Sun Yin did not consider the safety of the community her responsibility, she still resided there and hoped nothing untoward would occur. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she turned to return. However, just as she pivoted, she collided with someone. They both stumbled back, steadying themselves after a brief moment of shock. Frowning, Sun Yin looked up to discover that the person she had bumped into was, astonishingly, the same man. You. I am not following you. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing his empty hands. Where are your things? Jing Mo, caught off guard, hesitated. If he claimed to have sold everything, would this girl believe him? Well, not quite. I hid them. He confessed. They're concealed in my space. Sun Yin ceased her inquiries, eyeing him from head to toe. Earlier, when he had sat in the corner, the distance from the streetlight had obscured his attire. Now, standing under the lamp, she could see him clearly. On such a hot day, while others wore short sleeves and sandals, he was clad in a military green jacket, camouflage trousers, and uniquely styled boots. Despite their brief contact, Sun Yin felt a chill emanating from his clothing. She had purchased various fabrics in her shopping excursions, yet she had never encountered anything like his material. His long, silver-gray hair was striking and appeared naturally colored, not dyed. The more she observed him, the more astonished she became. Who exactly was this person? Meanwhile, Jing Mo was also appraising Sun Yin. The girl before him seemed to be around 20, with fair skin and delicate features. Her eyes were particularly captivating, holding a depth that was hard to fathom. Her hair, cropped just her neck, was loosely tied back with some strands cascading down. This practical hairstyle added an air of vigor to her otherwise doll-like beauty. Though slender, hints of muscle were discernible, indicating excellent physical condition and strength. She stood there quietly, seemingly harmless yet ready to defend herself, exuding a palpable sense of vigilance. Jing Mo and Appo's lips curled slightly. She was an intriguing girl. When he suddenly smiled, Sun Yin snapped back to reality. Since you seem to have no pressing matters, and I have none either, let us part ways. While the man was peculiar, he did not instill a sense of danger in her. After careful consideration, she decided it was best to take her leave. As she turned to go, he called out to her, "Do you have anything to eat?" Sun Yin looked back in confusion, noticing his expression of distress. I am both thirsty and hungry. I can hardly hold on. His lips were dry and cracked, clearly a sign of dehydration. But what did that have to do with her? Before Sun Yin could refuse, he removed a ring from his hand. Here, take this. Sun Yin and Appo's eyes widened in suspicion. They had only met twice, and he was offering her a ring? Noticing her reaction, Jing Mo felt a bit embarrassed and quickly elaborated. This is a weapon. He gestured to the ring, and suddenly 3 sharp spikes emerged from its surface, the longest measuring about a centimeter. To the untrained eye, it appeared as an ordinary ring, devoid of any defensive purpose. A girl like you, beautiful and kind-hearted, will be just right for this. He extended the ring toward her. You can decide the price. Chapter 11. Astonishing. I am surrounded by flies previously. Sun Yin had perceived this man as someone exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, observing his actions and listening to his words, she realized that her impression of him had been profoundly misguided. Sun Yin lowered her gaze to the ring presented before her. The ring was entirely silver white, approximately 1 centimeter in width, with a simple design devoid of any carvings or embellishments. When not worn, it would escape anyone's notice. As the man had stated, if she were to wear it, others would merely perceive it as a piece of jewelry, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. In times of peace, such an item holds no value. Yet in a world where humanity devours humanity, it could indeed serve as a trump card. Sun Yin felt a surge of desire. However, the price. The man had suggested she could offer any amount, but how could she determine what was appropriate? After some contemplation, Sun Yin quoted a figure, 50,000. This was the price the man had mentioned earlier. Deal. Upon hearing the man's agreement, Sun Yin swiftly retrieved her crossbody bag and pulled out 50,000 in cash. This sum was substantial, forming a thick stack that drew attention. Observing the cash Sun Yin presented, Jing Mo was momentarily taken aback. Did she carry such a large amount of cash with her? Sun Yin nodded, as if it were self-evident. Of course. Nowadays, even mobile payments are often refused. Everything requires cash. The relentless heat, coupled with power and water outages, along with suspended classes and work, had fostered a growing wariness among the populace. Apart from large malls and supermarkets, most places now only accepted cash. Thus, every time Sun Yin went out, she carried a spacious bag to accommodate cash or supplies she purchased. Upon understanding Sun Yin and Appo's reasoning, Jing Mo nodded in realization, accepting the cash with one hand while offering the ring with the other. After the exchange was completed, Sun Yin wasted no time. Nodding at the man, she turned and briskly departed, quickly disappearing into the shadows. Watching Sun Yin's hurried retreat, Jing Mo touched his face. Was he truly that intimidating? Did he warrant such avoidance? Sun Yin, oblivious to Jing Mo and Appo's thoughts, did not head home immediately. Instead, she wandered around the community for an hour. This hour was not aimless. She was acclimating to the outdoor temperature. Each time she passed a crowd, she paused to listen to their conversations. Despite having amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, she had no intention of isolating herself. It was crucial to gather information about her surroundings. However, she did not overhear anything particularly useful, merely reports of price hikes and tales of individuals succumbing to the heat and requiring hospitalization. With no significant news and confirming that no one was following her, Sun Yin finally made her way back to her apartment building. By the time Sun Yin returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock. Water had long been suspended at this hour. She entered the bathroom, retrieving a solid wood bath barrel from her storage space. After shedding her clothes, she settled into the tub. The water was at a perfect temperature, prepared in advance for such occasions. After bathing, the water could be saved for flushing the toilet, thus minimizing waste. Sun Yin was not particularly dirty. She only had some sweat, and her short hair made washing convenient. 20 minutes later, Sun Yin emerged from the bathroom clad in a sleeveless top. She toweled her hair until it was no longer dripping, not bothering further. The heat would soon dry it. Instead of heading directly to her bedroom, she first emptied the ice from the ice maker into her storage space and refilled it with water before returning to her room. 3 air conditioning units had been activated upon her entry, and after running for some time, the temperature in the bedroom had significantly lowered. Sun Yin took out her iPad, selected a movie centered around apocalyptic disasters, and began to watch while enjoying some crayfish. Eating crayfish necessitated an accompaniment of chilled beer. She retrieved an ice bucket, half filled with ice and the other half with beer, which she had prepared in advance. With a sip of the cold beer, the flavor of the crayfish was instantly elevated. On a sweltering summer night, indulging in such a feast made life feel worthwhile. Sun Yin continued to eat and watch until the movie concluded 2 hours later, at which point she began to tidy up the table. She secured the trash bag and placed it into her storage space. In a corner of her storage, she had designated a logistics box as a makeshift trash can. When it was inconvenient to dispose of waste, she would place it there and secretly discard it in a dumpster during her evening strolls. After all, with power outages commencing after 8 o'clock, there were no surveillance cameras to worry about. The community and Oppo's streetlights were solar-powered, eliminating the need for additional electricity. Otherwise, the area would be engulfed in darkness at night. After turning off the movie, Sun Yin sought out educational videos. Her daily viewing varied, but it always pertained to various outdoor survival techniques. Even after enduring a decade of survival in her past life, Sun Yin believed that acquiring more skills was never folly. After 2 hours of study, she turned off the iPad, retrieved her dumbbells and other fitness equipment, and commenced her strength training. The housing prices in Sun Yin's community were exceptionally high, not merely due to its prime location and lush greenery, but also because of the superior quality of the buildings, which boasted excellent sound insulation. Even when hosting a party at home, as long as she closed the door, she wouldn't disturb anyone else. To thrive in an apocalyptic world, possessing a healthy body and sufficient combat skills was essential. In her previous life, despite the harsh survival conditions, Sun Yin had never neglected her training. Given the vastly improved circumstances of this life, she was all the more diligent in her workouts. To become complacent in a world on the brink of collapse would be tantamount to courting death. It was not until dawn broke, the sun began to rise, and the water supply resumed, that Sun Yin finally paused. Once the sweat on her body had subsided somewhat, she took a shower, consumed a light meal, and allowed her food to settle before retiring for the night. When she awoke, the sun was already descending. Leaning against her pillow, Sun Yin opened her phone. Upon accessing a forum, she immediately encountered a post titled, "Astonishing. I am surrounded by flies." The text of the post was not extensive, and Sun Yin quickly scanned through it. However, the accompanying images caused her brow to furrow. In the pictures, swarms of green-headed flies were seen buzzing in unison. The sheer density of those flies sent shivers down her spine, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. Chapter 12. Being followed, the landlord stated that due to the sweltering heat, he had indulged in a day of laziness and neglected to take out the trash. However, unexpectedly, in the midst of a half-awake stupor that afternoon, he was roused by the incessant buzzing sound. Upon awakening fully, he was startled to find that the room was swarming with green flies. The landlord claimed he was utterly shocked. Yet, Sun Yin believed he could not have been that frightened, for otherwise this post would not exist. Reflecting on this, Sun Yin recalled a particularly popular phrase from short video. When faced with any situation, do not panic. Instead, take out your phone and share it on social media. Whether the landlord had shared it on social media remained unknown to Sun Yin, but posting on the forum certainly astonished many. Numerous individuals left comments, stating they had never before encountered such enormous green flies, let alone seen so many at once. However, as Sun Yin scrolled down, she noticed someone had posted a photograph showcasing green flies as well. The emergence of these flies heralded the official onset of the apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, flies are particularly active at temperatures ranging from 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, becoming lethargic at 35 to 40 degrees due to excessive heat. At temperatures between 45 and 47 degrees, they face mortality. Yet, the daytime temperature had soared to nearly 60 degrees, with the ground temperature being even higher. In such conditions, the flies not only survived, but grew larger and more vigorous than ever before. Though Sun Yin was not a scientist and could not comprehend the cause of this phenomenon, her experiences from a past life had taught her that these flies possess an extraordinary reproductive capability. They lay eggs indiscriminately, maturing within 3 to 5 days, taking to the air and then laying eggs again. The mere thought of being surrounded by these green flies in her past life sent chills down Sun Yin's spine. In addition to flies, there was also a rampant proliferation of mosquitoes and rats, with cockroaches plaguing the southern regions. Living in the north, Sun Yin had not personally witnessed cockroaches, but she had seen some images online during her previous life that were so repulsive she preferred not to recall them. These pests adapted to their environment more swiftly than humans, pilfering and destroying supplies. The heat, coupled with power shortages, made it challenging to preserve resources. The rapid increase in pests only exacerbated the situation. All food had to be sealed and stored in cool places, and prepared meals should ideally be consumed within an hour. Trash needed prompt disposal. A single lapse in diligence could lead not only to hunger, but also to being besieged by flies and mosquitoes, or witnessing rats scurrying about. Sun Yin had experienced all of this in her past life, and she had no desire to endure it a second time. Without further ado, Sun Yin hastily rose to her feet. She meticulously cleaned her home and stowed away all unnecessary furniture into her storage space. With her original furnishings already sparse, storing away most of them left her abode feeling even more vacant. Despite this, Sun Yin could not shake off her unease. She retrieved insecticide and diligently sprayed every nook and cranny, with particular emphasis on the toilet and drains. These areas could not be overlooked. Once she finished these tasks, she finally took the time to wash up. Even with the air conditioning running while she slept, she felt sticky upon waking. Fortunately, water supply was currently available, making a shower quite convenient. That night, Sun Yin chose not to venture outside. Instead, after darkness had completely descended, she lifted a corner of the curtain to peer outside. The community was illuminated by streetlights, revealing a fair number of people outside, and the sounds conveyed a lively atmosphere. Yet, Sun Yin knew that such a situation could not last for long. Within a few days, the number of flies and mosquitoes surged dramatically, with numerous posts online from people lamenting that their homes had been overrun by these pests. Although the flies and mosquitoes had adapted to the current high temperatures, they tended to hide in the shadows during the day, only emerging at night when the sun had set and the temperature dropped slightly. If flies were merely disgusting, mosquitoes were both revolting and detestable. These mosquitoes were more venomous than their predecessors. After being bitten, the skin would quickly swell, becoming itchy and painful. Even more infuriating, they would lay eggs in the wounds. Previously, as night fell, everyone would descend to stroll and breathe in the sweltering fresh air. However, now, even under the cover of darkness, there were hardly any people outside. Those who needed to venture out no longer wore short sleeves and shorts. Instead, they wrapped themselves up tightly from head to toe. Cases of fever due to mosquito bites surged, and the sound of ambulances echoed throughout the city, constantly busy. Some individuals brought to the hospital were saved, yet others never opened their eyes again. The hospital was already overcrowded, and with this new influx, there was scarcely any space to stand. Sun Yin came across photographs of the hospital shared online, and she too fell silent. In such weather, the deceased needed to be cremated promptly, otherwise corpses would begin to decay within a day. As night fell, the sounds of ambulances were joined by those of hearses. With temperatures refusing to drop, the resumption of work remained a distant hope. Prices soared, and it became increasingly difficult to preserve supplies. Amidst the oppressive heat and the annoyance of pests, coupled with the loss of loved ones, some could not bear the burden and chose to end their lives. Yet others, in the face of such circumstances, magnified their inner darkness infinitely. Since witnessing the green flies, Sun Yin had refrained from leaving her home for half a month. Considering that her neighbors ventured out at night to procure supplies, she felt it was time for her to do the same. Dressed in long sleeves and pants, with a mask, hat, and gloves adorning her, Sun Yin fully armed herself before swiftly opening the door, stepping out, and quickly shutting it behind her. It was now 9 in the evening, and total darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet the power had been cut off. Making her way to the stairwell, she descended slowly, step by step. Residing on the 18th floor, the descent was manageable, but she would soon have to ascend again. Even with her good stamina, the thought of the climb ahead was daunting. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Sun Yin first sprayed insecticide on her car before quickly slipping inside, taking advantage of the insect's hesitation to approach. Once inside the vehicle, she exhaled in relief and drove away from the garage. The community was eerily quiet, with hardly a soul in sight. Sun Yin drove out of the community and headed straight to a nearby supermarket. Even from a distance, she could see a long queue forming outside the entrance. Recently, the restrictions on supplies had tightened, controlling the number of individuals allowed entry. Consequently, long lines had become inevitable. Sun Yin was reluctant to wait in line. She planned to wander around outside for a bit before returning to retrieve some supplies from her storage space. Just as Sun Yin turned her vehicle around to leave, she noticed she was being followed. With so few people driving out now, especially given that fuel prices had skyrocketed more than fivefold, most individuals could scarcely afford meals, let alone the luxury of driving. Chapter 13. She is well-stocked. Trailing behind was a silver van. Sun Yin glanced at it through the rearview mirror, a slight smile curling her lips as she pressed the accelerator, propelling her vehicle forward with sudden speed. The engine roared to life, its sound piercing the stillness of the night. Sun Yin drove swiftly, soon reaching the outskirts of the city, where she finally halted the car. Stepping out, she leaned against the vehicle, awaiting the van and Oppo's approach. Once it came to a stop, several figures emerged, all heavily bundled, their faces obscured by fabric, revealing only their eyes. The leading man took a few steps forward, sizing up Sun Yin. His voice, muffled by the cloth, was laced with contempt. "Little girl, you have quite the nerve. Realizing you were being followed, instead of retreating home, you chose to venture into this desolate wilderness." Sun Yin leaned against the car, offering him only a fleeting glance. Devoid of any response, perhaps feeling slighted by her indifference, the man's tone sharpened considerably. "Here's your chance. Lead us to your home and hand over your money, food, drink, and gasoline, not to mention your vehicle. Be wise, and we might spare your life." "Tiger brother," another voice chimed in. "She's just a delicate little girl. Living alone is perilous. Why not join us? We big men can certainly protect her well. Indeed, not only can we protect her, but we can also cherish her." Laughter erupted among the men at this suggestion. Hearing their taunts, Sun Yin stood upright, grasping the tang knife resting on the hood of her car. This blade, measuring 107 centimeters in total length, boasted a 70-centimeter edge, a width of 3.2 centimeters, a thickness of 0.6 centimeters, and weighed 4 jin and 4 taels. The dark wooden sheath was adorned with silver peonies, exuding an air of elegance and gravitas. The beauty of the knife was not its only allure. It was the craftsmanship that truly captivated her. Drawing the knife, she pointed it at the man. "Enough chatter. Do you wish to come me one by one or all together?" The man known as Tiger Brother erupted in laughter at her defiance. "Have you been watching too many dramas? Do you think wielding a mere knife makes you a heroine? Since you refuse to heed our warnings, we shall teach you that being a hero with a flimsy blade is folly. Come at her, boys." At Tiger Brother's signal, several men charged toward Sun Yin. Rather than retreating, she met their advance head-on. With years of martial training and a decade of survival in apocalyptic conditions behind her, her strikes were fierce and precise, targeting their vulnerabilities without unnecessary flourish. The men were mere street thugs, lacking any formal martial training, and were no match for her. Despite the length of the tang knife, it was remarkably agile, landing precise cuts on her assailants. Though they were heavily bundled, the thin layers of fabric offered little protection, and soon their blood flowed freely. Within mere minutes of confrontation, Tiger Brother recognized that Sun Yin was not to be trifled with, and his demeanor shifted. "We were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. We promise to stay far away from you in the future." Ignoring his pleas, Sun Yin swiftly dispatched the next man, moving with lethal efficiency. Tiger Brother watched in horror as his fallen companions lay silent at his feet, retreating step by step, his gaze filled with fear. You dare to kill. You're a murderer." With a cold laugh, Sun Yin silenced him with a single, fatal blow. Tiger Brother crumpled to the ground, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief and terror. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly frail girl could unleash such ruthlessness in this era of peace. Approaching the van, Sun Yin ensured it was empty before opening the door. Spotting a dash cam inside, she swiftly extracted the memory card, stowing it away, and violently dismantled the camera. Casting it aside, a foul odor emanated from the van, causing her to wrinkle her nose in disdain. She had no interest in rummaging through its contents. She was well stocked. Turning away from the van, she retrieved a cloth from her storage space to wipe the blood from her knife. Then she sheathed it and drove away. Throughout the ordeal, Sun Yin exhibited little emotion. To her, killing these men was no different from slaughtering a chicken, regardless of whether their pursuit was coincidental or premeditated. She could not allow them to leave alive. Any hint of mercy on her part would only invite trouble in the future. Better to eliminate the threat now. Having lived in a post-apocalyptic world for 10 years, Sun Yin had long since shed any inclination toward mercy. As she neared her residential complex, she parked in a dimly lit area, switching off the lights. Emerging from her storage space, she changed her clothes, placing the discarded garments into a trash bag, which she tucked away. With power outages common and surveillance rendered ineffective, she was confident that the site of her recent actions, far from the city center in an isolated area, bore no witnesses. She was assured that she had left no trace behind, and the current circumstances afforded her little worry about being discovered. However, the bloodied clothing could not simply be discarded. It was safer within her storage than anywhere else. Upon reaching the underground garage of her complex, Sun Yin carried the supplies she had retrieved and made her way to the stairwell. Although there were mosquitoes in the hallway, the numbers paled in comparison to those outside. She ascended slowly, reaching the 18th floor in 10 minutes. Before she could unlock her door, a neighboring girl peeked out, asking, "Did you go to gather supplies? Was the line long? Could you bring me some next time? I'll pay you." "No," Sun Yin replied curtly. "Why not?" The girl pouted, but quickly added, "Then could I join you next time? I know you have a car." This time, Sun Yin didn't refuse outright. "Fine, but it'll cost 400 for the round trip." The girl erupted in protest. "Why do you need to charge for gas? You'd use fuel regardless. What's the issue with taking me along? We've been neighbors for over a year, and you want to even help me with this small favor. How cold-hearted can you be?" Chapter 14. The Coming of the Apocalypse. These two must die upon hearing the girl in damp. Oppose. S-words, Sun Yin couldn't in damp. Oppose. T help but laugh in anger. "What? Am I your mother? Am I supposed to drive you to the supermarket for free? However, even if you insist on calling me mom, I wouldn't want a daughter like you." After saying this, Sun Yin entered her house without waiting for the girl's reaction. The soundproofing was effective, and she only caught a glimpse of the girl cursing as she closed the door, after which there was silence. Sun Yin stowed away the items she had been carrying into her space and proceeded to her bedroom, where she turned on the air conditioning before stepping back out. She did not rush to take a shower, but rather commenced her training for the day. The furniture in the living room had long been cleared away by Sun Yin, leaving the space empty and ideal for her practice. Today's events made Sun Yin acutely aware that such tranquil days would not last long. She needed to hone her skills and enhance her abilities to survive better and longer. 3 hours later, drenched in sweat, Sun Yin entered the bathroom. She retrieved a bathing tub, undressed, and settled into the warm water. After breaking a sweat, soaking in a hot bath felt utterly delightful. Suburbs. Not far from where Sun Yin had driven away, a figure emerged from the woods. It was Jing Mo, his silver hair glinting in the light. He strode towards the scattered bodies on the ground, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He had indeed not misjudged her. She was an intriguing girl, ruthless and decisive in her actions. Simply marvelous. Ignoring the corpses, Jing Mo approached the van, entered, closed the door, and drove away. A free vehicle, quite splendid. He resolved to express his gratitude to her during their next encounter. Unbeknownst to Sun Yin, someone was already contemplating how to thank her upon their next meeting. After her bath, Sun Yin enjoyed the cool breeze from the air conditioning while savoring skewers and watching a movie. The film was filled with bloody violence, yet she relished every bite. This was truly an engaging show. Once satiated, she noted that it was already 4:00 and Oppo's clock. Outside, dawn had broken, signaling bedtime for some. However, Sun Yin had no intention of resting. She emerged from her bedroom, fetched a stool, and positioned herself at the door. After about 10 minutes, she heard commotion outside. Someone was attempting to pry open the door. They had arrived. A smile crept onto Sun Yan and Appo's lips as she swiftly kicked the stool aside, opened the door, and delivered a kick to each of the two individuals waiting outside. The pair had not anticipated the door swinging open so suddenly, nor did they expect Sun Yan to launch an unprovoked attack. Without holding back, she exerted her full strength, sending them crashing against the wall before they crumpled to the ground. With the door securely closed behind her, Sun Yan regarded the two from above. One of them was Zhao Xiaoye, the girl who lived next door and had previously asked to hitch a ride. The other was Chun Weiguang, her boyfriend. Zhao Xiaoye, a streamer with a decent income, and Chun Weiguang, a petty thug who had dabbled in lockpicking and had been arrested for theft, were both known to Sun Yan. In her past life, Zhao Xiaoye had sought Sun Yan and Appo's help for a ride during the onset of the apocalypse, when Sun Yan and Appo's guard was not as high. They had been neighbors for over a year, and Zhao Xiaoye had always greeted her with a bright smile, leading Sun Yan to have a favorable impression of her, which had resulted in Sun Yan's initial compliance. What began as a request for a ride escalated into a demand for food and drink, which Sun Yan tolerated. However, when Chun Weiguang attempted to lay hands on her, Zhao Xiaoye not only failed to intervene, but also accused Sun Yan of seducing him, urging Chun to teach her a lesson. Recalling their previous behavior made Sun Yan feel nauseous. As society began to crumble, people acted without restraint. Sun Yan could not allow them to bully her, so she retaliated, marking her first kill in her previous life. Upon her rebirth, she frequently encountered the pair, but chose to ignore them, merely biding her time. She awaited the collapse of order. When the apocalypse arrived, they must die. What surprised Sun Yan was Zhao Xiaoye and Appo's audacity to request a ride today. The moment she refused, Sun Yan knew Zhao Xiaoye would not let it go easily. Zhao Xiaoye, seemingly cheerful and gentle, was actually quite petty. Since the early hours were when most people slept, if Zhao Xiaoye intended to act, it would be at this hour. Thus, Sun Yan waited at the door. True to form, Zhao Xiaoye did not disappoint. She arrived shortly after 4, clearly impatient. Chun Weiguang, being a man, recovered quickly from the kick and scrambled to his feet. "You filthy bitch! How dare you kick me? I'll teach you a lesson today." As he charged at Sun Yan, she seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could react, Sun Yan crouched down and dislocated both of his shoulders. His cries echoed throughout the floor. Unfazed, Sun Yan stepped on his chest, watching as his face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, struggling to breathe. Zhao Xiaoye managed to rise, and upon witnessing the scene, her complexion turned ashen. "Why you?" she stammered, her gaze fixed on Sun Yan as if she were a demon. "Let him go, or I'll call the police." Trembling, she fumbled for her phone. "Go ahead and call," Sun Yan replied with a smile, pointing at the lock-picking tools on the ground. "You attempted to pry open my door and assault me. This is merely self-defense. In the past, the police would have taken you in for this. But in the current circumstances, who knows if they would even come? If they did, they would likely just give you a verbal reprimand. After all, just like I said, they would have to provide meals, which is hardly worth it." Even though orders still lingered, such matters typically went unaddressed by the police. Even if they did respond, they would only offer a few words of caution. Especially now, with the sun about to rise, the outside temperature would soon soar above 60 degrees. No police officer would venture out under such conditions. Sun Yan's words effectively dispelled Zhao Xiaoye's thoughts of calling for help. Tears welled in Zhao Xiaoye's eyes as she looked at Sun Yan, her tone softening. "We were wrong. I'm sorry. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again." Chapter 15. The water supply has completely ceased. Sun Yan fixed her gaze on Zhao Xiaoye for a moment, inquiring, "Do you truly comprehend your mistake? And what about him?" As she spoke, she pressed her foot down firmly. Chun Weiguang winced in pain, his body convulsing before his eyes rolled back. Zhao Xiaoye watched in horror, tears streaming down her face, as she nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "He knows. He knows. We will never dare again." Satisfied, Sun Yan withdrew her foot. "Since you are sincerely admitting your faults, I shall grant you an opportunity. Cherish it well." With that, she turned and strode towards her front door. Even as she opened the door to her home, silence lingered behind her. Sun Yan, however, had no intention of letting them go that easily. It was merely inconvenient to eliminate them within the confines of the apartment building. She understood that regardless of Zhao Xiaoya's current contrition, they would inevitably seek revenge in the future. Next time, they would undoubtedly devise a meticulous plan, choosing a location away from prying eyes. Sun Yin was resolute in denying them another chance to ensnare her. The moment they dared to leave the building, their demise would be imminent. 3 fleeting days passed, and while Sun Yin awaited Zhao Xiaoya and Chen Weiguang to venture out, she instead received the alarming news of a total water supply failure. 2 months of scorching heat had led to countless fires. Despite precautionary measures and intensified repairs at night, the sheer number of aging infrastructure made it impossible to keep up. On that very afternoon, the motor room of the water plant caught fire. Most residents had already succumbed to slumber during the blaze, oblivious to the unfolding disaster. By the time they awoke, not only had the motor room been completely consumed by flames, but the nearby equipment factory had also succumbed to destruction. Gazing at the images circulating online, even Sun Yin, reborn as she was, felt a chill run down her spine. With the water plant in such ruin, it was evident that a water supply would be unattainable for the foreseeable future. Humans can survive without food for 7 days, yet without water, they would struggle to last 3, even under normal conditions. In the current oppressive heat, the prospect of surviving even a single day without water seemed bleak. While every household likely had some stored water, the quantities were limited. How long could they endure? Messages flooded the community group, each one discussing the urgent need to purchase water. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to venture out together once darkness fell. The recent unrest had made the streets perilous. A neighbor had been robbed during a previous supply run. Since then, residents had opted to travel in groups, hoping that greater numbers would deter potential threats. Sun Yin switched off her phone, donned her attire, and stepped outside. As she opened the door, she was startled to find Zhao Xiaoya and Chen Weiguang before her. They too had just emerged, taken aback by her sudden appearance, and instinctively took a step back. Disregarding their presence, Sun Yin made her way toward the staircase. Exchanging glances, Zhao Xiaoya and Chen Weiguang followed suit. Descending the stairs, Sun Yin encountered several residents, though most were men. Young women like her were a rarity. Unfazed by their scrutiny, she noted that most individuals exited the building directly, with only a few, like her, heading to the underground parking lot. After all, the number of people willing to use their cars at such a time was dwindling. Gasoline was not only expensive but also difficult to procure. The moderate temperatures posed challenges for fuel transport, with the risk of oil tankers exploding en route. Gasoline had become increasingly scarce. As Sun Yin drove out of the parking garage, she did not head to the nearest shopping mall, but rather chose a more distant destination. She maintained a slow speed, allowing Zhao Xiaoya and Chen Weiguang the chance to catch up. To her surprise, they had procured a fast-moving electric scooter, with Zhao Xiaoya at the helm and Chen Weiguang wielding an axe from the rear. As the scooter drew nearer, Sun Yin could clearly discern the expressions on their faces. Chen Weiguang sneered, "You filthy whore, today I will make you pay." With that, he raised the axe and swung it toward her car window. In response, Sun Yin felt no fear. Instead, she pressed down hard on the gas, propelling the vehicle forward just as Chen Weiguang's strike missed entirely. Overexerting himself, he nearly brought the axe down upon his own leg, forcing him to release it to avoid injury. Zhao Xiaoya, startled by the sudden turn of events, attempted to brake, but the abruptness of the maneuver caused the scooter to swerve before they managed to stabilize it. As they dismounted, their faces darkened, realizing they had wasted precious time. Sun Yin had likely driven far away by now. If they missed this opportunity, she would be on guard, making it ever more difficult to find a chance to strike. Just as they lamented their misfortune, they heard Sun Yin and Appo's voice, "Are you looking for me?" Both Zhao Xiaoya and Chen Weiguang turned towards the sound. Illuminated by the scooter and Appo's headlights, there stood Sun Yin, less than 10 meters away. Seeing her return, Chen Weiguang was momentarily stunned before breaking into a grin. "You wretched girl, how dare you come back? Watch how I deal with you today." As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve the axe and, brandishing it, approached Sun Yin with menacing intent. "Last time I was unprepared, allowing you to prevail. Today, you will understand my strength." Sun Yin found his bravado laughable. Some individuals are reluctant to acknowledge their own inadequacies, instead seeking excuses for their failures. In mere moments, Chen Weiguang stood before her, axe raised high, ready to strike. Just as the weapon descended, Sun Yin swiftly evaded, vanishing from sight. Chen Weiguang's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively searched for her whereabouts. However, before he could locate her, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and his pupils dilated in shock as he glanced down to find the tip of a knife protruding from his torso, glimmering ominously even in the darkness. Standing behind him, Sun Yin, her expression devoid of emotion, withdrew her dagger with a smooth motion. As she did, Chen Weiguang's body crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Not far away, Zhao, Xiaoya, and Appo's face blanched as she witnessed the scene. She opened her mouth to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. Chapter 16. When in a bad mood, have a bowl of snail noodle soup. Sun Yin approached Zhao Xiaoya step by step, causing Zhao Xiaoya to fall back in fright. You, please don't come any closer. I was wrong. I truly regret it. I will never dare again. It was all his idea. It has nothing to do with me. You've already killed him. Could you possibly let me go? Regardless of Zhao Xiaoya's pleas, Sun Yin did not hesitate, but continued her advance until she stood before her. Before Zhao Xiaoya could utter another word, Sun Yin swiftly sliced the dagger across her throat. The sharp blade carved a thin line on her neck, and before the blood could gush forth, Sun Yin forcefully kicked Zhao Xiaoya to the ground. Without a second glance at Zhao Xiaoya's lifeless body, Sun Yin turned and departed. The nature of man is hard to change. No matter how contrite Zhao Xiaoya appeared now, if left to her own devices, she would undoubtedly return to her old ways. Only death could provide true peace of mind. As Sun Yin walked away, the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a luminous full moon. The cool moonlight cascaded down, enveloping Sun Yin and casting her silhouette in a melancholic glow. In the shadows of the corner, Jing Mo turned the ring around his finger, surprised to see her again under such dire circumstances. He admired her decisiveness, yet her lonely figure tugged at his heartstrings. For the first time, he yearned to draw near to someone to understand her and perhaps walk beside her. Sun Yin returned to her car and drove away. In her previous life, after the fire at the water plant, the community never regained its water supply. People stood in line at supermarkets to purchase water. While the prices at the supermarket were not exorbitant, there were limits. Each person could only buy 500 milliliters per day. What does 500 milliliters mean? A bottle of Nongfu Spring is precisely 500 milliliters. One bottle a day merely suffices to prevent a person from dying of thirst. If there were more family members, they could buy multiple bottles for cooking. However, if there was only one or two people in the household, 2 bottles would barely suffice even for instant noodles, let alone for washing up or bathing. In addition to supermarket purchases, water trucks occasionally came to the community to sell water, but at twice the supermarket price. In their community, there were still wealthy individuals, and each time the water truck arrived, many queued to buy water. Yet, the water they obtained could only guarantee meals and basic hygiene. The luxury of bathing was beyond the reach of most. Sun Yin resolved that upon returning home today, she would forego using the toilet. With everyone struggling to find water for cooking, it would be absurd for her to still have water for flushing. Though she had never used cat litter, she was not averse to it. She was not one to be finicky. From that day forward, Sun Yin, reminiscent of the early days of the apocalypse, descended stairs daily. Each time she ventured down, she carried a bag on her back and a bucket in her hand. Many others were like her, the only difference being that while others carried buckets that serve as makeshift toilets, Sun Yin and Appo's bucket was empty. She merely mimicked this behavior to avoid drawing attention to her uniqueness. However, such a pretense could not last indefinitely. With news of a secure base yet to be announced, Sun Yin had no choice but to continue waiting. After a complete cessation of water supply for half a month, incidents of robbery began to rise. Not only were people robbed while out purchasing water, but some were also attacked in their homes. This had occurred in her past life as well. At this time, Sun Yin was preoccupied with thoughts of how to secure more water, paying little attention to online news. By the time she learned of it, incidents of robbery had already happened within her community. The robbers were typically large, intimidating men, Some were local thugs while others had joined later. Initially, they would lie in wait on the streets to rob those seeking supplies, but soon they grew dissatisfied, deeming their haul too meager and slow. They then shifted their focus to affluent neighborhoods, believing the residents to be wealthy and possessing ample resources. Victims reported the robberies to the police, but law enforcement did not respond until the following evening. Lacking surveillance footage and unable to clearly identify the robbers, the cases went unresolved. This emboldened others who were already inclined toward crime to join in as robbers. Purchasing goods became a cumbersome task, requiring money and patience, and yielding little return. However, the prospect of robbery offered a different scenario altogether. People, unwilling to be victims, banded together to resist, while others, feeling powerless, chose to join the ranks of the marauders. The fragile order that remained shattered in an instant. In her previous life, Nian had no desire to become a thief, nor to be victimized. She could only rise to defend herself. Some, recognizing her formidable skills, approached her seeking companionship and protection. Yet, they offered nothing in return, abandoning her in times of danger. From that moment on, Nian resolved to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others. The fate of others was of no concern to her. The lesson learned in her past life guided her to avoid entanglements. Nian now led a solitary life, closing her door each day. When in good spirits, she indulged in crawfish and barbecued delicacies. When her mood soured, she consoled herself with a bowl of snail noodle soup accompanied by 2 spiced chicken feet. Afterward, she would relish a warm bath, lie on her bed with the air conditioning blowing gently, and either watch a film or enjoy a variety show, savoring her leisurely existence. As time passed, November arrived. In previous years, northern November brought a chill, necessitating heavy coats. However, the daytime temperatures still lingered between 50 and 60 degrees, with nighttime temperatures remaining in the 30s and 40s. After months of relentless heat, people transitioned from initial agitation to gradual despair, ultimately becoming numb. 10 days prior, a total power outage occurred. The ongoing high temperatures had ignited numerous fires, damaging the electrical systems beyond repair. Life became increasingly difficult for those residing in high-rise buildings. Many sought to trade supplies with those on lower floors and relocated to live there. Nian's floor was now deserted, with everyone else having moved down. During her nighttime outings, Nian had caught the attention of some unsavory characters. After all, as a solitary young woman, she appeared an easy target. However, after she publicly incapacitated a man attempting to rob her of water, no one dared to trouble her again. Chapter 17. To the base residing on a higher floor, though inconvenient, was preferable for Nian compared to living in someone else's home or amidst a crowd. At least in her solitary abode, she found a semblance of tranquility. Aside from the necessity of descending daily, Nian felt that her solitary lifestyle was quite agreeable. As November dawned, the supermarket fell under national control. Those who once dared to stir trouble in the markets lost their audacity, redirecting their malice towards others in search of supplies. Nian found herself targeted a few times. A mere glance revealed that these individuals had blood on their hands. For such people, Nian harbored no compassion, often ending their lives with a swift strike. In the dead of night, death became an all-too-common occurrence. Despite patrols sent from above to maintain order, their effectiveness was minimal. Survival had become a luxury, and compliance with authority was a distant notion. As the new year approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, devoid of any festive spirit. The sweltering heat accelerated the decay of food, with even uncooked grains infested with pests. Once small and inconspicuous, the weevils and other vermin had now grown significantly larger, surpassing the size of ordinary rice grains. When some opened their grain barrels, met with a swarm of wriggling insects, despair gripped them, not from fear, but from the hopelessness of losing their dwindling food supplies. Once a harmonious community, the small group saw communication dwindle as conflicts over resources emerged. Previously, Nian would witness groups bustling to procure supplies at night, but now distances grew between them, signaling a palpable tension. It was not surprising that those who had merely cohabited temporarily would part ways once interests clashed. This was the very reason Nian preferred solitude over teaming up with others. On New Year's Eve, Nian celebrated alone, preparing a feast of sweet and sour fish, braised beef, boiled shrimp, and garlic broccoli. This marked the first new year since the apocalypse. In her past life, she had shared a pot of boiled noodles with her neighbors, where disputes over uneven portions had almost led to conflict, leaving no one smiling. Now, although alone, Nian felt an unexpected joy in her solitary celebration. If she could continue to mark the new year in such a manner, her heart would be content. After the new year, power was completely cut off, and the community no longer received water deliveries. While the market still opened each night, the offerings were scant, and some would wait all night only to leave empty-handed. The small rivers and lakes in the city had long since dried up under the relentless sun, which scorched the earth, leaving low shrubs dead and fell for firewood, while towering trees wilted in a state of despair. Such a life obscured any glimmer of hope, as despair seeped into every corner. Those with relatives in rural areas contemplated fleeing, but with no gasoline, traveling became a daunting challenge. Even if they made it to the countryside, the quality of life there was uncertain. Many in Nian and Oppos, as community chose to leave. Some even sought gasoline from her, but she refused, claiming her own supply had dwindled. To substantiate her claim, Nian walked every night. There were attempts to invade her home, yet none could overpower her, and they ultimately retreated unwillingly. Many departed, but Nian remained, awaiting news from the base. In her previous life, she had ventured into the countryside with her neighbors. Though life there was hardly superior to urban existence. Only deep wells yielded water, while shallow ones ran dry. The countryside lacked large supermarkets, and villagers hoarded their supplies. Unwilling to trade, they resorted to foraging for roots and tree bark, barely sustaining themselves until they learned of a small base and moved there. However, life at the small base proved no better than outside, and soon after, they faced a severe drop in temperature, making survival even more arduous. In this life, Nian resolved to avoid such detours. She would remain in her current location, waiting for the official announcement of the 10 major bases, after which she intended to head directly to one. The information regarding the 10 bases had reached her in her previous life, with reports suggesting that life there was quite satisfactory, resembling the pre-apocalypse era. Uncertain of when the base information would be disclosed, she ceased venturing outside, opting instead to listen to the radio daily, eagerly anticipating updates. Nian had meticulously stockpiled radios of various models and price ranges, acquiring dozens, along with numerous accessories. As June arrived quietly, one afternoon, while Nian was in a drowsy state, she suddenly heard a voice emanating from the radio. Upon hearing the mention of a base, she jolted upright, fixating intently on the device to catch the unfolding news. The authorities had established 10 secure bases nationwide, with the first base located a mere 200 kilometers from her city. This distance was not considerable under normal circumstances. It would take no more than 3 hours to reach from her apartment. Even in the current abnormal situation, Nian believed she could arrive within 5 hours. Finally, she had received news of the base, and without a moment and Oppos, as hesitation, she began her preparations to depart. It was only 5 in the afternoon, with several hours until sunset, providing her ample time to organize her belongings. Every piece of furniture and appliance she had grown accustomed to was carefully stored in her space. After nightfall, she dismantled her solar panels and awnings, ensuring everything was secured. The apartment was left eerily empty. Anticipating that others would come to inspect her residence after her departure, Nian set up a modest array of furniture and appliances in the apartment, items she had casually collected during her foraging. Once she confirmed that everything portable was taken care of, Nian donned her gear, locked the door, and made her way to the underground parking lot. The parking area was filled with vehicles, many coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating a long absence of use. Without lingering, Nian approached her own vehicle. Besides this Hummer, her space contained several other vehicles, some custom-made for her, including off-roaders, RVs, and heavy trucks, alongside two she had purchased amidst soaring prices. Chapter 18. Entering the base, each individual was required to pay 10 gene of grain. With her several million in hand, It was inconceivable for her to exhaust it merely by purchasing a few supplies each day. Nian, unwilling to squander her resources, opted instead to procure 2 off-road vehicles. The condition was that the dealership owner could assist her in acquiring $2 million worth of gasoline. During that time, prices were soaring and everyone was preoccupied with stockpiling food, leaving the automotive industry largely neglected. Nian's willingness to buy 2 vehicles worth $1 million each, along with such a considerable amount of fuel, was met with the dealership owner's eager consent, as he stood to earn a substantial profit from the transaction. Nian was indifferent to his earnings. Spending the money to convert it into gasoline stored in her space was far more advantageous than hoarding useless paper currency. As of now, she still retained a cash reserve of over $100,000. Nian recognized that there would be no further opportunity to spend this money. Fortunately, it wasn't a significant loss. As Nian drove out of the underground parking lot, the roar of the engine drew the attention of the remaining survivors in the community. She heard shouts and curses, and some even sprinted after a vehicle. However, Nian did not hesitate and sped out of the neighborhood. These individuals had previously set their sights on her, but were simply unable to overpower her. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though they coexisted peacefully, yet Nian was acutely aware that given the slightest chance, they would devour her whole. She was no saint. There was no way she would divulge information about the base to these people, nor would she lead them to safety. Upon exiting the community, Nian continued her swift journey towards the highway. The city appeared deceptively tranquil, yet beneath the surface a tempest brewed. Numerous individuals lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Nian sought to avoid unnecessary complications and simply wished to depart with haste. Some, hearing the sound of her vehicle, rushed out and even positioned themselves in the middle of the road, attempting to force her to halt. But there was no way Nian would stop. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, and as she approached, those obstructing her path quickly darted to the side. With a mere scoff, she acknowledged their cowardice. Self-preservation was an inherent trait of humanity. As she neared the outskirts of the city, Nian noticed a familiar van trailing behind her. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that it resembled Tiger Brother's van. Hadn't Tiger Brother and his crew met their demise? Was there perhaps a survivor among them? The notion seemed implausible, and she ultimately chose not to dwell on it. The van and Oppo's performance and speed were no match for her vehicle. Once on the highway, Nian left the van far behind. Having meticulously studied the route to the first base while at home, she possessed both electronic and paper maps of the entire nation and felt no apprehension about losing her way. With the throttle fully engaged, Nian raced towards the first base. 3 hours later, she exited the highway and arrived at Rihi. The first base was established in Rihi. Known for its abundance of mountains and water, Nian pondered that this must be the reason for the base's location. It was easy to locate the first base, as it had been expanded from the original Rihi Summer Resort. Although Nian had never visited the Rihi Summer Resort before, she had the map in hand and navigated without difficulty. On the road leading to the resort, she found a suitable spot to stop and began retrieving items from her space. She gathered a mat, pillows, clothing, bedding, various toiletries, a radio, solar charging panels, an induction cooker with accompanying cookware, an electric kettle, and a rice cooker. She filled half the trunk with these items. Noticing the remaining space, Nian added 2 bags of vacuum-sealed rice, each weighing 50 jin, along with some vacuum-sealed dehydrated vegetables, noodles, mushrooms, and seasonings. She included half a bottle of oil and half a jar of salt, as well as some instant noodles and sausages. In the passenger seat, she placed a large hiking backpack, stuffed to the brim with supplies. Once satisfied with her preparations, Nian resumed her drive towards the base. As the base came into view, Nian exhaled deeply. After nearly a year of waiting, she had finally arrived at the base. She was not alone in her journey. There were other vehicles approaching the base from both directions. As she drew nearer, Nian observed a long line of cars outside the base, stretching over 1,000 meters. Just as she parked at the end of the line, she noticed movement behind her. A vehicle was approaching from the distance. It seemed that many had received word about the base. While in line, Nian attentively observed the base before her. She knew not how the Rihi Summer Resort had appeared in the past, But at that moment, all she could see was a towering wall, extending infinitely to either side. Its height at least 4 or 5 meters. This wall alone provided a profound sense of security. Though the queue was lengthy, the pace of advancement was relatively swift. An hour later, it was finally Sun Yin's turn. "Hello. Please present your identification," said a young man with a sun-kissed complexion and striking features as he approached. Sun Yin handed over her pre-prepared identification card, household registration booklet, and diploma. The young man accepted the documents and proceeded to a table, passing them to another staff member seated there. A minute later, he returned, returning Sun Yin's original documents. To enter the base, each individual was required to pay 10 jin of grain. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin felt no surprise. In her previous life, she had often encountered similar entry fees at various small bases, let alone at such a large one. She opened the hiking backpack in the passenger seat and retrieved a bag of vacuum-sealed millet, precisely 10 jin in weight. The staff member accepted the millet and handed Sun Yin a slip of paper, along with a booklet, gesturing for her to proceed further inside, where a left turn would lead to the parking lot. Taking the items, Sun Yin continued onward, and after turning left, she indeed discovered a vast parking area. The parking lot was not open air, it was covered with carports. There appeared to be several thousand vehicles already parked, occupying only a fifth of the available spaces. Underneath the carports hung numerous floodlights, presumably powered by solar energy, each illuminating the area and attracting swarms of mosquitoes, creating a dismal sight from afar. Sun Yin parked her vehicle and refrained from hastily exiting. Instead, she opened the small booklet. The booklet contained only a few pages with minimal information. Chapter 19. Renting a residence at the base. A rough sketch of the terrain map of the base was drawn. However, apart from outlining the contours and some official locations, little else could be discerned. Alongside the map, there were also some regulations. After flipping through the booklet, Sun Yin gathered her thoughts and hurriedly slung her backpack before disembarking from the vehicle. She had left the community at 9 o'clock, but now it was already 2. By 4, dawn would break, and the sun would rise around 6. Sun Yin needed to find accommodation before the sun emerged. As she stepped out of the parking lot, still disoriented, a figure rushed towards her from the shadows. Instinctively, Sun Yin reached for her dagger. At that moment, she heard an urgent voice call out, "Do you need a guide?" Sun Yin focused her gaze and saw a boy, around 15 or 16, approaching her. He wore a tattered black short-sleeved shirt and matching shorts, both riddled with holes. His limbs were slender, revealing prominent veins, and he appeared alarmingly thin. Noticing Sun Yin and Amp, Oppos, S silence, the boy and Amp, Oppos, S demeanor became slightly awkward. "Sister, do you need a guide?" Taken aback, Sun Yin replied, "What are your fees? A pack of biscuits or a bag of instant noodles? Any food will do. Why not water?" The boy pressed his lips together. "We have water to drink." At this, Sun Yin chuckled. The Rihi Summer Resort, nestled among mountains and rivers and boasting 8 lakes, was certainly not lacking in water. Even in June, with the heat only 3 months away, having access to water remained a boon, enabling Sun Yin to use it freely without concern for others. "Are you familiar with the base?" "Very. There's no place within the base that I do not know." Nodding, Sun Yin inquired, "Then tell me how to rent a house here." "There is a housing rental center in the base where you can find all sorts of accommodations." "Where is the rental center? Can we drive there?" "Yes, I can lead you there." With that, Sun Yin turned and walked towards her vehicle. Noticing the boy lagging behind, she urged, "Keep up." The boy, upon hearing her, hurried to catch up, yet hesitated as they reached the car. Sun Yin prompted him once more, and he finally climbed in with some shyness, with the boy guiding her. Sun Yin drove for a little over 10 minutes before arriving at the housing rental center. This base was established atop the Rihi Summer Resort, which had previously been a tourist attraction complete with ticket halls and service areas. Now, the housing rental center had been converted from the ticket hall. The interior was clean and bright, bustling with people and filled with a cacophony of voices. Observing the scene, Sun Yin felt a momentary disorientation, as if transported back to the time before the apocalypse. "Sister, you can rent a house over there," the boy pointed out. Regaining her focus, Sun Yin walked towards the indicated area and joined the queue. Before long, it was her turn. A woman in a work uniform greeted her, her expression neutral. She handed Nian a tablet, displaying a map filled with red and green dots. Red for occupied units and green for available ones. Choose where you want to stay. Reaching in her bag, Nian quickly retrieved a bar of Dove chocolate and placed it in the woman in Appo's hand. Sister, I just arrived and am unfamiliar with the base. Could you give me some guidance? The woman reacted even quicker, tucking the chocolate into her pocket and smiling. What kind of house are you looking for, dear? I would prefer something on a higher floor, ideally a small suite in a pleasant environment. That is simple. How about this option? This area was originally the palace district, now converted into residences. Though you want to be able to stay in the palace itself, numerous small buildings have been constructed nearby, the tallest being 6 stories. How many floors would you like? After a moment as thought, Nian replied, 6 floors. All right, I will select a 6th-floor unit for you. Shortly, someone will escort you to view the property. If you decide to rent it, you will return with them to pay the rent and have it registered in the system. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. I'll call someone to accompany you. The woman made a quick phone call, and soon, a man arrived to take Nian to see the apartment. As she was about to follow him, she caught sight of the boy watching her with anticipation. Nian reached into her backpack and handed him a pack of instant noodles. You can head back now. The boy gratefully accepted the noodles, repeatedly thanking her before covering them with his clothing and darting away. With the boy gone, Nian followed the man out of the housing rental center. We and Appo's LL take an electric cart, the man announced. The electric cart, a 4-wheeled vehicle commonly found in the resort area, could accommodate several passengers. Nian marveled at the resourcefulness of repurposing materials for utility. The vast expanse of the summer resort required considerable travel time, and the man drove the cart swiftly, reaching their destination after about half an hour. The small building was a 6-story residential structure, with 2 units per floor and 1 elevator serving both. As the man produced a flashlight, Nian retrieved her own from her bag, following him upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the man unlocked the security door, and they entered the apartment together. This unit consists of 2 bedrooms and a living room, spanning over 70 square meters, with a kitchen and a bathroom. Water and electricity are connected, and you will be responsible for the bills. Nian shone her flashlight around the apartment. It was a bare shell, with doors and windows installed, but the walls were merely smoothed with cement, no plaster or paint in sight. There was no furniture or appliances whatsoever, perhaps considering the current circumstances. The windows were not floor-to-ceiling, but rather standard-sized, each measuring 1 meter by 1 meter. The glass was likely heat-resistant, otherwise it would have shattered under the intense sunlight. The bathroom contained a squat toilet and a faucet, while the kitchen had only a faucet. Each room featured a single LED tube light on the ceiling. Observing the space, Nian truly comprehended the meaning of being bare and destitute. Nonetheless, she felt satisfied. How much is the rent for this place? The base's universal currency was contribution points, and this apartment rented for 100 contribution points per month. If one lacked contribution points, food could be used as payment. Nian did not press further about the contribution points and simply mentioned that she would pay with food. Upon returning to the housing rental center, she exchanged 2 bags of rice and all her dehydrated vegetables for 2 months' rent. This was only possible due to the quality of her rice and vegetables. Otherwise, they would have only sufficed for a single month in Appo's rent. Chapter 20. Settling into a new home upon receiving the keys to her new abode. Nian exited the housing rental center and entered her vehicle. The clock indicated it was nearly 3:00 and Appo's clock, with just an hour remaining until dawn. Nian aimed to transfer all her belongings from the car to her 6th-floor residence before the sun fully emerged, all while seeking a suitable parking spot. Arriving at the quaint little building she had rented, Nian took a deep breath and commenced the arduous task of moving her possessions upstairs. The building was dimly lit, with only the 6th floor devoid of illumination, suggesting it was unoccupied. However, lights blazed brightly from the 1st to the 5th floors, indicating the presence of residents. Perhaps even now, someone behind the curtains was observing her with keen interest. Determined to establish herself quietly in base 1 without arousing suspicion, Nian refrained from utilizing her spatial abilities to transport her belongings. Instead, She diligently retrieved items from her space to load them into her car, only to unload them again for the trek upstairs. The more trips she made, the more supplies she would ultimately have at her disposal. With the cover of darkness, she parked her vehicle in a shadowy spot, ensuring that onlookers could not discern the quantity of her belongings. Fortunately, having trained in martial arts since childhood, Nian possessed exceptional physical strength and endurance, enabling her to endure the numerous trips despite the fatigue. Once she felt she had gathered enough items, she parked her car in a nearby lot. Beyond the expansive parking area for newcomers to the base, there were evidently additional parking facilities throughout the premises, as traversing the vast expanse solely on foot was impractical. After securing her vehicle, Nian pondered for a moment before extracting a fuel tank from the car, siphoning the gasoline into it before returning to the building. By the time she ascended to the 6th floor, the morning light had begun to filter through, allowing her to survey her surroundings without the need for artificial illumination. Nian did not rush into any further tasks. Instead, she prioritized changing the lock cylinder on the security door. Only by replacing it with her own could she feel truly secure. For who could say whether others possessed keys to the entrance? The door itself appeared somewhat flimsy, prompting her to consider installing an iron gate from her space once she became more familiar with the base, providing an additional layer of security for her peace of mind. After securing the door, Nian propped a ladder against it and retrieved a hammer and nails, diligently affixing the curtain rods within the room. By the time she had hung the blackout curtains on all the rods, the sun had fully risen. In the short span of time, the temperature surged, and upon checking the thermometer, she noted it had reached a sweltering 40 degrees Celsius. Thankfully, with all the curtains in place, every window was effectively shielded, blocking not only the sunlight, but also the prying eyes from the neighboring buildings. Rather than turning on the lights, Nian opted to explore the room with a flashlight. Having already settled the electricity and water bills using instant noodles and sausages, the lights were operational. After a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of surveillance devices or hidden listening equipment, she finally flicked on the lights. It was not paranoia that prompted her caution, but rather the weight of her many secrets. As the overhead lights illuminated the room, Nian felt invigorated by the excitement of her new surroundings. Despite having toiled throughout the night, she took the opportunity to spray insect repellent around the space. The apartment spanned over 70 square meters, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Both bedrooms faced south. One was slightly larger with a balcony, while the other was smaller, featuring only a single south-facing window. Ultimately, Nian chose the smaller room as her bedroom, reasoning that it would cool down more quickly when utilizing the air conditioning. After sprinkling some water on the floor, she retrieved a broom to sweep away the dust and debris. Subsequently, she produced interlocking wooden flooring from her space. The installation of this type of flooring was straightforward and easy to replace if necessary. Nian possessed not only this wooden flooring, but also solid wood and laminate options. Within an hour, she had completed the flooring for the small bedroom, which measured only a few dozen square meters. Once the flooring was laid, she mopped the surface and positioned the bed frame and mattress in a suitable spot. After adorning the bed with a new set of ice silk bedding, the small room transformed into a cozy haven. The walls were already equipped with outlets, allowing her to plug in a power strip with long cords. She set up 2 air conditioning fans, filled them with ice, and switched them on. As the cool air began to flow, Nian felt a wave of relief wash over her after having perspired profusely. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she enjoyed the refreshing breeze until the sweat on her body had dissipated. Only then did she rise to head to the bathroom. Retrieving a bathing tub, she undressed and settled in for a thorough wash. Afterward, she stored the bathing tub back in her space, mindful of the outdoor heat that could spoil the water if left outside. With ample water from previous baths available, she now had a practical use for it: flushing the toilet. This would surely conserve a significant amount of water. The assorted items piled on the living room floor were promptly stowed away in her space. Although the rooms required reorganization, there was no rush. Returning to her small bedroom, Nian found the temperature had significantly lowered. She retrieved some porridge and steam buns from her space, enjoying a simple meal before finally lying down on the bed at 8:00 clock. The bedroom window measured 1 meter by 1 meter. Yet the curtains she hung effectively covered the entire wall. The blackout curtains worked exceptionally well, rendering the room pitch black once the lights were extinguished. The entire building was enveloped in silence, with no sounds emanating from outside, save for the gentle whir of the 2 air conditioning fans, accompanied by the soothing breeze. Nian gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered it was already 6:00 and Oppo's clock in the evening. Having slept for 10 hours, Nian felt rejuvenated. After lounging in bed for a moment, she sat up, tidied her sleeping area, and hurried off to wash up and eat. Having only nibbled on a few snacks before sleeping, she now awoke with an insatiable appetite. Given the occasion of her new home, Nian resolved to prepare a delightful meal to reward herself. She laid a cooling mat on the floor, set up her dining table, and began to bring out the various dishes she had prepared. Dining alone, she opted for smaller portions, ensuring a variety of flavors to savor. Chapter 21. A job with meals and lodging in the post-apocalyptic world. Stir-fried beef, shrimp tofu, and cold bamboo shoots, accompanied by a square piece of dompa pork and a bowl of borscht. With these 4 dishes and 1 soup, Nian found herself completely satisfied without the need for rice. After gathering the dishes, she resumed her tasks. Having laid the bedroom floor yesterday, today she planned to spruce up the walls, which looked rather drab. Nian had purchased an array of wall stickers in various colors. After some deliberation, she ultimately opted for white, a classic and timeless choice. If she grew tired of it, she could always redecorate. Each wall sticker measured 80 by 80 centimeters, making application a breeze for one person. Given the modest size of the room, it didn't take her long to affix the white stickers to all 4 walls and the ceiling. Aside from needing to cut holes for the switches and sockets, everything else adhered smoothly. After completing the wall decor, Nian positioned a coat rack at the foot of the bed, placed a bedside table beside the bed, and brought out a small table for her iPad. The bedroom, albeit slightly smaller, bore a striking resemblance to her previous apartment. By the time she finished her tasks, night had fallen. As the temperature dropped, the outside world came alive with the sounds of passing cars and distant conversations. Nian decided to step out. While she could take her time organizing her home, it was crucial to familiarize herself with the base's surroundings. Donning long sleeves, trousers, a hat, a mask, and sports shoes, she ventured outside. Her attire was not solely for sun protection, but rather to ward off pesky insects. Upon exiting, Nian noticed that the base had significantly fewer mosquitoes and flies compared to her previous neighborhood. While not entirely absent, the difference was stark, suggesting that the base had developed some form of repellent to manage the insect population. Although they had not been completely eradicated, the reduction was a welcome relief, allowing for a quieter atmosphere. The base was well lit with street lamps, illuminating the surrounding environment. As she strolled, Nian observed the hurried figures passing by, their purposes unknown to her. Though curiosity piqued her interest, she remained cautious and refrained from questioning anyone. After walking for over 10 minutes, she began to hear a cacophony of voices, indicating a gathering ahead. Following the sounds, she discovered a bustling open space filled with numerous stalls, reminiscent of a night market. The array of items was diverse: books, toys, cookware, teapots, bedding, clothing, shoes, and cosmetics, many of which were brand-name products offered at surprisingly low prices. One contribution point could exchange for an article of clothing or a pair of shoes, allowing for a plethora of choices. After perusing the market, Nian gathered valuable information on how to exchange contribution points. She learned that points could be redeemed at the service hall, applicable for food items, seeds, or convenience foods. Additionally, the base was hiring, offering wages and contribution points. These points could be spent at the base's official supermarket, with no purchase limits, or used to dine out, rent accommodations, and cover utility bills. In summary, the currency circulating within the base consisted of contribution points and food, rendering traditional money obsolete. Individuals arriving at the base had the option to rent their own apartments, like Nian, or reside in communal dormitories. However, those choosing communal living would be subject to the base's regulations, required to work nightly. This arrangement could be likened to a post-apocalyptic job that provided meals and lodging. although the quality of living conditions and food would likely be subpar. As for the nature of the work, the residents were only aware of construction tasks. The small building where Sun Yin now resided was a product of their labor. Sun Yin suspected that beyond construction, there were likely other job opportunities, though the general populace remained unaware. For instance, she believed the base was undoubtedly researching agriculture and livestock management. After nearly 10 months of scorching heat, the outdoor crops had perished. Even if the granaries held some food supplies, this was not a sustainable solution. They needed to devise methods for cultivating crops once again. Open-air farming would be futile due to the relentless sun, necessitating a focus on indoor cultivation. However, the challenge of mass planting while ensuring survival and yield remained. Not being a scientist and lacking expertise in this area, Sun Yin did not dwell on it for long. After gathering sufficient information, she turned back towards home. Having only paid 2 months' rent thus far, she realized that it was insufficient. She needed to devise ways to earn contribution points to secure future rent. Although she possessed a stockpile of food seeds in her space, she could not simply extract them. After contemplation, Sun Yin resolved to tidy up her home before venturing out to the base again. Aside from the bedroom, the remaining rooms had not been organized with the same attention to detail. The living room had not been fitted with wooden flooring, but rather covered with vinyl flooring. No furniture had been placed as of yet. The bathroom contained a basin stand, and the kitchen housed a table with an induction cooker and various cookware atop it. In the larger bedroom adjoining the balcony, Sun Yin hung a solar power panel on the outer wall of the balcony. While the base provided electricity, it charged for usage. By harnessing her own electricity, she could save some money. After observing several others setting up solar panels, she felt confident her installation would go unnoticed. With her home nearly in order, Sun Yin washed up and settled down for the night. The following evening, she drove out of the base. The base did not prohibit excursions. Upon her return, she would only need to present her new identification to re-enter without the requirement of food contributions. Upon exiting the base, she noticed a long queue of vehicles outside, likely filled with people arriving from distant places after hearing news of the base. Chapter 22. A lethal strike at every turn without lingering. Sun Yin selected a direction and drove off. The purpose of her outing was simple: to procure food and seeds to exchange for contribution points. Additionally, she intended to retrieve the iron gate and mount it atop her vehicle for the return journey. Initially, she had planned to meander near the base to pass the time, intending to head back afternoon. However, she was taken aback when, shortly after rounding a corner, she encountered a multitude of iron spikes laid across the road. Quickly slamming on the brakes, she glanced in the rearview mirror, noting a vehicle had blocked the intersection behind her. Realization dawned. She was facing a robbery. In this post-apocalyptic world, such ambushes were not uncommon. Yet, the proximity to the first base, merely a few kilometers away, made this encounter unexpected. The road was elevated about half a meter above the surrounding farmland, flanked by trees that, despite their near-dead state, pose a risk should she collide with them. A smirk crept onto Sun Yin and Oppo's lips. With no way to force her escape, she decided to confront the situation head-on. At that moment, 4 men emerged from behind the trees lining the road, while another 4 exited the vehicle at the intersection. All 8 men donned black clothing and sported shaved heads, a common sight in the first year of the apocalypse. Not every base had the luxury of ample water. Many smaller bases struggled even for drinking water, let alone hygiene. Consequently, both men and women resorted to shaving their heads to avoid the discomfort of lice. Sun Yin observed the group of bald men without haste, scrutinizing them carefully. The vehicle's headlights illuminated them clearly. Upon confirming their lack of firearms, armed only with makeshift weapons like steel pipes and knives, she discreetly retrieved her tang sword from the passenger seat. The men moved slowly, seemingly relishing the thrill of the hunt. By the time Sun Yin stood firm next to her vehicle, they were merely a few meters away. Upon seeing her descend from the vehicle alone, the group erupted into laughter. "What luck? A girl," one taunted. "Though you and Oppo's remasked, your figure speaks volumes. Darling, what is that you're holding? I advise you not to resist. We want to be gentle if you do." In silence, Sun Yin brandished her tang sword, its blade glinting ominously in the faint light. a clear indicator of its quality. The bald men, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected action, quickly regained their bravado, laughing uproariously. You think you can play with that? Little beauty, listen to your big brothers. Put down the knife. If you want to play, I have a gun for you to try. Their crude taunts only intensified the chill in Sun Yin's gaze. The last time someone spoke to her in such a manner was from a group led by Brother, who had since met their demise at her hands. If these men were equally reckless, she would gladly send them to the same fate. With one hand gripping her sword and the other reaching for the car keys, she extinguished the headlights. Darkness enveloped the scene, momentarily disorienting the bald men, whose laughter faltered. Before they could react, the sound of swift footsteps echoed, and one man suddenly fell, his body severed from his head. Without hesitation, Sun Yin struck at another, swiftly dispatching 4 of them in rapid succession. The remaining men, now filled with fear and fury, adapted to the darkness, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward her. Despite her petite stature, Sun Yin moved with remarkable agility, her sword keeping the attackers at bay. Within just a few minutes, 3 more fell to her blade, leaving only one, whose arm she had severed. As he knelt in defeat, he pleaded, "Beautiful lady, I was wrong. I did not recognize your might. Spare my life." Listening to his desperate words, Sun Yin paused. His smile widened in false hope. Suddenly, she swung her sword, the blade slicing through his throat, silencing him forever. With determination, she approached the vehicle blocking the road. Cautiously, she kept her distance, uncertain if anyone remained inside. Standing 3 meters away, she retrieved a smoke bomb from her pocket, igniting it before tossing it through the open door. Within moments, the bus was shrouded in a thick, acrid haze, forcing any occupants to flee. True to her expectations, 2 more bald men stumbled out, charging at her, only to be swiftly dispatched. It was not that they were inherently weak. Rather, Sun Yin was exceedingly formidable. After a decade of survival in this harsh world, she had honed her skills beyond mere hand-to-hand combat, mastering the art of lethal strikes. Once the smoke had dissipated, she entered the chaotic interior of the bus. Disarray surrounded her. Debris littered the floor, and ash was strewn about. The rear seating had been dismantled, revealing a stash of supplies. 6 boxes of liquor for boxes of cigarettes of various brands, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of canned goods, 6 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of sausages, and a dozen boxes of bottled water. Furthermore, there were several bags of rice and grains. Sun Yin's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected bounty. Chapter 23. I shall not take advantage of you in vain. There were quite a few items, though not an overwhelming amount. For the 10 burly, bald men, such provisions would not last long. Sun Yin surmised that these supplies were likely what they had taken with them to sustain themselves while out, and their dwelling must certainly contain far more resources. They had meticulously chosen this route, first laying steel plates to obstruct the path, and then using a bus as a blockade. Such tactics clearly indicated their seasoned experience in similar undertakings. Sun Yin had no doubt that they possessed more than just these few supplies. The pressing question remained, however, with the individuals now deceased, how could she locate their residence? While it was unfortunate to have missed out on the resources, Sun Yin harbored no regret for having eliminated those men. Leaving roots intact allows for regrowth. Compared to potential hazards, the supplies were of little consequence. After all, she was a woman with resources worth billions. Sun Yin stored these items within her space, then retrieved a steel pipe and rummaged through the vehicle. Eventually, she uncovered a package of gold jewelry, likely weighing several dozen pounds, presumably stolen by these men. Aside from that, there were merely a collection of miscellaneous household items, which Sun Yin deemed unworthy of her attention and did not take. Upon exiting the bus, Sun Yin retraced her steps, first collecting the steel nail board, then removing the bodies from the ground before driving away. After about 10 minutes on the road, she finally halted and unloaded the supplies she had acquired from the bus, stacking them within her vehicle. While these items had not taken up much space in the bus, they now filled her car to the brim. Observing the bounty, Sun Yin felt confident that it would yield a substantial number of contribution points. In order to avoid encountering similar situations, Sun Yin refrained from further wandering. She placed the iron gate on the roof of her car, and secured it with rope before heading back to the first base. Individuals like Nian, who came and went from the base, did not need to queue with newcomers. She entered through a separate entrance. Upon driving into the base, she made her way directly to the service hall. It was only 11 and Oppos, clock, still early, and the hall was bustling with activity. Nian found a staff member and informed them that she had supplies to exchange, but could not carry them in alone. The staff promptly summoned several individuals to accompany her to the vehicle. As Nian opened the car door, the workers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the overflowing boxes inside, while they had mentally prepared themselves for a considerable amount. Witnessing it firsthand was still astounding. So much bounty. How could such a seemingly frail young woman have acquired such vast resources? However, upon meeting Nian's cold gaze, the workers swiftly set aside their curiosity and began to tally the supplies. How Nian had procured these items was of no concern to them. What mattered was that the cigarettes and alcohol within were in high demand, and they could reserve them for those willing to trade, thus profiting from the arrangement. Although the quantity was significant, the items were packaged in boxes, and with several people counting, the process was swift. This batch of supplies earned Nian a total of 3,006 contribution points. Given that her rent was 100 contribution points per month, the points she now possessed could cover 3 years' worth of housing costs. With contribution points in hand, Nian felt no urgency to renew her rent. Having acquired such a substantial amount in just 2 days at the base would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Waiting until next month would yield the same results. Leaving the service hall, Nian drove home in high spirits. After parking her vehicle downstairs, she stepped onto the tire and climbed atop the car. Untying the rope securing the iron gate, she exerted a strong pull, causing it to crash onto the ground. The surface was merely a dirt road, unpaved, and she had no worries about damaging it. As Nian leaped from the vehicle, she had yet to fully straighten when a voice inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Startled, Nian paused, turning her gaze toward the source of the voice. Was someone speaking to her? Upon spotting the man standing at the entrance of the building, her brows furrowed. The silver hair immediately gave away his identity, the very man who had sold her the ring. The ring still adorned her finger, and her fingers instinctively caressed it. He appeared to be a capable individual, so it was not surprising that he had made it to the first base. However, given the vastness of the base, their encounter felt rather coincidental, almost too fortuitous. Yet, dismissing the notion that he was following her seemed equally implausible. Seeing Nian remain silent, Jing Mo smiled and repeated his question, "Do you need help?" Despite his seemingly harmless smile, Nian remained cautious. "What are you doing here?" "I live here," Jing Mo replied, gesturing with a finger toward the upper floors. "I reside on the 6th floor." Nian was taken aback. If anyone suggested that this was merely coincidence, she would adamantly refuse to believe it. Once or twice could be deemed serendipitous, but to such an extent? Surely, it was premeditated. "You are following me." No. Jing Mo shook his head vehemently. "I just arrived at the base this evening. The housing rental center showed me around, and I happened to see you coming down from upstairs. Knowing that your neighbor's place was vacant, I decided to rent it." Hearing his explanation, Nian's brow relaxed slightly, though discomfort lingered. "Why would you choose to live across from me?" Jing Mo scratched his head. "I just thought it would be nice to have a familiar face as a neighbor." A familiar face? Nian was momentarily at a loss for words. They'd only met 3 times. How could that qualify as familiarity? Nonetheless, Nian had no intention of renting 2 apartments, and the vacancy across from her could not remain unoccupied indefinitely. Compared to an entirely unfamiliar neighbor, Jing Mo did not seem entirely unacceptable. Most importantly, he had already secured the lease, and she had neither the reason nor the authority to evict him. Glancing at the iron gate on the ground, an idea struck her. "I initially planned to install this in my front door, but what if I put it at the stairway instead?" "Of course," Jing Mo readily agreed. Installing such a gate would prevent others from directly accessing their homes, enhancing their security. Once you step outside, a one and oppos, to take advantage of you for nothing. What supplies do you desire? Perhaps we should first lift the gate upstairs. Later, you can come over to see what you want. Feel free to choose. Nian raised an eyebrow at his audacious tone. Was this the same man who had previously lamented about starving? Chapter 24. Overindulgence, however. Nian was aware that absence sharpens appreciation. It had been over half a year since they last met, and this man now exuded a remarkable competence, making his self-assured words hardly surprising. The only enigma lay in how he had fallen to the depths of being unable to afford a meal. Nian had no inclination to pry into others and oppose, private affairs, and together with a man, they hoisted the heavy iron gate above their heads. Both possessed considerable strength, effortlessly carrying the couple of 100 pounds of iron up 6 flights without breaking a sweat. I have the installation tools. I will retrieve them, Nian declared, proceeding to unlock her door and shutting it behind her. After locating the necessary tools in her space, she also grabbed a long power strip before reopening the door. While Nian initially intended to handle the installation herself, Jing Mo took the lead. I can install it. You just need to hold it and pass me the tools, he said, demonstrating a remarkable proficiency that made Nian wonder if he had been a door installer prior to the apocalypse. Have we not yet introduced ourselves? I am Jing Mo, Jing from Jingdong and Mo from Squid, he stated. Nian snapped back to reality and looked at Jing Mo. Had they really not introduced themselves? Yet, it felt as though they were quite familiar with each other. Gazing into Jing Mo and Appo's bright, glossy eyes, Nian realized the truth. This man was exceedingly friendly. I am Nian, Su from the Grass Office, and Nian from the Heart's Thought. Is your nickname Heart's Thought? Not at all. What a pity. It sounds delightful. By the way, how long have you been living here? Are you familiar with the base? I wish to explore. Would you accompany me? Jing Mo and Appo's words flowed effortlessly, causing Nian and Appo's brow to twitch. She recalled their first encounter when Jing Mo sat in the shadowy corner, appearing aloof and speaking succinctly, radiating an aura of cool detachment. Yet now he was all smiles, his melodious voice incessantly chattering. Overindulgence, indeed. Nian remained mostly silent, while Jing Mo continued unabated, showing no signs of awkwardness. Conversely, Nian felt somewhat uncomfortable in her quietness and occasionally felt compelled to respond. After half an hour, the door was finally installed. Nian silently sighed in relief, packing the tools back into the box and carrying it home. Her vehicle was still parked downstairs, and she needed to drive it to the parking lot. Just as she took a couple of steps down, she noticed Jing Mo following her. Before she could inquire, he cheerfully remarked, I have yet to retrieve all my belongings. Then allow me to assist you. That would be splendid. Given that Jing Mo had helped her lift the gate and install the door, it seemed only fair that she lend a hand. Upon reaching the ground floor, Nian spotted Jing Mo and Appo's vehicle without him needing to mention it. It was a 7-seater SUV, significantly larger than her own. Jing Mo approached the back and opened the trunk, revealing a trove of supplies that made Nian and Appo's eyes widen in disbelief. How long would it take for one person to carry all of this upstairs? She had no idea how long it would take a single individual, but she knew that with Jing Mo's help, they spent a full 2 hours transporting the items. She lost count of how many trips they made back and forth. Once all the items were finally brought up, they filled the living room to the brim, leaving no space to spare. Nian noted that when she first entered Jing Mo's home, the kitchen was already cluttered with numerous large boxes, presumably from his previous haul. His vehicle featured a roof rack, indicating that these boxes had likely been transported there. Once they finished unloading, the two parked the vehicle in the lot. By the time they returned to the 6th floor, it was nearly 3:00 and Appo's clock. Nian, drenched in sweat, yearned for a shower and rest, promptly declining Jing Mo's invitation to dinner. Unfazed by the rejection, Jing Mo maintained his cheerful demeanor. If you're too tired to eat tonight, let us make it tomorrow evening then. What time do you usually wake in the afternoon? Would it be all right if I come by around 7 or 8 to invite you for dinner? Nian wanted to refuse again, but Jing Mo's pitiful expression dissuaded her. You've done me such a tremendous favor. It would weigh on my conscience if I didn't tea-treat you. Upon hearing this, Nian relented. All right, just call me then. Excellent. Nian waved her hand, saying, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. As she stepped away, reaching her door, she opened it and slipped inside. Once the door was shut, she exhaled deeply. Her agreement to Jing Mo's dinner invitation was not born of weakness, but rather a recognition of mutual help. After all, she had assisted him in moving, just as he had helped her with the door. She disliked feeling indebted to others, and she suspected Jing Mo felt the same. Sharing this meal would balance their accounts. Contemplating this, Sun Yin made her way to the bathroom. She retrieved a bathtub, stripped off her clothes, and immersed herself in the warm water. The soothing warmth enveloped her body, and the heat of over 30 degrees soon flushed her cheeks, causing a light sheen of sweat to appear on her skin. While soaking, Sun Yin pondered what she might eat afterward. It had been 6 or 7 hours since her last meal, and after the strenuous labor, she felt even hungrier. As she dried her hair, she walked to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. She turned on the 2 air conditioning units before beginning to retrieve food. When exceedingly hungry, a craving for meat often emerged. Sun Yin pulled out a braised pork knuckle, along with 2 green vegetables and a small bowl of rice. Once she had consumed it all, she felt satisfyingly full. Leaning against the bed and Oppo's edge, Sun Yin closed her eyes to inspect the provisions in her space. There was little of interest aside from the cooked foods. For the past 6 months, as few in the community had prepared meals, fearing the aroma might attract unwanted attention. She had refrained from cooking, relying solely on the prepared dishes she had made earlier. After half a year, she had consumed 1/5 of her stock. Although the remaining supplies were still ample, they were not limitless. With rent secured, Sun Yin intended to refrain from venturing out and instead focus on organizing her kitchen, committing to prepare 3 meals daily. Perhaps fatigue truly took its toll. After a hearty meal, weariness washed over her in waves, and, as she contemplated, she drifted into slumber. In a drowsy haze, she found the floor mat too hard, so she climbed on her bed, clutching a summer quilt to continue sleeping. When Sun Yin next opened her eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on her bedside table, she was astonished to discover it was already 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 25. I am a weapons dealer. Sun Yin could not recall the exact hour she had drifted into slumber, but it was evident that she had indulged in at least 10 hours of restful sleep. After refreshing herself, she initially intended to have a light meal before commencing her training. Having retrieved a slice of bread, she suddenly remembered her prior promise to Jing Mo to dine at his residence around 7 or 8 and Oppo's clock. Thus, she returned the bread to her storage and proceeded to the master bedroom, where she quietly began her workout with the equipment she had laid out. After 2 hours of rigorous training, Sun Yin took a shower and changed into fresh attire. As she emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, a knock echoed through the house, quickly followed by Jing Mo's voice. Sun Yin, are you ready? I'm all set on my end. All right, I'll be there shortly, she replied, tucking the towel into her storage and running her fingers through her hair before opening the door. The moment she swung the door wide, she was greeted by Jing Mo's radiant smile, which left her somewhat perplexed. Why was he always so cheerful? Closing her front door, Sun Yin followed Jing Mo to his home. Upon entering, she paused in surprise. Had he truly tidied up the house in the brief interlude of her nap? Such efficiency seemed almost miraculous. The previously chaotic living room was now impeccably organized, with boxes neatly arranged against the walls, though their number had significantly dwindled, likely relocated to other rooms. In the center of the living area stood a small square table, flanked by 2 wine crates serving as makeshift stools, each adorned with cushions. Not far from the table stood a floor fan, modest in size, yet surprisingly powerful, emitting a refreshing breeze that enveloped Sun Yin as she settled into her seat. Intrigued, she gazed at the fan. During her supply runs, she had encountered numerous types of fans, yet this particular model was unfamiliar. However, with a plethora of peculiarities in the world, it was hardly surprising that she had not come across it before. The table before her was bare, leaving Sun Yin curious about what Jing Mo had prepared for their meal. Wait a moment, I will fetch it, he said, heading towards the kitchen. Instinctively, Sun Yin's gaze followed him. As Jing Mo opened the kitchen door, her eyes widened in astonishment. There, by the window, stood a double-door refrigerator, a sight she had not noticed during their previous supply haul. Jing Mo retrieved a stainless steel platter from the fridge. Seated as she was, Sun Yin could not discern the contents of the dish, but the tantalizing aroma of crayfish wafted through the air. As he placed the platter on the table, she caught sight of the dish, crayfish tossed with noodles. One moment longer, Jing Mo called out as he dashed back to the kitchen, reappearing shortly with 2 cans of cola, their frosty exteriors promising refreshment. He took a seat across from Nian, offering her a can. Here. Accepting the cola, Nian popped it open with a satisfying crack, the chill of the drink invigorating her senses. A sip of the icy beverage revitalized her, lifting her spirits. Jing Mo, taking a hearty gulp himself, soon returned with bowls and utensils, a hint of bashfulness evident on his face. This is my first time hosting. I hope I haven't overlooked anything. Not at all. She had come empty-handed, merely to enjoy the meal, and it would be unreasonable to be picky. Jing Mo served each of them a bowl of noodles, generously adding extra crayfish meat to Nian and Appo's portion. After a single bite, she recognized the dish as a type of pre-packaged crayfish, a convenient meal option. Before the apocalypse, such fare would have been subjected to scrutiny for its freshness. However, in this new world, merely having access to such delicacies was a significant boon. Nian had stockpiled a considerable amount of these packaged crayfish. Yet she wondered where Jing Mo had procured his, as they seemed difficult to acquire. As she pondered this, Jing Mo spoke up. I sold some weapons to the base, and in return, they granted me a substantial number of contribution points. This house is now registered in my name. The fridge and crayfish were part of the supplies I requested from the base, which just arrived. Nian's eating momentarily halted. She had taken down 10 bald men and gathered their resources, earning just enough for 3 years of rent. Meanwhile, Jing Mo had secured an entire house and additional contribution points with a mere sale of weapons. It was evident that the quantity he received was considerable, and the inclusion of both a fridge and crayfish hinted at even more substantial dealings. While Jing Mo only mentioned the fridge and crayfish, Nian was astute enough to deduce that there were likely additional items involved. What kind of weapons had he sold to the base? Surely, they were not the cold weapons he had previously displayed, which, while valuable, could not justify such a reward. Her gaze fixed intently on Jing Mo. Curiosity coursed through her. Yet their acquaintance was not deep enough for her to inquire openly. She nodded in acknowledgement of his words and returned to her meal. When Jing Mo's voice broke through her thoughts once more. Actually, I'm a weapons dealer. The base has extended an invitation for me to work with them, but I declined since I've grown accustomed to my freedom and dislike constraints. They have offered to call upon me for assistance when needed, with compensation to be negotiated separately. It is a rather advantageous arrangement, and I agreed. A weapons dealer? Nian echoed softly, her tone laced with intrigue. Was such a profession even recognized before the apocalypse? Or perhaps it existed in their country? As her gaze fell upon Jing Mo's silvery hair, comprehension dawned upon her. He must be of mixed heritage. She pondered which country contributed to his lineage, perhaps one where the profession of a weapons dealer was commonplace. With the arrival of the apocalypse, it was not surprising for other nations to have such roles. Nodding once more to indicate her understanding, Nian noticed Jing Mo pausing in his meal to lean closer, his eyes fixed intently on her. Would you be interested in acquiring some weapons? Taken aback by his sudden proximity, Nian instinctively braced herself, but upon hearing his proposition, she leaned in with curiosity. What kind of weapons? If the base is paying a premium, they must be of exceptional quality. The prospect of procurement was indeed enticing. Jing Mo beamed, straightening up once more. Finish your meal. I'll show you afterward. However, this time, I want to be accepting cash. Of course, Nian replied with a playful smile. I find myself devoid of cash at the moment as well. Chapter 26. Is it unreasonable to ask for 5 grams of gold? In this day and age, who still uses cash? After dinner, Nian helped wash the dishes and wipe the table, then eagerly awaited Jing Mo to bring out the weapon. Jing Mo, showing no intention of teasing Nian, told her to wait a moment and turned to head into the bedroom. Nian sat by the small table, the cool breeze from the fan gradually calming her anxious heart. Before long, Jing Mo emerged with a black leather case in hand. The texture of the case suggested it was of exceptional quality. Surely, whatever was contained within must also be remarkable. Jing Mo placed the case horizontally on the table and began to unfasten it. At that moment, Sun Yin noticed how fair Jing Mo's complexion was. It was not the pallor of someone who rarely sees the sun, but rather a healthy radiance. His hands were well-defined, fingers long and elegant, with nails rounded and meticulously groomed. The sight of his neatly trimmed nails brought a smile to Sun Yin's lips. While she wouldn't say she had a fondness for men who took care of their nails, she certainly held no aversion. With a soft click, the case opened, and Sun Yin leaned forward in anticipation. Inside lay a silver handgun, its body exquisitely small, gleaming with the unique luster of metal. Jing Mo picked up the handgun, removed the magazine, and began loading bullets one by one. When she saw him reattach the magazine, Sun Yin's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively wanted to stop him. However, Jing Mo's movements were swifter. He raised the gun, aiming at an empty soda can resting 2 meters away. With a pull of the trigger, the can exploded, not punctured, but rather burst apart like paper, scattering pieces around. The largest fragment was no bigger than Sun Yin's thumb. Such a petite handgun wielded such destructive power. Remarkably, despite lacking a silencer, it produced no sound. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Sun Yin would have found it hard to believe. Jing Mo's fingers danced slightly, spinning the handgun on his index finger before finally turning it downwards and offering it to Sun Yin. Would you like to give it a try? In her previous life, Sun Yin had survived for a decade in the apocalypse, yet she had always struggled for survival, never having even encountered a handgun like this one. Now, reborn, she had considered purchasing one, but lacking connections and channels. She had refrained from inquiring too boldly for fear of drawing attention. She never imagined that one day, a handgun would present itself before her. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the weapon. To her surprise, the handgun felt heavy in her hand, far beyond her expectations. It appeared small and delicate, yet it was surprisingly weighty. The silver body of the handgun was visually appealing, though its material remained a mystery. Sun Yin scanned the room before settling her gaze on the remaining soda can. Having never fired a handgun before, she hesitated for a moment. Just then, Jing Mo rose and approached her from behind, slightly bending down to help her adjust her grip on the gun. Although he stood close, there was a considerable distance between them. His hand only briefly touched her fingers to correct her grip before withdrawing, leaving no sense of discomfort. Jing Mo returned to his seat, flashing a broad smile at Sun Yin. Don't be afraid. You're very clever and will surely learn quickly. At his encouragement, Sun Yin took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. In the next instant, the soda can erupted into fragments once more. She felt the recoil of the bullet. Yet it was entirely manageable. Slowly lowering the handgun, satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Jing Mo, how do you intend to sell this? Sun Yin inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If you have gold, then give me 10 pounds of gold. If not, I have. Sun Yin exclaimed, rising swiftly. Wait for me. I'll go get it. She turned and dashed out, so quickly that Jing Mo was momentarily taken aback. However, once he regained his composure, he chuckled and shook his head. Sun Yin, often cold and aloof, revealed a youthful side when faced with something she desired. Meanwhile, Sun Yin hurried back to her home, retrieving gold from her space. However, instead of the bar she had prepared, she took a bag of gold she had obtained from the bald man. At the time, she hadn't examined it closely, simply storing it away. As she pulled it out now, she gauged its weight and estimated it to be a substantial amount, perhaps several dozen pounds. She wondered how many gold stores those 10 bald men had robbed. Not dwelling on it, she hefted the large bag of gold and returned to Jing Mo's residence. Having rushed out, she had forgotten to close the door. It remained ajar. Upon entering, she shut the door behind her to prevent more mosquitoes and flies from drifting inside. Placing the bag on the floor, it emitted a muted thud, hinting at its considerable weight. You only mentioned the price for the handgun. What about the bullets? I would like to purchase more. The bag landed with a dull sound, unmistakably heavy. Jing Mo opened it for a glance, his eyebrows instantly raising. Bullets are sold individually. Is 5 grams of gold per bullet unreasonable? Sun Yin shook her head. Not at all. Such a fine handgun would be rendered useless without bullets. The high price for the bullets was understandable. Although they lacked a scale, it was of no concern, as every piece of gold jewelry still bore its price tag, clearly indicating its weight. Together, they counted out 10 pounds of gold and placed it on the table before tallying the remainder. To their astonishment, there were still 32 pounds left, equating to 16,000 grams. At 5 grams per bullet, that meant she could purchase 200 bullets. Sun Yin pursed her lips. How about you decide? Sell me as many as you can. She was uncertain whether Jing Mo had that many bullets and if he would sell them all at once. Jing Mo met her worried gaze, chuckling heartily. Are you concerned about my supply of bullets? Worry not. I have plenty, he said, rising to return to the bedroom, soon reappearing with a box in hand. Do not underestimate this small box. It contains 1,000 bullets. Chapter 27. Unspoken Secrets. Jing Mo set down the box and went to fetch 2 more. Inside lay 3,000 bullets. The previous box originally contained 300, of which 2 had just been used, leaving 298. The surplus was a generous gift, a token of goodwill. Each bullet was worth 5 grams of gold, accumulating to 500 grams for 100 bullets, equivalent to a pound. Sun Yin could hardly take advantage of Jing Mo to such an extent. Silently, she retrieved a small yellow fish from her pocket and placed it on the table. It weighed exactly 500 grams. Jing Mo chuckled at the absurdity of carrying a gold ingot casually in one's pocket. Yet, gazing at the substantial pile of gold on the floor, he felt a sense of relief. In that case, I shall not hold back, he declared with a smile. Sun Yin was more than willing to accept his generosity. After all, even close brothers settle accounts clearly, and they were far from familiar enough to forego such considerations. Jing Mo assisted Sun Yin in moving several boxes in her home, but he only carried them to the entrance, refraining from stepping inside or taking a closer look. I mentioned wanting to visit the base yesterday. Do you have time later? He inquired, meeting his dark, luminous gaze and glancing at the boxes at her feet. Sun Yin eventually nodded. Yes. I'll come find you after 12. It should be cooler by then. All right. As she closed the door, a sigh escaped her lips. She had hoped that after sharing a meal, they would be even, but who could have anticipated that she had just purchased weapons from Jing Mo? It would be unreasonable to sever ties immediately after such a transaction. Despite her somewhat cold demeanor, honed by 10 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Sun Yin was not entirely oblivious to human interactions. Fortunately, Jing Mo, while chatty and overly familiar, understood boundaries well. Throughout the evening, they both sensed that each harbored secrets. Yet neither was inclined to pry into the other's personal matters. Just as Sun Yin would not question how Jing Mo managed to smuggle such a cache of bullets into the base. Jing Mo refrained from inquiring why Sun Yin had a gold ingot in her possession. Her gaze fell upon the boxes on the floor, and her expression softened. Speculation was futile. These tangible items were of utmost importance. She began to open the boxes one by one, carefully storing their contents in her space for safekeeping. To facilitate access, she placed them on the same shelf. After loading her hand cannon with bullets and toying with it for a moment, Sun Yin reluctantly set it aside, placing it atop one of the boxes. With a mere thought, the hand cannon could reappear in her grasp. While acquiring the hand cannon was a cause for celebration, Sun Yin remained mindful of her earlier intentions. She envisioned preparing her own meals 3 times a day, which necessitated organizing the kitchen. The kitchen windows were fitted with thermal insulation film, thick blackout curtains, and additional heat-resistant drapes. Even with the lights on, no light seeped through from outside. The closed windows trapped the heat, rendering the kitchen stifling, even before she commenced cooking. Thus, she retrieved 2 air conditioning fans and powered them on. Instantly, the room became noticeably cooler. After some contemplation, she decided to prepare cold buckwheat noodles and tossed noodles. During such sweltering weather, it was prudent to have refreshing dishes on hand. These meals not only tasted delightful, but also emitted minimal aroma. Given her uncertainty about the room's sealing, this would serve as a test. If it proved adequately sealed, she could later consider stewing meats or preparing hot pot. Sun Yin made buckwheat cold noodles, cooking the noodles before rinsing them with cold water and placing them in a large bowl. She then added various toppings and seasoning packets, along with some crushed ice, finishing with a generous pour of Sprite. 10 bowls of cold noodles were prepared and placed on the shelf for easy access in the future. After completing the cold noodles, Sun Yin boiled water anew. Once it reached a rolling boil, she added handmade noodles to cook. During the preceding 6 months, she had been unable to cook in her apartment, yet she had not been idle. Each day, she engaged in preparation for various dough-based dishes, rolling out noodles after kneading the dough, or fermenting a batch to make steamed buns and flour rolls. She had even prepared many wrappers for scallion pancakes, egg pancakes, and fermented dough pastries. These preparations required no particular aroma. She had crafted them in her bedroom, comfortably seated beneath the air conditioning fan. Day by day, she accumulated a substantial stock over the course of 6 months. Now that conditions permitted, she decided to cook more noodles, portioning them into disposable containers. Sun Yin refrained from stir-frying, aware that she would soon be leaving with Jing Mo. She feared that the scent of oil and smoke might linger on her clothes, attracting unwanted attention. In a world where most lacked the luxury of cooking, those capable of boiling food were few, let alone indulging in the extravagance of frying. The last thing she wanted was for her culinary endeavors to draw trouble. Though Sun Yin was not one to shy away from complications, it was better to avoid them when possible. After all, she sought a peaceful existence rather than one filled with conflict and intrigue. By the time she finished tidying the kitchen, it was nearly noon. Jing Mo was remarkably punctual. Just after 12, he knocked on her door. Sun Yin had already changed into appropriate attire and nodded at Jing Mo as she stepped outside, closing her front door behind her. The large iron lock hung on the iron gate, and she had given Jing Mo a key for their mutual convenience. After securing the lock, they proceeded down the stairs. As they reached the 5th floor, the door to the apartment on the east side swung open, and an elderly woman peered out, her small eyes scanning Sun Yin and Jing Mo inquisitively. "You two are the new tenants upstairs? Where did you come from? What work do you do at the base?" Faced with the woman's intrusive questions, Sun Yin frowned slightly. "Is there something you need? Is it not permissible to inquire?" The youth of today lack respect for their elders, listening to her incessant rambling. Sun Yin felt a surge of annoyance. She did not fear individuals like Brother Hu or the bald man, but rather this nosy, shrewd old woman. Their lack of familiarity did not deter her from bombarding them with questions. Yet Sun Yin could not simply retaliate with violence for her curiosity. Chapter 28. It would be wise to stock up on winter supplies. Sun Yin, feeling somewhat impatient, was suddenly interrupted by Jing Mo and Appo's voice beside her. "Excuse me, madam. What is your purpose here? Is there a neighborhood committee within our base? Are you really going to investigate the identities and occupations of everyone living here? I wasn't aware of such regulations." The elderly lady, taken aback by Jing Mo's barrage of questions, hesitated before stammering, "No, that's not my intention. I was merely expressing concern by asking a few questions. You young folks tend to overthink everything. If you're not allowed to inquire, then so be it." Having hastily uttered her piece, she retreated inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Jing Mo chuckled and glanced at Sun Yin. "Shall we proceed?" As they descended the stairs, Jing Mo remarked, "When you encounter such individuals and Appo's, it's imperative to engage them in conversation. You must outtalk them, posing more questions than they can handle. If they cannot respond, they will simply leave." Although Sun Yin found merit in Jing Mo and Appo's words, she had no intention of following his advice. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when Jing Mo shifted the topic. "However, I don't perceive you as someone inclined to engage in such discussions. But fret not, just leave it to me." Sun Yin was momentarily taken aback by his statement. Leave it to him? While she recognized his good intentions, an inexplicable unease lingered in her mind. "By the way, how well do you know our base? Where have you explored?" Jing Mo inquired, turning to look at Sun Yin. Despite the streetlights being dim, they could not conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Sun Yin stole a glance and quickly averted her gaze, shaking her head slowly. "I have only ventured out once. I am aware that there is a small night market not far ahead, but beyond that, I am quite uninformed." "Then let us head there first," Jing Mo suggested enthusiastically. Sun Yin, not wishing to decline, led him to the small night market. Upon arriving, the scene was much the same as when Sun Yin had last visited, bustling with people and vibrant with life. She found little interest in the wares on display, while Jing Mo appeared genuinely fascinated moving from stall to stall with a smile on his face. Yet, despite his fervor, he ended up purchasing nothing before they left and continued their stroll. The renowned summer resort, a celebrated royal garden, still retained its charm despite the numerous additions that clashed with its original style. As they walked, Nian and Jing Mo halted before several buildings ahead of them. These structures differed from their own residence, resembling large warehouses rather than commercial apartments. Even from a distance, the cacophony emanating from within suggested a considerable number of occupants. Nian realized these must be the collective dormitories constructed by the base for those unable to afford housing. Though the windows were draped with curtains, she could imagine that the interior conditions were far from ideal. Nonetheless, considering this was the foremost base, it was commendable that it could provide sustenance and shelter for its inhabitants. Compared to the smaller bases Nian had experienced in her previous life, which lacked even such communal accommodations, she recognized the relative privilege of their situation. Focused solely on improving her own circumstances, Nian quickly redirected her attention to Jing Mo. Where would you like to explore next? Jing Mo shook his head. There and Oppos has nothing else worth visiting. Let us return. Agreeing with his sentiment, Nian nodded, and they ascended to the 6th floor before parting ways to their respective homes. From that day forth, Nian chose to remain indoors, reverting to a more reclusive lifestyle. She prepared her meals punctually, diligently completed her daily training, and spent her remaining time reading, watching dramas, or preparing supplies for the winter ahead. Despite the current heat, she knew that in just over 2 months, the weather would shift dramatically, plummeting from sweltering warmth to frigid cold in a single night, a transition that had claimed many lives in her past. Nian contemplated whether she should alert the base authorities about the impending change. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. She could not guarantee the discreet transmission of such information, nor ensure her own safety afterward. Having been granted a second chance at life, she was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. After 2 months of confinement at home, one evening, Nian opened her front door. Her lease had expired, necessitating a visit to the housing rental center. As she stepped outside, she spotted Jing Mo at the iron gate, unlocking it with key. Over the past 2 months, Nian was aware that Jing Mo had frequently ventured out, as she often heard the gates clanging. However, she had never been curious about his activities, preferring to focus on her own life. It was unexpected that her first venture outdoors coincided with Jing Mo and Oppos' return. Jing Mo entered after unlocking the gate, carrying several bags. "Are you heading out?" he asked with a smile. "I need to take care of a few matters," she replied. Jing Mo nodded thoughtfully, leaning closer to Nian and lowering his voice. "As you know, I've been assisting the base, so I'm quite well informed. I've heard that the weather is set to turn cold soon. It will be prudent for you to stock up on winter supplies." Nian felt a flicker of concern at his words. Was this information reliable? It seemed likely. Jing Mo chuckled, adding regardless, and Oppos, as wise to prepare, as it never hurts to be cautious. "Has this news been made public yet?" Nian inquired. "Not yet, but I suspect it will be soon. Once it is announced, the prices for winter supplies will surely rise. You understand." Nian certainly did, and she expressed her gratitude to Jing Mo earnestly. "Thank you for sharing this information. I will make sure to purchase some supplies shortly." "That is good to hear. I'll take my leave now. Until we meet again." After bidding farewell to Jing Mo, Nian descended to the parking lot and drove to the housing rental center. She renewed her lease for an additional 2 years before heading to the official supermarket operated by the base. This was her first visit, and she had previously heard from night market patrons that the supermarket was quite similar to those before the apocalypse. Upon entering, she quickly realized they had been correct. The supermarket appeared to be an original establishment within the scenic area, with minimal alterations made. The security had been significantly enhanced, and patrons were not allowed to wander freely. Instead, shoppers had to stand outside the counters, requesting items, which the clerks would then retrieve. Transactions were conducted with one hand exchanging contribution points for goods, while security personnel stood ready to intervene against any potential theft, their bulging waistlines indicating they were likely armed. Chapter 29. The mind is a wonderful thing. Too bad you lack one. After comprehending the operation of the supermarket, Nian felt a peculiar sensation. On the surface, it appeared no different from supermarkets before the apocalypse. However, the reality was starkly different. It bore a resemblance to the supply and marketing cooperatives of several decades past, where one could only gaze longingly from outside, unable to enter. If purchasing required tickets now, it would be even more reminiscent of that era. Amused by this thought, Nian couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to buy something or not? If not, step aside. I intend to make my purchase. Upon hearing this, Nian turned to see a man in his 20s or 30s standing behind her. His hair was unkempt and greasy, his stubble unshaven, and his clothes appeared to have not been washed or changed for an extended period, gleaming under the light. The proximity allowed Nian to detect his overwhelmingly pungent odor. Although the first base was not lacking in water, one could hardly justify such dishevelment. Frowning at the man, she heard him scoff, "You're all clean and tidy, and your looks and figure suggest you've been well taken care of. Why don't you let me have some fun? If you make me comfortable, I might even reward you with a few contribution points." Nian and Appo's gaze turned icy upon hearing his words. The man in Appo's eyes were partially hidden beneath his hair, yet the vile glint in them made her feel repulsed. "What are you staring at? Are you captivated by my manly aura? Women like you, who rely on their looks and figure, are merely playthings for others. I find even looking at you disgusting." As she spoke coldly, Nian drew several steel needles from her lower back and thrust them directly towards the man's eyes. "Then let us see if you can keep those eyes." The moment her words fell, the man let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the area. Those who had previously ignored the commotion turned to look. The man in Appo's eyes were skewered by the needles, blood streaming down his face, and his anguished cries sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. His hands flailed like eagle claws, attempting to touch his eyes in vain as he shouted, ultimately devolving into a torrent of insults directed at Nian. Listening quietly, Nian let out a cold laugh. "It seems you not only wish to relinquish your eyesight, but your tongue as well." At her words, the man and Appo's as profanities lodged in his throat, and he fell silent. The surrounding crowd's expressions shifted as they regarded Nian anew. She appeared to be a delicate and exquisitely beautiful girl, yet her actions were ruthlessly fierce. The steel needles still protruded from the man's eyes, and no one dared to question the veracity of her threat. Nian felt no remorse for what she had done. Scanning the crowd and noticing no one daring to approach or speak, she turned her attention back to the man. "The mind is a wonderful thing, yet you lack one. As for your tongue, it seems better suited for removal." Fear washed over the man's face as he tightly shut his mouth, retreating in terror, shaking his head vigorously. Nian mused that if he continued to shake like that, he would surely suffer a concussion. Just then, the man stumbled over something and fell to the ground. Those who had been surrounding him scattered like startled birds. The onlookers regarded the fallen man with apprehension, as if fearing he might implicate them. This scene bore a striking resemblance to certain moments before the apocalypse. Nian had not anticipated witnessing such a scenario even in these trying times. A fleeting hint of derision crossed her eyes as she resolved to leave, raising her foot to depart. At that moment, a low voice emerged from the crowd. "Isn't it excessive to beat someone so severely over just a few words? Now she intends to leave without offering any compensation?" The voice was husky and deliberately lowered, revealing an intention to provoke. The fallen man seemed to regain his composure, shouting, "They've committed murder. Is there no one to intervene? In such a vast base, is there really no one to stand up for us ordinary people? Just because this BTCH has a benefactor, does she think she can run rampant here, disregarding our lives?" Listening to the man's incessant tirade, Nian chuckled softly. "It appears you truly do not wish to keep that tongue of yours." As she spoke, her hand moved to her waist, retrieving a sharp dagger from beneath her loose t-shirt. The man, unable to see due to his blinded eyes, could not perceive her actions. However, he heard the ominous sound of the blade being drawn, accompanied by gasps from the crowd and the sound of hurried footsteps, which only heightened his panic. He began to retreat, his voice trembling. "What are you going to do?" Don and Appo's Before he could finish his sentence, he felt someone rapidly approach, his chin seized, and something forced into his mouth. Before he could struggle, A chill coursed through him, followed by excruciating pain, causing him to convulse and collapse onto the ground. Nian rose slowly, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her bag, leisurely opening it to wash the blood from her dagger. She also rinsed her hands, finishing the entire bottle just as she completed her task. With a deft motion, she drove the dagger into the bottle, slicing it cleanly in half. "You all," Nian surveyed the crowd, her gaze lingering on each face. "Does anyone have anything further to say about this matter?" As her eyes met those of the onlookers, they retreated, shaking their heads vigorously. Nian and Apos' gaze continued to wander until it locked onto a small, disheveled man. Upon their eyes meeting, he quickly lowered his head, hiding behind another person. Seeing this, Nian smiled faintly. "It seems you were the one speaking earlier. Are you a friend of his? A brother? Do you wish to defend him?" With each word, the small man shook his head more fervently, ultimately collapsing to his knees. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I spoke foolishly out of sheer ignorance. Please spare me. I shall never dare again." Chapter 30. Leaving him a dog in Apos' life. A display of leniency. What is happening here? A sudden reprimand interrupted the pleas of the diminutive man and captured the attention of everyone present. As the crowd turned to look, a man clad in a black uniform approached. He swept his gaze over the scene, his brows furrowing slightly, before coldly inquiring once more, "What is this commotion?" Before anyone else could speak, the small man scrambled to the uniformed figure in Apos' feet. "Captain Song, you must uphold justice for us." Song Ping kicked the small man aside, reprimanding. "Can you not articulate properly? Why are you weeping like a child? I've told you countless times that there is ample water at the base. Clean yourself up. Do you not realize you stink worse than a latrine? Why cling to me? Are you attempting to suffocate me?" Despite being shoved aside, the small man bore no ill will, instead donning a sycophantic smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Captain Song, you're absolutely right. I will certainly clean myself next time. But now, Captain, you must take a stand for us." Song Ping frowned. "Stand for what? Look at Monkey 4. Not only has he been blinded, but his tongue has also been severed. This is on your territory, Captain Song. Is this not a challenge to your authority?" Song Ping had already observed Monkey 4 and Apos' condition. He surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Who did this?" "It was her." The small man immediately pointed a finger at Nian. "Captain Song, it's this vile woman. Relying on her abilities and some hidden benefactor, she dared to inflict harm. She is not a decent person. You must not let her go unpunished." As the small man spoke, Song Ping and Apos' gaze turned towards Nian. Meeting his eyes, she exhibited no fear, nor did she attempt to flee. She simply regarded him calmly, even raising an eyebrow in challenge. After a moment of silence, Song Ping spoke. "Did you do this?" Nian nodded. "Indeed. Why such a severe hand?" "Severe? I believe I have left him with a dog in Apos' life, which is quite generous." Upon hearing Nian and Apos' words, Song Ping chuckled. "This is hardly leaving Monkey for a dog's life. It merely affords him a chance to linger in torment. Given his injuries, even with adequate medical care, he would likely end up disabled. Considering his current condition, a hospital visit is out of the question. His wounds will soon become infected, and in this heat, the infection will only worsen. At that point, Monkey 4 will truly understand the meaning of suffering worse than death. No wonder it is said that a woman's heart is most venomous." Song Ping mused to himself, maintaining his calm demeanor. "You possess considerable skill. Would you be interested in joining the security team?" Nian, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, found herself intrigued. The captain had been present since the incident began, but had only now chosen to speak. Was it truly her skills that prompted him to extend such an invitation? With a skeptical glint in her eyes, Nian studied Song Ping. Noticing her wariness, he laughed heartily. "Surely, you do not think I would seek vengeance for such a person?" He glanced derisively at the incapacitated Monkey 4. "This fool courted death himself. Why should I defend him?" "Captain Song, you..." The small man stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Song Ping scoffed. "I am the captain of the security team, not your personal protector. I have already warned you. Times have changed. If you lack the capability, you ought to keep a low profile. In the base, as long as you work diligently and behave, you will not starve. Yet you disregard my words, seeking trouble, and expect someone to come to your aid? As he concluded, the smile faded from Song Ping's face. If I were you, I would take him and leave now. Otherwise, do you wish to leave behind something of your own? The small man in Oppo's back stiffened at these words. Leave behind something? What could he possibly leave behind? Unconsciously, his gaze fell upon the severed tongue on the ground. His face turned ashen and disregarding Monkey 4. He pushed his way through the crowd, disappearing in moments. Sun Yin was not surprised by his solitary retreat. His earlier outburst was not for justice, but merely to seek advantage. Now that there was nothing to gain, he likely feared repercussions, leaving no room for camaraderie. With a cold smile, Sun Yin turned her attention back to Song Ping, feeling no particular aversion. However, the proposition to join the security team held no appeal for her. In such sweltering heat, why would she abandon her cool abode to patrol the streets? Forgive me, but I'm not interested in joining the security team. Upon hearing Sun Yin's refusal, Song Ping felt a twinge of disappointment. While many aspired to join the security team, few possessed the decisiveness and skill that she exhibited. He understood that the more capable individuals tended to shy away from constraints, and her rejection was anticipated. Your disinterest now is fine. Whenever you wish to join, feel free to seek me out. The benefits of the security team are quite favorable. Should you change your mind, visit the supermarket and mention my name to any staff member. They will guide you to me. By the way, my name is Song Ping. Sun Yin nodded. I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Farewell, he replied. As Sun Yin turned to depart, a path opened before her, the crowd instinctively making way. Noticing how people kept their distance, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to being mocked and bullied, the sensation of instilling fear was rather pleasant. Whether others liked her or not was irrelevant. Sun Yin was quite pleased with the regard she commanded. Chapter 31. I have two. I can share one with you on the way back. Sun Yin deliberately observed the passers-by around her and noticed that indeed many people were carrying large and small bags. Judging by their size and shape, they appeared to be winter clothing or blankets. It seemed that a significant number of individuals had already received the news of an impending severe drop in temperature and had begun to prepare in advance. Sun Yin was not surprised that the base could predict such drastic weather changes. There must be numerous advanced devices and talented individuals in this world that she was unaware of. Anticipating the extreme cold and prompting the populace to prepare would undoubtedly reduce the number of casualties when the temperature actually plummeted. Previously, Sun Yin had been hesitant about whether to disclose the news of the impending cold snap, but now, without her intervention, it seemed everyone was already informed, which alleviated her worries considerably. Upon returning home, Sun Yin was drenched in sweat and hurried to take a shower. During this period, in addition to cooking, she had been boiling large quantities of hot water every day. Since she generated her own solar power, she did not have to worry about electricity costs. The hot water was stored in barrels within her space, all prepared for the arrival of the extreme cold. Furthermore, Sun Yin was contemplating a trip outside the base to bring back a charcoal heater. Although the heater was already stored in her space, she needed to devise a means to retrieve it discreetly before the cold set in. With this thought in mind, after dark the following evening, Sun Yin drove out of the base. Having been at the base for over 2 months, this was only her second time leaving since her arrival. Upon reaching the base's entrance, she saw a long queue of vehicles outside. Those with any capabilities sought to make their way to the base upon learning of its existence. As life outside was exceedingly harsh, Sun Yin did not linger and drove away, stopping in an isolated area not far from the base. The trunk of her car was entirely cleared out, allowing room for one heater, which only occupied half of the space. Gazing at the heater, Sun Yin inexplicably thought of Jing Mo. After a brief moment of hesitation, she retrieved another heater. This heater stood 60 centimeters tall, with a silver-white base and 4 legs, and a black cast-iron cooking surface on top. The cooking surface was a square measuring 60 centimeters, featuring a burner in the center and a smoke vent beside it. After comparing various extravagant models, Sun Yin ultimately chose this simple and practical design. The more elaborate the model, the more prone it was to complications. Simplicity often equated to better functionality and durability. Sun Yin placed all the accessories in the passenger seat, filling the remaining space in the car with boxes of charcoal. Not only was the interior packed, but even the roof of the car was piled high with boxes containing charcoal. Once everything was secured, she drove straight back to the base. Upon parking the car downstairs, before she could exit, she spotted Jing Mo approaching from a distance. As Sun Yin stepped out of the vehicle, Jing Mo reached her side. He glanced at the roof of the car, puzzled. "What's this? You mentioned a drop in temperature, and yet you've brought back 2 heaters and some charcoal? Some?" he questioned, noticing the boxes stacked a meter high on the roof. Wasn't it an understatement to call it an amp? Oppos. Some in amp? Oppos? Indeed, just some, Sun Yin affirmed with a nod. By the way, have you prepared a heater? No. I only gathered some warm clothing. I have 2. I can share one with you. Then let us move the items upstairs together. We must start now. I hope we can transport everything before dawn. By the way, I have other weapons you could choose from, Jing Mo added. Hearing his words, Sun Yin cast him an appreciative glance. It was undeniable that Jing Mo was quite resourceful and quick-witted. Although he could be a bit talkative and overly familiar at times, he maintained a commendable sense of distance and propriety, making him a pleasant neighbor. The two began by transferring the charcoal from the roof. Each box weighed 50 pounds, and Sun Yin could carry 2 boxes up to the 6th floor at a time without breaking a sweat, as could Jing Mo. After emptying the roof, Sun Yin then opened the car door. Seeing that the interior was also crammed full of boxes, Jing Mo looked at Sun Yin with newfound admiration. To procure such an abundance of charcoal was indeed an impressive feat. While they could each carry charcoal boxes separately, the heaters required both of them to lift together. Sun Yin only took out 2 heaters but retrieved 4 sets of accessories, so they each had 2 sets. In case any issues arose later, it was prudent to have replacements ready. Setting up the heaters was not particularly complicated. They selected a location, placed the heater, attached the smoke pipe, and directed it outside. Sun Yin intended to complete the installation in one go, given that the extreme cold would arrive shortly. Before leaving, Sun Yin had already tidied up the bedroom, storing away any unnecessary items in her space. Now, as she and Jing Mo carried the heater into the bedroom, she felt no apprehension. The room was already small, with the bed occupying a third of the space, and now the addition of the heater made it feel even more cramped. However, Sun Yin welcomed the reduced space, as it would help retain warmth when the heater was in use. She had previously moved the bed to create room near the window, placing the heater beside it, ensuring it was still a meter away from the curtains. The heater was centered, with no obstructions around it, minimizing the risk of accidents. After positioning the heater and attaching the smoke pipe, the next step was to create an opening in the wall. Sun Yin went to another bedroom and returned with a hole opening tool. Without a word of inquiry, Jing Mo took the tool, climbed the ladder, and made an opening in the appropriate spot to accommodate the smoke pipe. Once this side was completed, they proceeded to Jing Mo's room. This was Sun Yin's first time entering Jing Mo's bedroom. His room was much simpler than hers, lacking flooring and wall coverings. It contained only a bed and a table, with the rest of the space cluttered with boxes of various sizes. Sun Yin did not examine the boxes closely, but inquired where he would like to place the heater. Jing Mo's small room was already filled with items, leaving little room for the heater. "Wait for me. I'll move these to another room first," he replied. Sun Yin was not unwilling to assist, but since the items belonged to Jing Mo, she refrained from intervening unless he requested help. Chapter 32, it would be best if the temperature dropped by 50 or 60 degrees. Who knows what valuable items might be concealed within? Fortunately, Jing Mo acted swiftly, and before long, he had moved several boxes out, clearing the space. The two of them managed to set up the stove half an hour later. "How much charcoal do you need?" Sun Yin inquired. Jing Mo shook his head, replying, "I don't need any. I'll purchase some from the base later." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin nodded in understanding. Jing Mo had previously mentioned that the base had granted him a substantial number of contribution points. Moreover, given his assistance to the base over the past 2 months, he must have accrued additional points. Although Jing Mo was not extravagantly wealthy, acquiring some charcoal was certainly within his means. Jing Mo walked to the wall and opened a box, retrieving 2 containers that he brought back. "I have weapons in this. You may choose whichever you desire." As he spoke, he presented the 2 rectangular boxes to Sun Yin. They were slender and jet black, devoid of any markings or designs, rendering their contents a mystery. The shape vaguely resembled the packaging of thermal clothing. Could it truly contain thermal wear? Sun Yin pondered, opening one of the boxes to reveal a black garment inside. Despite its thin appearance, the clothing promised excellent insulation against the cold. Of course, if you prefer, you can exchange it for a weapon, he added. Having closed the box, Sun Yin declared, I want it. If you like it, that's all that matters. Jing Mo replied. Checking her watch, Sun Yin noted it was already 4 in the morning. Time was slipping away, and daylight had broken outside. They simply hadn't drawn the curtains, thus failing to notice. Now that the task is complete, I should return, Sun Yin said. All right, I'll escort you. Jing Mo offered, genuinely accompanying her to the entrance. Sun Yin found it unnecessary for such a short distance, but once home, she didn't rush to inspect the 2 outfits. Instead, she tidied up the disordered boxes in her living room. These items had been transported from Jing Mo's place, and Sun Yin had no intention of stowing them away in her space. She decided to stack them in the living room. After all, she spent the majority of her day in her bedroom, and the living room served little purpose. Once organized, Sun Yin freshened up and returned to her bedroom. She felt exhausted from the previous night and had no desire to enter the kitchen again. Sitting at her small table, she retrieved a bowl of cold noodles from her space, along with a plate of Korean fried chicken accompanied by honey mustard dipping sauce. This sauce was particularly delightful in summer. Paired with chilled beer, each bite was refreshingly invigorating. After relishing her meal, Sun Yin did not immediately rest, but leaned against the edge of her bed, gazing at the newly installed stove nearby. She had purchased several such stoves. In addition to the charcoal-burning stove, she owned electric heaters, radiant heaters, warm air fans, electric blankets, and hot water blankets. She had also amassed an abundance of warm packs, charcoal, firewood, and various fire-starting materials, all in great quantity. Despite her ample preparations, the mere thought of extreme cold, when one's blood might freeze, sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the 2 boxes. Having focused solely on her meal earlier, Sun Yin hadn't taken the time to examine the clothing inside. Now, she eagerly picked up one of the boxes, opened it, and retrieved the garment. It appeared to be a standard black thermal outfit, feeling even thinner than typical thermal wear. However, upon holding it, Sun Yin discerned a distinct quality. It was unlike any fabric she had ever encountered. It bore a resemblance to the material Jing Mo had worn when she first met him. Slipping her hand into the sleeve, she soon felt a gentle warmth emanating, which gradually intensified. Although many advertisements for thermal underwear had claimed to feature self-heating fabrics, most were mere gimmicks. Yet the garment in her hands was genuinely radiating heat. Thinking of Jing Mo, Sun Yin soon felt at ease. If anyone else had presented such clothing, she might have sought to uncover its origin. However, considering it was Jing Mo, she decided to let it be. Their current relationship was satisfactory, and it was best not to cross boundaries or pry into each other's secrets. She washed both garments and hung them in the living room. The sun had risen, the temperature steadily climbing, and by the time Sun Yin awoke from her afternoon nap, the clothes were completely dry. Indeed, when she returned to the living room after a rest, she found the garments thoroughly dried and stored them in her space for the time being, not intending to venture outside again. She washed up before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Sun Yin took out some beef brisket, planning to make tomato beef stew to achieve a delectable dish. Mastering the heat was crucial. With plenty of time on her hands, she proceeded leisurely, allowing the stew to simmer gently, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. As dusk approached, Sun Yin finally completed a large pot of tomato beef stew. She selected a 2-tiered stainless steel lunchbox, filling one layer with rice and the other with a generous portion of beef stew. After placing the lunchbox and the remaining stew into her space, she took a shower to wash away the strong scents clinging to her, changing into fresh clothing before heading to the door. Just as she reached the entrance and was about to open the door, she overheard voices outside. Jing Mo, what on earth have you bought? Did the base send you help? It was the voice of the nosy neighbor from the 5th floor. Sun Yin realized she hadn't seen the neighbor in over 2 months and was surprised that she even knew Jing Mo's name. However, she found the neighbor's curiosity rather intrusive. While contemplating this, The neighbor continued. What about the girl across from you? Why does she never go outside? What does she do all day? I saw you moving a lot of things for her yesterday. Was it all food? How could a young girl acquire so much food? Frowning, Nian was about to step outside when Jing Mo's voice interrupted. Annie, haven't you heard that a cold front is coming? Instead of prying into others' business, you should be stocking up on winter supplies. What is there to stock up on? The neighbor replied dismissively. This dreadful weather is about to roast us alive. I wish it would cool down. A drop of 50 or 60 degrees would be splendid. When I moved in, I brought all my winter clothes. Chapter 33. The arrival of the extreme cold. Upon hearing this, Nian and Appo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. A drop of 50 or 60 degrees. It would not be long before the old lady's wish was fulfilled. Not only would her desires be met, but there would also be an excess gift to accompany it. That fateful night when the extreme cold arrived, the temperature plummeted from a balmy 30 or 40 degrees above zero to below 20 degrees, with heavy snow cascading down like a thick blanket. By the following day, the temperature sank even further, reaching below 30 or 40 degrees. The mercury continued to drop daily, ultimately breaching the 50 or 60 degrees below zero mark before it stabilized. Initially, Nian intended to venture outside, but after hearing the old lady's words, she reconsidered. Once the old lady's voice faded entirely and Jing Mo had closed his door, Nian waited for over 10 minutes before retrieving a lunchbox from her space, opening her door, and arriving at Jing Mo's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle raps, and the door swung open from within. Upon seeing Nian, Jing Mo did not display surprise, but rather greeted her with a smile. Did you hear what that old lady downstairs said? You needn't Appo's to pay her any mind. Nian chuckled. I had no intention of doing so. The base had already informed the public of the impending temperature drop, urging everyone to prepare winter supplies as best they could. Yet, there remained those who refused to listen or believe. Engaging with such individuals was merely a waste of breath. She extended the lunchbox towards him. I prepared some canned tomato beef brisket and steamed rice to share with you. The base and Appo's supermarket-stocked canned tomato beef brisket, albeit at a steep price of 5 contribution points per can. Jing Mo and Appo's expression lit up with delight as he eagerly accepted the lunchbox. Thank you. You truly are a beautiful and kind-hearted fairy. Hearing this, Nian was inexplicably reminded of their first encounter when he had said something quite similar. A smile danced in her eyes. Enjoy it while it's warm. I must be on my way. I'll wash the lunchbox and return to you later. All right, Jing Mo replied earnestly. Upon returning home, Nian headed straight to her bedroom to dine. Her meal consisted of tomato beef brisket rice, accompanied by a dish of stir-fried greens and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. As she ate, her thoughts lingered on the question of when the extreme cold would truly arrive. After all, the extreme heat had come earlier than anticipated. Who could say if the timing of the cold would similarly shift? Based on the trajectory of her previous life, the extreme cold was expected to arrive in a week. But now Nian found herself uncertain. After her meal, she decided to bring out all her emergency winter supplies: an electric oil heater, a warm air fan, and a small sun lamp, all positioned strategically in her usual sitting area and plugged in. When the time came, she would only need to flip a switch. Moreover, she lifted her bedding. The mattress was indeed suitable for direct use. But considering the impending cold, Nian laid down a hefty 10-pound thick quilt. On top of the quilt, she spread an electric blanket, covered it with a cashmere sheet, and finally topped it with a silk sheet. The clothing she would need was neatly organized and placed in a designated spot within her space, ready to appear at her command. Nian also tidied the stove, replenishing it with firewood and placing flammable tin foil and straw inside. Everything was in place, leaving only the spark to ignite it all. Prepared for the arrival of the extreme cold, she was reassured that during this time, most people would be awake, thus minimizing the risk of anyone freezing to death in their slumber. 3 days passed swiftly. That evening, Nian felt disinclined to cook and opted for some grilled skewers instead. Just as she took a sip of cold beer, an unexpected chill coursed through her. Not only was she feeling a deep cold, but her body also began to feel icy. Hastily, Nian glanced at the lamb skewers on the table. The once sizzling skewers now exhibited a pallid sheen, where the fatty portions had lost their transparency, clearly having cooled and solidified. Ordinarily, the skewers would not have cooled so rapidly after just being served. The only logical conclusion was that the temperature was indeed dropping. Without delay, Nian stored the beer and skewers along with the small table into her space, rising to turn off the air conditioning unit while also activating her heating devices. Turning around, she swiftly made her way to the bedside, lifting the silk mattress and sitting down. Though warmed by the 3 small sun lamps, Nian felt increasingly chilly. She retrieved the winter clothing she had prepared earlier, trembling as she removed her short sleeves and shorts, clumsily donning the thermal underwear gifted by Jing Mo. Once dressed, warmth finally returned to her body, though it was still insufficient. Next, she slipped on a cashmere sweater, thick coral fleece pants, and topped it all off with a 3-layered coral fleece nightgown that reached her ankles, complete with a hood that she pulled over her head. Under the warmth of the small sun lamps, she donned additional layers, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as she felt somewhat revived. The warm air fan and electric heater were to life, though their efforts paled in comparison to the drastic drop in temperature. Nian retrieved thick wool socks and slipped them on, finally stepping out of bed. She rolled up the bamboo mat and stored it away, laying down a cashmere rug around her bed, careful to keep it a safe distance from the stove. Approaching the stove, she took out a lighter and ignited the straw and tinfoil within. Both materials ignited instantly, and the dry, slender firewood soon followed suit. Watching the flames dance, Nian carefully placed the iron cover with a hook over the top. Once secured, the smoke from the burning wood would be vented through the chimney. This was the first time the stove had been lit. Nian was not in haste to add charcoal until she assessed the chimney's seal. Once satisfied that there would be no leaks, she lifted the iron cover to add the charcoal. Engrossed in her preparations, Nian only realized her hands and feet had become somewhat numb once the stove was fully operational. Taking out a thermometer, she waited patiently before checking. And to her astonishment, it displayed a chilling temperature of 10 degrees below zero. Who could have imagined that just 20 minutes prior, the room had been a comfortable 20 degrees above zero? Equipping herself with a mask, gloves, and thick snow boots, she donned her entire winter attire before finally stepping out of her bedroom. The moment she crossed the threshold, a sudden chill enveloped her, starkly contrasting the warmth she had experienced in her heated room. The cold outside was undeniably real. Chapter 34. The warmth that makes one weep, even with a mask covering her face. Nian felt that each breath she inhaled was particularly frigid, causing her insides to twist painfully, the sensation intensifying with each passing moment. With a bitter smile, she acknowledged that despite her mental preparations, her unaccustomed body, having never experienced such extreme cold, struggled to adapt to the harsh weather in such a short span of time. Hunched over, Nian hastened toward the entrance. Before she could reach the door, the sound of knocking echoed through the air, followed by Jing Mo and Appo's voice calling from outside. Nian, are you awake? Quickening her pace, Nian reached for the door handle, which felt like ice even through her gloves, sending a shiver up her spine. With a determined effort, she swung the door open to reveal Jing Mo, who was bundled up like a bear, only his eyes visible amidst the layers of clothing. As their gazes met, Jing Mo's eyes crinkled in delight, his voice muffled by the mask, but laced with joy. I'm glad to see you're awake. I was worried you might still be asleep. Nian smiled at his words, realizing they had both been thinking along the same lines. Have you lit your stove? She inquired. Yes, of course. Jing Mo nodded vigorously. You have yours going too, right? It's freezing out here. We should hurry back inside. I know. You should get back inside as well. They stood there for a moment longer, their voices trembling in the cold air. After bidding Jing Mo farewell, Nian secured the door and quickly returned to her bedroom. Earlier, while in her room, she had complained about the slow rise in temperature, feeling the chill seep into her bones. However, upon re-entering after a brief stint in the cold, she was greeted by a wave of warmth that enveloped her, allowing her to stretch her previously curled-up form. First, she used a metal hook to lift the iron ring off the stove, glancing at the flames inside, now roaring to life. Satisfied, she replaced the iron cover. She removed her snow boots, placing them against the wall, and retrieved a pair of hand-crocheted indoor slippers from her storage space. These slippers, crafted from yarn on the outside, were lined with soft coral fleece and filled with cotton. The multi-layered soles were exceptionally soft and warm. Nian had come across these handmade treasures during her trips to the countryside, and upon first sight, she had been smitten, promptly acquiring as many pairs as she could wear. Though not waterproof and unsuitable for outdoor wear, they provided unparalleled comfort indoors under the current circumstances. With clean soles, she stepped onto the wool carpet, feeling no remorse as she settled down directly on it. Although the carpet was plush, sitting on it still felt hard and cool. Nian retrieved a 10-centimeter thick mat from her storage and placed it against the bed before sitting down. 3 small suns illuminated her space, gradually raising the room and Oppo's as temperature. After basking in the warmth for a while, Nian felt rejuvenated, stretching out on the mat. Despite the tightly shut windows, the howling winds outside were unmistakable, signaling that snow had begun to fall. The intense heat had lasted only a year, but the bitter cold had persisted for the next 2 years. All that would be visible to the eye would be an expanse of white. The previous extreme heat had hindered the growth of crops and vegetables, leaving people deficient in various vitamins. After a spell of snowfall, many had succumbed to snow blindness. Nian recalled her past life, where she too had suffered from this affliction. Reflecting on the hardships of her former existence, Nian closed her eyes, banishing those memories from her mind. That was the past. In this lifetime, she vowed never to fall into such despair again. Rising to a seated position, Nian retrieved a small table for dining. It held a chilled beer and skewers. The beer was no longer drinkable, so she set it aside. The skewers had grown cold, prompting her to bring them to the stove. Lifting the iron ring aside, she placed the grilling rack atop, arranging the skewers one by one. In no time, the previously cooled skewers began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the room. Nian fetched a stool and settled by the stove, roasting and eating until she had devoured all the skewers. Still feeling peckish, she returned to the mat, retrieving a bowl of spicy and sour noodles from her storage. The dish's tangy and zesty flavors made her break a sweat, warming her from the inside out. Sated, Nian took out 2 humidifiers. In her previous focus on keeping warm, she had neglected the fact that using various heating devices would quickly dry the air. Humidifiers were essential. Otherwise, the warmth would lead to nosebleeds from dryness. She shed her outer garments and lay down on the bed. The electric blanket had warmed the bedding, and with the fluffy 4-piece set, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Nian preferred thick cotton quilts over lightweight down or duck-down comforters. Covering herself with a substantial cotton quilt and a cashmere throw ensured she felt no chill whatsoever. Her iPad rested on the small table beside the bed, playing a lively variety show. Lowering the volume slightly, she lay on her side and watched. Perhaps due to her full stomach, the warmth of the room, and the overall coziness, Nian gradually drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, the show continued to play automatically. Glancing at the alarm clock on the nightstand, she noted it was already 6 in the morning. On previous days, she would have been settling down for sleep at this hour. Yet today, she had just awakened. After lingering in bed for a moment, she finally reached for her pajamas and put them on. The first task upon rising was to add coal to the stove. Upon opening it, she saw the coals had nearly burned down, leaving only a thin layer of glowing embers. She quickly replenished the coal, making a mental note to add more before bed each night. Fortunately, other heating devices were still running, so the room's temperature had not plummeted. Checking the thermometer on the wall, she saw the room and Oppo's temperature hovered around 5 degrees. This was still due to the stove not being fully operational. Once it burned for a couple of days, Nian believed the temperature would rise even further. She did not wish for much, just a room temperature of around 10 degrees, and she would be thoroughly content. Though 10 degrees may not seem high compared to the frigid outdoors, it felt warm enough to bring tears to her eyes. Chapter 35. The struggle for Nian's survival resources. Nian intended to make a trip to the restroom. Although she was acutely aware that the pipes were likely frozen, she felt compelled to uphold the ritual of using the toilet. Even if it meant resorting to cat litter, she resolved to venture to the bathroom. The act of relieving oneself required a certain ceremonial importance. After all, donning her mask and hat, and even replacing her gloves with a more dexterous pair, she finally opened the bedroom door. Inside the room, the doors and windows were tightly sealed, so there was no wind. However, the chill rushed in as she opened the door, so biting that it made her breath feel painful. Standing at the threshold, Nian hesitated for a moment before hastily closing the bedroom door and making her way to the bathroom. 3 minutes later, she emerged from the restroom. Hurrying back to her bedroom, she retrieved her toiletries and, while brushing her teeth, contemplated the importance of ritual in using the restroom. Though she deemed washing up a lesser concern, she imagined that if she attempted to wash her mouth in the bathroom, the toothpaste would not only fail to foam, but would likely turn into icy granules. The mere thought of such a scenario made her mouth ache. After completing her hygiene routine, Nian diligently applied moisturizer and hand cream. While the temperature inside the house was not excessively low, protective measures were still necessary. For breakfast, she savored a steaming bowl of millet and red date porridge, accompanied by a basket of dumplings and a boiled egg, with warmth filling her body. Nian felt invigorated and approached the window to draw back the curtains and gaze outside. It had been a year since she last looked out at dawn, and the brightness outside, unobstructed and clear, momentarily left her feeling disoriented. However, she quickly regained her senses. Without the scorching sun and harmful rays, the pervasive wind and snow confined her indoors, rendering the outside world deserted. After a night of fierce winds and heavy snowfall, the accumulation of snow had reached a depth of 10 centimeters. Listening to the biting winds howl, Nian recalled the elderly woman on the 5th floor. Although the drop in temperature had come late, she wondered what the woman must be feeling at that moment. It was not until the following day that Nian received some news from Jing Mo. Although the base had notified everyone in advance about the impending cold snap, they had not specified the exact timing. The sudden drop in temperature that night had caused considerable distress for those engaged in outdoor activities. Fortunately, most had prepared winter clothing in advance and managed to return home to dress warmly, so the majority escaped unscathed. However, some had disregarded the base and Oppo's warnings and were unprepared for the cold, leading to unfortunate outcomes. The situation at the base was dire, and it was even worse outside its confines. It was impossible to ascertain how many lives the abrupt drop in temperature would claim. Nian chose not to dwell on such grim thoughts. Her capabilities were limited, and she harbored no aspirations of being a savior. Her singular focus was on living her own life well. After a couple of days of recuperation, the people at the base, witnessing the relentless wind and snow and the plummeting temperatures, abandoned any lingering hopes. The oppressive heat had finally subsided, only to be replaced by an equally severe cold. Who would have believed that in June and July, snow would fall in torrents and temperatures would plummet to -50 or 60 degrees? The Earth was no longer the familiar world it had once been, and the climate had transformed beyond recognition. Nevertheless, no one wished to perish without a fight. Everyone yearned to survive desperately until the calamity passed and normalcy returned. In warmer weather, consuming cold foods brought a sense of comfort. Yet now, in such frigid conditions, one could hardly endure without consuming something warm. Eating hot meals was merely the most basic necessity. To thrive in such weather, one needed to find ways to stay warm. The base had been converted from a tourist site, with only a few areas equipped with air conditioning, while most lacked both heating and cooling systems. Nian's rented accommodation was especially devoid of such luxuries. To keep warm, people resorted to the most primal method, burning firewood. During the day, Nian observed individuals gradually emerging to brave the elements. These people were bundled up so tightly that they resembled bears from a distance. The thick layers of clothing hindered their movements, and, compounded by the heavy winds and deep snow, which had risen to knee height, their progress was painfully slow. Their goal was clear. They headed towards the trees within the base. Due to the excessive moisture at the first base, while the delicate flowers and grasses had perished, most of the trees had survived, albeit in a state of near death. With the sudden drop in temperature within just 2 days, the remaining wilted leaves on the trees had quickly turned yellow and fallen. Observing the barren branches, Sun Yin realized that they too would not last long. Sun Yin had no idea how many people inhabited the base, but their numbers were certainly substantial. Even with a considerable number of trees, they could not withstand the relentless felling by so many individuals. Sun Yin felt no qualms about their actions. Even if many of the trees were rare ancient specimens that had stood for years, survival took precedence over such concerns. Who would care about the origins of a tree when faced with the struggle for life? Aside from standing by the window each day to gaze outside, Sun Yin had no intention of venturing out. With ample fuel and food, she was self-sufficient within her home and saw no need to confront others for survival resources. As for making an appearance outdoors, that seemed even less necessary. Having moved numerous boxes with Jing Mo, aside from him, no one knew the true contents, and naturally, whatever she claimed was in them was accepted as truth. What Sun Yin did not anticipate was that while she had no desire to venture out and compete for resources, someone else would seek to steal her survival provisions. That night, as Sun Yin slept, she was awakened by a series of clattering noises. Initially, she dismissed it, rolling over to resume her slumber. However, the sounds grew increasingly distinct, as if they were emanating from nearby. In the darkness, Sun Yin slowly opened her eyes, her sleepiness dissipating, replaced by clarity. Before her lay a pitch-black expanse, but she could hear the sounds more distinctly. Someone was dismantling the iron gate. Confirming the source of the noise, Sun Yin sat up and began to put on her clothes, one layer after another. Since she intended to go outside, she opted for a sweater instead of pajamas, layering it with a thermal down jacket and then donning a green military coat over it. On her feet were not snow boots, but sleek black leather boots. After donning her mask, leather hat, and gloves, Sun Yin finally opened her bedroom door and stepped out. Reaching the entrance, the sound from outside became even clearer. "Son, be a bit quieter. Don an amp." "Amp? Oppos. Wake that girl. If she discovers us, it will be over." Chapter 36. Self-Defense and Counterattack. Mother, what are you afraid of? Indeed, Mother, my brother and I are two grown men. How could we possibly fear a mere girl? That girl is so slender. How could she be our match? True enough, a mere girl, yet she somehow amassed so many contribution points to rent such a lavish apartment. Do I even need to ask? A young and beautiful lady can only rely on her charms to earn contribution points. Once I subdue her, all her possessions will belong to us. Behind the door, Sun Yin quietly listened to the conversation among the three, a chilling smirk slowly forming at the corners of her lips. Creak. The security door slowly creaked open. The sound was faint, yet in the stillness of the night, it echoed clearly. The trio, who had been animatedly chatting moments ago, froze upon hearing the door and Oppo's sound and slowly raised their heads. Upon seeing Sun Yin standing at the doorway, their eyes widened in surprise. The first to react was the middle-aged woman Sun Yin had encountered before. "Ah, young lady, you're still awake at this late hour?" The woman stammered. "These are my two sons, De Chung and Er Chung. We were just checking if your door was securely locked." Sun Yin remained silent, her gaze icy as she regarded the woman. "Mother, why are you wasting your breath on her?" De Chung snapped, slamming his wrench against the iron door, glaring menacingly at Sun Yin. "It and Amp, Oppos, as perfect timing that you and Amp, Oppos, reawake. Be smart and open the door for us, or else when I break it down, you'll wish you had." Er Chung chimed in yes. "Hurry and hand over your food, drink, and heating supplies. If you cooperate, my brother might spare your life, but if you don't..." "What if I don't cooperate?" "Don't cooperate?" Er Chung sneered. "In this freezing cold, one can easily dispose of a body without anyone noticing. You wouldn't be waiting for that man to rescue you, would you? He left this afternoon and hasn't returned. He might already be frozen to death in some corner. Given your looks, if you serve us well, we might just leave you some food and drink. I suggest you be smart about this." Standing at her doorstep, Sun Yin looked down at them, her eyes brimming with derision. "If you wish to enter, I shall gladly provide you with the key." With that, Sun Yin stepped forward. Just a few paces from the iron gate, she paused and produced the key from her pocket. This iron gate was crafted with exquisite materials. When Jing Mo installed it, he was meticulous in his work. The trio before her lacked proper tools. After flailing about for quite some time, they had merely scratched the surface of the door. Even if Sun Yin chose to ignore them, they would still be unable to breach the entrance. Yet, Sun Yin had no intention of allowing them to continue their ruckus outside. It was far too disruptive to her peace. Seeing her actually produce the key, the woman's expression shifted to one of suspicion. That key fits this lock? De Chung burst into laughter. Mother, she must be terrified. If she doesn't open the door now, she'll never see the outside again. Chung joined in the mockery, reaching through the bars. Such a clever little beauty. Once you open the door, I'll be sure to treat you well. Before he could finish, Chung froze in shock. He barely registered a glint of cold steel before something fell to the ground with a thud. Chung stared blankly down at the floor, illuminated by the light seeping from Sun Yin and Appo's home. It was his hand. His eyes bulged, pupils constricting. His scream echoed throughout the building. Hearing his wail, Sun Yin lifted her leg and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. How irritating. Can an Appo's, do you speak civilly? Chung tumbled back, crashing into De Chung and their mother. All three of them cascaded down the stairs, eventually coming to a halt on the landing between the 5th and 6th floors. Watching the heap of 3 bodies, Sun Yin chuckled softly and slowly unlocked the door with the key. She opened the door and descended the stairs step by step. I initially thought you were merely nosy and chatty, but I never anticipated your audacity. The woman watched as Sun Yin approached, her body instinctively retreating. And no, I'm not bold at all. I was wrong. We were wrong. We'll leave right now. Meanwhile, De Chung scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Leave? No way. This filthy bitch attacked us. I'll kill her right now." With that, he charged at Sun Yin. Sun Yin swiftly swung her right hand, the dagger gliding across De Cheng's neck, slicing through the fabric of his collar. Despite his thick clothing, a crimson line appeared on his skin. It was nighttime, with outdoor temperatures plummeting below 50 degrees. In such conditions, one could not remain outside for long. Even a brief exposure would cause the body to gradually succumb to frostbite. Due to the extreme cold, blood would not immediately spurt from a wound, and pain would be dulled. Just as Chung had not realized his hand had been severed until it was too late, De Chung was similarly oblivious to his own injury. Only when Sun Yin severed one of his ears did he finally relent, realizing the gravity of his situation. Observing the 3 of them huddled together, Sun Yin remarked, "Your earlier words have reminded me that in this frigid weather, few dare to venture outdoors. If I were to kill you, I could easily dispose of your bodies without anyone noticing." The only one among them still relatively unscathed, the woman gazed at Sun Yin in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. "And no, you can't kill us. The people downstairs must have heard the commotion. If we die, they'll know you did it, and you'll be captured by the authorities. Please don't kill us. If you spare us, we'll never cross your path again. We were in the wrong. But you've suffered no loss, and you've already injured my 2 sons. Isn't that enough?" Sun Yin regarded the woman in silence, her voice devoid of warmth. "So because you failed in your attempt, you believe you have the right to claim innocence? That is the most ludicrous of jokes. Had it not been for the excellent quality of the iron gate, had she not been vigilant in her slumber, had she lacked the ability to protect herself and counterattack, would she not be the one lying on the ground, vulnerable to their whims? At that point, would this woman claim it was her own inadequacy that warranted their bullying?" Chapter 37. The key to survival. Sun Yin approached the 3 individuals step by step, causing the elderly woman to scream in fright. Meanwhile, De Chung and Chung, both injured, were gradually becoming stiff from the cold, glaring fiercely at Sun Yin, but left with no room for resistance. Before long, Sun Yin stood before them, striking the back of their necks with the hilt of her dagger, rendering them unconscious. As she completed this task, she sensed someone's presence and turned to look down the staircase. There stood Jing Mo on the 5th floor, gazing up at her. Raising an eyebrow, Sun Yin wondered when Jing Mo had returned. Before she could inquire, he spoke with a smile. "I've been back for a while, but it seemed you didn't and Appo's to require my assistance, so I refrained from intervening." Sun Yin felt a wave of satisfaction at his words. She preferred to resolve matters on her own, and certainly did not wish for others to dictate her actions. However, she now found herself in need of Jing Mo and Appo's help. "Could you assist me in carrying them back home?" Jing Mo nodded readily, of course. Sun Yin located the key on the elderly woman and successfully unlocked their door. The interior resembled a snow cave, with scarcely any belongings, let alone furniture. A fire pit burned in the living room, yet the wood was nearly consumed, likely to extinguish within minutes. Together, Sun Yin and Jing Mo carried the three individuals into the living room, placing them near the dying fire. After clapping her hands in satisfaction, Sun Yin declared, "Let us go." Jing Mo glanced at the trio on the floor and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It seems that girls tend to be too soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have ended it swiftly with a single stroke." In response, Sun Yin smiled brightly. "Soft-hearted? That term bears no relation to me. I'm fully aware of the force I employed. These three will not awaken for at least 2 to 3 hours. While the fire still burns, it offers little warmth. Though within the house, without the fire, the temperature is hardly different from outside. In such conditions, 2 to 3 hours is ample time to freeze to death. Killing them outright would necessitate disposing of the bodies. Leaving them here to succumb to the cold eliminates the need for such arrangements. When the lease on this property expires, the base personnel will come to reclaim it and will naturally handle the bodies. Isn't this a more convenient solution?" Sun Yin offered no further explanation and, alongside Jing Mo, exited the house, shutting the door behind them. As they returned to the 6th floor, Sun Yin took a moment to inspect the iron gate. The quality was indeed commendable, and given that the elderly woman and her children lacked suitable tools, they had only managed to create a few scratches after considerable effort. Sun Yin felt pleased with the gate, affirming that her investment was justified. Securing the iron gate with a lock, she intended to return home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she paused and turned to Jing Mo, asking, given the severe cold, "Does the base have any countermeasures? Do you have any news?" Sun Yin believed that since the base had anticipated the extreme cold, they must have devised some strategy. Days had passed, yet no information had been disseminated. "Yes," Jing Mo confirmed, "the communal dormitory at the base has heating installed. Those willing can move there, but it requires contribution points. If one lacks points, they must comply with the arrangements of those already residing there and work daily." "And what if one refuses to move?" Sun Yin inquired. "Then they must find a way to keep warm on their own. The base does sell some fuel, though is not cheap." Upon hearing Jing Mo's explanation, Sun Yin did not feel disheartened. The base was vast, and it was unrealistic to expect heating to be extended throughout under the current circumstances. They could only designate a location that could accommodate more individuals for heating, prompting everyone to relocate there. Those capable of self-sufficiency would certainly alleviate the pressure on the base. Sun Yin nodded in understanding and said to Jing Mo, "It's getting late, and it's freezing outside. We should return to rest. You two take care." The two parted ways, neither inquiring whether the other intended to stay in the communal dormitory, as they both knew they would not. The thermal underwear gifted by Jing Mo proved effective. After donning it and layering additional garments, Sun Yin felt only a slight chill after spending an extended time outdoors. But she had endured little discomfort. Upon entering her bedroom, warmth enveloped her, and the lingering cold dissipated quickly. She removed her outer garments and hung them on the coat rack by the door, changing into comfortable, warm pajamas. After some time, she found herself wide awake, not wishing to lie down and sleep immediately. With the day ahead, she could always catch up on rest later. Sun Yin settled onto the mat, curling up within a gigantic teddy bear. In her previous life, she had also resided in communal dormitories in smaller bases. During that time, she lacked the comforts she now enjoyed, and when the extreme cold arrived, survival alone was impossible, compelling her to reside in the base and oppos, as communal quarters. Though referred to as a dormitory, it was merely a room filled with beds. The distance between beds was a mere 30 centimeters at most, forcing individuals to maneuver sideways when dressed too warmly. The smaller base lacked central heating. Instead, a few large iron barrels burned wood for warmth. In a small room housing over 100 people, the collective warmth prevented the temperature from plummeting too low. However, with so many occupants, the lack of ventilation resulted in an unpleasant odor permeating the space. Sun Yin was uncertain about the conditions in the first base and oppos, as communal dormitory, but she understood that with numerous residents, the outcome would be similar. Lying down, Sun Yin pondered for a while until daylight began to break, prompting her to rise and commence her training. Despite the biting cold, she remained resolute in her commitment to self-improvement. Regardless of the time, a robust physique and exceptional stamina were the keys to survival. The small bedroom was cramped. Whenever she trained, Sun Yin would clear the bed and the cashmere rug, bringing out the necessary equipment. After 3 hours, her training concluded, and she was drenched in sweat. The room was now a chilly 12 to 13 degrees, making a shower somewhat uncomfortable. However, Sun Yin had a solution. During her shopping, she had anticipated the inconvenience of bathing in extreme cold and deliberately purchased an outdoor shower tent. This compact tent had ample space for a bathing tub. Once inside, she closed the door and retrieved the tub. After arriving at the base, Sun Yin had used the water from her previous apartment for flushing toilets. After thoroughly cleaning the bathing tub, she heated fresh water and filled the tub, preparing for the current circumstances. Chapter 38. Luncheon. As Sun Yin removed her clothing, a shiver involuntarily coursed through her. It was only upon swiftly settling into the bathtub, enveloped by the warm water, that she finally exhaled a long-held breath of relief. The tub was spacious enough that, even if the water cooled, she could collect some of the cooler water and replenish it with hot water. After washing her hair, she reluctantly emerged from the tub. Thankfully, the power had not yet been cut, allowing her to retrieve a hairdryer and dry her hair. For over a year, Sun Yin had been trimming her hair herself. While her skills did not rival those of a professional stylist, a casual snip here and there left her hair looking presentable. She had no particular demands regarding her hairstyle, the only stipulation being that it should not be too long. Long hair drew attention and was quite cumbersome to wash. The current length was just right. After 5 or 6 minutes with the hairdryer, her hair was nearly dry. After tidying up the tub and tent, and mopping up the water on the floor, Sun Yin returned the bed and carpet to their original positions. If it weren't for the available space, the daily hassle of moving everything would be exhausting to contemplate. Following lunch, she indulged in a brief nap, lasting merely 2 hours. She was mindful that excessive sleep would disrupt her nighttime rest. Although she had no pressing tasks or obligations to leave the house, Sun Yin remained disciplined in her routine. Once the snow began to fall, Sun Yin removed the thermal curtains from her windows and added an extra layer of sheer white curtains inside. These sheer curtains allowed light to filter through while preserving her privacy. From the outside, one could not see in, yet the daylight poured in. This way, during the day, she could avoid turning on the lights, especially since the solar panel's energy storage could not compare to that of the previous sweltering days. Although the base had yet to experience a power outage, Sun Yin still operated several heating devices and a humidifier, striving to minimize her energy consumption whenever possible. Having grown weary of the endless cycle of television dramas and variety shows, Sun Yin sought solace in a book. It was a technical manual on greenhouse cultivation. Although she had no greenhouse and no plans to engage in extensive planting, she could certainly manage to grow some scallions or bean sprouts. These could serve both as food and decorative greenery for her home. Determined, Sun Yin gathered suitable containers and placed mung beans, soybeans, and garlic within them. The beans merely required water and a cover to block out light, allowing them to sprout naturally. The garlic was threaded onto wire, forming neat circles arranged on a shallow plate. Sun Yin recalled learning this in elementary school, where each student would cultivate garlic sprouts at home and bring them to school for a friendly competition to see whose grew best. The nostalgia of those times brought a smile to her face. Provided the right temperature and ample moisture, these sprouts would flourish within a couple of days. Beyond her daily exercise, Sun Yin now had the added responsibility of caring for these tender seedlings. The soybeans sprouted first. Initially, Sun Yin had soaked only a handful, but by the time they grew into sprouts, she found herself with a substantial bowlful. Gazing at the abundance of bean sprouts, she decided to share half of them. Dressed appropriately, she carried the bowl and knocked on Jing Mo's door. Not long after, Jing Mo opened the door. Sun Yin presented the bowl, saying, "These are my homegrown bean sprouts. I brought you some." Jing Mo's eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "You actually have this skill? That's truly impressive." His sincere tone and the sparkle in his eyes made Sun Yin feel a touch bashful. In truth, it was not much of skill. After all, One simply needed to add water to the beans. However, Jing Mo shook his head in disagreement. What you can do that others cannot is indeed your talent. This assertion was reasonable enough, and Sun Yin chose not to argue further, nodding in agreement. It's cold outside, so I and Oppos. I'll head back now. Wait a moment. Sun Yin looked at Jing Mo puzzled. What is it? I plan to venture outside the base in a couple of days. Would you like to join me? Sun Yin felt a surge of curiosity at this suggestion. Where would we go in this freezing weather? I've arranged to borrow a snowplow from the base. I'll cover the fuel costs myself. Jing Mo paused for emphasis, adding, if it were anyone else borrowing it, they would need to contribute points daily, 10 points a day, to be precise. Implying he would not require any additional contribution points made the proposition sound appealing. Yet, Sun Yin wondered what prey could possibly be found in such weather. Hesitation crossed her face as she pondered, but after a moment, she nodded. All right, then. When do you plan to go? In 2 days. Sound good. I have fuel as well. I'll bring half of it and ensure we take extra supplies. Perfect. I'll call you early the day after tomorrow. After finalizing their plans, Sun Yin returned home. Jing Mo watched as she closed the door before he too shut his own. He turned towards his bedroom, finally examining the bowl of bean sprouts. In the brief time that had passed, the sprouts had frozen solid. Removing his gloves, he lightly tapped the bowl with his long fingers, muttering, I shall dine on you for lunch today. Upon returning to her room, Sun Yin reflected on Jing Mo's proposal while removing her outer garments. Since the snowfall, she had not ventured out at all, and perhaps it would be worthwhile to do so. The base had been constructed upon the foundations of a summer resort, surrounded by mountains and other scenic areas, likely teeming with wildlife. During the previous heat wave, while she had not encountered many animals, the presence of resilient insects and rodents indicated that wildlife was faring better in this transformed environment than humans. Just because she hadn't seen them didn't mean they weren't there. Venturing out might indeed yield some rewards, although she did not lack for meat. Returning with legitimate game would allow her to exchange it for contribution points at the base, even if she did not consume it herself. However, she recognized the necessity of thorough preparation for such an outing given the inclement weather. In the ensuing days, Sun Yin busied herself with preparations for her excursion. She found a backpack that was half her height and filled it with a sleeping bag, tent, and blanket. She even unpacked 2 boxes of heat packs and placed them inside. In addition to the heat packs, she retrieved 2 copper hand warmers, which contained charcoal and could be wrapped in cotton covers for warmth without burning her hands. Sun Yin had purchased plenty of the specialized charcoal, but as she had been indoors, she had yet to use them. After igniting the charcoal and placing it inside, she discovered the hand warmers were quite effective, quickly loading several in her backpack. Beyond these warming supplies, food was of utmost importance. After all, in the harsh cold, one must eat something warm to avoid freezing. She was uncertain what the snowplow would look like. If it had 2 rows of seats, she intended to bring a portable stove to keep the charcoal burning, enabling her to boil water and cook meals while also raising the temperature within the vehicle. Though unsure if it would fit, she set it aside just in case. For food, she selected quick-cook items that could be prepared in the shortest time possible, rich in oil and salt. Chocolate and candies were also essential. A quick bite could replenish energy at any moment. Chapter 39. Encountering wild boars in the snow water is undoubtedly essential. Sun Yin retrieved 2 enormous thermoses from the vehicle, each capable of holding 4 liters, along with 2 outdoor sport thermoses that could each contain 2 liters. This amounted to a total of 8 liters, certainly sufficient for their needs over a day or 2 outdoors. While Sun Yin would prefer to return on the same day, she recognized that circumstances might dictate otherwise. Water was imperative, but a high concentration of alcohol was also crucial. She filled 2 flasks with spirits, opting for stainless steel vessels that were compact and easy to carry. Additionally, she packed various medications for injuries and ailments, wrapping them securely in emergency medical packaging before stowing them in her backpack. The sizable backpack was brimming with supplies, with only the 4 thermoses left out. Otherwise, it would have been entirely full. On the morning of the 3rd day, after breakfast, Sun Yin filled the thermoses with steaming hot water. Just as she completed her preparations, she heard Jing Mo's voice at the front door. She switched off all appliances in the house and filled the stove with charcoal before making her way to the entrance with her bags. Upon opening the door, she found Jing Mo bundled up tightly, with his own collection of bags at his feet. They exchanged glances, then looked at the piles of items at their feet, both breaking into laughter. Will the borrowed vehicle accommodate all this? Sun Yin inquired. It will. It has 2 rows of seats, Jing Mo replied, alleviating Sun Yin and Appo's as concerns. She gestured toward a nearby oil drum, indicating that it was filled with fuel. I and Amp, Appo's, V topped up the car, so let an Amp, Appo's, S leave this as a backup. With minimal further discussion, they made 2 trips to load all their belongings into the vehicle. With space available in the back, Sun Yin placed a portable stove there, where the charcoal was burning brightly. After a moment's thought, she opened her backpack and pretended to retrieve sweet potatoes, placing them atop the stove. Jing Mo caught sight of her actions in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Will they cook? I'm not sure. Let us give it a try. If they don't cook through, we can always peel and boil them, Sun Yin replied. That's also a viable option. Outside, the snow continued to fall, though not heavily enough to obscure the road. Snowplows were working in the vicinity, making their vehicle less conspicuous. However, once they left the base and traveled some distance, they became the sole vehicle traversing the vast, snowy expanse. The snow accumulated to half their height, and the further they ventured from the base, the more pristine the snow cover appeared, indicating that no one had trodden here before. Inside the vehicle, the stove provided warmth, and with the air conditioning running, Sun Yin and Jing Mo, clad in thick clothing and equipped with hand warmers, felt comfortably warm. It was this comfort that allowed Sun Yin to gaze out at the snowy landscape. The world was a blanket of white, punctuated only by the tall trees, some adorned with varying hues. Had this been before the apocalypse, such a scene would have been delightful. Snowball fights, snowmen, sledding, and even crafting snow shelters. Yet now, with inadequate food and sleep and the constant threat of freezing, there was little inclination to revel in the beauty of the landscape. During the harsh winters of her past life, Sun Yin had grown to despise the color white. Regardless of the time, her longing for green, the lush, vibrant, deep shades of nature, remained profound. She wondered if she would ever witness such greenery again in her lifetime. Quickly, she withdrew her gaze and turned to Jing Mo. Who is driving? Do you have a map? Since we're out hunting, we should have a map and a clear direction. Aimlessly wandering in this cold isn't advisable. If the car stalls, restarting it in this temperature would be nearly impossible. With one hand on the steering wheel, Jing Mo retrieved a map from his pocket and handed it to Sun Yin. This is a map of the area. I got it from the base. While Sun Yin had an electronic version, the devices were unusable in such frigid conditions. Accepting the physical map, she unfolded it, noting the clearly marked routes. Such maps were exclusive to the base. Not everyone could acquire them. After examining the map, she observed that the area was indeed surrounded by mountains and abundant in water, which was beneficial in extreme heat. However, in the current context, surrounded by a sea of white, she pondered the possibility of avalanches and their potential impact on the base. In her previous life, she had not heard much about the first base, as communication lines had been severed after the apocalypse. Yet worrying now would not resolve anything. Folding the map and returning it to Jing Mo, she took a moment to flip the sweet potatoes. They had been cooking for a while, yet the cold seemed to render them still firm, with only a hint of aroma escaping. Sun Yin surmised that they would likely end up boiling the sweet potatoes instead. The snowplow moved slowly, and after an hour, they had not traveled far from the base. The map indicated that the surrounding area was mountainous. However, driving toward the mountains made it evident that they were not merely traversing a flat surface. Fortunately, they were not horses. As long as there was fuel, they would not tire easily. As midday approached, Sun Yin contemplated placing a pot on the stove to cook. Just then, Jing Mo exclaimed, "Look ahead!" Immediately, Sun Yin raised her gaze to see a dark figure moving swiftly in their direction. The figure accelerated as it approached, revealing itself to be a wild boar. Comparable in size to a small cow, adorned with long tusks and an intimidating demeanor. In both her past and present lives, Sun Yin had never encountered such a creature. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her firearm, and Jing Mo followed suit with his silver pistol. "Sun Yin, let us exit the vehicle." The target is too large from inside. If it becomes agitated and damages the car, we'll be in trouble, Jing Mo advised, and soon Nian readily agreed, opening the door to step outside. The snow, accumulating to half her height, enveloped her as she exited the vehicle, a stark reminder of the conditions they faced. Chapter 40. She loves meat. As the wild boar drew closer, Sun Yin felt a surge of urgency and immediately took off to the side. Jing Mo reacted with equal swiftness, darting in the opposite direction while calling out to Sun Yin, urging her to climb a tree if possible and to shoot from a distance, avoiding close combat at all costs. In the frigid, snow-laden environment, their mobility paled in comparison to that of the boar. Sun Yin understood the gravity of the situation, responding, "I understand, just be careful." Both of them sprinted towards the trees, reaching the edge just before the boar charged. However, the heavy layers of clothing made climbing a tree a daunting task. After a brief glance at the towering tree before her, Sun Yin realized she would not be able to ascend it quickly and decided against the attempt. Instead, she turned, raised her wooden gun, and aimed at the approaching boar. Yet, with little experience firing a gun, hitting a stationary target required her complete focus, let alone a wild boar in full gallop. When she pulled the trigger, the bullet grazed the boar and Appo's back and struck a tree with a resounding bang. The boar, initially without a target, altered its course and charged directly at Sun Yin. Observing this, Jing Mo tightened his grip on his gun, instinctively preparing to fire. Before he could act, Sun Yin, without hesitation, fired multiple shots in quick succession. Although her aim was not precise, the rapid shots still managed to hit the boar. With a pained cry, the boar collapsed onto the snow, sliding several meters away. Fortuitously, the direction in which the boar slid was towards Jing Mo. "Be careful," Sun Yin shouted. He smirked, raising his gun without a moment and Appo's hesitation, and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the boar squarely in the forehead. The creature, which had been howling moments before, let out a few soft grunts and then fell silent. The boar came to a halt just 2 or 3 meters from Jing Mo. He raised his hand and waved at Sun Yin, signaling that he was unharmed. Sun Yin was well aware of his safety, having clearly witnessed his accurate shot. Jing Mo's marksmanship was indeed exceptional. She approached him, albeit with some difficulty, and complimented, "Your shooting skills are impressive." Ying Montak nodded. As a weapons dealer, it was essential for him to master his various arms. Otherwise, how could he sell them? His tone held no pride or boastfulness, merely stating a fact. "How can I improve my shooting like yours?" Sun Yin inquired. Jing Mo scratched his head, explaining that to become proficient, one must practice regularly. During their time at the base, opportunities were scarce, but now that they were out, she could certainly practice more. "Our vehicle isn't moving quickly, so I'll drive, and you can look for targets to shoot at." Sun Yin had to concede that his advice was quite sound. Yet, she lamented that a single bullet cost 5 grams of gold. She couldn't fathom how many bullets she would need to match Jing Mo's skill. However, she understood the principle that one must invest to gain something worthwhile. The notion of a free lunch was a myth, and even if one existed, Sun Yin would not dare partake. They could discuss shooting practice later, but for now, the question remained, what to do with the wild boar? From a distance, she had perceived its considerable size. Now, up close, she realized it was even larger than she had anticipated, likely weighing between 200 to 300 kilograms, or 500 to 600 pounds. There was no way it would fit in the vehicle, and even if it could, Sun Yin did not wish to be in close quarters with a wild boar and Appo's carcass. Before she could devise a plan, Jing Mo suggested, "I have some steel wire. We could tie it up and drag it behind the snowplow." He produced a large, bulging backpack, surprisingly filled with useful supplies, including the steel wire. Sun Yin silently noted this, resolving to later stow the wire in her own backpack for potential future use, should they encounter other game. Jing Mo returned to the vehicle swiftly, shortly reappearing with a bundle of steel wire. Together, they secured the boar, fastening the other end of the wire to the snowplow before returning to their seats. After spending so long outside, they were both quite cold. The vehicle was heated, and the warmth from the small stove made it feel a good 20 degrees warmer than the outside. As Sun Yin stepped back inside, She felt enveloped in a comforting warmth. However, after a moment of sitting down, the chill crept back in. She poured hot water from a thermos for both herself and Jing Mo. The steam rose from the freshly poured water, and she sipped it slowly, cautious to let it linger in her mouth before swallowing. After being exposed to the cold, one's sensitivity to temperature diminishes. Scalding water could easily burn the throat if consumed too hastily. As she finished her cup of hot water, Nian felt a renewed warmth spreading through her. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly noon. "How about we eat something before continuing our journey?" she suggested. They couldn't and oppose afford to stop for meals too frequently, as it would waste precious time. Jing Mo saw no objection, instead pondering what they might have for lunch. He opened his backpack, retrieving 2 cans of meat and a pack of hard biscuits. The biscuits appeared so frozen that Nian imagined they were harder than bricks. Eyeing them, she winced at the thought of chewing. "Let us skip the biscuits. I have self-heating rice. It's more convenient and quicker. If you want meat, we can heat the canned food in the pot." Jing Mo eagerly agreed, exclaiming, "We must eat meat." Nian couldn't help but glance at him again, surprised to discover his carnivorous nature. Fortunately, she shared the same fondness for meat. Setting a small iron pot atop the stove, Nian opened the cans and poured the braised pork inside. The meat, frozen solid, began to sizzle and release steam as it heated, filling the air with a savory aroma. Meanwhile, she retrieved 2 boxes of self-heating rice from her backpack. By the time the rice was ready, the pork was bubbling in the pot. Neither of them was inclined to be polite, digging into their meals with gusto. Though they sat inside the vehicle, where it was warmer than outside, they had to eat quickly to prevent their food from cooling down too much. As they rushed to finish, the temperature of their meal dropped, yet neither complained, ultimately devouring the last bites. Jing Mo glanced at the box of rice in his hand, recognizing its quality and deeming it too good to discard. "I and oppose, wash it. It might come in handy later," he said. Chapter 41. How is this frugality so reminiscent of her? After Jing Mo finished speaking, he took the 2 lunchboxes and the small pot of braised pork and stepped out of the car. There was no water to wash with, nor was there enough to clean the pot. He simply discarded the pot and bowls in the snow and used the snow to wipe them clean several times. Nian observed this scene from the car, her gaze softening considerably. Clearly capable, there was no need for such thriftiness. One could only say, he truly knew how to live. Retrieving her gaze, Nian seized the moment to take out a steel wire and stow it in her backpack. Just as she finished, she heard the sound of the door opening and turned her attention. Jing Mo, with a mask obscuring his expression, had a frown that betrayed his displeasure. "What is wrong with you? You were so cheerful when we got out of the car, and now you look like this?" Jing Mo sighed, handing the small iron pot to Nian, then revealing the 2 cracked plastic lunchboxes. At first, Nian did not grasp the significance of Jing Mo and Oppo's words. But upon seeing the cracks on the lunchboxes, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you still laughing?" Jing Mo remarked, a hint of grievance in his tone. Nian waved her hand, trying to suppress her laughter. "I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it." After several deep breaths, she composed herself and said earnestly, "You can't blame yourself for the cracks. It's just that the weather is too cold, making the plastic hard and brittle. A moment's inattention can lead to such outcomes." "I know," Jing Mo replied. "I was particularly careful while washing, but alas." He placed the broken boxes on the passenger seat, stating they could be used for kindling later. The smell of burning plastic was indeed unpleasant, but it could serve as fuel and burn longer. Nian's eyes shifted as she listened to Jing Mo, pondering how similar their frugal approaches to life were. Unaware of Nian's thoughts, Jing Mo settled into his seat and asked, "Shall we set off? I propose we drive for another hour before heading back. We should be able to return to the base by evening. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Nian responded, well prepared, though returning to the base was undoubtedly preferable to enduring the cold outdoors. As the snowplow slowly moved forward, Nian cracked the window halfway. It was a rare opportunity to practice her marksmanship, and to forego this chance would be a pity. Initially, she aimed at tree trunks, which were stationary while the vehicle kept moving. Hitting a target on the move was not an easy feat patiently, Sun Yin took her time to aim before firing. Bullets were precious, and even though she had thousands, she could not afford to waste them. Perhaps, as Jing Mo suggested, Sun Yin indeed possessed a talent for shooting. After an hour of persistent practice, she could swiftly aim and hit targets while the vehicle was in motion. This was a gratifying result, even if she had fired over 100 rounds during that hour. The joy of her progress overshadowed the cost of ammunition. Jing Mo, glancing at the excited Sun Yin in the rearview mirror, felt a slight grin emerge beneath his mask. He chose not to interrupt her concentration and began to steer the vehicle back toward the base. As the snowplow turned, Sun Yin's view shifted, and at that moment, she spotted several dark figures moving rapidly in the distance. Although they weren't heading towards them, their speed was alarming. "Jing Mo, look over there," Sun Yin exclaimed. Upon noticing the shadows, Jing Mo and Appo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he cautioned, "Do not fire." Even without his warning, Sun Yin had no intention of shooting. Using binoculars, she clearly saw that the moving figures were indeed a group of wild boars, 20 or so robust adults, some larger than the one tied to their vehicle. The wild boars dashed through the snow with remarkable speed, vanishing from view in mere minutes. Sun Yin lowered her binoculars, her brow furrowed in concern. Why are there so many wild boars? The larger they are, the more they eat. But in this freezing weather, what could possibly sustain them? If they can't find food, will they come to the base? And this is just what we can see. Could there be more hidden from view? Besides wild boars, are there other wild animals? Must we contend with such formidable wildlife alongside natural disasters? The mere thought weighed heavily on Sun Yin and Appo's heart. In her previous life, she had lived near a city devoid of mountains or rivers and rarely encountered wildlife. Common animals like cats and dogs would quickly become meals for the starving. Thus, she had seen little of the animal kingdom in her past existence. She never anticipated that at the first base, she would encounter a situation entirely different from her previous life. Seeing Sun Yin's troubled expression, Jing Mo reassured her, "You need not worry. No matter how many animals there are, they cannot withstand firearms. If they dare approach the base, it will only lead to their demise." Sun Yin nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. In this regard, there was indeed little to fear. The real concern lay with those who ventured outside the base, like them, and with those who lived beyond its safety, fearing that the commotion might attract unnecessary trouble due to the wild boars. Sun Yin decided against firing her weapon on the return journey. "You and Appo's, he'd been shooting for quite a while. Let me take over," she suggested to Jing Mo. He readily agreed. Saying sure, they switched seats, and Sun Yin, seated in the driver's position, initially drove at a snail's pace, having never operated a snowplow before. As she grew accustomed to the vehicle, her speed soon matched Jing Mo and Appo's earlier pace. The two had initially given up hope of encountering more game, but to their surprise, over an hour later, they spotted several large gray rabbits darting across the snow. Jing Mo's marksmanship was impeccable. With 4 precise shots, he brought down 4 rabbits. 2 others, startled, dashed away swiftly, disappearing in no time. Jing Mo exited the vehicle and, shortly after, returned with the 4 plump rabbits. The cold outside had already frozen their bodies stiff. He placed them beneath the rear seat, and Sun Yin had no objections. Now, her curiosity lay in how many contribution points they could earn for their wild boar and rabbit haul. Chapter 42. Sun Yin will not entrust her life to others considering the long-standing collaboration between Jing Mo and the base. Sun Yin decided to inquire directly about the pricing for the procurement of wild animals. Jing Mo shook his head, admitting he was unaware of the specifics and would need to wait until their return for that information. However, he confidently asserted that they would not incur a loss. Sun Yin concurred. Jing Mo was not one to suffer a disadvantage, and his decision to embark on this venture suggested he anticipated profit. By the way, if there are tasks that require frequent outings in the future, would you be willing to participate? He asked. Sun Yin lifted her gaze to meet his in the rearview mirror, urging him to elaborate. Given the current weather conditions, as you can see, the chances of survival outdoors are rather slim. The base has now established a sizable operation and is beginning to deploy personnel for rescue missions. Relying solely on official base personnel is insufficient. The base intends to collaborate with capable individuals within its ranks, allowing anyone with skills to join these rescue efforts. Naturally, the base will offer compensation based on the situation. Upon hearing Jing Mo and Appo's explanation, Nian did not immediately respond. She pondered his words before finally asking, "Does participating in these tasks mean one must follow orders? If so, I have no intention of joining." In a post-apocalyptic world, submitting oneself to others felt akin to relinquishing one into Appo's life into another into Appo's hands, a notion Nian firmly rejected. "You needn't Appo's worry." Jing Mo chuckled softly, acknowledging her concerns. "I understand your reluctance to be beholden to others, and I share your sentiment. I have inquired, and should we participate, it would merely be a cooperative arrangement. Regardless of the circumstances, whether to rescue or not, the decision rests solely with us." Hearing this, Nian bestowed Jing Mo with an appreciative glance. Truly, he was a commendable neighbor, sharing her perspective on this matter. "In that case, if you come across any worthwhile tasks in the future, do let me know. As for whether to partake, we can decide then." Absolutely. Their conversation was pleasant, and both felt satisfied as smiles graced their faces. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and they finally beheld the gates of the base. Due to the snowfall, night fell exceptionally early, with darkness descending by 4 or 5 o'clock. The exterior of the base was illuminated, the lights casting a glow upon the pristine white snow, allowing the structure to be seen clearly from a distance. The inclement weather had dispersed the long line of vehicles at the entrance, leaving only their snow-clearing vehicle to enter the base. "We're not heading directly to the base. We need to stop at the service center first, where we can exchange for contribution points," Jing Mo informed Nian. She had no objections to this plan. Transporting such a heavy wild boar back home only to remove it later would be a cumbersome ordeal. Proceeding directly was far more efficient. Nian drove the snow-clearing vehicle straight to the service center. Whether due to the weather or the time of day, the service center was unusually quiet, lacking the bustling atmosphere from Nian and Appo's previous visit. Jing Mo instructed her to wait in the vehicle while he entered the building. It wasn't an Appo's long before he emerged, leading several individuals who proceeded to untie the steel cables binding the wild boar. Together, they managed to haul the animal into the service center. Moments later, Jing Mo returned to the vehicle. "Do you want to keep one of these 4 rabbits for yourself?" he inquired. Nian thought for a moment before shaking her head. "I want an Appo's keep any. My storage is already filled with rabbits, freshly slaughtered, dissected rabbit meat, shredded rabbit, roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit heads. My supply is abundant." Her mind wandered to the various rabbit dishes she had ordered from different restaurants and stalls. Dry pot rabbit, fresh pot rabbit, pickled pepper rabbit, cold eaten rabbit, and spicy grilled rabbit. She shook her head, trying to dispel the tantalizing thoughts that made her mouth water. Glancing at Jing Mo, she remembered his fondness for meat and smiled slightly. "I have vacuum-sealed cooked rabbit meat. If you're interested, I can trade some for bullets when we return." Initially intending to offer him a couple of bags as a gift, Nian swallowed her words upon hearing his suggestion. "All right," she agreed. After finalizing their arrangement, Jing Mo grabbed the ears of the 4 rabbits in each hand. "You might as well come inside with me. The contribution points can be directly credited to your card." With that, Nian followed him out of the vehicle. Given the security of the base, she felt no apprehension about leaving their vehicle unattended. Upon entering the service center, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Nian paused for a moment, surprised to find the interior heated. However, it made sense, as those who worked there were base officials, and a comfortable working environment was to be expected. The wild boar and rabbits were weighed separately, and their contribution points were calculated based on weight. 1 pound equated to 1 contribution point. With the considerable sizes of the boar and rabbits combined, they earned a total of 680 contribution points, equally divided between the two. After a day's outing, they had amassed over 300 contribution points, sufficient to cover Nian's rent for 3.5 months. It was undeniably a lucrative venture. With their cards in hand, Nian and Appo's interest in the previously discussed task opportunities grew. As they returned to the vehicle, Jing Mo took the driver and Appo's seat. First, I'll drop you off at our small building, then I'll return the vehicle. Sun Yin hesitated momentarily. What will you do afterward? Are you planning to walk back? I'll have someone drive me back in the snow vehicle. Relieved that he wouldn't have to walk, Sun Yin felt at ease. The vehicle halted beneath their small building, and they both exited to carry their belongings upstairs. After seeing Jing Mo down the stairs, Sun Yin promptly closed the door behind her and retreated to her bedroom. The first order of business was to activate the various heating devices and humidifiers. She then opened the iron lid of the stove, noting the remaining embers of charcoal, and hurriedly added more. Once the lid was securely in place, she settled into the warmth of the sun lamp. The combination of the lamp and Appo's rays and the heat from the heater gradually warmed her chilled body. After a while, Sun Yin checked the time and decided it was appropriate to retrieve the rabbit meat from her storage. She carefully selected 2 boxes each of fresh rabbit meat, roasted rabbit, and spicy rabbit heads, items that were vacuum sealed for durability and unlikely to raise suspicion. These would serve perfectly for her trade, with Jing Mo placing the boxes near the entrance. She awaited Jing Mo's return. Just as she was about to turn back toward her bedroom, she heard commotion downstairs. The sound of hurried footsteps and animated voices conveyed one unmistakable message. A number of people had arrived below. In their 5th-floor building, one apartment housed a mother and her 3 children, while the other accommodated a family of 5. The latter family was typically quiet, so the ruckus could not have originated from them. If not them, then who? As Sun Yin pondered this, a girl's cheerful voice floated up from below, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Now we have our own house to live in." Chapter 43. Food is more precious than gold. Upon hearing the girl and Appo's words, Sun Yin instantly comprehended the situation. They had recently moved in, which implied that the bodies of the old woman and her 2 sons had likely been discovered and removed. It had not been long since their demise was revealed. After some contemplation, Sun Yin deduced that the only plausible explanation was that the old woman had not paid rent for an extended period. This was not particularly surprising. Earning contribution points was arduous, and some individuals prefer to pay rent by the day. However, with the chill of winter settling in, it was reasonable to assume that no one would wish to venture outside daily. Nonetheless, there were indeed many who paid rent every 10 days. Sun Yin chose not to dwell further on the matter. The discovery of the bodies was merely a matter of time. Whether it occurred sooner or later bore little significance to her, as long as no trouble came her way as a result. She had no interest in the identity of the newcomers residing below her. Turning back to her room, Sun Yin poured herself a cup of red date ginger tea, cradling it gently as she savored each sip. Just as she finished her warm beverage, she heard Jing Mo's voice. Swiftly, she exited her room and opened the door to find Jing Mo standing outside, his hat and shoulders adorned with a flurry of snowflakes. The temperature within the building was not much different from that outside. Thus, as Jing Mo ascended from the 1st to the 6th floor, the snowflakes remained intact, showing no signs of melting. Noticing this, Sun Yin furrowed her brow and quickly opened her door wider, heading to check whether the stove in her bedroom had extinguished. If it had, she would promptly add coal. If in an Appo's out, I and Appo's. I'll bring some over from my side, she offered. Okay, Jing Mo replied succinctly, though his tone was laced with cheer. Sun Yin refrained from entering Jing Mo's space, for she disliked the idea of others wandering into her domain without invitation, just as she would not intrude upon someone else in Appo's quarters. After a brief wait, Jing Mo emerged from his small bedroom, stating that the fire had not gone out and that he had added some coal, which would likely reignite soon. Sun Yin nodded appreciatively and gestured towards the boxes beside her. This is what I mentioned earlier. Would you like to take a look? Speaking at the door, even in hushed tones, could potentially attract attention from downstairs. To avoid any complications, Sun Yin refrained from uttering the words rabbit meat, instead opting for vague language, confident that Jing Mo would understand. Indeed, Jing Mo grasped her meaning and stepped forward eagerly. Let me check. Sun Yin crouched down, opening each cardboard box for him to inspect the contents. Jing Mo's gaze flitted over the boxes before he decisively declared, I'll take them all. After making this proclamation, he hesitated momentarily, glancing at Sun Yan. Do you have any left for yourself? Of course, she assured him, for she had an abundance. Hearing this, Jing Mo felt reassured. The two of them busied themselves, making several trips to carry all the boxes into Jing Mo's living room. How about this? A bag for you in exchange for 5 bullets. What do you think? He proposed. To purchase with gold, a single bullet weighed 5 grams, meaning 5 bullets would require 25 grams of gold. Prior to the apocalypse, the price of gold had surged to 393 yuan per gram, making 5 grams equivalent to nearly 2,000 yuan. This amount could easily procure the several boxes of food. However, this entire transaction hinged on the conditions before the apocalypse. Post-apocalypse, food had become more valuable than gold. While it was true that some still sought gold, trading gold for food was futile. Thus, it cannot be said that either Sun Yan or Jing Mo was at a disadvantage in this exchange. As long as they both felt satisfied, the trade was entirely justifiable. Together, they counted the contents: 60 bags of rabbit meat, sufficient to obtain 300 bullets. Jing Mo soon returned from his bedroom with a smaller box, handing it to Sun Yan. Count them, please. Without hesitation, Sun Yan opened the box in front of Jing Mo and verified the quantity of bullets. The bullets were precisely 300, no more, no less. After closing the box, she stated, "The count is accurate. I will take my leave now. You should head inside as well." Having braved the cold outdoors all day, both felt a sense of discomfort despite their warm clothing. Upon returning home, Sun Yan first visited the bathroom before retreating to her bedroom. She had refrained from changing her clothes while waiting for Jing Mo, but now that she was home, she quickly shed her outer garments in favor of a warm, soft set of pajamas. At home, nothing was more comfortable than wearing pajamas. Sun Yan retrieved her iPad, selected a light-hearted drama to accompany her meal, and from her storage space, she procured a pot of hot pot rabbit. Her thoughts had been occupied with the rabbit meat for some time, and now she could indulge her craving. The hot pot rabbit had been neatly packaged from a restaurant, freshly prepared not long ago and stored in her space. Now, as she took it out to eat, the flavor remained as delightful as when it had just been served. The hot pot rabbit, vibrant red, was laden with an abundance of chili peppers. Before long, the aroma of the dish wafted throughout the entire room. Sun Yan savored each bite, mindful not to linger too long. Although the room's temperature had risen, it was still only a few degrees above freezing. If she delayed, the hot pot rabbit would cool before she could finish. The portion was not overly large, and she could consume it all with ease. Accompanying her meal was fried rice. In truth, if she could use the broth to cook noodles or rice, the flavor would undoubtedly be exceptional. However, cooking it would produce an overwhelming scent. During the peak of heat, the room was sealed tight, and Sun Yan was not concerned about odors escaping. Yet now, with the stove burning, while there was a smoke pipe, she needed to be cautious about ventilation. She had left a small crack in the window. Directly retrieving food from her storage space would inevitably release some aroma, albeit limited. However, if she were to heat the hot pot rabbit on the stove, the fragrance would amplify immensely. The scent could waft through the crack, potentially enticing many. Sun Yan was not worried about others being lured by the aroma. Rather, she was concerned about someone following the scent to her door. She simply wished to live her life in peace, and it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Although she regretted not being able to cook noodles or rice, she still felt thoroughly satisfied with her meal. After tidying up the table, she noted that it was already past 7:00 and Oppo's clock. Sun Yan plugged in her foot bath bucket, dedicating herself to soaking for over half an hour. Soaking her feet aided in circulation and promoted sleep. Particularly during the cold season, a foot soak could warm her entire being. After soaking, she washed up, and by 8:30, Sun Yan was comfortably nestled in bed. Perhaps due to her exhaustion from the day, she fell into a deep slumber shortly after lying down. When she next awoke, it was already 6 o'clock the following morning. Having slept for 10 hours, her fatigue had dissipated entirely. Chapter 44. No interest in watching the little white lotus act upon awakening. The first task was to replenish the stove with coal. After a night had passed, only the remnants of ash remained at the bottom, while the rest had been consumed. The electric oil heater and warm fan continued to hum, keeping the room's temperature relatively stable. Sun Yin had ceased to rely on the small heater throughout the day, finding its heat excessively dry. Only upon returning from the frigid outdoors would she turn it on for a brief respite. After washing up, Sun Yin tidied her bed and carpet before commencing her training regimen. 3 hours later, she concluded her exercises, took a shower, changed her clothes, and dried her hair. By the time she finished her tasks, it was already 10:00 and Appo's clock. She rearranged her bed and carpet before finally preparing her breakfast. In the mornings, Sun Yin favored porridge, complemented by steamed buns or pancakes, and a couple of boiled eggs, which constituted a hearty meal. No sooner had she finished eating than a series of sharp knocks echoed from the iron gate outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yin cleared away her dishes, donned a green military coat over her pajamas, and equipped herself with a mask, hat, and gloves before stepping outside. As she opened her door, she noticed Jing Mo emerging from his apartment across the way. They exchanged a glance, foregone greetings, and hurried to the staircase, glancing towards the iron gate. Standing outside was an individual clad in a black down coat, a scarf wrapped around their neck, a hat atop their head, and a mask obscuring their face. It was impossible to discern their appearance, even their gender, though their height suggested they were likely female. After sizing her up, Sun Yin inquired, "Do you need something?" "Hello. I am Guan Hui, the new resident downstairs. I came to introduce myself. From now on, we will be neighbors in the same building, so I hope we can look out for one another," she replied. Upon hearing Guan Hui and Appo's words, Sun Yin and Jing Mo exchanged a look of mutual confusion. Even before the apocalypse, it was not uncommon for neighbors living in the same building to be unaware of each other and Appo's names, or to have never exchanged pleasantries. Now, in the midst of the apocalypse, it seemed even more improbable that anyone would seek to introduce themselves after moving in. Having lived here for some time, aside from her acquaintance with Jing Mo, her only other interaction had been with the elderly lady on the 5th floor, who had approached her first and ultimately met her demise at Sun Yin's hands. Seeing Guan Hui attempt to engage her now made Sun Yin instinctively fidget with her fingers. "Why is no one speaking?" Guan Hui and Appo's voice broke through Sun Yin and Appo's thoughts, prompting her to refocus on the newcomer. "Is there anything else you need?" Guan Hui's voice quivered slightly. "Do you dislike me?" Sun Yin shook her head. "I do not know who you are. How could I harbor any feelings of dislike? If you have no business, I shall take my leave. And please refrain from knocking on this door without reason. Next time, I may not be so accommodating." With that, Sun Yin nodded at Jing Mo and retreated into her home, the door slamming shut behind her. Guan Hui lingered outside, her eyes glistening as she looked at Jing Mo. Did that sister not like me? Did I do something wrong? I merely thought that in these dire times, we ought to unite and support each other to endure together. Was my thinking misguided? Jing Mo chuckled softly. "How do you know she is older than you?" "I do not." "Then why address her as sister?" Remember what she said. Do not knock on doors without reason. Next time, I may not be so understanding." With that, Jing Mo turned and returned indoors. Back in his room, he removed his mask, revealing a sardonic smile. Unity and support? He had traversed the stars, witnessed countless individuals in distress. Yet, he had not encountered a naive little white lotus in quite some time. Beyond trading weapons for profit, his greatest pleasures were eating and sleeping, and he had no interest in watching little white lotuses perform. He recalled a passage from a book titled Dompa's Notes, which stated, "In my life, I desire little, save for food and sleep. Once I achieve my ambitions, I shall eat until I am full and then sleep. After that, I will eat again." Indeed, those with true abilities shared a common goal. With a smile, Jing Mo settled by the stove, unwrapped a roasted rabbit, skewered it with a metal stick, and placed it over the flames. Soon, the rabbit began to emit smoke, and a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. However, the fragrance lingered solely around Jing Mo, not spreading elsewhere. Beside him stood a silvery cylinder with blades resembling a standing air conditioner, the only difference being that this device absorbed smoke rather than expelling air. As he turned the rabbit over, he murmured to himself, "I wonder if Sun Yin could use this. Should I send her one? What reason would be fitting?" Meanwhile, Sun Yin returned to her room, changing out of her outerwear and shoes before settling against her teddy bear. The thought of Guan Hui elicited a sardonic glint in her eyes. In a world plagued by hardship, it seemed absurd that anyone would concern themselves with such trivialities rather than focus on survival. Clearly, she was far too idle. Sun Yin resolved to ignore Guan Hui if she dared to disturb her again. For the next 2 days, Sun Yin remained indoors, adhering to her routine. The iron gate outside remained silent, with no further knocks disturbing her peace. This pleased her greatly. On the 3rd day, however, it was not the iron gate that sounded, but her own front door. The only person who could knock on her door was Jing Mo draped in her military coat. Sun Yin opened the door, and before she could speak, Jing Mo initiated the conversation. Regarding the rescue mission I mentioned earlier, I have found a suitable one. Would you like to join me? Please, elaborate on the specifics. Aside from our primary base, there are numerous smaller bases scattered throughout Rihe, established by various groups. Yesterday, a small base sent out a distress signal, and they have decided to seek assistance. This base is approximately 50 kilometers from here, formerly a resort. They have suffered attacks from wild animals, resulting in significant casualties and property damage. Our primary objective will be to rescue survivors and eliminate the wild animals. Our role is to focus on exterminating the wildlife. Saving people is not our responsibility. For participating, the base reward is 100 contribution points, with additional points awarded for each wild animal killed. Having listened to Jing Mo's account, Sun Yin hesitated no longer and readily agreed. Then let us go. Chapter 45. You didn't end oppos. T asked me yesterday, either the departure time was set for the following morning. That evening, Sun Yin retrieved her mountaineering backpack and began to inspect its contents. The items she had stored previously remained untouched. As she had anticipated, they might be needed again in the future. Little did she expect that just a few days later, they would indeed come in handy. Uncertain of how long this outing would last, she knew she had to pack sufficient food without attracting undue attention. After all, this time, there would be many more participants compared to her previous excursion with Jing Mo, making the situation entirely different. Sun Yin packed a generous supply of compressed biscuits, sausages, and instant noodles, along with a small bottle of seasoning tucked into the side pocket of her backpack. Once her preparations were complete, she lay down on her bed. The ceiling light was off, leaving only a soft night lamp aglow on the bedside table. Instead of drifting off to sleep, Sun Yin found herself lost in thought, her eyes wide open. Since her rebirth in this life, she had mostly spent her time alone, engaging in solitary activities. The prospect of collective action felt rather complex and daunting. In her previous life, Sun Yin had participated in numerous group endeavors, yet each left an unfavorable impression upon her. She pondered what the following day might hold. After a while, she decided to cast aside her tangled thoughts. Overthinking was futile. Sleep was far more practical. Nonetheless, her mind was troubled, and she had a restless night filled with dreams of her past life. At the break of dawn, as the first light seeped into the world outside, Sun Yin opened her eyes. Despite her lack of restful sleep, the moment she awoke, her drowsiness dissipated, leaving her alert and clear-headed. Jing Mo had mentioned the early departure, urging her to rise promptly and prepare herself. Consequently, Sun Yin wasted no time. She quickly washed up and stored all the heating devices in her room into her space. Not stopping there, she also found an iron bucket and transferred the burning charcoal from the stove into it. This idea had struck her after returning from her last outing. By extracting some of the blazing coals and placing them into the bucket, she could store them in her space for later use, ensuring they remained in optimal condition when needed. Having secured the charcoal, Sun Yin consumed a tasteless breakfast before shouldering her hefty backpack and carrying 2 4-liter thermoses as she stepped outside. As she exited her home, she noticed Jing Mo and Oppo's door opening across the way. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Good morning. Good morning. Upon seeing the 2 thermoses in Sun Yin and Oppo's hands, Jing Mo offered, "Let me carry one for you." He too had a thermos, albeit a smaller one strapped to his back. Despite carrying one himself, Sun Yin opted to keep the larger thermoses, for when venturing out, it was wise to be well prepared. If they found themselves in need later on, it would be a source of frustration to discover they had insufficient supplies. Together, They exited the iron gate and locked it behind them before descending the stairs. As they reached the 5th floor, a faint sound echoed from the door. Upon hearing it, Nian quickened her pace down the stairs. Just as she descended a few steps, she heard Guan Hui and Amp, Appo's voice behind her. It and Amp, Appo's, SU2. Her tone was laced with surprise, yet it quickly softened as she inquired, "What are you up to?" The careful inflection suggested that Nian and Jing Mo were somehow intimidating. Undeterred, Nian continued down the stairs, her pace unwavering. "Wait for me," Jing Mo called from behind, his footsteps quickening as he hurried to catch up. The two raced down the stairs, neither responding to Guan Hui and Amp, Appo's question. Guan Hui stood at the 5th floor landing, her gaze lowered, faintly catching sight of Nian and Jing Mo as they descended. Their footsteps gradually faded into silence. "Hui, who are you talking to just now?" At this, Guan Hui's breath hitched. When she turned, her voice returned to normal. "Oh, just those two who live upstairs. I noticed they were packing and seemed ready to head out, so I wanted to ask if they were going to search for survivors like us. Unfortunately, they ignored me." As she spoke, her head drooped. "Brother Chun, do you think they dislike me? Am I too talkative?" Chun Pengfei approached Guan Hui, placing a comforting hand on her head. "How could that be? Our Hui is so kind-hearted, loved by all. They probably just prefer not to engage with strangers." Hui, you know it in Amp, Appo's, that's the end of the world. Everyone is struggling to survive. It and Amp, Appo's, it's natural to be cautious around others. Don and Amp, Appo's, take it to heart. Guan Hui lifted her head, hesitating as she looked at Chun Pengfei. After a moment, she spoke, her voice tinged with gloom. But that sister looked so well-dressed. Her clothes were beautiful and warm. Unlike someone who in Amp, Appo's, struggling. She might think she and Amp, Appo's, above me. As she said this, Guan Hui glanced down at her own dark, oversized down jacket. It had never fit well and had not been washed since she acquired it, bearing the marks of smoke and soot. In contrast, she recalled seeing Nian in a pristine green military coat over a cream-colored fleece pajama set. The soft, light color was undeniably lovely, furry and warm, and impeccably clean. Noticing Guan Hui's downcast demeanor, Chun Pengfei quickly embraced her shoulders. "This time, besides searching for survivors, we can also look for supplies. If we come across clothes you like, we can bring them back for you to wear." At this, Guan Hui finally raised her head, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Really? Brother Chun, you are so kind to me. Hui deserves nothing but the best in this world." Their conversation drifted into the room, where Zhang Xiao and Li Wan, busy packing, exchanged glances filled with disdain. Nian and Jing Mo descended the stairs without mentioning Guan Hui. Nian surveyed the landscape, which was blanketed in white. "How shall we proceed this time?" The main roads of the base were being cleared by snowplows, allowing vehicles to navigate them if they could get started. However, outside the base, the unplowed roads would likely hinder their own vehicles' mobility. As Nian contemplated this, Jing Mo interjected, "Those of us on the mission with the base will drive our own cars. The snowplows will clear the path ahead, and we'll simply follow behind. Let us share a car. Mine has more space." As he spoke, Nian's expression shifted. "Why didn't you mention this yesterday?" "Well, you didn't ask me." Nian set her belongings down. "Wait here. I'll go back and grab a few things. I'll be right back." Chapter 46. Mutual satisfaction. After Nian finished speaking, she did not wait for Jing Mo's reply and turned to head upstairs. She dashed up to the 6th floor and, upon entering her home, promptly closed the door behind her. She began retrieving items from her storage space. Considering Jing Mo's vehicle, she opted not to take out the coal-burning stove this time. Instead, she selected a gas stove along with 2 portable gas canisters. Additionally, she gathered 2 car-mounted heaters and a barrel of gasoline. After organizing these items, Nian made her way downstairs. Jing Mo remained standing in the same spot. Upon seeing Nian descend with an armful of items, he did not inquire about their contents, but simply shouldered everything she placed on the ground. "Let us get in the car." Nian responded affirmatively, carrying her belongings alongside Jing Mo towards the parking lot. The parking area featured a shelter, which seemed somewhat unnecessary in extreme heat, but was rather useful now, as it protected their vehicle from being buried under snow. Jing Mo and Oppos. S-car was larger than Sun Yin and Oppos. Yes. Originally designed to seat 7, but with the last row removed, the interior space was even more expansive. They had brought a considerable amount of equipment, yet it only occupied a quarter of the available space. Sun Yin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the remaining empty area. Not only were they embarking on a mission, but they could also collect supplies along the way. With such ample space, there was no worry about where to store their findings. In this frigid weather, starting the car was no easy feat. Jing Mo retrieved a battery from his backpack and connected it to the vehicle, allowing it to warm up for a while before igniting the engine. Sun Yin cast an appreciative glance at Jing Mo. He was quite well prepared. He turned on the air conditioning and plugged in the 2 heaters, one directed towards Sun Yin and the other towards himself. Amp, Oppos, LL, go install the snow chains, Jing Mo announced as he exited the car. Without hesitation, Sun Yin followed him out. Together, they swiftly affixed the snow chains. When they returned to the car, the interior temperature had risen slightly. Sun Yin pulled out several heat packs from her backpack. Do you want to stick a few on your legs? Jing Mo accepted them without hesitation. Although the car's warmth was superior to the outside chill, applying the heat packs was still advisable to avoid stiffening his legs from maintaining a single position for too long. I heard that the base has been researching various heating devices. It won't be long before we no longer need to bundle up like bears. Upon saying this, Jing Mo chuckled to himself. Sun Yin was surprised to hear such news. In her previous life, she had never encountered any heating devices until the extreme cold had ended. However, reflecting on her circumstances at the smaller base, it was understandable that she had not been privy to such developments due to its remote location. Not dwelling on her past, Sun Yin turned her gaze to Jing Mo, feeling her stare. Jing Mo found it somewhat peculiar. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I just think it's quite nice to have a neighbor like you. This was no mere flattery. Jing Mo possessed many admirable qualities, and thus far, she had not discovered any flaws. He was indeed a commendable neighbor, especially since he maintained close ties with the upper echelons of the base, ensuring he received first-hand information on various matters, something Sun Yin found lacking in her own experience. Jing Mo, upon hearing her words, laughed heartily. I also think it's wonderful to have a neighbor like you. Intelligent, beautiful, and physically capable, though a bit reserved and cold at first glance. Once you engage with her, you discover a warm heart beneath. Plus, there is an abundance of delicious food. The two exchange smiles, thoroughly satisfied with each other as neighbors. Fasten your seatbelt. We're about to depart. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin promptly secured her seatbelt. Even though traffic police and surveillance cameras were no longer present, fastening the seatbelt remained a matter of personal safety, not for others. The main roads within the base were cleared daily by snowplows, yet the relentless snowfall ensured that the ground could never be entirely free of snow. A thin layer of accumulation was prone to freezing, necessitating extra caution while driving. The journey, which should not have taken long, extended to over half an hour. The rendezvous point lay just outside the base's entrance, and by the time Sun Yin and Jing Mo arrived, numerous vehicles were already parked. Sun Yin scrutinized the scene, noting that the foremost vehicles were snowplows. They had already set off, with the leading 2 vehicles barely visible as mere dark dots in the distance. Alongside them were buses and covered trucks, totaling around 20 vehicles, along with some discreetly designed combat vehicles, undoubtedly carrying the leaders of this operation. Trailing behind were Jing Mo and the others in their private cars. Sun Yin counted around 30 private cars as well. Despite the icy conditions, people remained seated inside their vehicles, leaving her to wonder how many occupants each car housed. However, she was confident that the numbers would be substantial. Clearly, the base placed significant importance on this rescue mission, which would explain the extensive arrangements. While Sun Yin pondered this, Jing Mo quietly interjected. I've inquired about the rescue teams heading to other bases or the city, and they don't have nearly as many people. This confirmed Sun Yin's suspicions. She cast a complex glance at Jing Mo. At times, she suspected that he might possess an uncanny ability to read her thoughts, predicting her queries before she even voiced them. While she found this intriguing, it also felt slightly unsettling. Before Jing Mo could delve deeper into his thoughts, A figure clad in a green military coat approached and tapped on their car window. Jing Mo rolled down the window, and the individual handed him a walkie-talkie. Any updates? Communicate via the walkie-talkie. Understood. With that brief exchange, the individual moved on to distribute walkie-talkies to the other vehicles. Without phones or conventional means of communication, they were indeed left with no choice but to rely on walkie-talkies. As Sun Yin contemplated the device, a thought struck her. Has the base considered restoring communication systems? Jing Mo nodded. Yes, they have. Really? Sun Yin exclaimed, her excitement evident. Indeed, efforts were already underway during the extreme heat, but the sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard. Prioritizing cold weather protection and rescue operations took precedence, which delayed the project. Once some time passes, I believe they will resume those efforts. However, it will likely only restore communication within the base. Returning to previous levels of connectivity is highly unlikely. Sun Yin understood this implicitly, even without Jing Mo's elaboration. Nevertheless, the prospect of re-establishing communication within the base was promising. At the very least, she could browse the internet again. Though she preferred solitude, she still found amusement in observing the lively interactions of others. After all, humans are social creatures, and prolonged isolation can lead to a sense of monotony. Seeing the joy in Sun Yin and Appo's eyes, Jing Mo asked, "Do you still have your phone?" "I do. It doesn't take up much space, so I kept it." Sun Yin replied candidly. She not only possessed a phone, but also an iPad and a computer. "Then you can give me one when we get back." "Did you throw yours away?" Sun Yin questioned, perplexed. Given the size of Jing Mo's vehicle, which could accommodate numerous weapons, how could he not have a phone? Chapter 47. This is the apocalypse, not your home, and I am not your mother. At that moment, Jing Mo remarked that he found no use for it, and therefore did not bring it along. He gazed straight ahead, unwilling to meet Sun Yin's eyes. He could hardly confess that he was not from this world, and had no phone from this realm. Upon hearing Jing Mo and Appo's response, Sun Yin did not dwell on it. There were indeed many like Jing Mo who deemed the phone unnecessary and chose to leave it behind. After all, when there was internet and electricity, a phone was an indispensable item. However, once the internet and power vanished, holding a phone felt no more useful than wielding a brick. In her storage, Sun Yin had several brand new phones that served no purpose. Offering one to Jing Mo would not be a burden at all. "Once we return to the base, I shall get one for you." "Then I thank you in advance," he replied, and they both shared a laugh. The convoy was moving at a leisurely pace. While driving, it was essential to remain vigilant to avoid sudden stops from the vehicles ahead, without the need to worry about other concerns. There were no overtaking vehicles, no traffic lights, and no risk of another car unexpectedly darting out from either side. As Jing Mo focused on driving, Sun Yin found herself growing a bit bored. With nothing much to do, she rummaged through her backpack for a pack of chocolate, unwrapping one to pop in her mouth while offering another to Jing Mo. He reached out to accept it, immediately consuming it. Sun Yin preferred high cocoa chocolate, predominantly purchasing dark varieties, while dark chocolate bore a slightly bitter taste. Savoring it revealed its rich aroma, far more delightful than overly sweet confections. Relishing the subtle bitterness on her tongue, Sun Yin felt a sense of profound satisfaction. The morning passed quietly, and due to their slow speed, they had only traversed half the distance. Just then, the intercom crackled to life, announcing a 20-minute rest for the convoy, to be repeated 3 times before the vehicles came to a halt. Jing Mo was already prepared to stop as the front vehicle halted, following suit. After spending the entire morning in the car, everyone needed to attend to their physiological needs. Fortunately, they had pulled over beside some houses and woods, making it easy for them to find a secluded spot. Having lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, Sun Yin had grown accustomed to such matters. She went first, returning to suggest that Jing Mo do the same. Wiping her hands with a wet wipe, she then retrieved a self-heating rice meal. Knowing they both enjoyed meat, she opted for braised pork over rice, although the flavor could not compare to her own cooking. At this moment, having something to eat was quite satisfactory. Being picky would be unreasonable. Just as the self-heating rice was nearly ready, Jing Mo returned. Upon opening the car door, He was instantly greeted by the enticing aroma and hurried inside, firmly shutting the door. Nevertheless, the fragrance wafted out the moment the door opened. Neither Nian nor Jing Mo paid much mind to this. They continued to eat. After all, they could not let others' presence dictate their own hunger. Midway through their meal, Nian noticed someone lingering beside their vehicle. The tinted windows obscured their view from the outside, prompting these individuals to deliberately move to the front of the car. Though Nian felt uncomfortable under their gaze, she was not afraid. Just as she contemplated expressing her irritation, the two individuals at the front walked away, leaving her relieved to resume her meal. The temperature inside the car was not high, and without haste, their food would soon cool to the point of being unpalatable. As she was finishing the last third of her meal, someone knocked on the window. Turning her head, she was surprised to find it was Guan Hui standing outside. Guan Hui persistently tapped on the window, appearing quite anxious. Unmoved, Nian continued to eat her meal with focus. Only after finishing her food and sipping some hot water did she finally lower the window. The chill outside was palpable, as the biting wind mingled with snowflakes, relentlessly striking against her. Although the snowfall was light, the flakes were exceptionally hard, making a sharp sound upon hitting clothing and stinging like needles against bare skin. Guan Hui was bundled up tightly, yet without glasses, her eyes were red from the snowflakes, lending her an air of vulnerability. Unfortunately, Nian was not one to sympathize easily. Suppressing her irritation, she coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Guan Hui hesitated, glancing at Jing Mo before replying, "Hello, I'm Guan Hui. I live downstairs from you. We saw each other this morning." "I know," Nian interrupted. "What do you want? Just say it. I just caught a whiff of something delicious from your car. Do you have self-heating meals? Could you spare me a box?" Nian was perplexed by Guan Hui and Appo's logic, but the wind and snow were already whipping against her face. She grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth and readjusted her mask before firmly responding, "No." Guan Hui's face fell, her eyes reddening further. "Why not? I'm on my period and can't eat anything cold. It's inconvenient to be out here. Since you have it, why can't you just give me a box? I'll return it to you once we're back at the base." "You'll return it at the base? So you do have it with you, but just didn't bring it. Is that right?" "No, I don't have it." "If you don't have it, how can you return it? I can trade you something else. I have compressed biscuits," Guan Hui exclaimed, producing 2 bags of compressed biscuits from her pocket. "I'll trade you 2 bags. It's a fair deal. I truly can't eat anything cold, or my stomach will hurt more. We're both girls. Surely you can understand, right? Please help me out." At that moment, Nian let out a cold laugh. "If you know we're both girls, then stop playing the damsel in distress. I want to fall for that. You can't eat anything cold, and it hurts your stomach? Why aren't you staying at the base then? If you want to come out to do tasks, why didn't you prepare a few self-heating meals from the supermarket with your contribution points? You come out unprepared and then expect sympathy from me? You think your plight is my responsibility? This is the apocalypse, not your home, and I am not your mother." With that final remark, Nian promptly rolled up the window. The cold wind and snowflakes were shut out, leaving Guan Hui's expression less distinct. Nian, uninterested in her reaction, turned away. Just as she did, she caught Jing Mo staring at her wide-eyed. "What's wrong?" Jing Mo snapped back to reality at her question, shaking his head. "I'm fine. It's just that you were amazing just now." "How so?" "You were incredibly fierce. You completely dismantled that little white lotus." I think your words hurt her more than the snow and wind outside. Chapter 48. More terrifying than the midnight wolf, Nian gazed at Jing Mo, who spoke with utmost seriousness, and after a moment's contemplation, responded with a hint of complexity. "Then I shall take that as a compliment." Jing Mo, however, shook his head earnestly. "You are mistaken. I am indeed complimenting you. You were absolutely stunning just now. Did you know that?" Nian replied, "All right, I understand." Noticing Jing Mo seemed even more exhilarated than she was, she couldn't help but inquire. Some men prefer girls to be gentle and delicate, as it evokes their protective instincts. "Why are you not like that?" Jing Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I am not that sort of person. What is wrong with girls? Who says they must be soft and weak, requiring protection? In the stars, there are plenty of female generals. There are countless women who can overpower men with their bare hands." Jing Mo certainly did not possess a masochistic inclination, nor did he relish the role of a gallant protector for fragile maidens. After wandering through the stars for so many years, the people he encountered were merely his clients. He had only admired them, never feeling as he did just moments ago, when someone sitting and conversing seemed to radiate an inner light. Jing Mo, Jing Mo. He turned to Su Nian, his eyes still somewhat dazed. What is it? I meant to say, you and Oppos. You've been driving all morning. Let me take over in the afternoon. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I'll make room for you right now. The two exited the vehicle and switched places. Just as they settled in, the intercom crackled with an announcement that the convoy was about to set off. With a heat pack already affixed to her legs, Su Nian adjusted her seat, fastened her seat belt, and began to follow the moving vehicles ahead, gradually advancing forward. In the passenger seat, Jing Mo retrieved a map and studied it intently for a moment. At our current pace, we should arrive before nightfall. Once we arrive, we will conduct a search and rescue operation and clear away any wildlife. I believe we will be there for 2 or 3 days. This aligned with Su Nian's earlier expectations. The provisions she had packed would suffice for their sustenance for 2 to 3 days. Of course, she was aware that Jing Mo had also brought a considerable amount of food. Lost in thought, she observed Jing Mo as he folded the map and rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a box of pine nuts. Do you like pine nuts? Allow me to shell them for you. He flipped the lid aside, removed one of his rings, and began to deftly shell the pine nuts. Seeing Jing Mo use such a sharp ring as a tool for opening the nuts left Su Nian momentarily speechless. It was not a case of misusing resources. Rather, one could say it was a matter of utilizing them to their fullest potential. The pine nuts were diminutive, scarcely larger than Jing Mo's fingernail. Yet held in his long fingers, they appeared quite elegant. Jing Mo worked swiftly, soon producing a small capful of shelled nuts. Noticing Su Nian had not yet eaten, he urged her, hurry and eat. Besides pine nuts, I've also brought walnuts, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Which do you prefer? Amused, Su Nian thought to herself, is Jing Mo treating me like a squirrel? The entire afternoon was spent with Jing Mo shelling various nuts. After they had thoroughly enjoyed the nuts Jing Mo had brought, the convoy finally came to a halt. They had arrived at their destination, a journey of 50 kilometers, which would have taken less than an hour prior to the apocalypse, had now consumed an entire day. Just contemplating it weighed heavily on one's heart. Su Nian chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the vacation lodge before her. The lodge was in close proximity to a summer resort, being only 50 kilometers away, nestled amidst mountains and rivers. There were also nearby villages and towns. Thus, a fair number of survivors were present. The convoy drove straight into the vacation lodge. The establishment was sizable, with a spacious parking area. After several trips back and forth by 6 snowplows, the parking lot was sufficiently cleared to accommodate the convoy's vehicles. With no further driving required for the night, Su Nian switched off the engine after parking. Noticing others had exited their vehicles, she and Jing Mo tidied their backpacks and followed suit. This vacation lodge boasted a traditional Chinese architectural style, with buildings primarily 2 stories high, some even 1 story. The doors and windows were wide open, constructed of wood. Prior to the apocalypse, such a style was aesthetically pleasing. However, in the aftermath, it proved to be more decorative than functional. It offered no insulation or wind protection. Many doors and windows had been removed, presumably taken for firewood. Some buildings had collapsed. The cause unknown, whether it was due to the weight of heavy snow or some wild animal in Oppos as force. The scene was one of devastation. Having spent a prolonged time in a base, Su Nian had not witnessed such sights in ages. Now, confronted with them, it felt like a distant memory. Before they could assess the situation further, a person emerged from a 2-story building. He first stood at the doorway, surveying the outside, then hurriedly scurried back inside, soon reappearing with others in tow. A group of people rushed forward, shouting, though their words were indistinguishable, their excitement palpable. Before long, they approached, and the leading individual initiated a conversation. It was unclear what was said, but soon someone brandished a loudspeaker, instructing everyone to enter the building. Su Nian and Jing Mo trailed behind, slowly making their way to the structure. Upon entering, A barrage of various odors assaulted Sun Yin and Appo's senses, prompting her to furrow her brow. Despite her grimace, her steps did not falter. In this life, she had yet to encounter such a stench. However, in her previous life, she had dwelled in such conditions. Even now, with life improved, Sun Yin was not one to shy away from hardship. She remained silent, yet a low female voice emerged. "What is that smell? It's absolutely dreadful. Can't anyone pay attention to hygiene here?" Honestly, the speaker's voice was not loud, and Sun Yin was certain she had not heard it before, nor did she possess the inclination to investigate who had uttered those words. The leader of this mission was a man named Kong Jiaming, in his 30s or 40s, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon entering, he instructed his team to open the boxes they were carrying. "I've brought food for everyone. Where are your cooking pots? Let us prepare a meal." At the mention of food, the previously huddled individuals in the corners responded with eagerness, their eyes gleaming as they looked toward Kong Jiaming. The room lacked lighting, illuminated only by firelight, rendering it dim. In such low light, however, the eyes of these people sparkled. Their expressions resembled ravenous wolves prowling the night. Sun Yin pursed her lips and rested her hand on the dagger secured at her waist. Others may not recognize the truth, but Sun Yin understood all too well. The frenzy of these starved individuals could be even more terrifying than the hungry wolves of the midnight hour. Fortunately, the chaos Sun Yin feared did not ensue. There was indeed a leader among them, who quickly instructed others to fetch snow to melt for cooking. Many were engaged in melting snow, as the water pipes had frozen, and the river was coated in thick ice. To procure drinking water, most relied on boiled snow. The provisions Kong Jiaming had brought were primarily compressed biscuits, along with some dehydrated vegetables and a few cans. The biscuits were crushed and placed directly into the pot for cooking. A handful of dehydrated vegetables were added, along with 2 meat cans, which were chopped and stirred in. Once boiled, the meal was ready. The finished dish, of course, lacked visual appeal, yet emitted a surprisingly pleasant aroma. For those who were ravenously hungry, it was, indeed, a supreme delicacy. Chapter 49. You sleep first. Ein Appos. Keep watch. The food brought by Kong Jiaming was meant for his team and these survivors. Those like Sun Yin and Jing Mo, who had accompanied him on the mission, could only rely on their own provisions. The survivors, who had previously huddled in various corners, had now gathered to await their rations. Sun Yin and Jing Mo found a corner near the entrance to sit down. Being close to the door meant exposure to the cold, and the survivors were reluctant to linger there, as there was little to be found. Sun Yin placed her backpack beside her and retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits. As she raised her head, she noticed that Jing Mo had also taken out a packet of biscuits from his backpack. The two exchanged a glance and silently began to unwrap their snacks. This was the first time since the apocalypse that Sun Yin had consumed compressed biscuits. When purchasing them, she had bought every brand and flavor available on the market. The one she held now was flavored with pepper and salt. It was crisp and pleasant, not too difficult to swallow. As she nibbled on the biscuit, she was about to pour herself a cup of water when a steaming cup was offered to her. Looking up, she saw Jing Mo holding the cup. "Drink quickly, or it will cool down," he urged. Sun Yin, taking his advice, accepted the cup and took a small sip. On such a cold day, not being able to eat hot food was already quite challenging. Without some warm water, she feared she might freeze. The biscuits were filling, and after consuming one and sipping the warm water, her stomach felt content. However, while her belly was satisfied, her mouth craved more. Sun Yin recalled an online comment she had read before the world fell apart. The author expressed a suspicion of having 2 stomachs, one for meals and another for snacks. If not for that second stomach, how could one manage to eat fruit or snacks right after a meal? Sun Yin resonated with this thought. Just like now, she knew she was full, yet her palate longed for something more. She discreetly unwrapped a piece of fruit candy and popped it in her mouth. Only upon tasting it did she realize it was orange-flavored. Sun Yin had a fondness for oranges, fresh, juicy, and sweet, as well as canned oranges and orange-flavored candies. Eating something she adored naturally uplifted her spirits. Even though she was surrounded by an environment she disliked, her lips curled into a faint smile. With the candy in her mouth, she surveyed her surroundings. This place was likely once the grand hall of a resort, spacious, and with a broad view. However, the former vintage elegance was now obscured. Every dismantleable element had been torn down to fuel fires for warmth. The pillars and ceiling were blackened with soot. The original beauty lost. The hall was approximately 500 to 600 square meters, and, aside from the entrance, it was packed with people, an estimated 300 to 400, and with the newcomers, nearly 500 in total. The thought of so many individuals confined in such a space made her scalp tingle, and here she was, experiencing it firsthand. Those who had gathered for food quickly took their portions and retreated to the sides to eat. The sounds of slurping porridge filled the air. Kong jamming stood beside a large pot, the flames illuminating him clearly. Everyone, don't eat too quickly. Be careful not to burn yourselves. There is plenty of food. So don't worry, he repeated, but not many paid heed. They were evidently famished, eager to fill their bellies, dismissing any concern for burns. After all, what mattered was that what went into their stomachs was theirs alone. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of food gradually dissipated, and everyone had finished their rations. Sun Yin observed many had licked their bowls clean, leaving them spotless. Once done, they eyed Kong jamming hungrily, calling out for more food. However, he declined their requests. The supplies were limited, and with plans to stay for another 2 or 3 days, if they indulged now, they would face hunger later. Yet, his tone was reassuring. It's too late today. Let us all rest after eating. Tomorrow morning, we will cook more. We will serve everyone generously then. Upon hearing that there would be more food in the morning, many felt relieved. However, some remained apprehensive, clutching their belongings and positioning themselves closer to Kong jamming, perhaps to guard against the fear that he might vanish in silence during the night. Though she understood their apprehension was unnecessary, Sun Yin empathized with their actions. Those who had flirted with death would naturally cling to any semblance of hope. The hall was bustling with people, yet a hush had fallen over them. Having eaten, and with the outside world now cloaked in darkness, it was time for rest. Sun Yin opened her backpack and took out a blanket. Jing Mo did the same, wrapping himself snugly. Although Sun Yin had brought a sleeping bag, the current situation rendered it impractical. With so many curled up to sleep, pulling out a sleeping bag would surely draw unwanted attention. Luckily, she was warmly dressed, having replaced her heat packs before leaving and with a windproof blanket wrapped around her. She felt adequately warm. She and Jing Mo placed their backpacks together and leaned against them to rest. You sleep first, I'll keep watch. Jing Mo whispered to Sun Yin. Surprised, she met his gaze, having been preoccupied with the same thought. In the company of so many strangers, she found it impossible to sleep soundly. Since Jing Mo had spoken first, she did not hesitate to agree, suggesting they switch watches in the later hours. Rather than debate who would keep watch first, they both preferred to seize the opportunity to catch a few more minutes of sleep. The comfortable life of the past year had not dulled Sun Yin's vigilance. Though she slept, it was a light slumber. Estimating the time, she eventually opened her eyes. Checking her pocket watch, she noted it had just passed midnight. Perfect timing. Looking towards Jing Mo, she found his gaze waiting for hers. In the dim light, his eyes shone with a remarkable intensity. Chapter 50. The fool who lacks ability, yet is full of himself. Sun Yin cast a glance and quickly averted her gaze, softly urging, stop looking, hurry up and sleep. It's already past midnight, and if you don't sleep now, there won't be much time left. At this moment, only a pair of eyes were visible on Jing Mo and Appo's face, which, upon hearing Sun Yin and Appo's words, curved into a smile. However, he said nothing, adjusted his posture, leaned against his backpack, and closed his eyes, listening to Jing Mo and Appo's breathing gradually becoming steady and deep. Sun Yin realized he had fallen asleep. Sitting upright, Sun Yin surveyed her surroundings. Aside from those keeping watch by the campfire, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. With so many people sleeping together, tranquility was an impossibility. The sounds of snoring, grinding teeth, and soft murmurs filled the air. The cacophony was numerous and varied, yet in this environment, it did not seem out of place. At first glance, the group appeared to be sleeping as one, but upon closer inspection, the distinction between those who had come from the base and the original survivors was stark. Their clothing and belongings revealed their origins distinctly. The individuals from the base were bundled up like bears, their attire mostly neat and intact, while the original survivors wore tattered garments. They were not all clad in down jackets or padded coats. Some had layered every piece of clothing they could find upon themselves, appearing puffy yet lacking in warmth. Just then, one of the base individuals quietly stood up. Sun Yin took note of this but did not think much of it. After all, nature calls, and it was not unusual for someone to rise suddenly. However, after that individual stood, one after another followed suit. A few, backpacks slung over their shoulders, cautiously made their way toward the exit. Seeing this, Sun Yin quietly leaned against the wall and squinted her eyes. A total of 4 individuals left. Once outside, they swiftly dashed toward the parking area. Just as they exited, several survivors also began to rise in quick succession. These individuals moved stealthily, their movements swifter and more agile. Sun Yin barely heard their footsteps, only able to see them darting out the door. Watching them leave, her brow furrowed. Was there unrest already on the very first night? As she pondered this, a woman's piercing scream shattered the night air. "Give it back. Return my food. Who do you think you are to steal my things? You greedy trash. Captain Kong has already fed you dinner, and yet you are still not satisfied, coming to rob us. You shouldn't have been saved. You should have frozen or starved to death here." The sharp voices of several women echoed deafeningly in the stillness of the deep night. Among those voices, one sounded somewhat familiar to Sun Yin. After a moment of frowning contemplation, she recalled it belonged to the girl who had complained about the unpleasant smell when they first entered the hall. The commotion outside quickly roused those within the hall, with Kong Jiaming being the first to rise, leading his team outside. Apart from them, neither the survivors nor the members who had come from the base seemed inclined to follow. In the dead of night, with the frigid air capable of freezing a person to the bone, who would willingly venture out for matters that did not concern them, Sun Yin overheard someone muttering a curse, clearly displeased at being awakened in the middle of the night. In these bitterly cold days, the chill was not solely in the weather. Before long, Kong Jiaming returned, accompanied by his team. The group of women continued to voice their grievances as they entered the hall. "Captain Kong, you cannot ignore this. They stole our supplies, and we demand they return them." Before Kong Jiaming could respond, a man chuckled derisively. "Return it? Sure. I'll just spit it back out for you. Would you like that? You, how repulsive. No wonder you've fallen to the point of needing our rescue. Utterly incompetent and disgusting. Your existence is a blight. Hey, you're right. I've long since grown weary of this damned life. Come at me. Kill me if you dare. I wouldn't stoop to dirtying my hands on you. Hurry up and return my things, or I swear I won't let you off easy. Then come at me. I'm down to just this bit of flesh on my bones. If you want to take it." The two erupted into a quarrel, rousing many from their slumber, their displeasure evident as they glared at the commotion. "Enough!" Kong Jiaming barked. "What are you shouting about? Go back to sleep." "But Captain, what about our supplies? Did I steal your supplies? What good does searching for me do? How can he return what he doesn't have?" Kong Jiaming, clearly infuriated, took a deep breath to contain his anger before continuing. "Leave your information about them. Once we return to the base, we can have them work to earn contribution points and repay you then. When will that be? Unwilling to wait? Fine. Go demand it from him yourself. And if you want to argue, do it outside. Don't disturb everyone's rest." Kong Jiaming's leadership was evident, as he possessed both capability and temperament. Seeing him lose his temper, the women dared not continue their uproar. Fine, we'll let it go. Just consider it feeding the dogs." The man who had been insulted as a dog remained unperturbed, still grinning. However, Sun Yin could see the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This place was not like the first base. Those who survived here were not ordinary individuals. Though the man wore a silly grin, it was clear that such a demeanor alone could not have sustained his survival until now. The women, having had their supplies stolen, faced a choice: either eliminate the culprits to prevent future troubles or swallow their pride and bide their time. Yet they had managed neither. Their complaints, seemingly a release of pent-up frustration, were in reality a summoning of trouble unbeknownst to them. Sun Yin harbored no disdain for ruthless individuals or those devoid of compassion. After all, survival in a post-apocalyptic world was arduous, and one must look out for oneself. However, she held contempt for the foolish, especially those who were both incompetent and self-important. Turning her gaze away, Nian refrained from looking at them again. As she turned her head, her gaze unintentionally fell upon Jing Mo. Despite the ruckus, he remained undisturbed, his breathing steady, evidently still asleep. Nian was unsure whether to commend his quality of sleep or to praise his carefree nature. The remainder of the night passed without incident, and they peacefully transitioned into morning. As dawn broke outside, the hall erupted with the clamorous voices of the survivors, all clamoring for food. Chapter 51. Do you two wish to act independently? Kong Jiaming did not linger, promptly instructing his team to unpack the supplies and commence cooking. Unlike the survivors who awaited their meal with eager anticipation, those who had arrived from the base exited the hall, heading towards their vehicles. Nian and Jing Mo followed suit, climbing into their car to freshen up. The frigid air outside made it impractical to wash their faces, as the water would likely freeze upon contact with their skin. Even inside the car, they hurried to dry off after washing. Nian had a penchant for porridge in the morning. A warm bowl could envelop one in comforting warmth. To ensure she could enjoy porridge while on the road, she had carefully packed it in a thermos and placed it on the windowsill of the living room. However, the frigid temperatures rendered the porridge solid within an hour. To indulge in it again, she merely needed to reheat it. Yet the absence of a gas stove in the car left her somewhat conflicted. Jing Mo glanced outside and pointed towards a partially collapsed building. Shall we head over there? He suggested. Nian followed his gaze, finding it a suitable option, and nodded in agreement. Jing Mo carried the gas stove and pot, while Nian hefted a large backpack. They sought a sheltered corner and set the stove down, igniting the flame to warm the porridge. The porridge, frozen solid in the container, resisted extraction. Fortunately, the pot and Oppo's material allowed for direct heating. So, Nian placed it over the flames. In addition to the porridge, they had scallion pancakes to accompany their meal. The pancakes warmed atop the thermos, softening in no time. Jing Mo retrieved a box of pork floss from his belongings to pair with their breakfast. While Nian also enjoyed meat, she did not feel the need to have it at every meal. The sight of Jing Mo insisting on having pork floss, even for breakfast, brought a smile to her face. The seaweed pork floss was indeed delightful, enhancing both the porridge and the pancakes. Although this breakfast was simple, it was nonetheless rich in flavor. Many others, like Nian and Jing Mo, were also preparing their meals over open flames. A gust of wind carried with it an array of appetizing aromas. After finishing their breakfast, Nian and Jing Mo tidied up and returned their belongings to the car before making their way back to the hall. The hall remained dimly lit, and as soon as they entered, a number of eyes turned towards them. Unfazed by the attention, Nian settled back into her corner. The flow of diners returning was continuous, and after approximately 20 minutes, Kong Jiaming finally rose. Is everyone back? Let us commence the task distribution. I have inquired, and aside from this resort, there are survivors in the surrounding villages. Your mission today is to venture forth and rescue these survivors, bringing them back. We shall remain here for only 2 days, departing promptly at dawn the day after tomorrow. Time is of the essence, and the weather is harsh. I urge everyone to unite and overcome these challenges to save as many of our compatriots as possible. Kong Jiaming's speech was fervent and impassioned, yet few were genuinely moved by his words. Almost immediately after he finished speaking, someone stood up. Captain Kong, we did not come here to rescue anyone. We are here to deal with the wild animals. The voice was unmistakably familiar, belonging to one of the rowdy girls from the previous night. Besides, those people are surviving just fine. They hardly need our assistance. Hearing this, Nian inwardly cursed the girl for her foolishness. Faced with public dissent, Kong Jiaming's tone turned stern. I understand you are here to handle the mutated animals. While I am not well versed in the specifics of these creatures, the survivors here are. Soon, you may find someone to provide you with the necessary information. The rest of you, come with me. With that, 2/3 of the group he had brought stood up to follow him outside. Half of those who had arrived in private vehicles also joined him, evidently intent on rescuing survivors. This left around 20 to 30 individuals focused solely on the wild animals. As Kong Jiaming departed, the remaining group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. They had assumed that by merely tagging along, they would be able to glean some benefits, but with Kong Jiaming leading the rescue efforts, they found themselves at a loss. The girl who had spoken earlier surveyed the room and, with an air of arrogance, lifted her chin. He doesn't care about us. We'll find our own way. With so many of us, we can simply ask someone knowledgeable for guidance, and the rest will be manageable. Upon hearing this, several individuals nodded in agreement. Sun Yan had been silently observing when the girl suddenly turned her gaze towards them. You too. Why have you been silent? Are you not planning to join us? Sun Yan decisively shook her head. We do not plan to. The girl seemed taken aback by the immediate rejection, staring blankly for a moment before regaining her composure. Not planning to? You wish to act independently? Sun Yan shot her a cold glance. We are not part of the same team. There is no obligation for collaboration. What is wrong with acting alone? But there is strength in numbers, yet you have quite a few already. The girl was left speechless, huffing in annoyance. Fine. If you wish to act independently, then go ahead and seek your own demise. Uninterested in further discourse, Sun Yan stood up, followed closely by Jing Mo as they made their way outside. Upon exiting the hall, they noticed that more than half of the vehicles in the courtyard had departed, presumably in pursuit of Kong Jiaming. Sun Yan and Jing Mo returned to their car, intending to leave as well. Just then, a dark figure sprinted towards them with urgency. The figure in Oppo's attire indicated that he was one of the original survivors. Jing Mo hesitated to start the engine, glancing at Sun Yan. Should we hear what he has to say? Sun Yan nodded in agreement. The snowy, slippery ground hindered the man and Oppo's speed, and although he was running, he appeared unsteady, taking several minutes to reach their vehicle. He was not wearing a mask, and his hunched posture revealed a face marred by frostbite. His youthful appearance suggested he was no older than 16 or 17. Jing Mo rolled down the window. What is it? The boy bit his lip, stammering slightly. Are you here to hunt wild animals? Yes. I saw those animals. Then tell us what you saw. There are many of them. Wild boars, a pack of wolves, and hyenas. Jing Mo's interest peaked. How did you identify them? Chapter 52. Do not show weakness. It is not surprising that the wild boars can recognize the wolf pack. Astonishingly, they can also identify hyenas. I used to frequent the zoo and had encountered them numerous times, hence my familiarity. Upon hearing the boy and Oppo's response, Sun Yan understood. It seemed this boy had once enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. Unfortunately, the abrupt onset of the apocalypse shattered his stable and affluent life. I originally resided in a nearby town, but after the sweltering heat, my parents brought me to this resort in the mountains, claiming it was cooler and more pleasant than the town. Just 2 days after the sudden drop in temperature, we began to hear the howls of wolves at night. The night before last, while we were asleep, commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of a person screaming. My parents and I immediately awoke, intent on fleeing, but the outside was perilous and engulfed in darkness. My parents, in their effort to protect me, were bitten to death. As he recounted this, the boy and Oppo's mood soured, his voice choked with emotion. Sun Yan remained silent for a moment before softly inquiring, were many people bitten that night? Suddenly hearing Sun Yan speak, the boy looked her way, and upon meeting her gaze, he nodded vigorously. Many. What about the bodies? They had arrived yesterday only to find chaos, with no corpses in sight. The ground covered in pristine white snow, devoid of any bloodstains. They said the wolves dragged them away. The wolves had killed the people and then carried their bodies off. Could it be that they were taken back as a food reserve? Did you see which direction those animals came from? Sun Yan continued her questioning. From the south. The south is mountainous. Everyone says they emerge from the mountains. Having gleaned most of the information she sought, Sun Yan decided not to linger any longer. She opened her backpack, retrieving 2 packets of instant noodles, and handed them to the boy. Here, these are for you. In exchange for this information, the boy was undoubtedly getting a good deal. The boy and Oppo's eyes lit up with desire as he gazed at the noodles. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, he swiftly extended his hands to accept the 2 packets, clutching them tightly to his chest. Though his movements were quick, Sun Yan noticed that his hands were dark purple, covered in frostbite. Even his fingernails had turned a deep shade of purple, likely due to neglect and biting, the edges uneven and jagged. Sun Yan averted her gaze, feeling little emotional upheaval within. In this post-apocalyptic world, countless individuals found themselves in similar predicaments. She felt powerless to assist them and had no desire to do so. In a couple of days, when Kong jamming brought them back to the base, if they worked hard and were diligent, their lives would undoubtedly improve compared to their current state. Just as Jing Mo was about to close the window, the boy spoke again from outside. "You be careful. Everyone says those animals have mutated. They are now stronger and fiercer than before, from their previous encounters with a wild boar and several unusually heavy rabbits." Sun Yan and Jing Mo had already come to this realization. Yet, the boy and Oppo's warning was well-intentioned. Jing Mo reached into his pocket and, upon withdrawing his hand, revealed a handful of candy. "Keep this as a reward for your warning. Consider us even." With that, he closed the car window and started the engine. The boy remained standing outside until he observed the vehicle moving, at which point he slowly stepped aside. Even as the car drove away, Sun Yan caught a glimpse of him through the rearview mirror, still gazing longingly in their direction. Jing Mo, driving, glanced at Sun Yan and, noticing her fixation on the rearview mirror, gently remarked, "Do not let your heart soften. We cannot take him with us." "Soft-hearted?" Sun Yan chuckled. "You think too much. I'm not soft-hearted. That and Oppos. That's good to hear." Jing Mo smiled. In the lobby, there were still people left by Captain Kong. As long as the boy was clever enough to sit among them with his belongings, he need not fear being robbed. Once they returned to the base, with hands and feet intact, survival would be the least of their concerns. Jing Mo spoke in a calm, measured tone, and Sun Yan found his words soothing, even though she was already aware of this. The vehicle departed the resort, heading south. Outside the resort, roads branched off in 3 directions, with the snow cleared to the sides. Clearly, Kong jamming had divided the group into 3 teams, still leading with snowplows. This arrangement greatly facilitated Sun Yan and Jing Mo, making the journey considerably easier. After traveling south for 20 to 30 minutes, Sun Yan spotted the outline of a village and the vehicles belonging to Kong jamming and the others. They did not stop but continued onward. As they pressed ahead, the snow on the road was cleared, although it was unclear how extensive Kong jamming intended the search to be. Upon encountering another village, the snow on the road remained unplowed. Just as Sun Yan was about to speak, Jing Mo pressed a button. With his action, 2 metal plates extended from the front of the vehicle. "What is this?" Sun Yan asked, perplexed. Without needing Jing Mo and Oppo's response, she quickly understood the purpose of the metal plates. They moved back and forth, pushing the snow aside and clearing a path for their vehicle. "After we decided to come out, I made some modifications to the car," Jing Mo explained with a smile. Sun Yan regarded him with admiration. This was not merely a modification. Even with her rebirth, she remained ignorant of such matters. Initially fearing a difficult journey ahead, she was relieved to find herself untroubled. As they traveled southward, the mountains grew taller and the forest denser. Although the branches were bare, it was evident that the trees had once flourished. In such a mountainous region, it was hardly surprising to encounter wildlife. The 2 chose a suitable spot to park the car. Jing Mo set up a gas stove in the woods, placed a pot upon it, and poured in a bag of fresh rabbit meat. These animals must have descended from the mountains to attack humans out of sheer hunger. Once the aroma of the cooking meat wafted through the air, it should attract some wildlife. At that point, we can ascend to the roof of the car. Should we spot any, we will shoot them down. We should avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. Sun Yan nodded in agreement. That works. After waiting for the tantalizing scent of rabbit meat to spread, they returned to the side of the vehicle. Jing Mo did not immediately enter, but instead opened the trunk, lifted a mat, and retrieved a long, rectangular box. As he opened it, the gleaming silver of a firearm came into view. The gun was long, and Sun Yan thought it was roughly the same length as her broadsword. After loading the ammunition, Jing Mo gathered the remaining bullets and closed the car door. The moment he turned, he found Sun Yan gazing at the gun with wide eyes. "Do you like this? Then it's yours to use," Jing Mo said, extending the firearm towards Sun Yan. Chapter 53. The self-aware Jing Mo. Sun Yan gazed at the gun presented before her, ultimately shaking her head. "I cannot use it. You should handle it yourself. I can teach you, Jing Mo replied. Then let us wait until we return to the base. Find an opportunity to step outside, and you may instruct me then. This is not the time to learn. Sun Yin understood well when to engage in certain activities, even though the gun before her was undoubtedly impressive. And her heart fluttered at the sight. The moment was not right for her to wield it. Jing Mo refrained from further persuasion and nodded. All right, I shall teach you when we return. The two spoke no more, climbing onto the roof of the vehicle. A thick layer of snow rested upon it, and Jing Mo stretched his long arms, sweeping the snow away with his clothing. Just as they settled on the car and Oppo's roof, they heard rustling from the woods nearby. The aroma of stewed rabbit meat wafted through the air, enticing not only starving wildlife, but potentially drawing in humans, if given enough time. Sun Yin and Jing Mo peered into the forest, observing dark figures darting from the depths. Each creature was notably large and moved with impressive speed. Fire! As Jing Mo uttered these words, his index finger had already pressed the trigger. Without hesitation, Sun Yin aimed and shot in one fluid motion. After a few days without practice, she initially struggled, missing several shots. However, her composure remained unshaken. On her third shot, she struck a wolf in the chest. The gun and Oppo's power was extraordinary. The wolf collapsed instantly, never to rise again. Beside her, Jing Mo exhibited far greater precision, landing headshots with every pull of the trigger. Not a single bullet wasted. Despite having witnessed Jing Mo and Oppo's marksmanship before, Sun Yin was still taken aback by this display. Typically cheerful and loquacious, Jing Mo's demeanor transformed into one of cold resolve and decisiveness, exuding an aura of brilliance akin to the firearm he wielded. Sun Yin briefly caught a glimpse of Jing Mo from the corner of her eye before refocusing on the forest. For her, this was not merely a task. It was an excellent opportunity to hone her shooting skills. In everyday life, such large and swift prey was scarce, allowing her to shoot freely. After the duo successfully dispatched over 10 wolves and a few wild boars, the shadows ceased to descend from the mountain. Sun Yin retrieved her binoculars, scanning the deeper parts of the forest where she spotted several wolves and wild boars lingering. Whether due to their keen eyesight or an innate sense, Sun Yin felt a connection as their gazes met. Even in broad daylight, the animals and Oppo's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, sending chills down her spine. As she attempted to observe them further, they suddenly turned and fled deeper into the woods. Only when they vanished from sight did Sun Yin lower her binoculars. In the meantime, Jing Mo straightened up, raising an eyebrow at Sun Yin. Our haul is quite commendable. While she was uncertain of the contribution points a wolf might yield, she knew a wild boar could fetch 500 to 600 points, meaning their catch could be worth 2,000 to 3,000 points. In terms of contribution points, Sun Yin considered herself impoverished, so this unexpected windfall brought her joy, causing her smile to broaden. Let's collect the rabbit meat first. As Jing Mo spoke, he grasped the luggage rack atop the car and leaped down effortlessly. Upon landing, he extended his hand to Sun Yin. Allow me to assist you down. No need, she replied, mirroring his earlier actions by steadying herself on the luggage rack and jumping down with ease. Years of martial training had not been in vain. Her decade of survival in the apocalypse had equipped her well. Not only was she capable of jumping from such heights, but she would also dare to leap from the second floor. Jing Mo merely smiled at her display, offering no further commentary. The two made their way into the forest. Soon arriving at the stove, the pot, filled with water, had been boiling, and the rabbit meat was now pale and foamy. Jing Mo showed no signs of disdain as he fished it out, turning to add spices for a quick stir-fry, certain it would be delicious. Did you bring spices? Sun Yin inquired with a smile. Of course. Jing Mo replied matter-of-factly. Rabbit meat is a rare find. We certainly must not waste it. His reasoning resonated with Sun Yin, who nodded in agreement. Since there are no others around, shall we stir-fry it here? Sun Yin suggested. Jing Mo hesitated slightly, glancing at her. But I cannot cook. I can. Really? Then I must trouble you. As she spoke, Jing Mo swiftly turned and dashed to the car. He returned quickly, holding a plastic bag. I brought all my spices. Which ones do you require? Sun Yin leaned in to examine the assortment of jars and packets. From oil and salt to star anise and dried chili peppers, he had indeed come well prepared. These will suffice, she affirmed. I shall retrieve the rabbit meat and fetch some containers. With remarkable efficiency, Jing Mo made another quick trip, returning with both of their empty containers. After placing the rabbit meat inside, he poured out the water from the pot and cleaned it with snow before rinsing it with hot water. He then set it back on the stove, thoughtfully igniting the flame. Observing his meticulous actions, Sun Yin was both impressed and amused. Jing Mo and Appo's enthusiasm for meat was unmistakable. The iron pot must be heated thoroughly, ideally until it smokes before we add the oil. As they waited, Sun Yin curiously asked, if you cannot cook, why did you buy so many spices? The base and Appo's supermarket sells spices, but they are rather expensive. I not only purchased spices, but also sought out some recipes, intending to experiment, though I have yet to yield any results. Ordinary grains are one thing, but rabbit meat is too precious to squander on my experiments. Although one should possess self-awareness, Jing Mo and Appo's keen awareness left Sun Yin momentarily speechless. Just then, the pot reached the desired temperature, prompting Sun Yin to pour in the oil. Once the oil was heated, she added various spices and dried chilies to saute. While lacking ginger and garlic was somewhat regrettable, they could not afford to be overly particular in their current circumstances. As the ingredients sizzled, the delightful aroma soon filled the air. Sun Yin scooped the rabbit meat into the containers, giving it a quick stir before adding oil, salt, and sauce. Jing Mo inhaled deeply and gave Sun Yin a thumbs up. With your culinary skills, you could open a restaurant in the base and surely thrive. Chapter 54. Someone does not wish for their departure. Sun Yin shook her head. The base was certainly not lacking in chefs, though she was unaware of the exact number of individuals at the first base. It was reasonable to assume there were quite a few. Those capable of cooking were undoubtedly numerous as well. The reason they did not open restaurants was merely due to the lack of ingredients. After all, this was no longer the pre-apocalyptic era. Upon hearing Sun Yin and Appo's words, Jing Mo merely smiled without responding. The topic felt somewhat heavy, and neither of them was inclined to delve further into it. Once the frying was nearly complete, Sun Yin poured hot water into the pot, ensuring it just covered the rabbit meat. Covering the pot with a lid, she glanced around, feeling a twinge of concern. Would those people venture into the mountains to hunt for wild animals, drawn by the enticing aroma? It would not be a problem if they came, for no one would dare to seize their meat. Such bold words seemed to transform her demeanor from the usual cheerful self to one of fierce determination. Ying Montak, even if he did not voice it, would not allow anyone to take away that pot of rabbit meat. Yet, Sun Yin still hoped that no one would come to disturb their meal. Whether by sheer luck or fortuitous timing, no one approached until the rabbit meat was thoroughly stewed. Neither wild boars nor packs of wolves returned. It was still early, not yet 11 in the morning, but the two paid it no mind, as they carried the cooked rabbit meat directly to the car. Sitting in the back, each held a food container and began to feast directly from a pot. The bag of rabbit meat was modest, only 2 to 3 pounds. Their appetites were considerable, and after consuming all the meat in the pot, they took the gas stove outside the car to boil the broth again and cook some noodles. The noodles were provided by Sun Yin, and Jing Mo asked no questions, merely watching the bubbling noodles with anticipation. Observing Jing Mo and Appo's eagerness, Sun Yin found herself momentarily speechless. One might think he had been starving for ages. In reality, he had consumed at least 1.5 pounds of rabbit meat. The noodles were easy to cook, and it wasn't long before they were ready. As she gazed at the noodles simmering in the red broth, Sun Yin sighed. The pot of noodles was delightful, yet it lacked a touch of greenery. However, she quickly reminded herself that having something to eat was sufficient. One should not be overly particular. They shared the pot of noodles, both feeling pleasantly full, leaning against the car wall and reluctant to move. Sun Yin squinted her eyes, finding this life rather enjoyable. After her rebirth, she had assumed she would be solitary. Yet, inexplicably, she had become acquainted with Jing Mo, and they had turned into neighbors and now partners. This feeling seemed quite nice. As Sun Yin pondered, Jing Mo suddenly sat up straight. You take a break. I'll wash the pot and utensils. With an abundance of motivation, he was already out of the car, pot in hand. Watching his retreating figure, Sun Yin felt a smile tugging at her lips. What had begun as a pleasant day now felt even better. Once Jing Mo had finished cleaning the dishes, Sun Yin joined him in hauling back the corpses of the wild boars and wolves. They placed whatever could fit in the trunk there, while the rest was secured atop the car. Fortunately, the vehicle was spacious and robust enough to accommodate everything, albeit their return speed was somewhat slower. As they journeyed north, they did not encounter any rescue vehicles when passing the first village. Sun Yin glanced outside, surmising that they must have already rescued individuals and returned with them. Jing Mo nodded, agreeing. Those willing to accompany them back to the base must have been in the majority. Even if the rural folk had their own reserves, they would eventually deplete. With no crops to plant, remaining outside the base would lead to inevitable demise. Just as Sun Yin was about to speak, a distant scream pierced the air. Momentarily taken aback, she turned to Jing Mo. Did you hear that? Jing Mo listened intently, and after a moment, nodded. It seemed someone was indeed calling out. The sound, carried by the biting wind, was difficult to pinpoint. Exchanging glances, neither wished to voice the intention to investigate. However, someone clearly did not want them to leave so easily. Jing Mo gradually pressed the brakes, gesturing ahead. Someone had buried something beneath the snow, clearly intending to obstruct their path. Peering forward, Sun Yin noticed a thick layer of snow in the middle of the road. While other areas had only a light dusting, this particular patch was significantly deeper. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that something was amiss. Sun Yin recalled the bald men who had previously laid down iron spikes to block her way. While those men had been brazen, these individuals were lurking in the shadows. A glint of intrigue crossed Sun Yin's eyes. They must have known that she could see through their ruse and were merely waiting for them to exit the vehicle. Though the sides of the road appeared deserted, Sun Yin was certain that the moment she and Jing Mo disembarked to clear the obstruction, individuals would emerge. Jing Mo smirked. Since they were so eager for them to exit the car, then so be it. He turned to Sun Yin, stating, I'll handle the roadblock. You stay inside the vehicle. The unspoken words were clear to Sun Yin. She nodded. Go ahead. Jing Mo tilted his head, then opened the car door and strode forward. Almost as soon as he stepped out, figures began to rise from the snowbanks on either side of the road. Some rushed toward Jing Mo, while others approached the vehicle. These individuals were clad in heavy garments, some wrapped in makeshift sheepskin coats, devoid of any design, likely crafted from skins they had processed themselves. As Sun Yin observed, someone kicked the door. Get out of the car. Unfazed, Sun Yin kept her gaze fixed on Jing Mo. At that moment, he found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals, all wielding various bladed weapons, kitchen knives, cleavers, and axes among them, a rather eclectic assortment. Seated in the car, with the distance compounded by the howling wind, Sun Yin could not discern the specifics of their conversation with Jing Mo. However, noticing that he had yet to signal her, she understood it was not yet time for her to exit the vehicle. Before long, the group began escorting Jing Mo back toward her. He stood before the car door, rapping on the window with an unprecedented ferocity. Open the door and get out. Don't you see I'm about to be beaten to a pulp? Our leader has said that if we surrender our supplies, he'll accept us, and we can enjoy a life of luxury together. Chapter 55. No longer considered human, the young man was right. You would do well to recognize your situation. You cannot escape alone. It will be wise to come out early and endure less suffering. If you do not obediently emerge, once we pry open the car door, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Despite their words, Sun Yin remained unmoved, merely gazing out at Jing Mo. At that moment, Jing Mo stepped forward, positioning himself beside the car window, pounding on the glass with great force. Open the door. Hurry and open the door. Upon seeing Jing Mo wink at her, Sun Yin hesitated no longer. She slowly turned her body and reached for the car door. The onlookers erupted into laughter, their amusement so great that their bodies swayed with mirth. When Sun Yin opened the door, she raised her hand and shot the nearest man. In that instant, Jing Mo pivoted, lifting his hand to fire several rounds. The assailants, who had previously brandished knives to threaten Sun Yin and Jing Mo, now lay sprawled on the ground. Sun Yin aimed not for the head, fearing a misfire. Instead, she targeted the chest. Jing Mo, on the other hand, seemed to require no aim at all. Each shot striking true. The distinction between human and beast appeared negligible in his hands. There were 12 men in total, and those who had once threatened them now lay lifeless. Some had permanently closed their eyes, while others, stripped of mobility, gazed at Sun Yin and Jing Mo in terror. It was only fitting that those they had felled be dealt with by their own hands. Without needing Jing Mo's assistance, Sun Yin dispatched each one with another bullet. When only one man remained, he shook his head furiously, desperately attempting to flee, but he could not move. Don and Appos, T kill me. Don and Appos, T kill me. I can give you everything. Jing Mo strolled over to him. What can you offer us? We can provide all our supplies. And women, brothers. No, big brother. Our base has many beautiful women. They will all be yours. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin realized the man had mistaken her for a man as well. Standing nearly 7 meters tall and wearing platform boots, she appeared even taller. Clad in dark, ordinary clothing, her face obscured, her decisive demeanor could easily lead to such a misunderstanding. In this man in Appos' eyes, it seemed inconceivable that a woman would take a life so readily. Jing Mo remained unfazed by the man in Appos' desperate pleas, his expression still lacking interest. The man, noticing Jing Mo's indifference, continued urgently and, Big brother, you must be starving for meat. We have plenty. Jing Mo narrowed his eyes, a glint of intrigue flashing within. Plenty? What kind of meat? Sheep meat, but in Appos' two-legged sheep, far fresher than regular lamb. Where did it come from? 2 days ago. Wild animals attacked the resort, killing many. After they left, we went to gather the remains. Since they are dead, letting them rot would be a waste. Better to let us benefit. We are all brothers. ISN and Appos. T had only right to help each other. Before he could continue, Sun Yin pulled the trigger, shattering the man's skull. Her gaze, colder than ever, surveyed the scene littered with corpses, her heart ablaze with fury. Those who had consumed the two-legged sheep were no longer human. For these men, death was the only path that remained. We cannot leave the bodies here, Jing Mo stated, not out of kindness, but to prevent others from following their path. Then let us burn them, Sun Yin replied, turning to retrieve gasoline from the vehicle. Together, they disposed of the bodies by the roadside, dousing them in gasoline. A mere spark was all it took for flames to engulf them. They did not linger to watch the inferno, but set about clearing the roadblocks. The makeshift barriers were rudimentary, far inferior to the steel spikes the bald man and his cohorts had crafted. Yet, they salvaged the materials, loading them into the vehicle. As Sun Yin and Jing Mo departed, the fire continued to blaze, certain to burn for some time. Should anyone attempt to scavenge from the flames, there was little they could do. Every path was a choice made by the individual. They could not rescue every soul heading for destruction. The remainder of their journey was uneventful, and they returned to the resort without incident. Upon entering the gates, they noticed numerous vehicles in the parking lot. Kong Jiaming and his group had already returned. Before they could park, someone emerged from the lobby and glanced their way. The individual quickly turned back inside, and moments later, Kong Jiaming led a group out, striding purposefully toward them. I and Appos, LL go speak with him. Would you like to join? Jing Mo inquired, turning to Sun Yin. Sun Yin shook her head. You go ahead. She preferred to avoid excessive dealings with the base officials, trusting Jing Mo to handle it effectively. As Jing Mo exited the vehicle, Kong Jiaming arrived at the car simultaneously. They stood facing each other, and Sun Yin noted that Jing Mo was slightly taller than Kong Jiaming. Their voices were neither loud nor soft, yet the proximity allowed Sun Yin to hear their conversation clearly. From their dialogue, it was evident they were quite familiar with one another. After some haggling, it was agreed that wild boar would contribute 1 point per pound, as would wolves. Individuals behind Kong Jiaming approached a large truck, returning shortly with a scale. Whether this situation had been anticipated or not, the presence of the scale suggested foresight. The animals from the truck were weighed and subsequently loaded back onto it. When Jing Mo returned to the vehicle, he held several cards in hand. These are official contribution point cards, each containing 1,000 points. There are 8 in total. Once we return to the base, we can transfer them to our own cards at the service center. Nian examined one closely, noting the base's name and emblem, complete with a sun in the upper left corner and a serial number in the lower right. Compared to their own cards, the only difference was the sun. They each took 4 cards, content with their haul. Even if they did nothing the next day, merely waiting to return, the trip would be deemed worthwhile. Nian felt that after this mission, she could comfortably remain at the base until the harsh winter ended. "Shall we grab a bite before heading in?" Jing Mo asked. Nian checked her pocket watch, realizing it was only 3 in the afternoon. "Is this lunch or dinner? P.S. 1,000 updates. Unless something extraordinary happens, I will strive for 1,000 updates. Seeing my efforts, please encourage me with a little gift." Chapter 56 reveals Nian and Appo's reluctance to endure the current situation, while Jing Mo remains unfazed, suggesting that the timing of their meal, be it lunch or dinner, holds little significance. They should eat if they desire to. Nian finds a profound sense of reason in Jing Mo's words, feeling no urge to dispute them. Their midday meal is consumed early, and given the chill in the air and their growing hunger, partaking in some food seems entirely justifiable. Their lunch is simple, consisting of individual self-heating hot pots, all infused with a rich, spicy aroma that fills the entire carriage. The warmth of the meal causes both to break a sweat. They need not worry about lingering odors, as the wind and snow will soon dissipate any trace of the scent once they step outside. As long as they do not draw too close to one another, it is likely that the aroma will go unnoticed. Upon entering the lobby, they are greeted by a cacophony of noise within, conversations, arguments, the cries of children, and the moans of others. Nian instinctively furrows her brow, realizing the number of people inside has significantly increased. Just as she contemplates this, Jing Mo lifts the curtain. A wave of warm air, mingled with an indescribable scent, rushes toward them. Nian halts momentarily. This smell is not unfamiliar to her, as she had once lived in such an environment in her past life. While she knows she can endure it, she simply does not wish to. It is vital not to draw too much attention to themselves, yet she refuses to subject herself to discomfort. Otherwise, it would be a futile existence. Turning to Jing Mo, she expresses her desire not to enter. He, unperturbed by her words, lowers the curtain and nods. In such a vast resort, surely there must be intact rooms. They can find a place to rest. Understanding her intent, they promptly exit the lobby. The snow remains largely unshoveled throughout the resort, causing them to tread carefully, alternating between deep and shallow steps. After navigating much of the premises, they finally discover a relatively intact room. It appears to be a guest room, though all the wooden furniture has been removed, leaving the space empty. They are not particular, opting to dismantle nearby doors and windows, scavenging a beam from the rubble. Jing Mo retrieves an axe from the vehicle and chops the wood into manageable pieces for burning. Though it may not seem like much at first glance, once split, it amounts to a substantial pile. This quantity of firewood should suffice for the night. Once the fire is lit, and after some time spent warming themselves, Jing Mo stands again, stating he has spotted another column and will retrieve it. Without waiting for a response, he exits. Shortly, he returns, carrying a thick column. Nian stands, axe in hand, declaring her intention to chop. He brings back the wood, and she will do the splitting. Their roles are clearly defined. Jing Mo smiles at her, agreeing to her plan. After knowing each other for so long, it is amusing how she still insists on such clarity in their tasks. Reflecting on the many secrets he keeps from her, Jing Mo finds their current dynamic rather pleasant. At least neither feels discomfort. The wood, buried in the snow, is damp and cold. Once chopped, they place it near the fire to dry out. By the time it is needed, it will be perfectly warmed. They labor diligently, and soon the outside world is enveloped in darkness. Perhaps we should rest early? Jing Mo suggests, noting that Nian has been awake for over 10 hours. She had awakened at midnight, and now, at 6 in the evening, it has indeed been 18 hours without sleep. Nodding, she replies, "I will sleep first. If I do not wake up in due time, call for me." Of course, with only the two of them in the room, they enjoy a sense of freedom. Nian pulls out her sleeping bag and envelopes herself within it. There is a significant difference between sitting and lying down, especially with the warmth of the sleeping bag enveloping her, which induces a swift descent into slumber. This is a skill developed from prolonged survival in apocalyptic conditions. One learns to sleep whenever possible, lest overthinking leads to insomnia. As Jing Mo listens to the rhythmic cadence of her breath, indicating she has succumbed to sleep, he gazes at her. Even in slumber, Nian has not removed her mask. He can only observe her tightly shut eyes, the delicate upward curve at their corners, and her long, thick, curled lashes. The skin surrounding her eyes is fair and smooth, seemingly untouched by the harsh cold, as if the elements are particularly forgiving towards her. Jing Mo assesses the room and Oppo's temperature and quietly retrieves a small heating device from his weapon space. With a mere press of a button, the silver apparatus begins to glow red at its top. As the warmth intensifies, the temperature in the room rises accordingly, visibly allowing Nian to sleep even more soundly. A smile graces Jing Mo and Oppo's face at this sight. His weapon space is designed solely for armaments, yet this device, originally a weapon, has been repurposed for warmth. Individuals from the starry realms are equipped with a personal light brain from birth. Upon his arrival in this world, his device ceased to function. However, with the onset of the apocalypse and subsequent acquisition of gold, his light brain gradually regained functionality and now operates normally. Beyond serving as a communication tool, it can also transmit items. Even in this world, he maintains a connection to the stars. Regrettably, the technology here is significantly antiquated, lacking anything worth his attention in terms of weaponry. The only tradable item remains food, yet his own rations are insufficient, forcing him to scrimp and save to procure materials for weapon modifications. While he is not short on weapons, other necessities can wait. Survival is manageable. How he longs for an abundance of food. Alas, despite his considerable contribution points, the base enforces purchase limits. He can only acquire a limited amount of food, and even if he desires more, it remains out of reach. He ponders when he might gather a substantial stockpile of supplies. Once achieved, returning with a spaceship would greatly facilitate future endeavors. Of course, this presupposes he must first be forthright with Nian. Contemplating this dilemma, Jing Mo pinches the bridge of his nose. It is not that he cannot speak of it. Rather, he is uncertain where to commence. Just then, a noise outside catches his attention. Instinctively, he switches off the heater and swiftly stows it away. No sooner has he completed this task than he notices Nian and Oppo's eyes flutter open. Chapter 57. The instinct of hunting what is happening outside, Nian inquired, sitting up as she spoke. Her voice was still somewhat hoarse from having just awakened. Jing Mo shook his head. I am uncertain as well, but it seems someone has returned. Allow me to investigate. With that, Jing Mo stood and approached the door. Just as he reached the threshold, a loud knock resonated, startling Nian into action as she swiftly emerged from her sleeping bag and hurried toward the door. At this moment, Jing Mo had already opened the door. How many people are in this room? Let us into rest, a voice from outside demanded, speaking rapidly and assertively, leaving no room for dissent. However, Jing Mo remained steadfast at the door, refusing entry. Why can't we enter? This is not solely your room. It is a communal space. Why should your entry be permitted while ours is denied? Some of us are injured, and the hall is too crowded and noisy to rest properly. Then seek another room. This place is spacious, and there are many unoccupied rooms. It is pitch black outside and bitterly cold. If we venture out to find another room, we will have to start a fire, and by the time we manage all that, the injured may not survive. Jing Mo coolly retorted, what does that have to do with me? How can you speak so callously? We all came from the same base. As comrades, should we not assist one another? Who are you calling comrades? Jing Mo's voice turned icy. We may have traversed the same path from the base, but beyond that, we share no connection. Are you resolute in denying us entry? Then do not blame me for being impolite. The man outside declared, raising his fist to strike Jing Mo. Yet, before his punch could connect, Jing Mo firmly grasped his wrist, rendering him immobile. With a slight exertion, Jing Mo pushed the man back, causing him to stagger and collide with others, resulting in cries of panic. Is that all you can do, and yet you threaten me? Ying Montauk scoffed. While my mood remains relatively pleasant, I suggest you promptly vacate my sight, or else. The remainder of his warning went unspoken. Yet the onlookers felt an icy chill creep down their spines, colder than the frigid wind or the biting snowflakes. A group of individuals hastily retreated, ultimately heading toward the hall. Once they were out of sight, Jing Mo withdrew his gaze and turned to find Nian standing behind him. "It is still early. You should return to your rest," Jing Mo advised gently. Nian, however, shook her head. "That group of people is injured. They carry a strong scent of blood." At her words, Jing Mo and Apos' expression grew serious. Although he did not inquire about the circumstances of their injuries, it was evident they had sustained wounds from encounters with wild animals. Their ability to return was fortunate, yet it brought calamity to the resort. Had the wild creatures allowed them to escape due to their luck and strength, or was it a calculated move, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? The latter possibility suggested a disturbing level of intelligence among those animals, sending shivers down one's spine. This situation could not be dismissed lightly. If it were true, the night promised to be restless. "You stay here. I will seek out Captain Kong." "Understood." Watching Jing Mo depart in haste, Nian packed her sleeping bag into her backpack. She glanced at the time, realizing she had only slept for a little over an hour. Nevertheless, she felt significantly more alert than before. As she gazed at the roaring fire, a thought struck her. Earlier, while she was asleep, she had sensed a notable increase in warmth, but now the temperature within the room felt considerably cooler. Could it be that the sleeping bag provided exceptional insulation? Before she could ponder further, Jing Mo returned swiftly. "I have shared my suspicions with Captain Kong. He will ensure that the matter receives heightened attention." Nian nodded noncommittally. She had done her part in alerting Captain Kong. If he chose to disregard the warning and calamity ensued, it would no longer be their concern. Silence enveloped them as they leaned against their backpacks, resting their eyes. Time slipped by. The only sounds were the crackling of the burning wood and their steady breathing. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the atmosphere of the world before the apocalypse felt distant, as it was traditionally a time when nightlife flourished. Yet now, many had succumbed to slumber, with numerous individuals already deeply asleep. Nonetheless, Nian and Jing Mo remained vigilant, their eyes wide open, fully alert. It was better to be cautious while alive than to sleep soundly in death. Just past 9, Nian noticed a commotion outside. The sound of heavy footsteps crunching on snow was faint, yet due to its frequency and complexity, it caught her attention. She exchanged glances with Jing Mo, and they both nodded in silent agreement, arming themselves and stealthily approaching the window. The wooden window could not possibly seal shut perfectly. Peering through the cracks revealed numerous shadows gathering in the courtyard, gradually encircling the hall. Although Nian had anticipated this scene, her heart sank upon witnessing it. After such a lengthy interval, the animals had finally closed in, suggesting they had been waiting outside, waiting for the cover of night to launch their attack when all were deep in slumber. Surprise was the key to victory. Despite understanding that animals possessed hunting instincts as a natural faculty, the revelation was still astonishing. The relentless natural disasters had already made survival arduous. Now, with animals exhibiting such cunning and targeting humans as prey, the prospect for human existence had grown increasingly dire. The creatures in the courtyard moved at a moderate pace, but in no time they approached the hall. Suddenly, the windows of the hall swung open, revealing dark gun barrels. As gunfire erupted, chaos ensued throughout the resort. The animals in the courtyard, startled by the gunfire, scattered in all directions without fully retreating. Meanwhile, the hall erupted into screams and cries. Even from a distance, Nian and Jing Mo could clearly hear the cacophony emanating from within. Chapter 58, sending you to rebirth. Jing Mo and Apos' gaze darkened. At this moment, the sound that rang out undoubtedly provoked the creatures in the courtyard. The animals, in their frantic escape, did not forget to approach the main hall. Their speed had significantly increased. Some charged directly toward the door, while others hurled themselves against the windows. The number of animals in the courtyard was beyond imagination, as a continuous stream of them rushed in through the entrance. The leading creatures, undeterred by the threat of death, shielded those behind them, who surged forward with all their might toward the hall. Sun Yan and Jing Mo hesitated no longer. Jing Mo had already returned to the vehicle, retrieved a long gun, and loaded it with ammunition. Without delay, he opened the window and began firing. Sun Yan stood behind him, although her shooting speed did not match his. Each shot found its mark. Their presence significantly alleviated the pressure on the hall. Nevertheless, wild boars and wolves still managed to invade the space, and Sun Yan could clearly hear the screams intensifying, echoing in a harrowing chorus. Some individuals fled from the hall, but at that moment, rushing out was undoubtedly a suicidal act. With even more animals in the courtyard, they pounced on anyone attempting to escape, observing the chaos. Sun Yan and Jing Mo maintained their composure, methodically firing at the creatures before they could reach the fleeing humans. However, as more individuals burst forth, the chances of rescuing anyone dwindled. Even so, Sun Yan did not furrow her brow. Life and death are determined by fate. There was little she could do. Those panicking to flee failed to analyze the situation, and their demise was self-inflicted. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, only a dozen animals fled in a panic, while the rest remained in the courtyard. It seemed they had achieved victory, yet the survivors had also suffered considerable losses. Sun Yan and Jing Mo did not rush outside until they saw Captain Kong and others emerge from the hall. The courtyard was a scene of devastation. The once pristine white snow was now stained crimson with blood, making it especially jarring against the cold night. Captain Kong instructed his subordinates to gather the bodies and approached Jing Mo and Sun Yan. Jing Mo, I must thank you both. Without your assistance, the casualties could have been far worse. Just as Jing Mo was about to respond, someone stumbled over, crying out with a piercing voice, Captain Kong, this is unfair. Why do they get guns while we do not? If we had proper weapons, we wouldn't and oppose. Have suffered injuries during the day, and we certainly wouldn't face such heavy casualties now. The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to the girl who had organized everyone that morning. Sun Yan had encountered many foolish individuals, but few were as naive as this one. Captain Kong and Oppos' expression darkened at the question. Who told you their guns were provided by me? If it wasn't an Oppos' from you, then where did they get their guns? The girl retorted. Before she could continue, another voice interjected. Captain, given the recent events, many survivors have suffered greatly. Even those who remain are quite shaken. Ting is simply heartbroken and shocked. That an Oppos. Why her tone is a bit harsh. Please, Don and Oppos. Take it too personally. This soft voice carried a hint of Oppos, little white lotus and Oppos quality. Sun Yan recognized it immediately. It was Guan Hui. As she spoke, she stepped closer to Captain Kong. I believe Ting has a point. Facing such ferocious animals, we were utterly defenseless. If we had been armed, perhaps we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Captain, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, as the leader of the team, you should be impartial. Your decisions should reflect fairness, lest you risk losing the trust of the group. Guan Hui and Oppos' words were earnest, as though she genuinely cared for Captain Kong and Oppos' reputation. Sun Yan was taken aback. She had initially perceived Guan Hui as a mere innocent flower, but it turned out she had a more duplicitous nature. Unfortunately, in the biting cold, Sun Yan had little patience for her performance. Casting a cold glance at Guan Hui, Sun Yan remarked, Are you deaf? Captain Kong just stated that our guns were not provided by him. Guan Hui paused. If those guns weren't an Oppos' from Captain Kong, then where did you acquire them? Aren't and Oppos' they regulated weapons? Sun Yan scoffed. By that logic, all these animals on the ground are protected species. Why do you wish to use weapons against them? I'm merely acting in self-defense. Her argument faltered, revealing her hypocrisy. You are quite double-standard in your reasoning, Sun Yan retorted. I didn't mean to. Guan Hui's voice trembled, tinged with an impending sob. I don't know why you dislike me so much since our first meeting, but you shouldn't target me like this. Sun Yan twirled her gun. You are mistaken. I do not target others. I only kill. In an instant, Sun Yan moved closer to Guan Hui, pressing the gun and Oppos' muzzle against her forehead. I don't and Oppos. Care if you and Oppos. Real white lotus or a green tea bitch. From now on, speak respectfully in my presence. If you cannot learn to speak properly, I shall send you to be reborn and start anew. Do you understand? Sun Yin's voice remained steady, yet Guan Hui trembled uncontrollably. Stuttering out a response, I understand. Good. Sun Yin slowly retracted her weapon. As long as you can converse respectfully, I am quite amicable. Guan Hui gazed at Sun Yin, too intimidated to speak, her body trembling even more violently. Turning to Jing Mo and Captain Kong, Sun Yin declared, "There's nothing more for me here. I shall take my leave." Jing Mo nodded, gently suggesting, "You should go inside to warm up by the fire. Captain Kong and I will tally the prey we and Oppos taken down and join you shortly." Captain Kong found himself both amused and exasperated at Jing Mo and Oppos' focus on contribution points at such a moment. Yet he couldn't Oppos' fault him. After all, Jing Mo and Sun Yin had indeed contributed significantly. The agreement had been established before their departure. Any wild animals killed would earn contribution points, a rule that remained unchanged regardless of circumstances. Sun Yin nodded to Jing Mo and offered a slight acknowledgement to Captain Kong before striding away. As she distanced herself, Jing Mo cast a nonchalant glance at Guan Hui, noting her continued fear, before dismissing her with a derisive snort. Chapter 59. The two individuals shared an identical aura. Captain Kong, shall we commence the calculations now? Upon hearing Jing Mo and Oppos' words, Kong Jiaming chuckled helplessly. Given your insistence, how could I possibly refuse? Do not fret. It will not take long. Jing Mo gently reassured him. Our bullets differ from yours. Once we extract them, we will discern which ones were responsible for the fatalities. Very well. Let us begin. Kong Jiaming acquiesced, and they busied themselves without casting another glance at Guan Hui and the girl named Tingting. The previously boisterous Tingting fell silent upon witnessing Sun Yin press a gun against Guan Hui's head. Her presence diminished to the bare minimum. Only after Jing Mo and Kong Jiaming had departed did Tingting approach Guan Hui. Hui, are you all right? Guan Hui parted her lips, feeling embarrassed but compelled to confess, My legs are frozen. Frozen? How could that be? Tingting asked in confusion. In that moment, a possibility dawned upon her. Hui, did you? What yourself? Out of fear. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to both. Guan Hui, feeling mortified, nodded, her voice quivering. Tingting, what should I do? I cannot move. Guan Hui felt her legs stiffening with an accompanying pain. She wished to move, yet found herself entirely immobilized. Tingting, having never encountered such a predicament, was at a loss for what to do. Wait here, I will summon help, she declared and dashed away. Guan Hui, unable to stop her, felt no inclination to do so. She simply wished to be taken indoors, fearing that remaining exposed would lead to her demise from the cold. Tingting quickly returned with several individuals. Leading the charge was Zhang Pengfei. He rushed to Guan Hui's side, concern etched across his face. Hui, what happened? At the sound of his voice, Guan Hui burst into tears. The tears formed but did not fall, crystallizing at the corners of her eyes. Startled, she hastily wiped them away, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, I cannot move. Please carry me inside, quickly. If this continues, I shall freeze to death. Calm down, Hui. We will take you inside at once, he reassured her. With urgency, they lifted Guan Hui, hastening toward the hall. Their commotion caught Kong Jiaming and Oppos' attention, who glanced over. The proximity allowed him to overhear their conversation clearly. Realizing Guan Hui's legs had frozen, he understood her time was limited. The fabric of her clothing had adhered to her skin, and the freezing process was swift. Even if they managed to bring her indoors and heat her clothes to remove them, her legs would likely suffer frostbite. Severe frostbite would render ordinary ointments ineffective. With no chance of returning to the base that night, time was of the essence. Guan Hui could not afford to wait. Reflecting on the circumstances that led to this moment, Kong Jiaming opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, such as the nature of cause and effect. Had Guan Hui not provoked Sun Yin, she would not have been frightened and subsequently humiliated. It was a consequence of her own actions. In truth, Sun Yin had done little more than frighten her. The ensuing events were an unforeseen chain reaction for which Sun Yin bore no responsibility. Kong Jiaming's subordinates worked efficiently, soon tallying the creatures Jing Mo and Sun Nian had slain: 17 wild boars, 22 wolves, and 18 hyenas. Altogether, these would yield a contribution point total of approximately 10 to 20,000. Although Kong Jiaming had brought a considerable number of cards, it was still insufficient. I can offer you 10,000 now. The remainder will have to wait until we return to the base. How does that sound? Jing Mo accepted a stack of cards with a smile. Of course. I trust no one else as much as I trust you. Kong Jiaming, being an official of the base, was not one to abscond. The base relied heavily on his expertise in weapon development, ensuring he could not evade his debts. Upon hearing Jing Mo's words, Kong Jiaming found himself uncertain of whether to feel pleased or resigned. Since we have concluded, I shall take my leave. You should return soon as well. It is quite cold outside. Kong Jiaming nodded. Very well. As for that earlier matter, never mind, just hurry home. Observing Kong Jiaming and Appo's hesitation to speak further, Jing Mo felt no curiosity to inquire further and simply turned away, striding off. Watching Jing Mo and Appo's retreating figure, Kong Jiaming felt a moment of disorientation, only to regain clarity shortly thereafter. He and Jing Mo had known each other for some time. Jing Mo appeared amicable, always bearing a warm smile, yet he maintained a distance from everyone. Kong Jiaming had assumed this demeanor applied universally, but it seemed he had been mistaken. Recalling the sight of Jing Mo standing alongside Sun Nian, Kong Jiaming found it only natural. These two shared an undeniable resonance. Upon returning indoors, Jing Mo discovered Sun Nian seated by the fire. She held a skewer with scallion pancakes, toasting them over the flames, filling the room with a tantalizing aroma. The scent of the pancakes stirred Jing Mo and Appo's hunger. The meager meal he had consumed earlier had long since been digested. He quickened his pace toward her, and before he could take a seat, Sun Nian remarked, "Here, I've heated some water. Wash your hands first." Jing Mo glanced over to see a pot steaming with hot water. As he crouched down, Sun Nian grasped the pot's handle, tilting it. He extended his hands under the flowing water to wash them. While the cold weather had its drawbacks, it also bore some advantages. The water was perfectly warm for hand washing. After cleansing himself, Jing Mo sat beside her and opened his backpack, retrieving supplies. One cannot survive on pancakes alone. Meat is essential. Sun Nian, stirring the fire, glanced at Jing Mo as he produced a vacuum-sealed roasted rabbit. She laughed. "How many rabbits did you bring?" Observing the bulging backpack. She almost suspected it contained nothing but rabbit meat. As she pondered this, Jing Mo unzipped the bag, exclaiming, "Look!" Sun Nian leaned in to witness that indeed. The majority of the contents were vacuum-sealed rabbit meat, with several bags of various types. She gave Jing Mo a thumbs up. "Impressive." With a smile, Jing Mo opened the packaging and skewered the roasted rabbit. "I tell you, if we grill this a little longer, it will be utterly delectable." Chapter 60. Guan Hui has passed away. Without Jing Mo mentioning it, Sun Nian was already aware of this, as it explained her purchase of numerous vacuum-packed roasted rabbits. What intrigued Sun Nian more was how Jing Mo had come to know this. "Have you roasted them before?" Sun Nian inquired, her gaze toward Jing Mo becoming increasingly peculiar. The aroma of roasted rabbit was undeniably enticing. Their current room was identical to others, providing no means for the scent to be contained. Given that she resided next door to Jing Mo, why had she not caught a whiff? "Indeed, I have roasted them," Jing Mo replied nonchalantly. "Are you curious as to why you didn't detect the scent?" As he spoke, he turned his attention towards Sun Nian, meeting his eyes, which sparkled with mirth. Sun Nian nodded earnestly. She was indeed puzzled. "That is because I possess an exceptional range hood." Sun Nian regarded Jing Mo with skepticism. Having used a range hood herself, she understood that while it could eliminate cooking odors, it typically expelled them directly outside, enhancing the fragrance. Jing Mo winked at her. "My range hood is unlike any other. It digests the odors it collects." Sun Nian was at a loss for words, feeling as though she had never encountered such absurdity in her life. "Do not doubt me," Jing Mo insisted earnestly. "Once we return, I shall gift you one, and you will understand its efficacy." With that, he silently acknowledged his own cleverness. relieved that their conversation had serendipitously led to this moment. In high spirits, Jing Mo turned the rabbit over on the grill. After some time, the delightful aroma of the roasted rabbit wafted through the air, stimulating the appetite. Nian observed Jing Mo, though she could not see his expression. The joy radiating from his eyes was unmistakable. Just then, Jing Mo suddenly looked up and met her gaze. Raising his chin slightly, he asked, "Have you changed your taste?" Nian was puzzled. She glanced down at the spot Jing Mo indicated, realizing that her scallion pancake was on the verge of burning. Quickly retracting her hand, she inspected it closely. Although slightly charred, it was not a significant issue. The crispiness added a delightful texture, making it quite appetizing, albeit somewhat challenging on the teeth. After finishing the roasted rabbit and scallion pancakes, the clock struck 11. Jing Mo stepped outside for a moment and returned, cradling a large stone in his arms. Nian looked at him quizzically. "What do you intend to do with that stone?" Jing Mo secured the door and positioned the stone behind it. "This will serve as a barricade. For a while, we can both rest. Tomorrow, we should be able to return home. While these stones do not guarantee absolute safety, they provide at least a buffer. Should anyone attempt to force entry, we would hear the commotion and be able to respond immediately. With time of the essence, they settled beside the fire, leaning against their respective backpacks to sleep. It seemed that all the commotion had occurred during the first half of the night. As the latter half was eerily quiet, the two managed to sleep soundly until dawn, recharging their energy. After awakening, they boiled water for washing and enjoyed breakfast. Jing Mo instructed Nian to wait while he ventured to the lobby alone. Nian remained indoors, peering out the door. The snowfall had diminished, with tiny flakes resembling ice shards rather than snowflakes, stinging her face more sharply. If we can return today, that would be splendid, she thought. Having spent 2 inconvenient days away from home, she was beginning to long for the warmth and comfort of her own bedroom. As she was about to close the door, a figure emerged from the lobby. Although the distance was minimal, Nian could unmistakably discern the hatred in the person's gaze directed at her. Raising an eyebrow, she speculated about the identity of the individual. Given the build and height, it was unlikely to be Guan Hui or Ting Ting. Who could it be? The thought lingered for only a moment before Nian dismissed it, shutting the door and retreating inside. The identity of the person was irrelevant. If they intended harm, they would face the consequences. Before long, Jing Mo returned with purposeful strides, bearing 2 pieces of news. "Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly." Captain Kong mentioned that while our mission was not entirely successful, the losses were substantial, making it prudent to return to base. Additionally, Guan Hui died last night. Died? What does that have to do with me? Nian, recalling how she had refrained from acting on her impulse to shoot Guan Hui in Kong Jiaming's presence, was taken aback by the news. How could someone perish so quickly after a single night? Jing Mo furrowed his brow. She was terrified last night. Her legs and clothes frozen together, resulting in frostbite. It seems that no one attended to her properly, and by the time everyone awoke this morning, she was already cold. Understanding dawned on Nian. "I see." Thinking back to the individual who had stared at her from the lobby, she realized that she was not the only one residing on the 5th floor. "Indeed," I inquired, "and there are 6 individuals in total, 3 men and 3 women. One of them, named Zhang Pengfei, was particularly close to her." At this revelation, Nian comprehended that the individual who had glared at her from the lobby was Zhang Pengfei. However, she paid him no mind, merely gathering her belongings. "When shall we set off?" "The others are already preparing. We can depart in 20 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, they extinguished the fire and loaded the remaining firewood into the car and amp. Appo's trunk. Firewood was a consumable resource, and every bit counted. Waste was not an option. Once in the car, Jing Mo started the engine and activated the air conditioning and heater. Nian retrieved a hand warmer from her backpack, and they both affixed it to their bodies. As they finalized their preparations, they spotted Kong Jiaming leading a group from the lobby. The outward journey had seen many empty seats. Now, however, every vehicle was filled to capacity. During the ride, some tension arose as survivors scrambled to secure seats on the bus, reluctant to ride in the truck. After all, bus seats were far more comfortable and likely to be heated, while the truck offered little warmth. However, The bus seats were limited, and despite people crowding the aisles, many still had to opt for the truck. Some survivors clamored to ride in private vehicles, but most were turned away. Only those who had accompanied Kong Jiaming in the rescue efforts were allowed on board. Survivors approached Sun Yin and Jing Mo's car, but they chose to ignore them. As the convoy prepared to depart, those outside who had been knocking on windows dared not linger, ultimately leaving in frustration. Chapter 61. That Sun Yin is truly terrifying. The once jubilant convoy that arrived now trudges back in a state of despondency. The private car owners who accompany them on their mission initially believed they could profit by following the group, yet now they find themselves bereft of their friends and family. In stark contrast, Sun Yin and Jing Mo emerged unscathed, even thriving, making them the targets of collective ire. During a midday respite, Sun Yin noticed numerous glances directed her way, but she remained indifferent. It is only the incompetent who fail to reflect upon their own shortcomings and instead cast blame on others. Before the apocalypse, firearms were indeed regulated. However, in the current climate, securing a weapon is merely a matter of having resources and connections. Those who chose to embark on missions without adequately preparing for potential dangers can only blame themselves for the consequences. Having addressed her physiological needs, Sun Yin emerged from an abandoned building, only to be confronted by a figure. Although the person was bundled up tightly, obscuring their face, Sun Yin instantly recognized him. Zhang Pengfei. Surprised by her quick recognition, Zhang Pengfei hesitated momentarily before sneering. You must have known I would seek revenge. Sun Yin shook her head. No, I merely believe that if anyone were to act foolishly in my presence, it would be you. You. Zhang Pengfei and Appo's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with malice. You insolent woman. Do not expect me to show mercy. Zhang Pengfei, brimming with confidence in his abilities, charged at Sun Yin. His heavy attire hindered his movements, diminishing his combat effectiveness. He relied on the inherent advantages of being a man, believing that in terms of strength and stamina, most women would not stand a chance against him. Yet, these were not ordinary circumstances. Sun Yin deftly evaded his punches and kicks with ease. After a few exchanges, her interest waned. She had assumed Zhang Pengfei approached her due to his superior skills, only to discover he was merely a showy fighter. Seizing an opportunity while bending down, she unsheathed a dagger bound to her leg. This blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of severing a single strand of hair. As Zhang Pengfei opened his mouth to hurl insults, he suddenly felt a coldness at his throat. In a swift motion, Sun Yin sliced the dagger across his neck, applying enough force to cut through layers of clothing and skin, severing his trachea. Due to the frigid weather and clothing interference, no blood gushed forth. Observing Zhang Pengfei collapse into the snow, Sun Yin methodically cleaned the blade with his blood before returning it to its sheath and departing. Upon returning to the vehicle, Jing Mo looked over with concern. What took you so long? With a light chuckle, Sun Yin replied, I encountered Zhang Pengfei. Jing Mo, unperturbed, calmly inquired, Did you kill him? Yes, he insisted on pursuing a tragic romance with Guan Hui. I merely facilitated his choice. In a world filled with myriad paths, Zhang Pengfei opted for a perilous one, leaving Sun Yin with no other recourse. Kong Jiaming had allotted them a mere 20 minutes for rest. Time flew by, and after addressing their needs, they returned to their vehicles. Kong Jiaming commanded them to set off. In one of the private cars, Tingting grew anxious as Zhang Pengfei failed to return, her body trembling violently. Curious, a companion beside her asked what was amiss. Tingting shook her head vigorously, refusing to speak. Noticing her silence, the individual refrained from pressing further. As the convoy resumed its journey, they would not halt again until reaching the base. Tingting turned to glance out the window, but Zhang Pengfei was nowhere to be seen. Remembering his words about eliminating Sun Yin before returning, fear gripped her. He had failed to confront her and had instead paid the ultimate price. That Sun Yin is truly terrifying. Relief washed over her at the thought of returning to the base, where she would no longer have to face Sun Yin. With this thought, her fear gradually subsided. Sun Yin, unaware of the dread she instilled in others, was focused on driving. A snow-clearing vehicle led the way, making the journey considerably smoother. Though the lengthy convoy progressed slowly, By the time they arrived at the base, night had fallen. Upon entering, the convoy dispersed, and private vehicles headed in different directions. Sun Yin drove directly to their residence, parked downstairs, and transferred their belongings inside before Jing Mo took the car to the parking lot. Due to the continuous use of the air conditioning, their gasoline supply had dwindled to a third of its capacity. While gasoline does not freeze, it is susceptible to theft. Despite the limited fuel, Jing Mo siphoned it into a container and made his way back. As he ascended to their floor, he overheard voices emanating from a slightly ajar door on the 5th floor. Guan Hui is dead, and Zhang Pengfei has vanished. Are we still expected to live here? We initially rented this place because of Guan Hui, and with both of them gone, can we afford the rent? Show me, or we might as well return to the communal dormitory. But with so many survivors arriving at the base, it will be even more crowded there. Better to return than risk being unable to fit later. Jing Mo chose not to linger, continuing up to their apartment. Once home, he retrieved an air extractor he had promised Sun Yin and brought it to her door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Sun Yin heard the knocking and knew Jing Mo had returned. Upon opening the door, she saw him standing beside a cylindrical air conditioner. What is this? I previously mentioned I had an excellent air extractor. I promised to give you one upon my return. You could try it out shortly. Its operation is simple. Plug it in, switch it on, and adjust the settings to your liking. Chapter 62. There is nothing more blissful than enjoying hot pot. Sun Yin had a sharp memory and naturally did not forget this matter. You gave it to me. Do you still have some for yourself? Of course. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin did not say much more and directly accepted it, expressing her gratitude. I have already prepared the fire. You can take some of the burning charcoal back with you. Sure, Jing Mo replied, yet he showed no inclination to enter, merely waiting at the door. Seeing him like this, Sun Yin's eyes sparkled with amusement as she carried the range hood back to her bedroom. Sun Yin retrieved an iron bucket from her space, filled with the burning charcoal. Handing the bucket to Jing Mo, she said, no need to rush to return it. All right, we can discuss it tomorrow. The two bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. After arriving home, Sun Yin turned on all the heating devices and filled the stove with charcoal, raising the temperature significantly. Thinking it was time for dinner and eager to try the range hood Jing Mo had given her, Sun Yin switched it on and placed it next to the stove, then took out a spicy hot pot soup base from her space and set on the stove. The soup base was already boiling hot, and as she took it out, steam wafted into the air. Once heated by the burning charcoal, the soup exuded even more steam, and the aroma intensified. However, Sun Yin soon realized that the swirling smoke lingered only around the stove, quickly being drawn in by the range hood, and did not spread to other parts of the room. She moved away from the stove and stood by the bed, unable to catch even a whiff of the hot pot aroma. Despite being mentally prepared beforehand, she was still astonished by this scene. This was undoubtedly a marvel of modern technology. Though she had no idea where Jing Mo procured such a fantastic item, its effectiveness was undeniable. Returning to the stove, Sun Yin sat down and took out a plate of hand-sliced lamb, dropping it directly into the pot. Each ingredient was taken fresh from her space and added to the pot, ensuring the utmost freshness. Before the apocalypse, statistics had suggested that eating hot pot alone was a sign of profound loneliness. Yet now, sitting by the warm stove and savoring the steaming, spicy hot pot, Sun Yin not only felt no loneliness, but was enveloped in happiness. Was there anything in the world that could surpass this joy? As it turned out, there was. After finishing the plate of hand-sliced lamb, Sun Yin took out her iPad and began playing her favorite show, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Eating while watching, her happiness multiplied. The meal lasted a full hour. Fortunately, with hot pot, she could replenish the broth without fearing it would cool down. By the end, Sun Yin cooked some noodles in the hot pot broth and added a handful of greens. After finishing a small bowl of noodles, her meal felt complete. After resting for a while, Sun Yin finally took out her tent and bathing tub for a soak. After enduring various inconveniences while out, she could finally enjoy a proper bath and change into clean, soft clothes, making her feel revitalized. Although it was only a little past 8:00 damp, Oppo's clock after drying her hair, she climbed into bed. Having not slept in her own bed for 2 days, she rolled around in the soft covers for a moment before settling down. Indeed, nothing could compare to her cozy little nest. If it weren't and oppos, tea for the impending earthquake 2 years later, which might jeopardize this little building, Sun Yin would certainly find a way to transfer the property to her name. The next morning, after waking up, Sun Yin resumed her previous routine. First training, then washing up, followed by breakfast. By the time she finished, it was already past 10 in the morning. Sun Yin retrieved the unopened phone and iPad from her space and went to find Jing Mo. Upon seeing the phone and iPad, Jing Mo and Amp, Oppos, eyes lit up with delight. After examining them briefly, he set them aside and said, "I'll go find Captain Kong shortly. Would you like to join me? He still owes us some contribution points. And once we get those, we can head straight to the service center to transfer the points to our cards." This was a serious matter and a shared responsibility, so Sun Yin naturally did not refuse. Sun Yin returned home first to change into outdoor clothes and shoes before heading downstairs with Jing Mo. Although they were still in the base, the distance was considerable, so they opted to drive. Jing Mo poured the gasoline they had extracted yesterday back into the tank, and they both got into the car. After a brief warm-up, the engine successfully started. Jing Mo drove slowly along the road, where they could see many people strolling leisurely. As their car passed, several individuals looked up at them, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Sun Yin had neither the time nor the interest to delve into the complexities of their emotions. It was genuinely cold outside, and she just wanted to finish her business and return home. After about 20 minutes, Jing Mo parked the car in front of a large building. This structure likely existed before the apocalypse, boasting modern decor and central air conditioning. Even from inside the car, Sun Yin could hear the sound of the air conditioning unit humming away. Listening to this noise made her envious. How wonderful it would be if she could also enjoy air conditioning. Unfortunately, being able to use electricity was already a considerable luxury, and installing air conditioning would probably result in an immediate power outage. Jing Mo did not invite Sun Yin to accompany him inside, which she was more than happy about, as she had no desire to go. Although there was no sign indicating the building's purpose, people were entering and exiting dressed warmly and elegantly. It seemed to be an official workplace of the base. While waiting, Sun Yin grew a bit bored until someone knocked on her car window. Turning her head, she saw a man outside, looking in with his head bowed. Sun Yin rolled down the window and raised an eyebrow at him, inquiring, "Can I help you? I noticed you and Oppos been parked here for quite some time. Is there something you need to take care of? Perhaps I can assist you," he said, his tone relatively polite. However, it was evident from his words that he carried a sense of arrogance, as he seemed unaware of what Sun Yin was dealing with yet claimed he could help. Sun Yin shook her head, replying, "No, thank you." Regardless of the man and Oppos' intentions, he was at least courteous, and Sun Yin reciprocated politely. As she spoke, the man noticed Sun Yin's attire, and his eyes brightened even more. "You needn't feel embarrassed. I hold a certain status and influence here. I can handle most ordinary matters," he boasted, a smug expression on his face. He had encountered countless young women who would change their attitudes drastically upon learning he worked there. Yet, this girl was unlike any he had met before. Chapter 63. He owes me 10,000 contribution points, although he had never encountered the woman before today. Her attire and the fact that she could travel within the base in a vehicle indicated that she was certainly no ordinary individual. The mere thought of being associated with someone of her caliber ignited a spark of ambition in the man's eyes. Noticing that Sun Yin had remained silent for quite some time, he inquired, "Why aren't Amp? Oppos, to you speaking? You need not feel embarrassed." As Sun Yin observed the shifting expressions in the man's gaze, she finally grasped his intentions. Hearing him say this, she chuckled softly and replied, "No, I'm not embarrassed. Rather, the matter at hand is one you cannot assist with. How would you know if you Haven and Oppos to even mentioned it? I dare say, there is hardly anything I cannot accomplish here. Is that so? Indeed. Is there someone named Kong jamming involved? Yes, Captain Kong. I know him quite well. That and Oppos, as splendid. He owes me 10,000 contribution points. If it is convenient for you, could you seek him out now and help me retrieve those points? 10,000 contribution points. The man stared at Sun Yin in disbelief. Surely you jest? Sun Yin shook her head. How could I jest about such matters? If it were a fabrication, you would merely need to enter and expose me, would you not? The man contemplated her words and found them quite reasonable. Sun Yin pressed on. So, do you have the time to assist me in reclaiming them? Huh? The man snapped back to reality, meeting Sun Yin's bright gaze. He quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. I fear I cannot be of any help. I must take my leave. With that, he hurriedly turned to depart. However, just as he did, he spotted Kong Jiaming standing a meter behind him, observing him. The man recognized Kong Jiaming instantly, thanks to the name tag prominently displayed on his chest, indicating his name and position. In the current chilly weather, most people were bundled up in masks and hats, making it impossible to discern identities by appearance alone. Thus, they relied on name tags. Captain, Kong. Kong Jiaming's expression was devoid of emotion, and his voice remained steady as he spoke. Did you say you were quite familiar with me? That there is nothing you cannot accomplish here? Captain Kong. Where's your name tag? Have you forgotten the regulations? And no. The man fumbled in his pocket and hastily donned his name tag. With his back to Sun Yin, she could not see the name tag, but she heard Jing Mo's voice beside Kong Jiaming. Gatekeeper, Wang Cheng. Jing Mo's tone carried a hint of amusement. Captain Kong, surely a gatekeeper can accomplish anything. I might consider becoming one myself. Kong Jiaming's expression darkened further at this remark. Wang Cheng, where's your post? Who permitted you to spread such nonsense? Go to personnel now and clarify everything you have done. If you do not, I will personally ensure your attendance. Upon hearing Kong Jiaming's words, Wang Cheng trembled. Captain, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. It seems you are waiting for me to go myself. No, no, no. I will go. I shall do so immediately. Wang Cheng stammered as he made his way unsteadily toward the exit. Jing Mo narrowed his eyes. Is the base in need of personnel? Certainly not. I shall handle that matter. I have utmost confidence in Captain Kong and Appo's abilities. Then we shall take our leave. Captain Kong, please return to your duties, Jing Mo said, waving farewell as he strode toward the vehicle. Seated inside, Sun Yin gave a slight nod to Kong Jiaming, acknowledging him. Jing Mo took the driver's seat, rolled up the window, and drove off. As Sun Yin glanced into the rearview mirror, she noticed Kong Jiaming still standing there. What are you staring at? At Jing Mo and Appo's inquiry, Sun Yin withdrew her gaze. Nothing, I just found it quite intriguing. Regardless of the circumstances, there are those who struggle to make ends meet while others, untroubled by such concerns, exploit their positions for petty gains. Jing Mo scoffed. Such men possess little skill, yet boast grandly, deceiving naive young women. They are utterly unremarkable. Sun Yin, taken aback, looked at Jing Mo with a complex expression. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Jing Mo shifted uncomfortably. What? Am I wrong? Why do you look at me that way? Sun Yin shook her head, conceding that he was not incorrect. However, her remark about finding it interesting did not pertain to Wang Cheng as an individual. This was the first time Sun Yin had deeply grasped the notion of incongruity in conversation. The thought brought a smile to her lips. Feel free to laugh, she said, her eyes brightening. Jing Mo, catching sight of her smile, couldn't help but join in. In the ensuing moments, both remained silent. After a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at the service center. Jing Mo parked the car and turned off the engine, and together they stepped out and headed inside. Whether it was the morning hour or due to the return of task-completing individuals from the previous day, the service center was notably busy, bustling with more people than during their last visit. However, given the size of the service center, the crowd was still relatively sparse. Sun Yin scanned the area and soon found an available window, walking over with Jing Mo. She retrieved the cards Jing Mo had previously given her, 4 from the first allocation, 5 from the second, and another 5 from earlier, totaling 14 cards. Each card contained 1,000 contribution points, amounting to 14,000 points in total. The staff member processing her request was visibly astonished, but maintained a professional demeanor, asking no further questions and expediting the process. In no more than 3 minutes, Sun Yin and Appo's card reflected an increase of 14,000 contribution points. Having completed her transaction, she stepped aside to allow Jing Mo to proceed. When the staff member saw Jing Mo produce 14 cards as well, Their expression shifted from astonishment to one of clear suspicion, as if questioning whether they had somehow acquired these cards unlawfully. Nonetheless, the staff members' professionalism prevailed, and regardless of their thoughts, the pace of their work remained undeterred. Chapter 64. The friends of the wealthy, or the wealthy ones. Jing Mo retrieved his card and turned to Sun Yin, contemplating whether they should visit the housing rental center. Sun Yin nodded in agreement. She intended to go. Previously, she had only paid a year and Oppo's rent, wishing to retain some contribution points for utility bills. However, with an abundance of contribution points now at her disposal, it was only prudent to pay for another year and Oppo's rent. As for the future, that would depend on the circumstances following the earthquake. The housing rental center was nearby, and the two walked there in no time. Sun Yin not only paid for another year's rent, but also pre-funded 1,000 contribution points for electricity. Water, however, was of no concern. The pipes were frozen solid, and not a single drop could flow. Yet, no one was troubled by the lack of water. The base was blanketed in snow, and boiling a pot of snow yielded ample water. As long as there was firewood, no one would suffer from thirst. Upon exiting the housing rental center, Sun Yin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The sensation of being affluent before the apocalypse was delightful, and the feeling of not lacking supplies or contribution points in this bleak era was equally gratifying. Just as Sun Yin was about to suggest that they return home, Jing Mo remarked, "With so many contribution points, let us visit the supermarket." At Jing Mo and Oppo's words, Sun Yin glanced at him and, upon seeing the sparkle in his eyes, nodded in agreement. Jing Mo had taken care of many matters, and it was only fitting that she accompany him to the supermarket. The supermarket was a considerable distance away, necessitating a drive. In such a vast base, there were, of course, multiple supermarkets. However, the larger the supermarket, the more comprehensive the selection. Jing Mo drove directly to the largest supermarket. Today, the rare absence of snowfall made the frigid temperatures feel somewhat more bearable, as the biting cold of snowflakes was absent from their skin. Perhaps due to the lack of snow, a long queue formed outside the supermarket. The last time Sun Yin visited, it was during a scorching evening when only one window was open. Now, however, the supermarket had 10 windows operating, allowing customers to shop without risking frostbite from prolonged waiting. "You stay in the car. I will queue first," Jing Mo said. Hearing this, Sun Yin promptly shook her head, insisting, "We will go together. I'm not so delicate." She was dressed no less warmly than Jing Mo, and waiting in line was entirely feasible. Jing Mo did not press the matter, and the two exited the car, standing in line behind a relatively shorter queue. Sun Yin stood in front of Jing Mo and peered ahead, noticing approximately 10 people in front of her. Bored while standing, Sun Yin asked Jing Mo, "What do you plan to buy?" "I am unsure. I will first see what is available." "It has been a long time since I visited a supermarket," he replied. Just as Sun Yin was about to respond, a young person in front of her turned around. Youngsters with contribution points should not spend recklessly. It's best to buy some compressed biscuits, crush them, and cook them with rice. They are both delicious and filling with a long shelf life. The voice belonged to an older lady, and Sun Yin recognized that, before the apocalypse, no one would have praised compressed biscuits for their taste. Yet in their current circumstances, even compressed biscuits had become a delicacy. Given the kind-hearted advice, Sun Yin and Jing Mo nodded appreciatively and expressed their gratitude in unison. The shoppers ahead moved at a pace far quicker than Sun Yin had anticipated. After about 10 minutes, it was Sun Yin and Oppo's turn. Initially, she had accompanied Jing Mo without the intention of purchasing anything for herself. However, as she approached the counter, she noticed a shelf behind it displaying some sweet potatoes and potatoes. These tubers appeared rather small, resembling products of malnourishment. Seeing Sun Yin fixated on the sweet potatoes and potatoes, the attendant prompted, "Are you buying or not?" Sun Yin nodded, replying, "I'll take those too. Give me £2. Please." £2? The attendant in Oppo's voice rose in surprise. "That will be 10 contribution points per pound. Are you certain?" Sun Yin affirmed her decision. As she produced her card, the attendant ceased further inquiries, bagging the sweet potatoes and potatoes before weighing them, totaling £4. "Do you have a bag?" Our bags cost 1 contribution point each. The attendant added. Nian thought to herself that this was considerably pricier than the shopping bags before the apocalypse. She reached into her ample pocket and retrieved a neatly folded bag that she had prepared beforehand, stating, "I have one." The bag was stored in her space, and now she had discreetly taken it out, her thick clothing concealing its contents. Though Nian possessed ample contribution points, she refused to squander them. Spending 1 contribution point on a bag was something she would never entertain. She placed the sweet potatoes and potatoes into her bag before proceeding to swipe her card. The method of swiping her card was reminiscent of her school days when she used her meal card. The card reader displayed her balance of contribution points clearly, a 5-digit sum. Upon seeing that number, the attendant's demeanor shifted. She realized Nian was indeed affluent. It was no wonder she bought potatoes and sweet potatoes without so much as a blink. Recognizing Nian and Oppos as evident capability, the attendant offered additional information. These potatoes and sweet potatoes are a new variety cultivated by scientists. They are exceptionally frost-resistant. You might consider trying to grow some yourself. Nian had already surmised this when she first saw the potatoes and sweet potatoes, but she was surprised that the attendant would offer such advice. "I understand. Thank you," Nian replied, tucking her card away and stepping aside with her bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes. The attendant, puzzled by Nian's lingering presence, was about to inquire further when she heard someone say, "I will take 2 pounds of both potatoes and sweet potatoes as well." The attendant was taken aback, glancing between Nian and Jing Mo, finally realizing that they were acquainted. Everyone knew that the friends of the wealthy were, indeed, wealthy themselves. This time, the attendant said nothing more and directly prepared the potatoes and sweet potatoes for Jing Mo. "I do not have a bag. I will also purchase this one," Jing Mo added. Having been astonished multiple times, the attendant had grown accustomed to it, nodding and responding flatly, "Very well." Jing Mo looked past the attendant and could only see the shelves stocked with potatoes, sweet potatoes, and compressed biscuits. "Is there nothing else aside from these?" he inquired. Chapter 65. "I bought double portions, half for you. Is there anything else?" The salesperson, somewhat bewildered by Jing Mo's inquiry, asked. "Never mind. Let's just settle the bill." The salesperson, still in a daze, deducted Jing Mo and Oppos as contribution points, watching as he and Nian gradually walked away before retracting her gaze. Once they returned to the car, Nian finally asked Jing Mo, "What did you want earlier? Why didn't you say anything?" Jing Mo chuckled and shook his head. "What we purchased just now is already quite eye-catching. It wouldn't Oppos be appropriate to buy anything else in front of them." Understanding his implication, Nian mused, if it was unsuitable to buy more in their presence, then perhaps doing so away from prying eyes would be acceptable. As she contemplated, Jing Mo turned the car at an intersection and eventually halted before a large iron gate. Nian observed closely, "Is this the back entrance of the supermarket?" "Indeed. You can buy items here as well. When you need more, this is the place to come, especially since it's less crowded." Jing Mo explained before stepping out of the car to knock on the large gate. Above the gate, a small square door, just large enough for a head, was soon opened by a masked individual. "What do you need?" 20 pounds of noodles, 20 pounds of rice, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of bridge rice noodles, 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 4 boxes of self-heating rice. Do you have sour and spicy noodles? Give me 2 boxes, 20 pounds of pork, 20 chickens, and 20 fish. Do you have shrimp? Bring me 20 pounds as well. Jing Mo enumerated his requests before turning to Nian inside the car. "Would you like anything?" Though the window was closed, the distance was short enough for Nian to hear his words. She shook her head. "I don't Oppos. Need anything? I have plenty of these items stored away. They're in Oppos. No need to waste contribution points." Jing Mo glanced at her before continuing to the person inside the small door. "Also, 2 boxes of chips, 2 boxes of shrimp chips, 2 boxes of cola, 2 boxes of Sprite, and 2 boxes of orange juice. Do you have spicy strips? Any brand will do. Just bring me 2 large bags." While it was not unusual for a man to indulge in snacks, Nian couldn't help but find Jing Mo's list amusing. In this moment, he appeared rather endearing. However, She was more curious about how many contribution points all these items would cost. It wasn't an amp, oppos, long before the large gate swung open, and the boxes Jing Mo ordered were carried out one by one. Jing Mo opened the trunk, and the items were directly loaded onto the vehicle. Once everything was stowed away, the individual who had spoken to Jing Mo stated, "That'll be a total of 2,880 contribution points." Without a hint of hesitation, Jing Mo swiped his card, unfazed by the expense. Nian watched in awe, realizing that those with ample resources are indeed different. Spending such a hefty sum without batting an eye was remarkable. But considering Jing Mo and Oppo's card balance, which was twice as much as hers, she felt a sense of relief. If she had that many contribution points, she wouldn't mind such a splurge. Despite the considerable quantity of items, once loaded, they barely filled half of the trunk. Many of these goods were likely to be in short supply in the future, as they were consumables, so the higher prices were justifiable. After the apocalypse in her previous life, Nian had not encountered any vendors selling such items. It was only here at the first base that such goods were available for sale. With the transaction complete and no further business to attend to, Jing Mo drove back to their small residence. They made several trips back and forth to carry everything upstairs. After the last load, Jing Mo called out to Nian, who was about to head home. "I bought double portions, half for you." Nian was genuinely taken aback. She hadn't expected Jing Mo and Oppo's intention behind buying everything in duplicate was for this reason. Glancing at the pile of items on the floor, she slowly shook her head. "I don't and Oppo's. Want it. If you don't want it, then it would be unfair to me. I've had my share of your self-heating hot pot and rice before. In an Oppo's, it's only fair that you take half now," Jing Mo argued, sounding quite reasonable, yet not entirely so. After all, she had taken the kitchen exhaust fan he provided. Moreover, they had only gone out together a few times. Their combined consumption barely amounted to 2 boxes of items. The two stood facing each other, each with a stubborn demeanor. After a moment of mutual gaze, Nian burst into laughter. They resembled two elementary students squabbling. "Fine, I'll accept the items, but I'll leave them with you for now. Don't you want to learn how to cook? Merely reading about it won't suffice. I can teach you. You can keep the items, and when you cook, we can share the meals together. If you put it that way, then it and Oppo's has settled." Jing Mo replied with a hearty laugh, his voice bright and cheerful. "After running around all morning, you must be tired. Let us skip lunch for now. Come find me when it's time for dinner if it's convenient for you." "All right, I'll look for you then." After they reached an agreement, one entered the house while the other descended the stairs. Once back in her room, the smile lingered on Nian's lips. The image of two children bickering was quite amusing. She didn't forget to bring in the potatoes and sweet potatoes she had bought. After laughing enough, Nian began to closely examine the potatoes and sweet potatoes. They were no larger than the palm of her hand, and their skin appeared lighter in color compared to the varieties before the apocalypse. Bringing one close to her nose, she noted that the aroma of both the potato and sweet potato was rather faint. It remained to be seen how they would taste. Resolutely, she washed one of each, sliced them, and placed them in separate pots to boil. Once cooked, their flavors were more pronounced than before. Nian first sampled the sweet potato, which had a pale white hue and a soft, grainy texture with a subtle sweetness. The potato, also somewhat pale, had a dense consistency but lacked the characteristic aroma typical of its kind. Aside from a slight deficiency in texture and smaller size, they were not fundamentally flawed. If they could indeed be cultivated, it would significantly alleviate the base and Oppo's food supply issues. People being self-sufficient would relieve the pressure on the base. In her previous life, Nian had lived in a remote area and had never encountered such improved varieties. Now, with seeds at her disposal and the time to spare, she intended to try her hand at cultivation. Success would provide an additional source of income, while failure would not incur any great loss. Though she had made up her mind, Nian was not in a hurry to plant immediately. Jing Mo had also purchased sweet potatoes, and she thought to ask him if he wanted to plant some as well. Having someone to discuss and strategize with in the realm of agriculture would be quite beneficial. P.S. Another day of extensive updates. With such diligence, don't you think I deserve a nudge for more updates or a little gift? Chapter 66, The joy of drinking sweet beverages at 5 p.m., Sun Yin knocked on Jing Mo and Damp, Oppo's, S door. Before the door opened, Jing Mo and Damp, Oppo's, S voice echoed from within. You and Amp, Oppo's, here. Moments later, footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Sun Yin stepped inside and gently closed the door behind her. Are you cooking in a bedroom now? Sun Yin inquired. Yes. Come on, let us go inside. It's warmer in there. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin followed him into the bedroom. The small room contained a bed, a stove, and a square table, while a number of boxes were piled against the wall. Perhaps due to the clutter, the space felt even cozier, and as soon as she entered, Sun Yin was enveloped in warmth. Although Jing Mo had not set up as many heating devices as she had, merely one stove, the temperature inside seemed hardly different. However, Sun Yin refrained from probing further. Whether before or after the apocalypse, she had never been overly curious about others in Amp, Oppo's, private affairs. On the wall beside the stove hung an iron three-tiered shelf laden with an array of seasonings, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Sun Yin observed closely, noting that Jing Mo had indeed prepared an impressive selection of condiments. The square table in the room was also filled with various prepped ingredients. Jing Mo picked up a book, flipping to a page for Sun Yin to see. I think this sweet and sour fish looks quite appealing, he remarked, turning a few more pages. And this spicy chicken looks delicious as well. Besides these two, how about we stir-fry some shredded potatoes? Listening to Jing Mo, Sun Yin glanced back at the table. There lay a clean fish, a small bowl of chopped chicken, and another bowl containing finely sliced potatoes. The potato shreds were cut extremely thin, a clear testament to skilled knife work. Since the ingredients belonged to Jing Mo and he was to learn cooking, Sun Yin had no objections to his choices. Let us start by pouring oil into the pan, Sun Yin suggested. Both the spicy chicken and sweet and sour fish required a preliminary frying before further preparation. Noticing that Jing Mo had a generous portion of potatoes, Sun Yin decided to fry some as well. She coated the delicate potato shreds in a light dusting of flour and placed them in the hot oil. Once they turned a crispy golden brown, she removed them and sprinkled chili powder and cumin on top, ready to enjoy. Although the ingredients were simple, the aroma was overwhelmingly enticing. Had it not been for the advanced range hood working diligently nearby, the scent would surely have tempted many passers-by. While others might not have been lured by the fragrance, Jing Mo clearly relished the dish, munching away while giving Sun Yin a thumbs up. So delicious. Sun Yin couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction and casually asked, Why do you look as if you and Oppo's? You never tasted this before. I really haven't, he replied. Huh? Sun Yin paused, taken aback. He had never eaten this before. Before she could press him further, she realized the truth. Such street food was indeed absent from more upscale restaurants. From any perspective, Jing Mo's pre-apocalyptic circumstances seemed quite privileged, making it entirely reasonable that he had never encountered this particular delicacy. She couldn't help but wonder how he had ended up in such dire straits when the extreme heat first arrived. While enjoying the fried potato shreds, Jing Mo momentarily hesitated before smiling at Sun Yin. There are so many things I haven't tried. I'm eager to learn. I'll need your guidance in the future. Sun Yin didn't find it burdensome at all. Life was long, and teaching Jing Mo to cook would merely serve as a pleasant diversion. Since she was teaching, it was only fitting that Jing Mo took the lead, with Sun Yin standing by to offer guidance. Her instructions mirrored those of a recipe, but were more detailed, including when to add each seasoning. Jing Mo demonstrated impressive dexterity, successfully stirring up a dish of spicy chicken that looked quite appetizing. Standing side by side at the stove, they could smell the pungent aroma of the chili, causing beads of sweat to form at their brows and a flush to bloom on their cheeks. Once the spicy chicken was ready, it was transferred into a stainless steel bowl placed beside the stove to keep warm. Seizing the moment, Jing Mo quickly washed the pan and poured in more oil to begin preparing the sweet and sour fish. The shredded potatoes would be the final dish, as the stove's heat was intense, and the finely sliced potatoes required swift cooking and seasoning. Sun Yin positioned herself next to him, allowing Jing Mo to stir-fry while she added the spices. Their teamwork proved efficient, and within 2 minutes, the shredded potatoes were ready to be plated. With 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, Jing Mo had also steamed a pot of rice, and the two settled down at the stove to enjoy their dinner. Jing Mo didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately. Instead, he gazed intently at Sun Yin. "How does it taste?" Sun Yin turned to him, catching a hint of nervousness in his lovely eyes. Despite facing robbers and hordes of wild animals outside, Jing Mo had never displayed an ounce of anxiety. Yet now, he was visibly tense over a dish he had prepared. Feeling a blend of emotions, Sun Yin took her time to savor the spicy chicken before offering her honest critique. The timing could be improved. The chicken isn't as tender as it could be. However, for your first attempt, it's quite commendable. The same applied to the sweet and sour fish. Due to imprecise timing and measurement, it hadn't achieved its fullest flavor. Nevertheless, Sun Yin felt that for a novice, producing such results was already quite impressive. Upon hearing her assessment, Jing Mo beamed with delight. "If you think it's good, then it must be. That puts my mind at ease. Let's hurry and eat before it cools down." What did he mean by her opinion being the assurance he needed? Sun Yin found his statement somewhat peculiar, but when she looked back at Jing Mo, she saw him already digging into his meal. So she dismissed her thoughts and focused on enjoying her food. Aside from her rice, which remained unfinished, the 3 dishes were devoured completely. They hadn't made soup, but Jing Mo had opened a couple of cans of soda, 1 for each of them. The soda was at room temperature, having been stored against the wall. Yet in the chilly room, it felt almost refreshing. Jing Mo's slender fingers gently rotated the soda can. No wonder they call it happy water. Drinking it truly brought joy. Sun Yin glanced at Jing Mo, noticing the sparkle of interest in his eyes. Observing him like this revived the earlier strange feeling in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke cautiously. "You seem quite unfamiliar with these things?" Chapter 67. Eat whatever you desire. Jing Mo nodded, acknowledging that he had never tasted these delights before, nor had he ever indulged in the joy of fizzy drinks. Sun Yin, taken aback, wondered what kind of life Jing Mo had led if he had never experienced such simple pleasures. She cast a sympathetic glance at him, but refrained from probing further, sensing that those memories were perhaps painful for him. It was best not to unearth old wounds. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yin offered a sincere reassurance. "And Oppos, it's all right. You now possess numerous contribution points, allowing you to savor whatever you wish in the future." "Indeed," Jing Mo replied, initially expecting Sun Yin to continue her inquiry, only to be surprised by her unexpected shift in focus. Rather than pressing him for details, she chose to comfort him, leading Jing Mo to reflect on the hardships of his past. Despite the advancements of interstellar society and his own wealth and reputation, he realized that the culinary offerings here were indeed superior. In retrospect, his previous years were not as fulfilling as he had once believed. This newfound realization left Jing Mo and Oppos' emotions in turmoil. Observing Jing Mo and Oppos' gradually dimming spirits, Sun Yin decided to change the subject. "By the way, I have something else I wish to discuss with you." Jing Mo perked up at once. "What is it?" "It's about potatoes and sweet potatoes," Sun Yin stated earnestly. "I sampled both at noon, and their flavors were quite acceptable. If we managed to cultivate them, whether for sale to the base or to others within it, it could yield a substantial income." "So, you intend to grow them yourself?" "I do have that in mind, and wanted to know if you wish to join me." Jing Mo scratched his head, a frown creeping across his face, but I lacked the skills. His hands were adept at weapon modification, yet he felt utterly unqualified for farming. Despite being his own hands, he questioned what they could truly produce. "I too am inexperienced. However, I possess numerous books and videos on cultivation that we can study." "Then it's settled. When shall we commence?" Seeing Jing Mo's sudden enthusiasm, Sun Yin smiled brightly. "I'll review the videos tonight." Jing Mo gazed at her intently, and after a moment in Oppos' pause, he asked, "And what about me?" Sun Yin met his earnest gaze. Jing Mo was undeniably handsome. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered a man more striking than him. After a brief silence, she replied, "Tomorrow, after breakfast, you should seek out Captain Kong and inquire whether we should cultivate the potatoes and sweet potatoes in soil or hydroponically, and what type of fertilizer or nutrient solution we should use." "Understood." I and Oppos I'll go right after breakfast, Jing Mo affirmed quickly, as if fearing that a delay in his agreement might alter Su Nian's decision. As the hour grew late and their conversation concluded, Su Nian stood to leave. I shall head home now. With that, she donned her mask, gloves, and hat. The journey home and back to her bedroom would take no more than 2 minutes. Yet she was meticulous about her attire. Exposure to the cold could lead to serious consequences. While Su Nian suited up, Jing Mo did the same. "And oppose. I'll accompany you and close the door," he offered. Hearing his words, Su Nian swallowed her response. After bidding farewell to Jing Mo, she returned home and swiftly entered her bedroom. Though separated by just a wall, the living room felt like an icebox compared to the warmth of her bedroom. She changed from her outdoor attire into her nightwear and took a seat on the mat beside her bed, retrieving an iPad from her space. Su Nian owned numerous iPads, each filled with different content. This particular device contained a wealth of information and videos related to planting. Thankfully, she had organized everything meticulously, making her search effortless. Before she realized it, the clock struck 9. It was late. She turned off the iPad, freshened up, and lay down in bed. Perhaps due to her prolonged viewing, even with her eyes closed, her mind was awash with the videos she had just watched. That night, Su Nian dreamt vividly. In her dream, she successfully cultivated a new variety of sweet potato and enjoyed an abundant harvest, swiftly rising to prominence as a planting mogul within the base. The following morning, Su Nian awoke, staring at the ceiling for a considerable time before chuckling softly and shaking her head. No wonder they say dreams and reality are often reversed. She merely wished to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, never aspiring to become a planting tycoon. Cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes was merely out of curiosity and a means to pass the time. After several hours of study, she had gleaned valuable insights. At the very least, she understood that both potatoes and sweet potatoes required seedling cultivation before transplantation. Potatoes had a shorter growth cycle, typically ranging from 60 to 100 days, varying by variety. Sweet potatoes, on the other hand, required a longer period, ranging from 3 to 6 months. Yet, these details pertain to the era before the apocalypse. Neither sweet potatoes nor potatoes were cold-resistant crops. Under current temperatures, normal varieties could not thrive. Thus, how was this new variety cultivated? Su Nian sighed in exasperation. She had exhausted her research capabilities and could only await news from Jing Mo. Before noon, Jing Mo knocked on her door. Upon her opening it, he promptly informed her, "I have inquired and learned that the soil has changed since the apocalypse, making it unsuitable for cultivation. The potatoes and sweet potatoes we purchased are hydroponic and require a special nutrient solution from the base. I have procured the nutrient solution and the planting methods. Captain Kong assured me that as long as we can maintain the right temperature, the chances of success are quite high. The base will even buy the harvested potatoes and sweet potatoes at a fair price." Many others have already begun their cultivation efforts. After relaying this information in one breath, Jing Mo raised his hand, revealing the items he had brought. Since they would be cultivating together, they needed to research together as well. Su Nian opened the door wide, gesturing for him to enter. "Come in. Let's discuss this inside." Jing Mo hesitated momentarily. "Or perhaps we should go to my place." Su Nian looked at him quizzically. "Why?" "In oppose, es nothing." "Len oppose, es go," Jing Mo replied, stepping through the door with long strides. Su Nian cast a puzzled glance at Jing Mo before closing the door and following him into her bedroom. Chapter 68. The endearing Su Nian. As Jing Mo halted before the bedroom door, Su Nian took the initiative to step forward and open it. "Come in quickly, or else the warmth will dissipate," she urged. Upon hearing her words, Jing Mo entered the room. The last time he had visited Su Nian and Oppo's bedroom was when he helped remove the stove. A considerable amount of time had passed since then, and the transformation of the room was quite remarkable. Previously, the space had been chilly, adorned with cool mats and ice silk bedding. Now, however, it greeted the eye with warm hues. The bedding on the bed and the carpet on the floor were all plush and inviting, evoking a sense of coziness. Su Nian removed her snow boots and slipped into a pair of hand-crocheted slippers, stepping directly onto the carpet. Noticing the silence behind her, she turned to find Jing Mo still standing in place. Observing his black leather boots, Sun Yin quickly understood. "Wait a moment," she exclaimed, moving to the other side of the bed to rummage through the clothes rack. Fortunately, due to the season, the garments were thick and lengthy, making it impossible to see what lay beneath without getting closer. After a brief search, Sun Yin produced a pair of light gray cotton slippers for men. "Here, try these on," she said. She had purchased them during a sale at a Men and Oppos as clothing store, just in case they might come in handy one day. To her surprise, that day had arrived. "I just hope they fit," she mused. Just as she was pondering, she saw Jing Mo bending down to remove his boots and slipping into the cotton slippers. He gently tested them on the ground. "They fit perfectly, thank you," he replied. "That an amp, Oppos, that's great. Please come and sit down." Jing Mo walked over and sat beside Sun Yin. Fortunately, the mat was spacious enough. Even if 3 or 5 people sat together, it would not feel cramped. After taking a seat, Jing Mo retrieved several items from his bag, a booklet and 4 large thermoses, to prevent the nutrient solution from freezing. "I placed it in these thermoses," he explained. Sun Yin nodded in understanding and focused intently on the booklet. Noticing her concentration, Jing Mo and Oppos' gaze fell upon her. Unlike when they were outside, Sun Yin now donned a fluffy pajama set, complete with a hood adorned with 2 long rabbit ears. Her delicate features resembled those of a doll, and with her short hair, she appeared even younger. After a thorough appraisal, Jing Mo concluded that the word that encapsulated Sun Yin was adorably soft. The booklet was quite thin, comprising only 4 pages, most of which were illustrations, allowing Sun Yin to finish it quickly. As she lifted her gaze, she found Jing Mo staring at her. "What is it?" she asked, reaching up to touch her face. "Is there something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Jing Mo snapped back to reality and chuckled, shaking his head. "They're an amp, Oppos, that's nothing wrong. That an amp, Oppos, a relief." Sun Yin sighed, her slender fingers playfully tapping the booklet. Her healthy, rosy nails were quite pleasing to the eye. "I and amp, Oppos, finished reading. According to this, it seems relatively simple to grow them. These are cold-resistant new varieties. As long as the temperature is above 10 degrees, they can thrive without pest issues. You just need to mix the nutrient solution in the right proportions and add a few drops to the water periodically. I want to give it a try. What about you?" Jing Mo readily agreed. "I would like to try as well. Fried potato shreds are quite delicious." Sun Yin nodded in agreement. Roasted sweet potatoes are also delightful. They can even be made into sweet potato chips. The two exchanged smiles, seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding. Water culture requires containers, and Sun Yin had plenty, though she wasn't sure if Jing Mo had any. "Do you have any suitable containers for hydroponics?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "Then I and Oppos, I'll go fetch some for you. I have quite a few." Sun Yin changed her shoes and exited the bedroom, swiftly making her way to the larger room. After closing the door, she retrieved several logistics boxes from her storage space. These boxes had completely sealed bottoms, preventing any water leakage, making them ideal for hydroponics. Carrying a stack of boxes, Sun Yin returned to the small bedroom door and tapped the boxes against it. The door swung open from the inside. Before she could speak, Jing Mo effortlessly took the boxes from her hands. Sun Yin had brought out 12 logistics boxes, 6 for each of them. For her first attempt at planting, she didn't end amp, Oppos, do you want to grow too many? 3 boxes for potatoes and 3 for sweet potatoes. Before planting, seedlings needed to be nurtured, and they required a coating of wood ash. Sun Yin glanced at the stove, which contained ash, but it was from burnt charcoal and thus unsuitable. However, there was a pile of firewood they had brought back the previous day in the living room. She could take a few pieces, ignite them in the stove, and then place them in a metal bucket to burn slowly. Observing the flames licking the wood in the bucket, Jing Mo stood up and remarked, "It looks like this will take a while to burn down. It and Oppos. It's nearly lunchtime. Shall we head to my place to cook?" Sun Yin did not refuse, allowing Jing Mo to take the metal bucket and nutrient solution back while she changed her clothes. When she left, she also carried the 6 logistics boxes with her. Upon opening her front door, Sun Yin realized Jing Mo had left it ajar. She entered, placing the boxes in the living room. Although the staircase was secured by a wrought iron gate, preventing anyone from entering even with the living room door open. Sun Yin felt a twinge of discomfort at having the front door wide open. She approached to close it. Just as she was about to shut the door, she spotted someone standing at the wrought iron gate, peering in on tiptoe. Clearly taken aback by Sun Yin's unexpected return, the person froze for a moment before quickly turning and hurrying down the stairs. Watching the figure depart, Sun Yin narrowed her eyes. While she wouldn't claim to possess an extraordinary memory, she believed her recollection was quite good. Although she had only glimpsed the person's eyes, she recognized them as belonging to a resident of the East Unit on the first floor. That unit housed several young individuals, and Sun Yin had seen them a few times without any meaningful interactions. What are they doing outside? ISN and Oppos. Tea it cold? She mused aloud, hearing Jing Mo and Oppos' voice. Sun Yin shut the front door and turned towards him. Once inside, she explained, "I just saw someone standing outside the wrought iron gate. He must be a boy from the East Unit on the first floor." Jing Mo raised an eyebrow at her words. What would someone living on the first floor be doing up here? Sun Yin shook her head. "I have no idea. As soon as he saw me, he ran away." Chapter 69. "I'm your high school classmate, then let it be," Jing Mo said casually. Sun Yin did not give it much thought, her gaze drifting towards the round table. As was the case yesterday, Jing Mo had prepared a plethora of ingredients. "Let us indulge in braised pork today." His eyes sparkled with excitement. The recipe suggests that braised pork with potatoes is especially delectable and pairs wonderfully with rice. Sun Yin nodded, agreeing with the wisdom of the book. The combination of braised pork, tender potatoes, and rich gravy over rice was indeed a culinary masterpiece. In addition to that, Jing Mo had also set up a self-heating hot pot, featuring tripe along with an assortment of vegetables, such as wood ear mushrooms and lotus root slices. With both dishes adorning the table, it was a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. The iron bucket was placed in the living room, and upon finishing their meal, they discovered that the firewood had burned down to embers. The remaining ash completely cooled due to the low temperature. It was uncertain whether this chill was a blessing or a curse. However, the two did not dwell on the matter for long, quickly retrieving the prepared potatoes and sweet potatoes to wrap them in ash. Once wrapped, they placed the tubers in a warm spot, awaiting their sprouting. Sun Yin carried her potatoes and sweet potatoes home, glancing down the stairs as she passed. The staircase was empty, devoid of any presence. Perhaps it was due to the variety or the suitable temperature. A day later, when Sun Yin checked on the potatoes and sweet potatoes, she was delighted to find tender green sprouts emerging from them, despite having an abundance of leafy greens in her space. The sight of those delicate green shoots brought an irresistible smile to her face. Having gazed at the snowy landscape for too long, anyone would appreciate the refreshing vibrancy of such greenery, for it symbolized hope. From that day forth, Sun Yin made it a daily ritual to check on her potatoes and sweet potatoes. Within 5 days, the tiny sprouts had transformed into tender leaves, ready for transplantation. Jing Mo had brought back 4 bottles of nutrient solution, giving Sun Yin 2. She filled a logistics box with water, carefully mixed the nutrient solution as per the instructions, and poured it in. Then, she gently placed the seedlings of potatoes and sweet potatoes inside. 6 boxes were lined up against the wall, and Sun Yin envisioned them flourishing abundantly. With daily tasks to occupy her, Sun Yin seldom left the house except for the occasional cooking lessons with Jing Mo. As days turned into weeks, the potatoes and sweet potatoes grew rapidly. At this point, Sun Yin had a profound understanding of what a new variety truly meant. Given their growth rate, she anticipated that within a month, the potatoes would be ready for harvest. Compared to the growth pace before the apocalypse, this was indeed astonishingly swift. After harvesting her potatoes, Sun Yin heard from Jing Mo that the prices at the base S supermarket had initially been high due to limited supply. However, over time, the prices dropped and the produce became widely available. Now, anyone with some means at the base was cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes. These tubers could be boiled, stir-fried, or processed into potato flour or sweet potato noodles. Sweet potatoes could even be ground into flour for making steam buns. With such a variety of preparation methods, there was no fear of monotony. The cost of sweet potatoes and potatoes had become exceedingly low, with 1 contribution point purchasing a pound. Jing Mo, with a hint of resignation, remarked that he had initially hoped to sell the crops to the base, but now it seemed that selling would not even cover the costs. So it was better to keep them for personal consumption. Hearing his words reminded Su Nian of the dream she once had, becoming a planting tycoon. Yet, reality proved to be the opposite of her dream. She had never intended to sell, so she felt no disappointment. Then let us keep them for ourselves. I can make sweet potato chips. They make for a delightful snack. Su Nian noticed that Jing Mo had a penchant for snacks, but was also quite disciplined, maintaining a workout routine. After all, despite indulging in good food for over a month, he had not gained an ounce. Teach me, and I shall join you in making them, she proposed. Over the past month, Su Nian had come to appreciate Jing Mo and Appo's eagerness to learn. Whenever she taught him, by the second attempt, he no longer needed her guidance. Not only did he execute the procedures impeccably, but the flavors surpassed those of the previous attempts. The method for making sweet potato chips was not particularly complex. The sweet potatoes needed to be washed and boiled for at least 2 to 3 hours. After boiling, they should not be removed immediately. Instead, they should be left covered to cool. Once completely cool, they could be cut into finger-thick strips. They could be air-dried or baked. Given the lack of sunlight, air drying was not an option. Fortunately, both Su Nian and Jing Mo had ovens, and they baked their respective batches, later exchanging samples to find little difference in taste. As Jing Mo took a bite of the sweet potato chips, he raised an eyebrow at Su Nian. Having stayed at home for over a month, don't you wish to venture out? Su Nian considered herself quite the homebody. She felt no boredom from her month-long seclusion. Just as she was about to decline, Jing Mo added, "Didn't you express interest in that assault rifle? It would be a good opportunity to teach you how to use it." At his words, Su Nian swallowed her initial refusal. "All right, when shall we go? Since it's a bit late today, let us set off early tomorrow." "Sound good." The following morning, after breakfast, Su Nian donned her gear and slung her half-height backpack over her shoulders as she stepped outside. Just as she opened the door, she spotted Jing Mo emerging from the opposite door. They exchanged smiles, heading downstairs together. Upon reaching the first floor, and just as they were about to exit the building, the sound of a door opening caught their attention, accompanied by a man in Appo's voice. "You're Su Nian?" Upon hearing her name, Su Nian turned towards the voice. "Who are you?" Apart from Jing Mo, she had not shared names with anyone else in the building. Hearing her name called by a stranger stirred both surprise and caution within her. "You really are Su Nian?" the boy exclaimed with delight, taking a few steps closer. "I'm Wu Kongjian." "Wu Kongjian?" Su Nian furrowed her brow, struggling to recall who he was. "We were classmates in high school. We were in the same class during our senior year. I sat in the third row from the back." "Oh, and our class teacher's surname was also Wu, and everyone called him Old Wu. They nicknamed me Little Wu. Do you remember? Chapter 70 is all because of this damned apocalypse." Upon hearing Wu Kongjian and Appo's words, Su Nian felt a flicker of recognition. Perhaps for Wu Kongjian, their high school graduation was merely 4 years ago, hence he still remembered her, an old classmate. However, for Su Nian, that was a distant 14 years past, and it was entirely normal for her not to recall him immediately. Su Nian felt no embarrassment. She merely inquired, "Do you need something? You remember me, don't you?" Wu Kongjian exclaimed with delight, quickening his pace and extending his arms as he approached Su Nian. "It's been 4 years since we last saw each other. I thought I would never see you again, yet here we are." Before Wu Kongjian could reach her, Su Nian had already drawn the tang knife hanging from her backpack. Gripping the hilt, she pressed the bottom of the sheath against his chest. "What do you intend to do?" I mean no harm," Wu Kongjian replied, his tone laced with innocence. "I just thought, given the circumstances, it would be nice for old classmates to embrace." "Is that so wrong?" "Hey, Su Nian, is that a tang knife you have? I can tell from the sheath that it's a fine blade. Where did you get it?" His tone was overly familiar, as if they shared an intimate history. Yet, in truth, Su Nian had been reflecting seriously on their high school days. Wu Kongjian had only transferred to their class during their senior year. They were merely acquaintances, having never exchanged words. His sudden exuberance made her distinctly uncomfortable. Glancing at the ajar door of the eastern unit on the first floor, she asked, "Do you live here?" "Yes." Wu Kongjian nodded, smiling. "I work in Hehe City." Since the establishment of this base, I came here with a few classmates and colleagues to rent this apartment. Thus, it appeared that while Wu Kongjian was not among the earliest arrivals to the base, he had certainly been there long before Sun Yin. She had been living there for several months. Although a bit reclusive, she was not entirely withdrawn. Why had she never seen Wu Kongjian before now? With a hint of amusement, Sun Yin scrutinized Wu Kongjian. Is there anything else you need? Wu Kongjian stared at her for a moment, his voice softening. Do you not wish to speak with me? Since the beginning, your attitude has been quite indifferent. I thought, given our past, we could support each other in these trying times. But now it seems I was mistaken. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Considering your appearance, I can tell you're doing well. I, on the other hand, have nothing to offer. It's only natural that you would look down on me. Sun Yin regarded him appreciatively. Self-awareness is a valuable trait. You are not without merit. Since you have no further business, I shall take my leave, she declared, turning to depart. Standing silently beside her, Jing Mo scrutinized Wu Kongjian from head to toe. She's right. Although you lack material possessions, at least you possess self-awareness. Without allowing Wu Kongjian a chance to respond, Jing Mo swiftly caught up with Sun Yin. As Sun Yin heard the approaching footsteps, she glanced sideways at Jing Mo. What did you say to him? Nothing much, just that you were correct. The thought of Wu Kongjian darkened Sun Yin and Appo's brow. He had never acknowledged her before, yet now he suddenly sought recognition. There was no way she could believe he had no ulterior motive. Moreover, the man who had been lurking near the fence was likely his companion. Today's encounter was very likely a prearranged meeting between them. Sun Yin wished to eliminate any potential threats from her life. These two individuals needed to be dealt with swiftly. This time, Jing Mo and Sun Yin chose not to borrow the base's snowplow. Jing Mo's vehicle was capable of clearing the snow from the roads, albeit at a slower pace. However, that was of little concern. Driving her own car allowed for greater comfort and capacity. As soon as Sun Yin opened the car door, she noticed a gas stove and 2 iron pots in the trunk. Nearby lay a box containing a submachine gun, along with a small case that Sun Yin suspected held ammunition. Before she could inquire, Jing Mo began to explain. I came down earlier this morning to put these things in the car. Once they were both inside and the car warmed up, they set off from the base. Outside, a blanket of white stretched as far as the eye could see. Even the tree trunks had turned white. The main road outside the base had been cleared by the snowplow, suggesting that other vehicles had likely departed as well, perhaps on missions or hunting expeditions. After driving for a while on the main road, Jing Mo turned onto a side path. They needed to practice shooting, and it was prudent to find a location a distance away from the base. The car was initially quiet, but soon Jing Mo broke the silence. A few days ago, while I was out on business, I ran into Captain Kong. He mentioned that the search and rescue operations are nearly complete. They and Appo's checked all possible locations and brought back the survivors. Beyond a certain distance, the base can no longer provide assistance. After all, the conditions are not what they were before the apocalypse. It's uncertain whether they can rescue anyone far away. And even those of us on missions may not return alive. While we need to offer help, we must also know our limits. After all, in this apocalypse, every life matters. Sun Yin found no surprise in this. In her previous life, the remote little base where she resided never received any rescue efforts. With the conclusion of the rescue operations, restoring network communications had been placed on the agenda. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin turned her head sharply, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed that the previous conversation was merely a preamble. This was the crux of the matter. Jing Mo glanced at her. It should take no more than a month to restore the network. Upon hearing this specific time frame, Sun Yin's eyes gleamed with joy. While she could spend time at home, watching entertainment videos, having the network restored would certainly be a delightful enhancement. Once the network is restored, it will be much easier for us to stay in touch. Jing Mo's voice carried a hint of mirth, clearly in high spirits. Sun Yin shared his happiness. I wonder if WeChat will still work. If it does, I'll add you as a friend. P.S. Jing Mo, no WeChat. Waiting online. Quite urgent. Still pushing for updates. Though exhausted, I persist, seeking encouragement, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 71. Remarkable breeding, truly a sow. Without waiting for Jing Mo to respond, Sun Yin shook her head. However, I believe it may no longer be of use, as there is no one to maintain it. Jing Mo was unfamiliar with WeChat, yet he deemed it unimportant. He had heard from Captain Kong that the base had located numerous talents in this field, who had developed new software. Once communication networks were restored, this new program would be the one in use. Upon hearing Jing Mo and Appo's explanation, Nian felt no surprise. It seemed only natural. Various programs required dedicated personnel for maintenance. However, at present, the developers and maintainers of these programs were nowhere to be found, rendering the usage of such software a mere fantasy. It was imperative for the base to develop a new application. The technology that existed before the apocalypse was still relevant, and creating a suitable program for the current base was not a daunting task. Nian felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering what the new program would entail. As she pondered, she noticed that the vehicle's speed gradually decreased. Jing Mo brought the car to a halt and turned to Nian. This should suffice. Looking outside, Nian observed that the surroundings had not significantly changed. The endless expanse of pristine white snow and trees cloaked in white remained unchanged. The two exited the vehicle, and Jing Mo retrieved his submachine gun. Although he wore gloves, they did not hinder his dexterity. He swiftly disassembled the gun, explaining each component to Nian. Nian listened attentively, her gaze fixed on Jing Mo's hands. His voice was steady and melodious, making the explanations both clear and pleasant. Once he reassembled the submachine gun, he turned to Nian, asking, "What do you think?" "I'll give it a try," she replied. Jing Mo set down the weapon and stepped aside. Nian stood firm, gazing at the submachine gun for a moment before raising her hands to methodically disassemble it, reciting Jing Mo's earlier instructions verbatim. By the time she finished, the gun was fully reassembled once more. Jing Mo applauded, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. "Nian, you are quite impressive." Nian raised her chin slightly in response. "I think so, too. While humility is a virtue, acknowledging one's own capabilities is an essential form of confidence." Over the past month, Nian had not been idle. She had downloaded a considerable amount of material and had only skimmed a portion of it over the past year. After rummaging through her collection, she found videos and books on firearms. Now, Nian was no longer the novice she once was. In this world, any skill can be mastered with dedication and effort, leading to the rewards one deserves. Jing Mo regarded her with appreciation. Understanding the weapon in your hands is crucial for its effective use. You have now acquired sufficient knowledge. I can teach you how to shoot. Though Nian had absorbed a great deal of theoretical knowledge about shooting, the difference between theory and practice was still significant. Fortunately, with Jing Mo's meticulous guidance, Nian was not entirely clueless. Mastering it was merely a matter of time. During their shooting practice, time seemed to lose its significance. Nian did not feel fatigued. Rather, she found it immensely enjoyable. The experience was entirely different from wielding a Tang Dao. It was not until she noticed that the box of bullets was more than half empty that she reluctantly decided to pause. "Why have you stopped? Feeling tired?" Jing Mo inquired with a smile. Nian shook her head. "Not all. I just feel it in Appo's. It's about time. There will be more opportunities to practice in the future. Bullets are precious. There is no need to waste them." Though Jing Mo was unaware of Nian's thoughts, he quickly offered a suggestion. "I heard from Captain Kong that both official and private teams of the base are going out to hunt. Despite the severe cold, the population of wild animals has surged. They are larger, have thicker hides, and are more ferocious than before. Research conducted by the base and Appo's as scientists has revealed that these wild animals have undergone changes in both appearance and temperament. Their meat is also different, safe for consumption and quite palatable." Nian listened intently, realizing that the crucial information lay in the latter part of his statement. "So you wish to hunt?" she asked. Jing Mo nodded. "Since we are out here, it would be a waste to return empty-handed. Moreover, hunting will enhance your shooting skills. Wouldn't you agree?" With Jing Mo and Appo's as persuasive reasoning, Nian could hardly refuse, readily agreeing to the plan. Once back in the vehicle, Jing Mo produced a map. Nian leaned in to examine it, noticing several locations marked in red ink, clearly pre-planned. Pointing to a red dot, Jing Mo stated, "This is our current position. If we head north for an hour, We will reach this spot where, according to Captain Kong, various wild animals are often sighted. Seeing that Jing Mo had thoroughly researched everything, Sun Yin promptly declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off." The vehicle roared to life again, heading towards the destination Jing Mo had marked. Sun Yin, having lived in this vast, snowy expanse for 2 years, had developed a keen sense of direction. She soon realized that Jing Mo possessed an equally strong sense of navigation. Though the road was covered in snow, he managed to find the correct path without losing his way. An hour later, the vehicle came to a gentle stop. Inside, both Sun Yin and Jing Mo wore serious expressions. Approximately 100 meters ahead, 2 vehicles were parked. While the presence of 2 vehicles alone was unremarkable, they were surrounded by a throng of wild boars. The sheer number of wild boars caused even Sun Yin to feel a shiver run down her spine. Is it really possible for wild boars to breed so rapidly in this frigid weather? She mused quietly, not expecting a response. However, Jing Mo replied, "Research indicates that their physical attributes have evolved, rendering them unafraid of the cold. Wild boars naturally reproduce quickly, yielding 1 to 2 litters a year, with each litter consisting of 4 to 12 piglets. Now, their reproduction rate has accelerated further, with projections of 3 to 4 litters annually." Sun Yin was taken aback by Jing Mo's unexpected response, leaving her utterly astonished. Such prolific breeders, truly a testament to the sow. Chapter 72. Not the objective. Just an aside, Sun Yin gazed at the herd of wild boars ahead for quite a while before she slowly remarked, "Not only have their numbers increased, but their growth rate seems to have accelerated significantly as well." "That appears to be the case," she continued, turning to Jing Mo. "You have posed the most perplexing question in my mind. What do they consume? Without sufficient sustenance, no matter how many offspring they bear, the piglets will not thrive." Sun Yin recalled that wild boars are herbivorous, typically feeding on roots, leaves, and fruits. Yet in the current weather, there seem to be no living plants outdoors. What then? Were these wild boars eating? They do not consume meat, so why do they attack humans? Jing Mo shook his head. "I'm not entirely certain either. Captain Kong mentioned that scientists are conducting various studies on this matter. I believe results will emerge soon." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin nodded. Despite her curiosity, she recognized that this was not the time for such discussions. The 2 vehicles surrounded by the wild boars were evidently immobilized. Sun Yin inquired about Jing Mo's thoughts on the situation. He raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "If you wish to test that submachine gun, we can take a few shots. If not, we can turn back." Jing Mo was never one to play the role of a naive hero. As a businessman, he understood his capabilities and did not feel compelled to engage in acts of valor unless he chose to. Sun Yin assessed the gun in her hand and decided, "Let's give it a try." "Very well. I will position the vehicle for your shot," Jing Mo replied, maneuvering the steering wheel. The car was turned sideways, and Sun Yin lowered the window, extending the silver barrel outside. The prior practice and the multitude of bullets had not gone to waste. Although she had never used other submachine guns, the one in her grasp had a manageable recoil and felt remarkably comfortable. With a series of rapid shots fired, the only sound beyond the whistling of the bullets was silence. Though the distance was considerable, the range was evidently greater. Sun Yin could clearly see several wild boars struck in the head, collapsing instantly. This unexpected turn of events sent the herd into a frenzy, as they charged with increased force against the 2 vehicles. However, it soon became clear to the boars that the bullets were coming from behind, and they began to turn their attention towards Sun Yin. One wild boar broke into a sprint toward her, followed closely by others. Unperturbed, Sun Yin opened fire. In that moment, she truly reveled in the exhilaration of wielding a submachine gun. The rapid-fire onslaught ensued. The number of targets hit and concerns over wasted ammunition were far from her mind. Even the most ferocious of boars could not escape the instinct of self-preservation. As more boars fell, the remaining ones scattered in panic, galloping through the snow until they vanished from sight. Retrieving her gun, Sun Yin turned to Jing Mo, who gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done." Raising an eyebrow, she replied, "Your instructions were quite effective as well. Now let us gather our spoils." Indeed, Ying Montaka filmed, steering the vehicle toward the carcasses of the wild boars. The car moved intermittently, as the two had to disembark to lift the fallen boars into the back. Fortunately, their strength was sufficient. Otherwise, they might have been at a loss with the hefty bodies, though the trunk had ample space. The size of the boars filled it to capacity after loading 6. Jing Mo pointed to the roof, suggesting, "We can place some up there. I have some steel cables. We can secure the rest and tow them behind." Listening to Jing Mo, Nian and Appo's smile deepened. His words resonated with her thoughts. She was determined not to waste a single boar she had taken down. All would be brought back to the base for contribution points. Upon reaching the 2 vehicles, Nian and Jing Mo continued to collect the carcasses. For Nian, honing her marksmanship and hunting wild boars was her primary aim. Rescuing the individuals from the vehicles was merely a serendipitous effect. They had not pleaded for her assistance, nor had she considered it. As they gathered their bounty, they would soon return. However, at that moment, the doors of the 2 vehicles swung open and several individuals emerged. Though she heard the sound of the doors, Nian paid it little mind. Yet, one person quickly approached her, exclaiming, "That was you shooting just now, right? I witnessed it. You are truly remarkable. Thank you for saving us." Nian merely cast a detached glance at the girl speaking. "I did not do it specifically to save you. You're a girl? I thought you were a boy from the way you handled the gun." The girl continued enthusiastically. "I always imagined that girl shooting would be incredibly impressive, but I had never seen it before. Now that I see you, I know I was right. It and Appo's indeed impressive. By the way, I'm Yuan. What is your name? Are you a soldier?" "No," Nian replied curtly. Not one to be overly sociable, she exchanged a glance with Jing Mo, signaling her intent to return to the task at hand. Yet, Yuan and Appo's enthusiasm did not wane in the face of Nian and Appo's aloofness. "Are you planning to take these wild boars back to the base? Let us assist you. I see your vehicle is nearly full." Nian shook her head. "No need. We can manage on our own. But your roof is pile high. It won't fit." Yuan insisted. "Our vehicle has plenty of space. We can help you transport them. Are you worried that once we reach the base, we won't Appo's to return the boars to you? You needn't Appo's to be concerned. We are not ungrateful people," she continued, her voice bright and rapid. Nian felt a twinge of annoyance. Fixing her gaze on Yuan, she reiterated, "I have said, we can manage on our own. Rescuing you is not my aim. It was merely incidental." With that, she disregarded Yuan and Appo's response and turned toward another fallen boar. Jing Mo hurried to keep pace, and together they lifted the boar to the rear of the vehicle, securing it with steel cables. Just as they finished their task, Nian turned to see 2 individuals working together to hoist another wild boar toward their vehicle. Chapter 73. Those who insulted me upon witnessing the scene. Nian and Appo's expression grew cold. "What are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Yuan hurriedly explained, "Please Don and Appo's, be angry. We just thought you might not be able to take everything back, and I wanted to help you carry some of it. I truly mean no harm." Disregarding Yuan, Nian strode towards the 2 men who were carrying a wild boar. Her pace was swift, and soon she surpassed them, positioning herself directly in their path. "What are you doing?" The 2 men, bent over and straining under the weight of the boar, looked up at Nian upon hearing her question. Yet they did not lower the boar. One of them assessed her and remarked, "We're lifting a wild boar. Can't you see?" The other chimed in, "Although you killed this boar without our help, how could you have possibly taken down so many? Regardless of how you calculate it, we deserve our share. Given that you were the one who killed them, we are willing to concede a bit, allowing you to take a few more. You've already loaded so much onto your vehicle. The rest belongs to us. Little sister, it's best not to be too greedy. Remember, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. One must learn to be content." Listening to their banter, a tumultuous fury brewed within Nian, her voice now colder than before. "Since you insist, I shall return some of the wild boars to you." "What do you mean by that?" One of the men stammered. Nian let out a cold laugh. "What do I mean? For every wild boar you currently have, I can summon an equal number to surround you. None will be spared. How's that sound? Are you pleased?" The 2 men were taken aback by her words, their eyes widening in disbelief. One quickly recovered, scoffing. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can simply summon wild boars at will? The other echoed, exactly. If I didn't know better. I do think you raised them yourself. Unfazed by their mockery, Nian merely loosened the steel cable draped over her shoulder. Noticing her movement, one of the men sensed danger and stepped back, dropping the boar, his eyes filled with wariness. What are you planning to do? The other, however, stubbornly clung to the boar. What are you afraid of? Do you think she would dare to harm us? With the steel cable in hand, Nian took a step forward, positioning herself beside the man, still holding the boar. Before he could react, Nian had already bound him with the cable. The knot she tied was a skill learned in her previous life. In this situation, even if the man had ample time, he would never be able to escape. She then approached the other man with the other end of the cable, stating coldly, "Anyone who dares to snatch my belongings will not leave my sight alive. Do you think you will be the exception?" Under her icy gaze, the man felt a surge of panic and turned to flee towards the vehicle. If he could just get inside and close the door tightly, Nian would be powerless against him. Beside them, Qin Yuan rushed forward. "Please don't be angry. They're just starved for meat after so long." Seeing so many wild boars made them act out of desperation. They truly didn't mean to take your things. Considering how difficult life is for everyone, can't you let this go just this once? Ignoring Qin Yuan's plea, Nian refused to even glance her way. Just because life is hard, does that justify brazenly stealing someone else's catch? Not feeling any gratitude for being rescued was one thing. She had never desired thanks. However, to audaciously demand a share of her hard-earned game without having contributed anything was utterly absurd. Being weak does not equate to being right. This is the apocalypse, not a game. Although the man ran swiftly, he could not match Nian's speed. Just as he was about to dive into the vehicle, she seized his collar. He clung desperately to the car door, attempting to squeeze inside. Yet Nian yanked him back forcefully, sending him tumbling to the ground. Before he could rise again, Nian had already bound him with a cable. The two men struggled against their bindings. The more they fought, the tighter the restraints became, rolling on the ground like fish out of water, flopping helplessly, unable to return to their element. At this point, they finally felt a twinge of fear. Yet anger surged within them. "Captain, we're tied up, and you remain silent." "Yes, Captain. This vile woman is so arrogant." "Shouldn't you act quickly? Once we deal with her, we can handle that useless man, and then their vehicle, weapons, and these wild boars will all belong to us." The useless man, Jing Mo, remained passive, fully aware that Nian was not one to appreciate interference in her affairs. Whether confronted with provocation or humiliation, she always retaliated tenfold. His silent observation was the greatest support he could offer, and it was the manner in which she preferred to operate. How had he become the useless man in their eyes? Jing Mo stepped forward and addressed Nian. "Did you hear that? He insulted me. Not that I intended to meddle in your affairs." Nian turned to him. "He insulted you. What do you plan to do about it? If tongues are superfluous, then let them be severed." Jing Mo replied lightly, as though discussing the weather. "And as for those hands, so eager to seize what belongs to others, they should be severed as well." Nian nodded. "That's acceptable. However, they claim I stole their wild boars, and I must repay them. I detest being in anyone's debt. Once you sever their tongues, the scent of blood might attract the wild boars back, and I could return them." The two continued their conversation, unperturbed, while Qin Yuan looked on in horror. How can you act this way?" Nian turned to her. "Then what do you suggest we do? He steals from me, and I should graciously present my belongings to him? Those who insult me should simply be allowed to continue without consequence?" I didn't mean it that way," Qin Yuan replied, feeling wronged. "We went out hunting because life is challenging. Just because life is hard for you, does that mean it's easy for others? Just because you struggle, does that grant you the right to steal from others? You already have so much. What harm would it do to share a little? Everything I have is mine, and I will not share. Anyone who attempts to take from me will lose their hand." After speaking, Nian glanced at Jing Mo, noticing he remained stationary, her brow furrowing slightly. "Why do you still hesitate?" Chapter 74. Always be like-minded companions. Jing Mo's gaze seemed to wander, as if his mind had been drawn away by some unseen force. It was only after he heard Sun Yin's words that he finally regained his composure and turned his attention toward her. Upon meeting Jing Mo's intense stare, Sun Yin instinctively furrowed her brows. Jing Mo's eyes were inherently captivating, sparkling with a certain brilliance whenever they exchanged glances. Yet at that moment, something felt amiss in his expression. "What troubles you?" Before Jing Mo could respond, he broke into a smile. "I believe today is a splendid day, not one for bloodshed." Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. "Could you please take a look at the ground strewn with wild boar carcasses before making such statements?" Jing Mo chose not to elaborate further, instead directing his gaze toward the three individuals standing by the vehicle. "Which of you is the captain?" One stepped forward. "I am a captain. My name is Fong Xiang. Your team member has erred, and as captain, you remain indifferent?" Fong Xiang smiled wryly. "We are merely a makeshift squad, and I have little authority as captain. When I suggest a course of action, they seldom heed my advice. They made their own decisions and must bear the consequences." Fong Xiang and Appo's candidness was unexpected, especially for Qin Yuan, who appeared even more astonished. "Captain, how can you say such things? We are a team. Although they made mistakes, there is no end to Appo's, although and Appo's." Fong Xiang interrupted. "I have already told you countless times that our current circumstances differ greatly from the past. Do not assume that everyone who errs is entitled to redemption. And do not presume that, as captain, I must shoulder the consequences of your foolishness." "Why you?" Qin Yuan stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Fong Xiang disregarded her further protests and turned to Jing Mo. "How do you plan to handle them?" "I have no objections. Thank you for today's assistance. Though you claim it was not a deliberate rescue, I will remember this favor. Should you ever require help, do not hesitate to ask." "No need to wait," Jing Mo replied. "Let us address this matter now. They are your team members, and having erred, it falls upon you, as their captain, to administer punishment. I entrust them to you. How you choose to deal with them is entirely up to you." With that, Jing Mo approached Sun Yin, gently tugging at her sleeve. "Hurry and finish cleaning up the remaining wild boars. I have something important to discuss with you." Though Sun Yin sensed something peculiar about Jing Mo's demeanor, his urgency suggested he had something significant to share, so she refrained from pressing further. Together, they secured the remaining wild boars with steel wire and hung them at the back of the vehicle. Fortunately, the vehicle had ample power to carry such a load. Otherwise, it would have struggled to move. After traveling a short distance, Sun Yin glanced in the rearview mirror to see Fong Xiang approaching the two individuals on the ground. To her shock, he produced a knife and severed their hands. Qin Yuan stood nearby, her hands covering her eyes, her body trembling. Whether from fear or tears remained unclear. Seeing this, Sun Yin lost interest and withdrew her gaze. Though they claimed to be a team, it was evident their bonds were fragile. Fong Xiang's previous remarks indicated his disdain for the two, and today's incident likely provided him with a legitimate pretext to eliminate rivals. As for Qin Yuan, whether she was genuinely naive or merely feigning compassion, Sun Yin found her reactions laughable. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who had survived thus far had developed their own means of survival, unless they were exceptionally well protected. Sun Yin neither fully understood nor judged other survival methods. Her primary concern remained Jing Mo's strangely altered demeanor beside her. Yet, Jing Mo focused intently on driving, showing no inclination to speak. And Sun Yin did not press him. She possessed ample patience. Jing Mo drove swiftly back to the base, heading directly to the service center. The vehicle attracted considerable attention upon entering the base. Many were out hunting, eager for meat to sustain themselves in the frigid weather. Previously, some had returned with several or even dozens of game. But it was rare to see a pair like Sun Yin and Jing Mo bringing back such a significant haul of wild boars. Upon arrival at the service center, they weighed the boars, and each earned an impressive 4,000 contribution points. With the boars no longer in the vehicle and the roads within the base being smooth, Jing Mo accelerated further. Soon, they arrived back at the small building. Upon entering the fenced area, Jing Mo finally spoke again. "I have something to discuss with you. Follow me." Sun Yin frowned slightly but complied, following Jing Mo to his home. After being away for most of the day, The charcoal in his room stove had nearly burned out, yet Jing Mo showed no intention of replenishing it. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Sun Yan. Earlier, you said I am yours? After waiting so long for Jing Mo to speak, Sun Yan was taken aback by his unexpected declaration. I said that because, Sun Yan, Jing Mo interrupted, his tone earnest. Please let me finish. His seriousness compelled Sun Yan to pause, and she simply gazed at him. Jing Mo removed his mask, allowed her to see his expression clearly. Sun Yan, when you said I am yours, I feel the same way about you. Sun Yan also took off her mask. I believe your interpretation of yours differs from mine. Given our lengthy acquaintance and numerous collaborations, we should consider ourselves like-minded partners. At that moment, my assertion was undoubtedly reasonable. Correct? Jing Mo slowly shook his head. Certainly, there was no issue with that. However, I still wish to express that after knowing each other for so long and working together so many times, we are indeed like-minded partners. Moreover, I aspire to remain your like-minded companion. As someone who had once faced death, Sun Yan felt a tumult of emotions at his words, though she remained composed. Quickly regaining her composure, she gazed quietly at Jing Mo and softly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" P.S. I feel a bit stuck here. There is still one chapter left, and I will write it slowly. Once completed, I will update. You may rest now and read it tomorrow morning. Additionally, thanks to the couple who gifted me the master certification, your generosity is much appreciated. Chapter 75 Sun Yan, will you agree? What I mean is, I believe we are quite compatible. Could you be my partner? Sun Yan, even though she had already anticipated what Jing Mo was about to say. She found her mind momentarily blank upon hearing those words. Sun Yan had to admit that since their first meeting, their interactions had indeed been pleasant. Jing Mo was handsome and capable. While they might not share every thought, their time together was comfortable enough that silence did not breed awkwardness, nor did it evoke any feelings of annoyance in Sun Yan. In terms of personal abilities, Jing Mo was not inferior to her. He was skilled, a weapons dealer, knowledgeable about various modifications, and possessed some advanced technology that Sun Yan had never encountered before. Though Sun Yan was reluctant to engage with the official base, Jing Mo maintained a solid partnership with them. They both enjoyed meat and embraced life as pleasures without lowering their standards. In every conceivable aspect, it seemed their compatibility was remarkably high. As Sun Yan pondered these thoughts, Jing Mo spoke again. Sun Yan, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Jing Mo, and I am 32 years old. Sun Yan gazed at him in astonishment. You're 32? With his youthful appearance, he hardly looked that age. If he had claimed to be 23, she would have easily believed him. Yet, reflecting on Jing Mo and Appo's demeanor and the occasional air of maturity he exuded, it indeed suited someone of that age. Noticing Sun Yan and Appo's surprise, Jing Mo hurriedly added, although I am 32, I am not old at all. In the galaxy, evolved beings typically live for about 200 years, and I am slightly more advanced than them, so I should be able to live for 300 years. As she listened to Jing Mo, Sun Yan rubbed her eyes and circled around him. Am I dreaming, or have you not awakened yet? Observing her bewildered expression, Jing Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement, though he restrained himself and earnestly explained, You are not dreaming, and I am fully awake. Everything I just said is true. I am an interstellar weapons dealer, and my daily life involves trading weapons across various planets. During a temporal shift, something went awry with my ship, and I found myself on your planet. The day I met you was the very day I arrived. When I landed here, it was morning, and sensing something was amiss with the sunlight, I sought refuge, hiding for an entire day. I possess a space specifically for weapons, which can only hold arms and lacks any food or drink. That evening, I noticed many people in your community setting up stalls, so I took out some swords and knives to sell for my weapon space. I waited for a long time, and you were the only one who paused at my stall. Recalling Jing Mo's words, Sun Yan remembered the events of that day vividly, as it was only a little over a year ago. You might still doubt my words. I can prove it to you. With that, Jing Mo raised his hand. Having removed his gloves, his pale palm appeared empty. Yet, moments later, a silver handgun materialized in his hand. I have all the weapons you like, he said. Placing the handgun on the table, and retrieving a submachine gun. Soon, various firearms were laid out before her, some of which Nian recognized from videos or books, while others were entirely unfamiliar. Finally, Jing Mo produced a large cannon, effortlessly resting it on his shoulder. Do you fancy this one? With just a single shell. It could obliterate the wild boars we encountered before. However, I believe its destructive power is excessive. Once the boars are shattered, we would be unable to retrieve them for contribution points. But if you desire it, we can use this next time. Listening to Jing Mo's enthusiastic rambling, with his frequent use of we, Nian felt an unexpected urge to smile. Her eyes curved playfully as she teased. Now that you've divulged all your secrets, are you going to blow me up if I refuse to be your partner? Jing Mo shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Why? I believe you will agree. He continued, I don't smoke, drink, gamble, or engage in domestic violence. I can serve as a human shield to protect you, or be a household appliance for you to safeguard. You dislike dealing with the officials at the base. I can compensate for that shortcoming, ensuring you receive first-hand information. If you wish to stay home, I can accompany you in cooking, exploring culinary delights, or gardening. If you desire to venture outdoors to hunt, I can drive you, hand you weapons, load ammunition, and assist in retrieving your game. In every regard, I should be the most like-minded person for you. Despite his lack of romance in his declarations, he asserted, I can vow with my life that I, Jing Mo, will be absolutely loyal to you, Nian, and will never betray you. After 10 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, Nian no longer yearned for sweet romances or the fleeting charm of chocolates and flowers. Jing Mo's earnest declaration, devoid of any romantic embellishment, resonated deeply with her, as what she valued most was unwavering trust and loyalty. Meeting Jing Mo and Apos, gazed directly, she asked, how can I trust you? As her question lingered in the air, Jing Mo sheathed the cannon and produced a knife. With deft precision, he drew a line across his palm, blood immediately welling up. Raising his injured hand, he spoke solemnly. I, Jing Mo, swear by the interstellar covenant to bond with Nian as partners, eternally faithful. Should I breach this vow, may the galaxy condemn me. As Jing Mo's words resonated, a flash of blue light appeared before Nian, as if a recording had been captured. Confused, she noticed a blue panel emerging in midair, resembling a forum interface. At the top, a video displayed Jing Mo swearing with his wounded hand, showing Nian's profile clearly alongside him. She studied the video for a moment, nodding appreciatively at its quality. It was remarkably clear, capturing even the finest details of her face. Now, do you wish to trust me? Will you be my partner? Nian tilted her head slightly, locking eyes with Jing Mo. Without answering, she countered, having laid your secrets bare before me. Do you not have any inquiries of your own? Once you agree to be my partner, I will have ample time to learn about you, to listen to your stories. So, Nian, will you agree? P.S. This chapter took nearly 2 hours to write. I have revised it multiple times. Honestly, I am not well-versed in interstellar themes and can only say that my personal interpretations are substantial. The outcome is what matters most. Do not overly concern yourselves with the process. The chapter is complete. In celebration of Jing Mo and Apos' confession, please send your blessings. Chapter 76. The color on your head is quite beautiful, I agree. Perhaps it was the swiftness of Nian's response that left Jing Mo in a state of daze. Gazing at her for a considerable time. Did she truly agree? Nian smiled and nodded, affirming, indeed. I'm not one to speak lightly on such matters. Since she had agreed, her word was genuine. As Jing Mo had just articulated, in every conceivable way, they were the most compatible and like-minded individuals. Well then, Jing Mo scratched his head with his uninjured hand. Let me cook a meal to celebrate. What kind of meat would you like? Nian replied, in critical moments. It's still you. True to his love for meat, Jing Mo's first thought was indeed of food. Nian glanced at Jing Mo's injured hand. Aren't you going to tend to your wound? Jing Mo laid his hand flat and inspected it closely. It's nothing serious. This minor injury will heal quickly. Please sit down. Let me take care of it for you, Nian offered. All right. Jing Mo instinctively sat down, but then belatedly prepared to stand again. I'll fetch the first aid kit. No need. Su Nian pressed down on his shoulder and seated herself beside him. Please clear the weapons off the table. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo complied and tidied up the weapons, continuing to look at Su Nian with a puzzled expression. Su Nian placed her hand on the table, and in the next moment, a first aid kit appeared beside her. I also possess a space, Su Nian explained as she opened the kit and took out hydrogen peroxide to disinfect Jing Mo's wound. The cut was quite deep. It required careful sanitation. After applying the hydrogen peroxide, she opened iodine for a second disinfection. Just as she was about to sprinkle some Yunnan Baiyao on the wound, she paused. In the interstellar realm, are there any particularly effective external injury medications? Given the advanced technology of the cosmos, the medical field must also be quite sophisticated, right? If one were injured, lying in a capsule pod would facilitate a swift recovery. What about the capsule pod? I don't have one at the moment. That and Oppo's. Rather pointless then, Su Nian remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation as she applied the Yunnan Baiyao and carefully bandaged the wound. Fortunately, with the cold weather, the injury was less likely to become infected. Be cautious not to let it come into contact with water. I will change the dressing for you daily. Jing Mo sat there obediently, listening intently to Su Nian and Oppo's instructions, and nodded earnestly. I understand. I will be good. Su Nian repacked the first aid kit, gently closing the lid, and looked directly into Jing Mo and Oppo's eyes, continuing the conversation she had previously left unfinished. I also have a space which I discovered before the apocalypse. I nearly exhausted all my funds to procure a multitude of supplies to store within it. You mentioned wanting to celebrate with me. What would you like? However, since you and Oppo's re-injured, you can and Oppo's tea of sour or spicy foods, nor can you eat fish. How about tomato beef brisket? As she finished her sentence, Su Nian retrieved a basin of steaming tomato beef brisket from her space. The aroma wafted enticingly towards them. We should also have sweet and sour pork, braised eggplant, and a mushroom meatball soup. For staples, we have rice, noodles, and buns. Which would you prefer? After her inquiry, she noticed Jing Mo and Oppo's silence and looked at him curiously. Why aren't you responding? Jing Mo closed his eyes briefly before replying. I was just pondering whether this is a dream. Hearing this, Su Nian chuckled. Would you like me to pinch you to ascertain whether this is a dream? No. Jing Mo shook his head rapidly. To be honest, I could never dream of such delicious food. I have never tasted it. His words evoked a sense of pity. What did you eat then? If we don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Rice, please. Su Nian nodded, but did not hasten to retrieve the rice. Instead, she took out a basin filled with warm water from her space. Let us wash our hands first. As she placed her hands in the basin, she took Jing Mo's uninjured hand and helped him wash it. After drying their hands, she set the basin aside and brought out 2 bowls of rice. And they began their meal. After just one bite, Jing Mo gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, delicious. Your cooking is the best. Su Nian continued eating and smiled in response. This isn't my cooking. It's what I bought at a restaurant before the apocalypse. She cast a playful glance at Jing Mo, expecting him to feel a bit awkward or to try to compensate. However, Jing Mo naturally remarked, well, it's still delicious because you bought it. Su Nian thought, that is not entirely incorrect. There were countless restaurants before the apocalypse, and she certainly didn't purchase from just any establishment. It had to be a reputable one for her to store the food in her space. The two finished all 4 dishes, soup and rice, leaving nothing behind. After the meal, Jing Mo instinctively started to wash the dishes, but Su Nian stopped him. How can you wash the dishes with that hand? Didn't I just tell you not to let it touch water? Jing Mo walked over to the shelf and retrieved a pair of silicone dishwashing gloves. I can wash the dishes while wearing gloves. With the gloves on, Jing Mo skillfully cleaned the dishes. A mere scratch was not significant enough to hinder him. He could still perform his tasks. Don't worry, my constitution is quite good. This injury will heal in 3 days. Seeing Jing Mo finish washing, Su Nian chose to remain silent and sat quietly. The dishes were soon cleaned and returned to the table. Are you going to put them away? They might still be useful in the future. Without hesitation, Su Nian stored the dishes away. The two sat facing each other, momentarily at a loss for words. although silence enveloped them. Their mutual gazes rendered the atmosphere devoid of awkwardness. Sun Yin and Amp, Oppos. Eyes lingered on Jing Mo's face, gradually moving upwards to his hair. Is this hair color common among interstellar people? No, there are all kinds of colors. What color do you prefer? The color on your head is quite nice. His silver hair undeniably enhanced Jing Mo and Oppos' already exquisite features. Jing Mo glanced at Sun Yin and Oppos' hair and sincerely complimented, "Your hair color is beautiful as well." Although Sun Yin recognized the sincerity behind Jing Mo's words, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She decided to conclude the compliment exchange. Arin and Oppos, you afraid of leaving potential threats by not having killed those two earlier? Chapter 77. What you like. I merely feel that Feng Xiang would not disappoint me. Indeed, the reality confirms that he has not let me down. Of course, if he had not taken action, I would have returned home. Before posing this question, Sun Yin had already harbored some suspicions. Upon hearing Jing Mo's answer, it closely aligned with her initial thoughts. I prefer to take matters into my own hands, Sun Yin remarked. Next time, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Jing Mo nodded in agreement, promising, next time, I will certainly heed your advice. Reflecting on the situation, Jing Mo couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he was merely astonished by Sun Yin's words, eager to return and confess to her, without considering much else. However, such occurrences are likely to be singular in nature. They will not happen again in the future. Sun Yin checked her pocket watch. It was 2 in the afternoon. Would you like to take a break? Upon hearing this, Jing Mo instantly grasped Sun Yin and Oppos' intention and nodded. I indeed need a moment of rest. You should also take some time to relax. Shall we dine together this evening? Yes, Lin and Oppos. Let's have dinner together. After finalizing their plans, Sun Yin stood and made her way outside. As she reached the doorway, she paused again and retrieved an iPad from her space, handing it to Jing Mo. There are many videos to watch here. You can use it to pass the time. Although Sun Yin was unsure what type of videos Jing Mo preferred during his time in the stars, she believed that with a plethora of dramas, movies, and variety shows downloaded, there must be something to pique his interest. Upon returning home and shutting the door, effectively blocking Jing Mo and Oppos' gaze, Sun Yin exhaled softly and hurried to her bedroom. Once inside, she did not dawdle. She first removed the glowing coals from her space and placed them in the stove, then activated various heating devices. Next, she changed her clothes and shoes, casually tidying up the room in the process. After a flurry of activity, she eventually found herself with nothing left to do and settled down on a mat, leaning against a stuffed bear. Initially, she had not sensed it, but now alone with her thoughts, she replayed the earlier events in her mind and realized she had been somewhat overwhelmed. Having never experienced love in either this life or the last, Sun Yin was oblivious to how relationships typically commence. However, Jing Mo's earlier demeanor did not seem like a confession. It carried an air of blood oath. Thinking of this, Sun Yin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt no regrets. As for how to navigate their future interactions, she resolved to let things unfold naturally. With this clarity, Sun Yin felt an immediate sense of lightness. What pleased her even more was the newfound openness between her and Jing Mo, allowing for uninhibited use of her space. Consequently, there would be no need for them to carry cumbersome bags up and down the stairs, avoiding unnecessary attention. This realization made her anticipate their next hunting excursion with excitement. Just imagining it, she knew their next outing would be far more comfortable than any previous trips to the base. The afternoon passed in a blur, and by the time Sun Yin regained her focus, it was already 5 or 6 in the evening. Remembering her arrangement with Jing Mo for dinner, she threw on a military coat, changed her shoes, and headed to his place. She had barely knocked on the door when she heard hurried footsteps, followed by the door swinging open. They exchanged a smile, wordlessly acknowledging one another. Given the chill outside, it was better to discuss matters once inside the warmth of the bedroom. Sun Yin had visited this room numerous times before, but this time, she took the opportunity to examine it more thoroughly. After a careful survey, she concluded that the space felt excessively cold, not due to the temperature, but rather its emptiness. with dark furnishings and bare walls that contributed to a stark, unwelcoming atmosphere. Turning to Jing Mo, she suggested, I have plenty of flooring and wall decals in my space. Would you like to decorate this room? Perhaps in a style similar to yours? Jing Mo countered, not exactly the same. There are many colors for the flooring and wall decals. You can choose whichever you prefer. Then let us use the same colors as yours. Nian accepted his response without further inquiry and remarked, we must first clear out the existing items in your room. Agreed, Jing Mo replied readily. Without delay, Nian began to store everything away in her space, leaving only the stove behind. She retrieved, snapped together flooring and wall decals, briefly explaining the installation process to Jing Mo. And together they set to work. The bedroom was not large, and with both of them working, they accomplished the task with remarkable speed. An hour later, the room had transformed entirely. The natural wood flooring and white wall decals brightened the space, infusing it with warmth. Nian arranged Jing Mo and Appos as furniture back in place. Previously, they had used a small square table and 2 simple wooden stools without backs. Now, with the circumstances changed, Nian naturally wished to replace them with more comfortable options, as they would likely share many meals together in the future, making cozy seating quite important. Jing Mo had no objections to her desire for new furnishings, stating, choose whatever you like. Nian tilted her head, asking, what if you don't like it? Jing Mo shook his head firmly. That is impossible. What you like? I like. Hearing this, Nian felt neither shy nor embarrassed. Instead, she regarded Jing Mo with curiosity. For some reason, she recalled a popular phrase from before the apocalypse. How many surprises do you hold that I am unaware of? At that moment, she wished to share this sentiment with Jing Mo. With this thought in mind, she expressed it aloud. Without waiting for Jing Mo and Appos' response, she burst into laughter. Observing her mirth, Jing Mo was puzzled, unsure of what had elicited such amusement. After a good while, Nian finally calmed her laughter and asked, are you curious about what made me laugh? Meeting her sparkling gaze, Jing Mo nodded decisively, yes. Then how about we watch a show together during dinner? Once we and Appos, finished. You and Appos, LL understand. Chapter 78. Is it just a coincidence? From the evening meal on this particular day, Nian began to play Empresses in the Palace on her iPad. It must be said that a classic is a classic. No matter how many years pass or how many times one has viewed it, the experience remains captivating. Previously, Nian watched it alone, occasionally glancing at the comments from netizens. Now, although there were no comments, she had Jing Mo by her side. When the chubby orange cat spoke its iconic line, Nian turned to Jing Mo with a smile, asking if he understood the reason for her amusement. Jing Mo nodded earnestly, indicating that he did. He then appeared deep in thought, as if pondering something of great significance. After a moment, Nian heard Jing Mo say, I've seriously considered it, and there are indeed many surprises you are yet to discover about me. But that is all right. There's plenty of time ahead, and you'll gradually learn. Originally, Nian had been joking with Jing Mo, but upon hearing his earnest confession, she suppressed her laughter. All right, there will be ample time. I shall take my time. They did not remain cooped up at home. After finishing Empresses in the Palace, they decided to leave the base once more. This time, each carried a hiking backpack as they descended the stairs. Although the backpacks appeared to be stuffed, they contained little weight and felt surprisingly light. While this ease of movement was pleasant, Nian felt somewhat unaccustomed. She took out her Tang Dao and secured it to her backpack, testing its weight before nodding in satisfaction. It was just right. Jing Mo merely smiled, choosing not to speak further. Once Nian declared she was ready, they proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they were greeted by the sudden opening of the east door, revealing Wu Kongjian stepping out. The moment Nian laid eyes on him, her brow furrowed. Having not ventured downstairs in recent days, she had not acknowledged Wu Kongjian. To her surprise, he had been waiting for her. Just as she descended the stairs, he pushed open the door. Nian, Wu Kongjian exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. I was just about to head out when I ran into you. What a coincidence. Nian, check it lately. A coincidence? Wouldn't you say it was orchestrated? Wu Kongjian paused, taken aback. Orchestrated? Nian, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I deliberately opened the door upon hearing you come downstairs? There isn't even a peephole on that door. How could I have known it was you, given that we were classmates? Isn't it a bit excessive for you to make such assumptions about me? Seeing Wu Kongjian and Oppo's indignation, Su Nian raised an eyebrow. If my behavior is so excessive, then perhaps you should no longer acknowledge me as an old classmate. Let us go our separate ways, as if we were strangers. After Su Nian finished speaking, she noticed Wu Kongjian and Oppo's eyes widen, his neck stretching in disbelief, resembling a hen caught off guard. Not wishing to engage further, Su Nian turned to leave. However, Wu Kongjian hastily stepped forward to block her path. Why are you so angry? I was just momentarily irked and spoke more than I should have. Don't take it to heart. We are old classmates, and there will be plenty of opportunities for mutual assistance in the future. Why create a rift and become strangers? In this world, having more friends is surely better. Don and Oppo's. Do you think? Su Nian shot him a scornful glance. Compared to having friends who play tricks for their own gain, I would prefer to have one more stranger. Su Nian, you are simply unreasonable. Wu Kongjian retorted angrily before abruptly turning and storming back inside, slamming the door behind him. The loud bang made Su Nian frown. It was quite disruptive. Let us be on our way, she said to Jing Mo together. They exited the building and made their way to the parking lot. Along the way, Jing Mo inquired, "What prompted you to engage him in conversation?" "I can't very well resort to violence," Su Nian replied with a hint of resignation. She felt that Wu Kongjian harbored ulterior motives in approaching her. However, he had merely spoken a few extra words, attempting to cultivate familiarity without any real threat. If she were to act on such minor provocations, how would she differ from a heartless killer? Since the apocalypse began, every individual Su Nian had eliminated posed a genuine threat to her life. If she were to kill someone without cause, the implications would be entirely different. While Su Nian would not play the role of saint, she also refused to indulge in excessive leniency. Jing Mo listened to her words, his gaze softening. By the time they reached the car, Jing Mo retrieved a silver stove and placed it under the back seat, explaining to Su Nian that it would soon warm the interior. Glancing back, Su Nian suddenly remembered something. When we were at the holiday villa, that night I was sleeping. Did you use this? Jing Mo looked at her in surprise. Did you see me? Not at all. I merely felt it was quite warm. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now seeing you take it out, I can guess. As Jing Mo had indicated, it wasn't too long before the temperature inside the car began to rise, creating a cozy atmosphere. Their primary purpose for leaving the base this time was to practice shooting and perhaps hunt a little. Spending too much time indoors could lead to boredom. So it was also an opportunity to enjoy some fresh air. Upon reaching the base and Oppo's entrance, Jing Mo slowed the car to a stop. Su Nian was puzzled. But before she could inquire, Jing Mo lowered the window and called out to the vehicle beside them, "Captain Kong." As his words fell, the rear window of the adjacent car descended, revealing two individuals bundled up snugly. Despite their attire, Su Nian recognized one of them as Kong Jiaming. Jing Mo, you're heading out too? Is it for a collection mission? Kong Jiaming's question left both Su Nian and Jing Mo puzzled. Jing Mo replied with a question of his own. A collection mission? Collecting what? Don't you know? Then why are you going out? Are you hunting? At this point, Kong Jiaming and Oppo's gaze towards Jing Mo became complex. While others may be oblivious, he was well aware of Jing Mo and Oppo's substantial contributions. Though many in the base struggled to afford meat, Jing Mo was certainly not among them. With such wealth, why not remain at home to enjoy a life of leisure instead of frequently venturing out to hunt? What a peculiar spirit. Chapter 79. As long as one lives long enough, one will understand. Jing Mo observed the subtle shifts in Kong Jiaming and Oppo's gaze with clarity. Yet he chose not to dwell on them. Captain Kong, what exactly is the collection task you mentioned earlier? Upon hearing Jing Mo and Oppo's inquiry once more, Kong Jiaming withdrew from his contemplative state and began to explain earnestly. Did I not inform you that scientists are investigating what exactly wild boars consume? We have now made some progress. Our mission is to gather more of whatever it is that the wild boars eat. to ascertain its nature and whether it is consumable by humans. This task seemed rather intriguing and appeared to bear little danger. However, to presume it was entirely safe would be a grave miscalculation, given that they would be seeking out the wild boar's food. It was plausible that they might encounter a herd of these creatures. Jing Mo turned to Sun Yin, sharing a knowing glance. "What do you think? Are you curious to see?" Without hesitation, Sun Yin replied, "Absolutely. Whether it's these rampant wild boars or the flora thriving in such weather and temperatures, these are things I have never encountered in my past life. I am eager to explore." As Sun Yin expressed her enthusiasm, Kong Jiaming's voice chimed in. "Since you two are also heading out to hunt, why not join us? Rest assured, you one and Oppos, TB working for nothing. You will receive your fair share of contribution points, and any wild boars you encounter will belong to you." Listening to Kong Jiaming's words, Jing Mo gave him a thumbs up, appreciating his thoroughness. "In that case, we shall accompany you. You lead the way, and we will follow closely." Kong Jiaming extended a hand, offering a walkie-talkie. "If anything arises, use this to communicate." Jing Mo accepted the walkie-talkie, rolled up the car window, and watched as Kong Jiaming's vehicle moved ahead, following suit. Trailing behind Kong Jiaming's convoy proved advantageous, as it spared them the effort of clearing a path and conserved fuel as well. As they journeyed, Sun Yin found herself deep in thought. Although the larger trajectory of her current life mirrored that of her previous existence, upon reflection, numerous details diverged significantly. The presence of so many ferocious wild animals and the unfamiliar plants indicated a deviation far beyond mere trifles. Sun Yin pondered whether her past life had been marked by ignorance or if the present circumstances were a manifestation of the butterfly effect stemming from her rebirth. Not one to dwell excessively on matters, Sun Yin soon decided against further contemplation, recognizing that it would serve no purpose other than to burden herself. Instead, she resolved to maintain her composure and await the unfolding of events. With sufficient time, she believed she would ultimately decipher the truth behind it all. While Sun Yin was lost in her musings, Jing Mo and Oppos' gaze occasionally fell upon her. Noticing her furrowed brow and somewhat grave expression, he grew concerned that she might be grappling with difficult thoughts. However, he refrained from interrupting her contemplation. Once he noticed Sun Yin had adjusted her mood, he ventured, "Do you think the wild boars and Oppos' newfound ferocity and their robust physique might be linked to those unknown plants?" Surprised that Jing Mo and Oppos' first question revolved around this topic, Sun Yin considered the implications of his query. If there were indeed a connection, could humans consume these plants? Would doing so potentially alter their own physiology? As she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper, yet each word resonated profoundly within her mind. "Do not overthink it," Jing Mo gently advised. "Once we return to the base with our findings, the scientists will likely uncover the answers swiftly. We need only await the revelations." "You are right," Sun Yin replied, her eyes shining with determination. Whether it was her prior lack of knowledge or the butterfly effect of her rebirth, if these plants indeed possessed transformative properties that were safe for human consumption, then perhaps more individuals would survive. The relentless natural disasters were nature's retribution. But did this punishment also harbor a glimmer of hope? Aside from the snow-clearing vehicle, Kong Jiaming and Oppos' party consisted of 3 cars, with Jing Mo trailing at the rear. The convoy traveled for 3 to 4 hours without pausing. During this time, Sun Yin contemplated switching places with Jing Mo to take the wheel, but he declined her suggestion. It was only when the vehicles ahead gradually came to a halt that Jing Mo followed suit. After a brief moment of preparation, they exited the vehicle. For the sake of mobility, neither carried large backpacks, opting instead for smaller satchels. These bags were sufficiently spacious to hold necessary items, allowing them to justify retrieving their weapons if needed. Sun Yin had even brought along her tang knife, which hung from her satchel. As they stepped out, Kong Jiaming and the others had already disembarked, and he was busy assigning tasks. Upon seeing Sun Yin and Jing Mo approach, he stated, "I and Oppos' already organized the groups. You two will join me shortly." Sun Yin and Jing Mo had no objections to Kong Jiaming and Oppos' arrangement. Before long, Their group of over 10 individuals dispersed into pairs, each heading in different directions. Along the way, Kong Jiaming retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Jing Mo. This is what the initial scouts captured. The fruit looks like this. The image depicted a white, round ball, about the size of a baby and Oppo's fist, devoid of flowers or leaves, simply growing on a white vine. The landscape was overwhelmingly white, making the search quite challenging. When you search, be cautious not to stare at the snow for too long to avoid straining your eyes. Aware that Kong Jiaming and Oppo's concern was genuine, Su Nian and Jing Mo nodded attentively, expressing their gratitude. Su Nian examined the photograph closely before returning it to Jing Mo, who had yet to scrutinize it carefully. As he walked, Jing Mo studied the image intently for a while before returning it to Kong Jiaming. Their pace was not brisk. Everyone kept their heads down, scanning the ground for traces of the white fruit. Maintaining such a posture for an extended period proved quite uncomfortable, leading to aches in their backs and necks, and the constant focus on the glaring white snow was equally taxing on the eyes. Standing upright, Sun Yin closed her eyes briefly, realizing that this approach was unsustainable.